Chapter 1: The Ultimate Weapon, A Perfect Birth. The Crimson Ribbon Legion may be regarded as the most formidable evil organization in this world, possessing not only a formidable military arsenal, but also advanced technology. If it so desired, obliterating a small nation would hardly be a jest. However, the ambitions of the Crimson Ribbon Legion extend far beyond the mere destruction of a minor country. Their ultimate goal is world domination, which necessitates a multitude of individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for the cause. Humans, unlike other creatures, are driven by power and profit to the extent of betrayal and immense sacrifice. The supreme leader of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, Commander Wright, epitomizes this self-serving nature. Despite the Legion's current zenith of power, he remains unsatisfied, for his aspirations reach far beyond mere conquest. World domination and the quest for the legendary Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish, have become Commander Wright's two paramount concerns. Yet, the pursuit of these ambitions is fraught with challenges. Merely possessing the manpower of the Crimson Ribbon Legion is insufficient to achieve global supremacy, and the search for the mythical Dragon Balls is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. These orbs, 7 in total, are scattered across the globe, and the resources required to locate them are beyond the means of ordinary individuals. To fulfill these objectives, Commander Wright heeded the counsel of his subordinates and allocated vast resources toward the research of artificial and bioengineered warriors. The research on artificial beings is primarily overseen by Dr. Jarrow, whose creations have not disappointed Commander Wright. While some prototypes may have failed, the successful ones have displayed astonishing capabilities, elevating the strength of the Crimson Ribbon Legion to new heights. In contrast, the research on bioengineered soldiers has proven to be far more complex. Not only are Commander Wright's expectations exceedingly high, but the scientist undertaking this research is equally demanding. For him, even the slightest imperfection is intolerable. This relentless pursuit of perfection has resulted in 3 years of research yielding no successful bioengineered soldiers, all being abandoned before completion. In the southern expanse of the Earth lies a seemingly desolate wasteland, where passers-by would perceive nothing amiss. Yet beneath this barren plain lies a secret base of the Crimson Ribbon Legion dedicated to the research of bioengineered warriors. On this particular day, within this concealed stronghold, a future hero destined to save the world multiple times was born. The underground research facility is devoid of any sinister atmosphere. Those unfamiliar with it would never suspect it to be a clandestine laboratory. Within this vast subterranean complex, a multitude of scholars clad in white lab coats are diligently engaged in their tasks. Some are fixated on a large-screen computer, while others are handing sheets filled with data to an elderly man with a full head of white hair, who appears to be the principal investigator in charge of this research. The elderly man merely casts a cursory glance at the data on the papers before redirecting his entire focus to a colossal container situated just a step away. This container is filled with a vibrant green culture medium, seemingly intended for cultivating experimental subjects. However, instead of common laboratory animals like mice, within this vessel lies a creature that strikingly resembles a human being. The reason for this resemblance is that, from a distance, the being appears nearly indistinguishable from a human. Yet, as one approaches, the differences become glaringly evident. While the head bears human-like features and hair, the creature's skin, apart from its head, is covered in a layer reminiscent of crocodile hide, which, though seemingly grotesque, possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Moreover, its hands resemble the claws of a beast, endowed with astonishing tearing strength, ensuring that any individual who comes face to face with it would meet a grim fate. Reduced to mere fragments, the doctor gazes at the creature within the container. A look of rapture crossing his face as a smile graces his lips, he exclaims, "After 3 long years, I have finally succeeded. This young being, the culmination of countless hours of effort, is my bioweapon, and now I need not endure gross, incessant boasting about the prowess of his artificial beings." Releasing a sigh of relief, he admires the perfectly sculpted muscles that adorn the youth's body. The doctor, once characterized by a cold demeanor, is now illuminated by a genuine smile. This young specimen represents his most triumphant achievement, a testament to his philosophy of quality over quantity. At this moment, one of the researchers respectfully hands him a sheet of paper, addressing him with deference. "Dr. Corey, here are the various data points for Subject 1. The data on the page appears extensive, yet Dr. Corey merely glances at it before dismissing it with fervor. As I suspected, the previous failures exhibited only genetic deficiencies and no other issues. This young specimen has flawlessly integrated all the necessary genetic components. In the future, he shall undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable warrior of the Crimson Ribbon Legion." Seizing the moment when Dr. Corey was in good spirits, another scholar voiced his concerns. Dr. Corey, I can see that if successful, he would undoubtedly be the ultimate weapon of the Red Ribbon Army. However, might not the method by which this young man enhances his power be somewhat excessive? Isn't it akin to the artificial beings envisioned by that old fool Jero? The difference lies in the fact that while Jero conceived the idea, he has yet to realize it, whereas I have perfected this step in the current experiment. Dr. Corey replied nonchalantly, his expression relaxed, as if the significant issue raised by the scholar was trivial in his eyes. Absorb energy to augment one's strength may seem acceptable, but number one can only absorb the energy of those he has killed. Dr. Corey, is this truly permissible? The initial scholar continued, acknowledging that if the means of enhancing one's power required the death of others, it was indeed a brutal approach. After all, this was no mere game, these were vibrant lives at stake. What do you understand? Dr. Corey reprimanded sharply, followed by a piercing glare at the scholar. He elaborated, do you think I would allow him to confront anyone other than those who resist the Red Ribbon Army? In that case, whether we or our adversaries are the ones to eliminate this individual, the outcome remains the same. Thus, why not use him as nourishment for number one, to bolster his power? Dr. Corey's rationale was compelling, firmly rooted in unwavering loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army. If the target were an ally, he would never permit number one to absorb their life energy. However, if it were an enemy, then their demise was inevitable. The Red Ribbon Army's ambition to dominate the world would inevitably face numerous obstacles. Would it not be foolish to spare those who might later seek to destroy them? Faced with such a sound argument, the research scholar found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that they were all working towards the same goal, albeit from different perspectives. At that moment, the researcher responsible for monitoring the data had not been particularly focused on the computer screen before him. The data bars had consistently hovered near maximum capacity, showing no signs of fluctuation. Suddenly, however, the data bars began to retreat ominously, the nearly full gauge inexplicably regressing to zero. The scholar then exclaimed, Dr. Corey, this is disastrous. Number one appears to have encountered a serious issue. All abilities have reverted to zero. Upon hearing this, the smile that had graced Dr. Corey's face vanished in an instant. He swiftly approached, shoving aside the researcher who had spoken, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Indeed, all metrics registered as zero. This was nothing but a failure. The once cheerful demeanor transformed into a formidable iceberg. Yet at this moment, Dr. Corey teetered on the brink of eruption. Gazing at the utterly barren data, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, power, mobility, reaction speed, attack velocity, recovery capacity, all of them are at zero. How is this possible? This young man had flawlessly integrated all the genes. How could it result in such a failure? The genes I selected belong to individuals of exceptional physical prowess. It cannot be, it simply cannot. Beside the computer lay an array of meticulously organized data sheets, which Dr. Corey now frantically rifled through. Previously, these documents had exhibited no flaws, appearing to be impeccable. Yet, at the most critical juncture when success was merely a step away, such a predicament emerged, as if fate were playing an outrageous jest upon Dr. Corey. The once neatly stacked papers were now cast to the ground, scattered in disarray. Dr. Corey's complexion darkened as he fixated on the computer screen, his voice rising in a crescendo of hysteria. Impossible. Unthinkable. The bio-warrior I painstakingly developed cannot be a failure. Where did it all go awry? Who can enlighten me on what went wrong? With all abilities reduced to zero, it implied that even the capacity to absorb energy was absent in Subject 1. Moreover, a being with all attributes nullified, could it possess the capacity to kill? His fingers pounded the keyboard in a desperate quest for answers, but despite Dr. Corey's relentless efforts, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Every prior step had proceeded without a hitch, in accordance with his expectations. Yet at this final step, the cause of this unprecedented failure remained shrouded in mystery, transforming what was once a nearly completed by a warrior into a mere triviality. The disheartening results only deepened his despair, making Dr. Corey appear as though he had aged decades in an instant. Though he was already in the twilight of his years, his spirit had remained vibrant. However, after this crushing blow, the spark of vigor had vanished, leaving him reminiscent of an elderly warrior, questioning his ability to endure. Seated despondently on the laboratory floor, Dr. Corey exhibited none of his former brilliance. His eyes, now hollow and helpless, reflected an inability to comprehend the unfolding situation. Just as despair enveloped him, the data on the computer shifted once more. What had regressed to zero was now inching back toward its peak value, only to retreat once again to nothingness, imparting an eerie sensation. Point one, indefatigable researcher. fortuitously witnessed this scene and, filled with a mixture of astonishment and excitement, exclaimed, "Dr. Corey, number one seems to be far from a mere failure. You must come and see this." The previously despondent Dr. Corey, at that moment, appeared to be rejuvenated. As if transported back several decades, he strode purposefully towards the computer screen, scrutinizing it intently, and suddenly erupted into laughter. Such a dramatic transformation left many scholars who had yet to comprehend the situation in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this stimulus had driven Dr. Corey to the brink of madness? Amidst his laughter, tears glistened in the corners of Dr. Corey's eyes as he murmured, "I knew it. I knew my intuition was not mistaken. Indeed, it is as I envisioned. Ha 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 ha." His exuberant proclamations drew the attention of the scholars, who paused their activities to gather around the computer screen. The data displayed was consistent with earlier readings, fluctuating from near maximum to zero to however, the gathered minds quickly grasped the implication. Number one was likely not a mere failure, but rather possessed such formidable strength that the data could scarcely encapsulate its true capabilities. Such staggering highs and lows could only be borne by someone like Dr. Corey, who had weathered many storms. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to madness. Gazing at the data, Dr. Corey turned to another scholar and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Immediately extract all the culture medium and release number one. I must witness the true prowess of this warrior upon whom I have expended countless efforts." The scholar, responding promptly, hurriedly typed commands into the keyboard. Gradually, the previously abundant culture medium was siphoned away. Meanwhile, the youth, who had kept his eyes shut until now, finally opened them, revealing a hint of confusion. His mind was devoid of any memories, as if he had materialized from thin air. Chapter 2. Bio-Warrior? My identity? Unbeknownst to anyone, the boy's bewilderment went unnoticed. At this juncture, Dr. Corey pressed a button and instructed, "Bring in a few individuals with commendable combat skills, and do so expeditiously." Once the culture medium was entirely withdrawn, the enormous container was unsealed, and the bewildered boy stepped out, finding himself on solid ground. He glanced at his hands, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of confusion. That moment, several formidable figures entered through the door, each possessing arms of extraordinary girth, comparable to the thighs of others. It was evident that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Upon their arrival, they immediately launched a ferocious assault on the young boy, each strike aimed with lethal intent. The sole purpose of Dr. Corey's orchestrations was to ascertain the extent of his most perfect creation's capabilities. The boy's mind was devoid of any memories or experience in combat, rendering him utterly defenseless against these skilled fighters. He was swiftly knocked to the ground by a single punch, blood streaming from his nose. While human blood is typically red, the boy's blood was astonishingly green, reminiscent of someone poisoned. However, after a brief flow, it ceased almost instantly, showcasing an extraordinary recovery ability. Having just emerged into this world, the boy found himself perplexed by such unprovoked aggression. Yet, the towering figures showed no inclination to grant him the opportunity for contemplation or response before he could rise. They were upon him, delivering a relentless barrage of fists and kicks, intent on bringing him to the brink of destruction. That, of course, their intent was not to kill him, but merely to provoke the latent power within him. The various parts of the boy's body were besieged by relentless pain. As a mere adolescent, he was naturally incapable of enduring such torment. With a cry, an immense surge of power unexpectedly erupted from him, leaving the burly men around him astonished. Before they could react, a sharp pain pierced their chests, and upon looking down, they discovered gaping wounds, blood gushing forth profusely. In that fleeting moment, barely a second long, the boy had already dispatched 4 individuals. Such prowess was not easily attainable, even for a top-tier combat expert. Completely oblivious to the events that had transpired, the boy found himself standing behind the 4 fallen adversaries, his right hand drenched in their blood, which continued to flow. He stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. Strangely, he sensed that his strength had surged beyond its previous limits. Could it be a mere illusion? In an instant, 4 trained warriors lay slain. And had it been anyone else, they would have been left speechless by the shock. Yet, Dr. Corey displayed no signs of surprise. Approaching the dazed boy, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Indeed, you are the culmination of my relentless research into bioengineered soldiers, truly impeccable in strength." I knew my vision was sound. Startled by the touch, the boy instinctively took a step back, then registered the doctor's words. A bioengineered soldier? Was he referring to himself? Who was he, and how had he come into existence? Dr. Corey, oblivious to the boy's confusion, gazed at him with fervor. The creation of the first successful specimen is often fraught with challenges. However, once achieved, replicating the process becomes exceedingly simple. In other words, within a year, the Crimson Ribbon Legion could produce a multitude of bioengineered soldiers, capable of sweeping across any corner of the world with ease. "Who am I?" the boy uttered, prompting a momentary pause from Dr. Corey. He had not endowed the bioengineered soldiers with significant intelligence during their creation. Why then? Was this boy capable of articulating such a question? Dr. Corey remained silent, while the boy's expression bore no trace of discontent. Nearly a calm demeanor as he inquired once more, "Who am I?" With the repetition of his question, Dr. Corey realized that this bioengineered soldier was more complex than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter for long, responding, "You are my most perfect creation, the strongest bioengineered soldier in existence." Upon receiving the answers he sought, the youth's expression of confusion dissipated. With a hint of reverence, he remarked, "So, you are indeed the one who has created me and bestowed life upon me." The young man appeared to be quite different from my initial expectations. Logically, his intellect should be limited. He should not possess such qualities. Dr. Cole harbored a sense of surprise within, yet spoke aloud. "Indeed, you are a creation of mine. But not solely so, it is primarily the magnificent Red Ribbon Army that has brought you to life. Your mission is to devote everything, including your very existence, to the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, the Red Ribbon Army created me, meaning they are the ones who bestowed life upon me." The youth pondered silently, his expression remarkably composed as he replied, "Then, where is this place?" "This is a subbase of the Red Ribbon Army. My previous words were intended to assess your capabilities, and you have successfully passed the test. This demonstrates that my research is flawless," Dr. Cole stated, his mind filled with perplexity regarding his most exceptional creation. Why was this youth's intellect so remarkably mature? Logically, he should merely function as a mindless combat machine. This predicament could indeed be attributed to the genes Dr. Cole had chosen. Although the boy was a product of extensive genetic amalgamation, the predominant component was human DNA. Judging by the youth's voice and appearance, he appeared to be merely a 17 or 18-year-old. Despite his youth, he still possessed the capacity for inquiry and curiosity about these matters, something Dr. Cole had failed to anticipate. Dr. Cole's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if the youth's failure would bear no consequences. However, the youth's mind was already formulating his own thoughts. "The test of my strength implies that failure would result in merciless eradication." A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, quickly concealed, unnoticed by Dr. Cole, who then addressed one of the researchers, saying, "Take this young man and have him don the attire of the Red Ribbon Army. Then allow him to rest." "Understood?" The researcher nodded, and the youth obediently followed him. Once they had departed, Dr. Cole's countenance grew heavy with concern. Why was this young man not as he had envisioned? He had conducted thorough examinations previously, finding no issues. What could possibly account for such elevated intellect in this boy? It raised concerns about his future loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army. A combat machine, single-mindedly devoted to the Red Ribbon Army, should require no contemplation. However, with independent thought and intelligence, he might develop a mindset akin to many within the ranks of the army, outwardly loyal but capable of betrayal when the army faced adversity. As one who earnestly envisioned a future for the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Cole would never permit such a fate to unfold. It appeared that Dr. Corey was somewhat uncomfortable with the notion of the young boy standing naked in that place. In truth, his intention was to confine the boy until he could ascertain the root of the problem, and subsequently, to modify the boy anew. While a mere combat machine lacks the sophistication of an intelligent bio-soldier, he was unwilling to take any risks for the future of the Red Ribbon Army. Aside from Dr. Corey, the scholars present saw nothing amiss. One by one, they approached with smiles to congratulate him. However, before they could reach him, Dr. Corey, visibly displeased, commanded, "What are you all gathering here for? Return to your tasks at once, and ensure that all the data from Project 1 is organized and brought to me." Understood? Although they were puzzled by Dr. Corey's demeanor, they held him in high regard and promptly dispersed. Dr. Corey then issued orders to the guards, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over the boy. Should the boy exhibit any signs of unrest, he was to be subdued at the earliest opportunity. If that proved impossible, the destruction of the subject would be deemed acceptable. After all, for the sake of the Red Ribbon Army, sacrificing a perfect specimen was no great loss. At that moment, the boy was escorted by a scholar into a room, where the scholar retrieved a set of clothing from a cabinet and handed it to him, saying, "This outfit should suffice." Once you've dressed, take some time to rest here. If you require anything, simply speak into the intercom, and someone will attend to you." With that, the scholar left, closing the door behind him. The boy, glancing at the clothes in his hands, did not overthink the situation and promptly donned them. Clad in denim jeans, white canvas shoes, and a black tank top, he regarded the ensemble as acceptable, caring little for the aesthetics. As long as he felt comfortable, that was sufficient. After dressing and moving about a bit to ensure he felt unrestrained, the boy approached the door, only to discover it was locked. A faint smile crossed his lips as he mused to himself. "I see now. You are concerned that I may not serve your purposes, so you can find me here, awaiting the day you devise a method to reshape me into your ideal machine." It can be said that the Red Satin Ribbon Legion bestowed life upon the youth. Yet upon departing from this place, he found himself with nowhere else to go. However, at this moment, the boy felt no emotional attachment to this location. For the Legion's intent was not rooted in any form of affection, but rather a mere desire to exploit him. As long as he held value, they would not forsake him, but he feared that once he ceased to be of use, he would become utterly expendable in their eyes. A hint of derision flickered across his lips as he rose to his feet and calmly declared, "Since I am but a pawn in your game, I must apologize for not yielding to your whims." Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. As he touched the door of the room, he sensed that should he unleash his full strength, breaking through it would be a trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, escaping the Red Satin Ribbon Legion's outpost was not as simple as one might think, while the defenses here were considerably weaker than those at the headquarters. A significant effort would still be required to make his escape. Glancing at the door and then at his own feet, he instinctively leaped, only to discover that he could effortlessly reach the ceiling with a single bound. A brief sprint propelled him beyond the world record speed. A smile graced his lips, possessing such strength rendered leaving this place a trivial challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan, concentrating all his might into his fists. He delivered a powerful blow that sent the door flying, creating a thunderous noise that attracted the attention of the nearby members of the Red Satin Ribbon Legion. However, what they beheld was merely a warped door and an empty room. Recognizing the room was devoid of life, the boy seized the opportunity to escape, prompting the guards to divide their numbers to pursue him, leaving one behind to inform Dr. Corey of the situation. Little did these guards anticipate that the boy had never truly left the confines of the room. Had he fled the instant the door opened? How could they have missed him? Regrettably, this crucial detail eluded them entirely, and one by one, they exited the outpost to search for the boy, thus granting him the perfect opportunity to make his escape. Chapter 3. A narrow escape and the path ahead. At this moment, Dr. Corey was engrossed in unraveling the source of the problem when one of the guards hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Dr. Corey, we have a dire situation. Subject 1 has escaped." A single utterance caused Dr. Corey's expression to change dramatically, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes as he glared at the guard, seething with rage. "You scoundrel! What purpose do you serve? I instructed you to keep watch over Subject 1, and yet you dare to inform me that it has escaped? Is the Crimson Ribbon Legion merely providing sustenance for you incompetent fools? Where, pray tell, has Subject 1 fled to? Speak." The guard, thoroughly chastised, felt dizzy from the onslaught of criticism and finally managed to respond. "Well, we are unaware, as we did not see any trace of Subject 1 when we arrived." Upon hearing this, Dr. Corey suddenly recalled a crucial possibility and exclaimed, "What about your comrades? You came here to report to me, so what has happened to the others?" "They have already departed the base in search of Subject 1, the guard answered earnestly. "I was sent by our captain to inform you and to inquire if there is an emergency shutdown mechanism in place." Dr. Corey, a man of considerable intellect, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. With a voice laced with fury, he bellowed, "Fools, utter fools, all of you. Subject 1 has not left this place at all, and yet you venture out to search for it? Is that not akin to revealing the means of its escape? What is your captain doing, slothful imbecile? An emergency shutdown mechanism? Do you think this is an android we're dealing with? Such devices do not exist." After venting his frustration, Dr. Corey managed to regain his composure. Subject 1 was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. It may have already fled. If it remained unrecaptured, dire consequences would surely ensue. He then commanded, "You must immediately inform your captain that if Subject 1 is found, well and good. If not, none of you are to return here. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dr. Corey, I understand." The guard, drenched in cold sweat, mustered the courage to utter before hastily departing. If Subject 1 merely sought to escape to live as an ordinary individual, it would not be a significant issue. However, Should it divulge any secrets of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, matters would become exceedingly complicated. After all, while many were researching biowarriors, they did so in secrecy. If this individual were to expose the project, it would indeed spell trouble. Dr. Corey's demeanor darkened. The scholars engaged in this research were wise enough not to disturb him, each engrossed in their own tasks. After a brief pause, Dr. Corey instructed, "Make a call to Commander Wright, informing him that the research subject has failed. If possible, I hope Commander Wright can allocate an additional portion of funding. Do not disclose the escape of Subject 1, understood?" The scholar nodded and then proceeded to make a phone call. If this matter were to be leaked, he too would face dire consequences, and it was certainly not in his nature to engage in such trivial pursuits. It was unlikely that these individuals would divulge information about Subject 1. Thus, there was no immediate cause for concern. However, if Subject 1 were left unchecked, he might eventually undertake actions detrimental to the Red Ribbon Army. Should that occur, he would become a traitor to the organization, a fate he could not permit. Dr. Corey clasped his hands together, resting his chin upon them as he pondered deeper. He then spoke, "Deploy a small team daily to locate Subject 1. Regardless of the circumstances, they must find him. If a month passes without success, inform them that there is no need to return to see me. Understood?" Another scholar acknowledged and departed to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Dr. Corey continued to reflect on the initial conundrum. What had gone awry that allowed Subject 1 to develop independent consciousness? If such self-awareness could be harnessed for the benefit of the Red Ribbon Army, it would indeed be a boon. After all, a mere combat machine lacks any malleability. Although it possesses the ability to absorb energy, offering potential for significant advancement, in encounters with those formidable hermits, its lack of cognitive ability would render it merely a laughingstock, mindlessly charging into battle. Conversely, possessing independent thought could render it a ticking time bomb, an outcome neither the Red Ribbon Army nor Dr. Corey desired. They sought only a combat machine, weighing their options and opting for the lesser risk. At this juncture, the young man had distanced himself from the Red Ribbon Army. Yet he knew that while he had escaped, evading their pursuit would require considerable effort. After all, this territory was well known to them, and fleeing would not be a simple endeavor. If he continued forward blindly, he risked stumbling into a precipice, making retreat exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser to find a hiding place for a time. Surely the Red Ribbon Army would never suspect that he had the audacity to conceal himself right under their noses. He resolved to wait until nightfall, when the world was quiet, to make his escape, believing it would afford him the best chance to leave. Fortuitously, he discovered a cave nearby. Upon entering, he realized there was no exit, indicating that the entrance was effectively sealed, just as he had hoped. Concentrating all his strength in his seemingly extraordinary hands, the youth struck fiercely against the slanted walls of the cavern, causing stones to cascade down and block the already narrow entrance. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, closing his eyes while striving to maintain his vigor, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Time and again, search parties from the Red Satin Brigade traversed this area. Yet none noticed this hidden spot, for they were acutely aware that there was no other exit. Only a fool would ensnare themselves in such a place. Furthermore, concealing the cave entirely would require considerable time, a feat impossible for a solitary individual. Alas, they overlooked the fact that the boy was a biowarrior. Not only did he possess such abilities when he first achieved his transformation, but even prior to that, during the elimination of the 4 well-trained guards. He had absorbed their energy, enhancing his already formidable power. By the time they came to this realization, the boy had long since vanished into the depths of the sea. As time progressed, the waiting felt interminable, yet the boy remained unperturbed. Although night had yet to fall, he had much to contemplate. Alone, devoid of family or friends, existing in this world was a daunting challenge. He possessed no memories of his own, and even his name seemed disconnected from his identity. How should he navigate his existence? While he had not fully escaped the clutches of the Red Satin Brigade, it was imperative to devise a plan for his future, at the very least. He needed a goal to ignite his anticipation for what lay ahead. Though a name may appear merely a label, lacking one would deny others the opportunity to address him. Thus, he began to converse with himself, bestowing upon himself a name. Regarding the organization that had created him, he felt no affection, whether seen as cold-blooded or heartless. To many, he was simply a remorseless being. In light of this, he chose Heartless as his name. At first glance, it may seem a form of self-deprecation. Yet in truth, it resonated with him. Indeed, the name may not be melodious, but for the boy, it aptly reflected his essence. Having a name means that, at the very least, One has acquired a title through which friends may address them. Beyond that, for today's youth, the most pressing concern is the path they should pursue in the future. They possess scant understanding of the world, and their appearance diverges somewhat from that of ordinary humans. Will they be perceived as an anomaly in the eyes of others? All of this remains shrouded in uncertainty. If one merely wishes to evade the Red Ribbon Army, retreating into the deep, uncharted wilderness may serve as an excellent refuge. After all, there are numerous areas in this world that humanity has yet to explore. For an ordinary person, venturing there would indeed spell doom. However, for one who is unfeeling, such a journey holds little consequence. It would merely entail a life spent with creatures incapable of genuine communication, which would likely become quite lonely. Clenching their hands, they felt an immense power within, a formidable force that, while not the strongest in existence, certainly ranks among the elite. Yet, the application of this power remains somewhat foreign to them, relying primarily on brute strength. If only a master could guide them, enabling a complete mastery of their abilities, they could undoubtedly emerge as a formidable individual. With sufficient prowess, the Red Ribbon Army would be powerless against them, and it is likely they would cease to pose a threat in the future. In such a scenario, one could truly live for oneself, authentically existing in this world. However, finding such a mentor is no simple task, for martial arts masters are not easily encountered. Even if fortune smiles upon them, there is an adage that warns, teach a disciple, and the master may starve. Whether such a master would genuinely impart their entire skill set remains uncertain, as does the disciple's ability to fully grasp the essence of the master's martial arts. The multitude of variables renders any predictions impossible, casting doubt on whether the aspirations of the unfeeling can indeed be realized, given the formidable challenges they entail. After contemplating these factors, a shadow of melancholy crossed their face. Had they been aware of the unique ability within them to absorb the life energy of others upon their demise, the situation would appear more manageable. While taking a life is not an option, dealing with fierce predators such as wolves or leopards would yield similar results. Over time, even without any training or guidance, they could potentially ascend to become the foremost individual of their era. Regrettably, Witching remained oblivious to this reality. Thus it was improbable for him to embark on such a path. At this juncture, he also contemplated the pessimistic scenario he had previously envisioned, pondering the possibility of fortuitously encountering a martial arts master willing to impart genuine skills to him. Should that fortunate encounter materialize, he firmly believed he could evolve into a formidable individual, free from the trepidation of being discovered by the Red Satin Brigade. With hope rekindled in his heart, Witching rose to his feet. Through the crevices between the rocks, he discerned that night had already fallen. Although he recognized that this moment was opportune for escape, he did not rush. Instead, he patiently waited for half an hour before delivering a powerful punch that sent the rocks flying. Though this caused a commotion, it seemed the members of the Red Satin Brigade remained unaware of his presence. Departing in the darkness, while ostensibly the safest option, also harbored significant risks. In the obscurity of night, visibility was severely compromised, increasing the likelihood of mishaps. Despite stumbling, Witching managed to navigate away from that place safely, forging ahead into the unknown. Although uncertainty loomed over his future, his steps were resolute, driven by the knowledge that this path was of his own choosing. He could have easily remained within the confines of the Red Satin Brigade, yet he felt no sense of belonging to an organization that sought merely to exploit him. Thus, the sole outcome was his escape from the Red Satin Brigade. This choice rendered the road ahead unpredictable, yet it was Witching's decision to make. Though fraught with thorns and potentially a road of no return, he pressed onward, for it was his choice. Even if erroneous, he would tread that path to its conclusion. Chapter 4. The bustling metropolis, a paradise above with not a single coin to his name, traversing from a desolate wilderness to a more populated area was no simple feat. The lurking dangers of wolves, tigers, and leopards could easily transform him into their prey. However, for Witching, these predators merely represented a source of sustenance. He had no intention of provoking these fierce beasts. Yet, when faced with an attacking creature, he would unflinchingly convert them into his own nourishment. After nearly half a month's journey, he arrived at a city that appeared relatively prosperous. Witching noted that this place seemed to hold martial arts in high esteem, with a martial arts school visible just a few steps away, igniting his interest. If someone possessed the ability to establish a martial arts school and attract disciples, they must possess considerable skill. Perhaps within this establishment, he might find a mentor worthy of his respect. With purpose in mind, Witching pushed open the door of one of the martial arts schools and entered. Addressing the staff member at the registration desk, he inquired, "Greetings. May I ask where the owner is located?" Upon hearing this, the staff member lifted his gaze to assess Wu Qing. Despite Wu Qing's travel-worn visage and somewhat tattered attire, the employee did not regard him with disdain, recognizing that Wu Qing likely came to this establishment with the intention of seeking a master. He spoke, "Our boss is currently engaged in training alone. May I inquire what business you have with him? If your aim is merely to learn, you can register here." Wu Qing smiled at the remark, refraining from revealing his true intentions. Instead, he replied, "I wish to learn martial arts. However, I consider myself somewhat capable, and thus I hope to be guided by a master whose strength surpasses my own. Therefore, I seek to ascertain the abilities of your boss. Without this knowledge, I cannot determine whether to pursue my training here." Such inquiries are common among those seeking to enroll, and the staff member was unperturbed. He promptly placed a call to his superior to relay the situation. In mere moments, the boss approached, clad only in a tank top. His well-defined muscles evident upon his robust shoulders, a figure not to be underestimated. Upon seeing Wu Qing, the boss remarked, "Young brother, since you wish to gauge my strength, let us find a space to spar. However, let us keep it light. What do you say?" "That sounds perfect." Wu Qing nodded in agreement, following the boss to an available training area. As they prepared to engage, the other students paused their activities, gathering around in anticipation, standing approximately 10 meters apart. The boss performed a few simple warm-up exercises to ensure he was ready. He then addressed Wu Qing, "You may begin." With a resounding shout, Wu Qing surged forward with astonishing speed, catching the boss off guard. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his face, sending him hurtling to the ground, unconscious. Wu Qing stood momentarily stunned. Was this boss truly so easily defeated? Upon approaching the training area, Wu Qing was surprised to discover that he had effortlessly bested the owner of the martial arts school. Could it be that he was simply too powerful? As the students regarded him with expressions of awe, Wu Qing departed from the dojo and proceeded to the next one. Yet, regardless of the martial arts school he chose, the outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of whom one faces, it can be said that Ruthless possesses the capability to effortlessly vanquish opponents. This realization has left Ruthless somewhat incredulous. Although the doctor had proclaimed that he was a biochemical warrior, a product of countless efforts by the Red Ribbon Army, such overwhelming power seems almost surreal. It is expected that anyone capable of establishing a martial arts school should possess some level of skill. Yet, before him, these individuals appear akin to children in the presence of an adult. Has he truly reached a point where he no longer requires a mentor? After challenging several martial arts schools, Ruthless has reluctantly come to terms with this rather disheartening truth. None of the masters running these establishments pose a challenge. He can effortlessly bring them to their knees without exerting much effort. The aspiration to find a master to enhance his abilities seems unattainable among these individuals. Moreover, his financial resources are dwindling. Continuing on this path in a large city is not a trivial matter. Upon reflection, Ruthless conceived of a promising avenue. While this place may not guarantee the discovery of a mentor, it holds the potential for him to amass sufficient wealth: the underground fighting arena. The underground fighting arena is undeniably a realm steeped in bloodshed, as those who participate in its contests rarely see the dawn of the following day. Driven by desperation for money, many engage in these matches recklessly, yet the outcome remains consistent. No matter their efforts, they invariably fail to claim the final prize, merely sacrificing their lives in vain, a true case of diminishing returns. Typically, such venues remain obscure to the general populace, making them difficult to locate. However, Ruthless possesses his own methods. Indeed, while ordinary individuals may be unaware of the whereabouts of underground fighting arenas, those who navigate the underbelly of society possess some knowledge of them. Consequently, Ruthless approached local delinquents, extracting valuable information about the underground fighting arena from them. Establishing an underground fighting arena openly in a large city is no simple feat, yet the proprietor of this arena was once a notorious figure in the underworld, commanding such fear that no one in the city would dare cross him. Unlike many clandestine fighting arenas hidden from public view, this one has boldly set up shop in a conspicuous area of the bustling city, with the sole purpose of generating profit. Each day, countless individuals flock to engage in illegal fights for monetary gain, yet none manage to leave victorious with their winnings. Regardless of their prowess, they inevitably succumb to defeat in the relentless barrage of opponents. Furthermore, the proprietor has employed individuals to maintain order. Should a fighter display excessive skill, they are likely to face a thorough beating from these enforcers. If fortune smiles upon them, they they may only suffer a few broken bones. If luck is not on their side, they may lose their very lives. Upon entering this opulent underground arena, known as the celestial realm of entertainment, Wuching could scarcely believe his eyes. This seemingly resplendent locale was, in fact, a clandestine fighting pit. Upon entry, one would be greeted by a lavish hall. Yet it was devoid of any patrons, save for a few elevator lobbies offering choices of destination. Ascending from the second floor, each level revealed itself as a venue for amusement, frequented primarily by those seeking diversion, while only a select few dared to venture to the basement. The very sight of the underground matches, a fact known to but a handful. As the elevator descended, Wuching detected a faint metallic scent. Initially subtle but growing increasingly pungent as he approached the fighting arena. It became evident that this place was steeped in an atmosphere of violence and bloodshed. However, given that most individuals frequenting this establishment were reckless souls, it could be inferred that their prowess might surpass that of the ordinary martial arts school proprietors. The finest way to hone one's abilities is through the crucible of life and death. Thus, even a seemingly frail scholar could achieve remarkable strength in a short span of time. Upon exiting the elevator, Wuching encountered two individuals clad in security attire. Approaching them, he inquired, "Greetings, I wish to participate in the competition. May I ask how to register?" The guards cast a frigid glance his way, their expressions devoid of warmth, making Wuching feel distinctly uncomfortable. However, expressing discontent at that moment served no purpose. One of the guards finally responded, "Just head over there and mention your intention." Following the guard's gesture, Wuching noticed a small table nearby, presumably the registration point. He approached, only to find the attendant exhibiting an air of indifference, failing to even glance up at him. With a pointed finger, the attendant coldly instructed, "Just take one of those." A disarray of cards lay scattered across the table, and Wuching, uncertain of their significance, randomly selected one before proceeding to observe the unfolding match. He witnessed a burly man, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, decisively pinning a youth, whose size was scarcely one-third of his own. The young man let out a piercing scream before losing consciousness. Although one might expect such a scene to evoke feelings of cruelty, the spectators displayed no signs of sympathy. Instead, their faces were alight with exhilaration, seemingly desensitized to the brutality before them. For them, the primary allure of this establishment lay in the thrill of the spectacle. Wagering held little weight in their minds, irrespective of victory or defeat. Contestant number 135 stepped forward to participate in the competition. At that moment, the staff merely wiped away the bloodstains from the arena, and the referee shouted, glancing coldly at the number in his hand. He had not anticipated that he would soon be called to compete, and he swiftly made his way to the ring, leaping onto the stage. His opponent was none other than a remarkably robust sumo wrestler. The sumo wrestler, regarding the diminutive figure of his opponent with disdain, remarked in a condescending tone, "Little one, is someone your age even allowed to compete?" Unperturbed by such provocation, the young fighter calmly retorted, "If those with obesity can participate, why can't I, a mere child?" Enraged, the sumo wrestler advanced with a fierce determination, each step resonating through the arena, causing the ground to shake. Yet, the young fighter remained steadfast, unwavering in his stance. As the sumo wrestler drew near, the young fighter clenched his fists and delivered a powerful punch, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. The audience was utterly astounded by the unexpected turn of events. Many had placed substantial bets on the sumo wrestler's victory, yet no one had foreseen that the young fighter would secure such an astonishing win. Following this effortless triumph, the referee realized that the young fighter might not be an ordinary contender. Before the second match commenced, he instructed his assistant, "Quickly arrange for our next participant." The formidable strength displayed by the young fighter in the first match was, to be frank, rather terrifying, leaving the audience momentarily speechless. By the time they comprehended the spectacle, the brief intermission of just a minute had already concluded. For precautionary reasons, the spectators refrained from betting on the young fighter, instead placing their wagers on his opponent, who, after all, possessed a certain degree of renown. The next challenger was a towering figure clad entirely in black, likely of African descent, with his hands bandaged, suggesting he had some skill in boxing. The young fighter merely cast a glance at him, preparing for battle. The imposing figure, seemingly unaware of the previous match's events, commented dismissively, "It was merely an accident that you won. The fat guy fell, and you happened to land a punch." Noticing the young fighter's lack of reaction, he added with irritation, "Kid, if you don't want to end up crying for your mother, you should obediently return home." Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Ruthless displayed no semblance of concern. However, a flicker of fierce disdain crossed his visage upon hearing the latter part. As a bio-warrior, he had no family to speak of. "The match begins," Ruthless proclaimed, uttering 4 words that surprised the onlookers, for such announcements were typically the domain of the referee. Was it not somewhat presumptuous for Ruthless to take on this role? "What did you just say?" the referee, seemingly caught off guard, inquired. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the spectators, casting a glance at the referee, Ruthless was not one to repeat himself, yet at this moment. He deemed it acceptable to reiterate, coldly stating, "I said, announce the commencement of the match." His eyes resembled those of a bloodthirsty wolf, instilling a sense of trepidation within the referee, who reluctantly stammered, "The match begins." Chapter 5. Unbroken Victories, the Beast Kieran. As the referee's words faded, Ruthless had already vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the bewildered African competitor, with a powerful punch to the abdomen. The immense force sent him crumpling to the ground, clutching his midsection in agony. Yet, Ruthless did not pause but rather advanced step by step toward the fallen opponent. A swift kick landed on the African's chin, propelling him out of the arena. It was clear he would require a lengthy recuperation in the hospital. Ruthless gazed at the fallen man and remarked coolly, "I detest when others mention my family." His lack of kin rendered him averse to any references to familial ties. Provocations in other forms would hardly affect him, but if the topic were to revolve around the people of Yongjia, it would be tantamount to courting death. Hastily, several individuals were summoned to carry the African away. The referee, aware of Ruthless' distaste for any mention of his family, discreetly instructed the subsequent competitors to refrain from bringing up such matters. However, this merely served to spare these individuals from additional beatings. Defeating Ruthless was an impossible endeavor. It could be said that Ruthless could secure victory with minimal effort. After witnessing several matches, the audience came to understand that Ruthless was destined for ultimate triumph. And one by one, they placed their bets on him, ensuring a lucrative return on their investments. The proprietor of the Tianshan Renjian Entertainment Club, who was initially seated in tranquil contemplation, gazing at the sky and pondering the fate of the day's earnings, was abruptly interrupted by a frantic staff member from an underground boxing arena. In his haste, the staff member neglected the customary courtesy of knocking, which elicited a flicker of displeasure on the proprietor's countenance. Coldly regarding the intruder, the proprietor spoke with restrained irritation. "What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten to knock? Is there such urgency that necessitates your abrupt entrance?" The staff member appeared genuinely distressed, standing frozen in place, struggling to catch his breath and articulate a single word. A shadow of concern crossed the proprietor's face. The individuals dispatched to oversee the underground boxing matches were seasoned veterans, unfazed by trivial matters. The gravity of the situation suggested that something significant had indeed transpired. Pouring a glass of water for the anxious employee, the proprietor offered, "Take a moment to drink, then recount the events in detail. Speak slowly. There is no need for trepidation." With this encouragement, the staff member found a measure of solace, took a sip of water, and began, "Boss, we have a grave situation. A wretched newcomer has triumphed in several matches at our venue. His remarkable prowess has led patrons to wager heavily on him, and by the time I came to inform you, we had already incurred substantial losses. If this continues, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Surprisingly, the proprietor exhibited no signs of alarm. Instead, he replied coolly, "So, a mere newcomer has arrived. Even if he possesses some skill, we can simply have our fighters eliminate him. However, boss, we have already dispatched over 10 fighters, all of whom were defeated by this newcomer. It seems he barely exerted himself, which is why I felt compelled to report this to you," the staff member hastily clarified. Noting the growing severity of the proprietor's expression, with his hands clasped and chin resting upon them, the proprietor pondered before inquiring, "Were those sent our most elite fighters?" Though he recognized the futility of the question, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. The employee's response, however, shattered the last vestige of optimism. "Even our best could not withstand him for 10 seconds. He resembles a monster, and despite the numerous matches, his stamina remains unyieldingly robust." Realizing the threat this newcomer posed, the proprietor concluded, "If he is indeed a menace, we cannot allow him to remain." The boss, demonstrating decisiveness, commanded, "Immediately contact Monster Kieran and inform him that I have a matter to solicit his assistance with." Although the identity of Monster Kieran remained a mystery, the mere fact that the boss thought to summon him in such a critical moment indicated that he was certainly no ordinary individual. It could be surmised that he possessed the capability to alter the unfavorable circumstances prevailing in the underground boxing arena. However, a flicker of distress crossed the staff member's face as he responded, "Boss, the last time we enlisted Monster Kieran's help, it cost us $1 million. If I do not seek his aid, I fear my losses will far exceed that amount." The boss's tone was laced with barely contained fury as he retorted, "Do not forget that the final prize is also $1 million. Indeed, in the underground boxing circuit, the victor stands to gain a reward of $1 million. A substantial sum that attracts a multitude of participants. Many are driven to this path by urgent financial needs, hoping for a stroke of luck that will lead them to victory. Yet, the true champions are often those preordained by the underground boxing organizers. This time, however, it seemed that a twist of fate might be on the horizon. At this moment, Ruthless had achieved a remarkable feat, winning 33 consecutive matches, thus establishing an unprecedented winning streak in this realm. During a brief respite, Ruthless turned to the referee and inquired, "Previously, I was unaware of the number of consecutive victories required to secure the final prize. Could you kindly inform me how many matches I must win in succession to claim the $1 million prize you have designated for the victor?" The referee, caught in a moment of hesitation, struggled to find the right words to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he casually remarked, "Well, this can be resolved when there are no more challengers." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing smiled faintly and then stood atop the arena, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if there are any among you who wish to engage in battle with me. If not, I shall declare myself the champion of the day." Such a loud shout easily provokes a crowd's ire. However, at present, the indomitable strength of the individual known as Ruthless renders these onlookers utterly inconsequential. They are well aware that their presence on the stage serves no purpose, remaining motionless. Just as Ruthless intends to inquire about the prize from the referee, an unknown creature flutters onto the arena, its wings beating energetically. Upon seeing this being, Ruthless is taken aback. An orc? No, even that description seems a stretch. This creature exhibits none of the characteristics associated with humanity. It resembles a diminutive dinosaur. Its recent flight indicates that, in the face of adversity, it possesses the innate ability to ascend and evade attacks. In other words, this creature could prove to be a formidable opponent, one capable of eliciting Ruthless' true prowess. The miniature dinosaur scrutinizes Ruthless before speaking. "Hey, I've heard you're quite impressive, having won several matches in this very place. If you don't step up, I'll be the champion by default." Ruthless, with a calm demeanor, replies, "However, since someone wishes to battle me, I shall not refuse. I am curious, though. Who exactly are you?" "You may call me the Beast Kieran," declares the diminutive dinosaur, a name that surprises those present. Though Kieran is not particularly renowned, having never participated in any major tournaments or claimed championship honors, he possesses an unusual technique capable of rendering even the mightiest opponents powerless. Indeed, Ruthless showcases formidable strength today. Yet, who can guarantee it is not merely a fleeting moment? Consequently, before the clash between Ruthless and Beast Kieran, the majority of onlookers shift their bets in favor of Kieran. Once all wagers are placed, the referee announces the commencement of the match. However, Ruthless does not immediately engage, instead observing Kieran with caution. The creature's strength remains uncertain, and striking first may not guarantee a decisive advantage. "Hey, what is the matter? Are you too scared to act after hearing my name? Whatever happened to your previous winning momentum?" Kieran taunts, seeing Ruthless remain still and interpreting it as fear. Yet, Ruthless remains unperturbed, which frustrates Kieran further. "You insufferable brat. What are you so smug about? Just wait until I make you unrecognizable to your own parents." Ruthless furrows his brow and replies coolly, "I apologize. I didn't quite catch what you just said. Could you kindly repeat that for me?" The monstrous Kieran was no novice, so it was impossible for him not to comprehend the meaning of those words. With a hint of disdain, he repeated the earlier statement. But before his words could fully escape his lips, a fist struck his abdomen, before he even had the chance to clutch his belly. Kieran's eyes were mercilessly assaulted by another punch, followed by a ruthless kick to his midsection. The immense force sent him staggering back, yet he did not leave the arena. Sensing the pain radiating from his abdomen, Kieran realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. After rubbing his sore belly, a flicker of pride crossed his face as he declared, "Kid, I concede that you are indeed impressive, but such prowess alone is insufficient to defeat me. Today, I shall make an exception and allow you to witness my signature move. Do not be frightened." With that, Kieran raised both hands, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Unyielding remained vigilant, ready to counter any sudden attack. Unexpectedly, Kieran expelled a large mass of viscous substance from his mouth, which effortlessly adhered to Unyielding's body, hardening almost instantaneously. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a rubber band. The ability to expel such a substance from his mouth was certainly a skill of Kieran's. However, Unyielding did not regard it with concern. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to break free, only to find himself ensnared, leaving a trace of surprise on Unyielding's otherwise stoic visage. He had not anticipated that the seemingly trivial rubber band could render him powerless. Kieran, having noticed the look of astonishment on Unyielding's face, approached with an expression of triumph and delivered a heavy punch to Unyielding's face, knocking him to the ground. Then, he placed a foot upon Unyielding's abdomen, tauntingly proclaiming, "Weren't you quite boastful before? Acting as if you were the strongest in the world? Now look at you, reduced to a mere dog beneath my foot. Show me more bravado if you dare." With each step he took upon Unyielding's abdomen, the pressure forced blood from Unyielding's mouth as his eyes shut tightly. At that moment, he struggled to muster his full strength, but despite his body healing from previous injuries, he was struck anew by Kieran's relentless assault. Consequently, he felt only a slight reduction in pain, and escaping the rubber band proved far from easy. Gritting his teeth, though the agony coursing through him would have compelled most to cry out, Unyielding remained resolute, clenching his jaw tightly. Despite the excruciating pain, he refused to utter a single sound. Observing the relentless, teeth-gritting struggle of Wuching, the beast Kieran chuckled softly. He then extended his arms, lifting Wuching high into the air before crashing him down onto the arena floor. After finding his landing spot, Kieran descended directly, his entire weight pressing down upon Wuching. At that moment, Wuching could no longer endure the onslaught. Blood spewed from his mouth as a piercing scream escaped his lips. Yet, in this realm, sympathy for the weak was a rarity. Chapter 6. A turnaround victory. The first assassin with fists clenched, Kieran relentlessly struck Wuching's face. At this juncture, Kieran had undoubtedly seized the upper hand. In a fair fight, Wuching might have stood a chance against the beast. But the rubber band-like restraint he was trapped in demanded a strength he currently lacked. Thus, Wuching was akin to a fish on the chopping block, entirely at Kieran's mercy. Unable to retaliate. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A furious roar echoed in Wuching's heart. Truth be told, he longed to teach Kieran a lesson. However, he found himself unable to focus, for the pain coursing through his body made it impossible to achieve the necessary calm. How could he possibly escape this constricting grip under such conditions? It appeared that Kieran had arrived here after securing ample funds, intending to thoroughly torment Wuching in the arena. To be honest, if Wuching were to concede at this moment, Kieran would be unable to continue his assault. Yet Wuching was not the type to surrender easily. Moreover, Kieran had discerned from Wuching's initial actions that he was not one to forfeit, which only fueled his desire to torment him further. Blood continued to flow, obscuring Wuching's face and rendering his expressions nearly unrecognizable. Observing Wuching's dire condition, Kieran seized him by the neck, disdain dripping from his words. "Did you not ask me to repeat what I said earlier? I could repeat it 10 or even 100 times without issue. Shut up." Wuching seemed to exert tremendous effort to utter these 3 words, yet it merely piqued Kieran's interest in further tormenting him. "Shut up. What gives you the right to demand my silence?" Kieran retorted, delivering a punch to Wuching's face, causing several teeth to shatter and blood to fill his mouth. Seeing Wuching's bloodied visage, Kieran appeared to conceive yet another malicious idea. Rising to his feet, he kicked Wuching towards the edge of the arena, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake. It appears that the monstrous Kieran seeks to adorn the arena with a fresh hue of merciless blood. While the spectators below exhibit not a shred of compassion, their excitement palpable. Some even express concern whether the bloodshed would suffice to stain the vast expanse of the arena. For one individual's blood may prove inadequate to cover such a grand stage. Tossed about like a mere plaything, Ruthless can distinctly sense the damage inflicted upon his bones. Indeed, his rapid healing capabilities are undeniable, yet such grievous injuries necessitate several days of uninterrupted rest. Given the current circumstances, it seems that escaping this perilous situation alive is no trivial task for him. The brutality of the blows has rendered Ruthless nearly unrecognizable. Even should the esteemed Dr. Cole stand before him, he might not recognize the battered warrior. Kieran, though possessing some skill, is fundamentally a villain, and his inherent nature reveals itself as he gains the upper hand. With a taunting tone, he addresses Ruthless. "Little brat, I hear you despise any mention of your family. Could it be that they have all perished? Such words, though casually uttered, strike a nerve. Ruthless, infuriated yet unable to retort, reflects on the fact that, as a bioweapon, he is devoid of familial ties. But Kieran, undeterred, continues, even if your family were alive and well, what could they possibly do? If they dare to confront me, I would ensure they weep and lament, meeting a fate worse than death. The moment was marked by a seemingly insignificant gesture as the merciless fist tightened unexpectedly. Unnoticed by anyone. At that instant, the beast Jyland delivered another powerful kick, sending the relentless fighter sprawling to the opposite side of the arena. Just as Jyland intended to stride over and continue his torment, an inexplicable sense of unease compelled him to halt. It was the appearance of the relentless one that seemed decidedly amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the relentless fighter had risen once more, his visage marred by blood. Yet, Jyland could discern the chilling glare emanating from his eyes, a glance so frigid it could extinguish life itself. Instinctively, Jyland took a step back. Meanwhile, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from the relentless fighter, the origin of which he could not fathom. Perhaps it was the intensity of his fury that unleashed such formidable strength. With a cry of defiance, he emitted a roar filled with indignation. His eyes resembling those of a bloodthirsty wolf fixated upon its prey. In a remarkable display of strength, he managed to break free from the rubber restraints that had previously held him captive. Jyland stood aghast, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had never anticipated what would ensue should this tactic be thwarted. Despite his grievous injuries, the relentless fighter's movements showed no sign of faltering. If anything, they appeared more formidable than before. Whereas Jyland had previously managed to evade the relentless fighter's assaults, now he found himself unable to even glimpse a shadow of his opponent. The punch to his abdomen elicited a mere flicker of pain, yet in the very next moment, he felt an excruciating agony radiate from his wings. A harrowing scream escaped Jyland's lips as one of his wings was brutally torn away by the relentless fighter, staining the arena with his crimson blood, a stark contrast to the verdant blood of the relentless fighter. Jyland gasped in shock, retreating repeatedly, one hand pressed against the side of his lost wing. The arrogance that once filled his eyes had dissipated, replaced solely by fear. He had once dominated the relentless fighter, yet he never envisioned that the end result would be such torment. Regret coursed through Jyland's veins. Had he known the outcome, he would have refused to accept this wager for mere monetary gain. Now, he feared not only for his victory but for his very life. The sole catalyst for this turn of events was Jyland's own tongue. Had he not indulged in such excessive boasts, the relentless fighter would not have been driven to this extent. Ultimately, the blame lay squarely upon Jyland himself. Although one wing had been brutally torn away, the other remained unscathed, fervently flapping in a desperate attempt to sustain flight. The beast, Kieran, managed to ascend into the air, albeit with great difficulty, as flying with a single wing was indeed a formidable challenge. However, for the merciless being, who lacked the ability to fly, Kieran seemed to have regained a glimmer of hope, at least in prolonging the encounter, as it appeared that the merciless would inevitably succumb first. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In a sudden leap, the merciless sprang up to a height of at least 5 meters. With unwavering determination, it delivered a powerful kick, launching Kieran across the arena and leaving an imprint of the beast upon the wall. The fate of Kieran now hung in the balance, with green blood flowing profusely. At that moment, the merciless exuded an eerie aura, compelling it to muster its strength and declare, "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Indeed, to the spectators, the merciless appeared to be at the end of its strength. However, the friliest of camels still outweighs the strongest horse, and no one could confidently assert that they could defeat the merciless in its current state. Moreover, the display of power just exhibited by the merciless had dispelled any thoughts of ascending the platform among the onlookers. After several minutes of silence, with no challengers stepping forward, the merciless rightfully claimed victory, earning the grand prize of $1 million. If the highest denomination were a $100 bill, carrying $1 million would not be a trivial matter. However, upon seeing the bills, the merciless was momentarily taken aback, discovering that the largest denomination was a $10,000 note, meaning that the million comprised merely 100 bills. Nonchalantly stuffing them into its pocket, the merciless feigned indifference as it gradually made its exit. In truth, the merciless struggled to see clearly, yet it recognized that faltering now would lead to being stranded. Thus, relying on an extraordinary willpower, it persevered until reaching an inn, where it requested a room. Once inside, after drawing the curtains, it could no longer hold back and collapsed onto the bed, closing its eyes to rest. The proprietor of the establishment could hardly fathom that events would escalate to such a degree. He knew that Kieran was not a top-tier martial artist, but had not anticipated that even this fighter, engaged in underground boxing, would prove so difficult to defeat. While the final wager had yielded some profit, it paled in comparison to the losses incurred, intensifying the proprietor's resentment towards the merciless being. Gazing upon the cold visage of his employer, the subordinates found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, the boss spoke, commanding, "Go, immediately contact the world's foremost assassin, Mr. Tao Bai. It is widely acknowledged that Mr. Tao Bai is not an individual easily hired by the ordinary man. His fee for a single assassination is reportedly a staggering 5 million. The fact that the boss has resolved to pursue this course of action indicates his unwavering determination to eliminate Wu Qing, who has caused him substantial financial losses that he can no longer tolerate." The subordinates paused, taken aback, before one audacious individual finally voiced his concern. "But boss, the fee for Mr. Tao Bai is exorbitant. If we proceed with this, we risk incurring even greater losses. Perhaps it would be wiser to let this go." Silence. The boss retorted sharply, dismissing the speaker. He continued, "This wretched brat has cost me an immense fortune. If eliminating him requires an additional 5 million, so be it. Hurry and make the call." The proprietor, in his earlier days, was no ordinary individual. Although the ferocity that once emanated from him has notably diminished since ascending to power, the aura of authority that accompanies his status has gradually become more pronounced with the passage of time. In the present day, if one were to assess solely his presence, it undoubtedly surpasses that of his former self. After all, the gravitas of a leader is not overshadowed by mere ferocity. This commanding presence renders his subordinates speechless, compelling them to hastily contact Tao Bai. Tao Bai, the world's foremost assassin, has earned his title not without merit. In the realm of assassination, many have met their demise after claiming numerous victims. However, Tao Bai remains an exception. The number of individuals who aspire to eliminate him could easily form an army. Yet collectively, they are incapable of even brushing his garments. Remarkably, Tao Bai requires no weapons to take lives. Even his soft tongue can suffice to extinguish a soul. Faced with such a formidable assassin, it is likely that only a select few possess the capability to escape his grasp. However, Wu Qing is evidently not among them. It is worth noting that even in his prime, he would hardly rival Tao Bai's prowess. As he confronts this peril, one cannot help but wonder if Wu Qing stands any chance of emerging unscathed from this encounter. Chapter 7. The Arrival of Tao Bai. Wu Qing's disastrous defeat. At this juncture, Wu Qing has been ensconced in a hotel for some time, his stamina having somewhat recovered. It is then that he realizes that the proprietor of the Tianshang Ren Jian Entertainment Complex would not easily relent. After all, he has won 1 million from this proprietor, and considering the stakes involved, the loss would be substantial. Hence, it is utterly implausible that the proprietor would simply let him go. Nevertheless, Wu Qing pays little heed to whom the proprietor might summon. His experiences in the underground fighting arena have made it abundantly clear that ordinary martial artists are no match for him. However, should an exceptionally skilled individual be dispatched, it is unlikely they would risk their own safety for the sake of the proprietor. Consequently, Wu Qing remains unfazed, closing his eyes to rest and striving to recuperate as swiftly as possible. Yet, Wu Qing remains somewhat oblivious to the nature of humanity in this world. There is a saying, a single coin can bring down a hero. Regardless of one's prowess, it is impossible to conjure wealth from thin air. Therefore, it is not surprising when individuals resort to morally questionable actions in critical situations. Furthermore, some possess not only remarkable abilities but also a treacherous disposition. Tao Bai, the world's leading assassin, is one such individual. He never relinquishes a contract. For him, every target meets the same fate, death at his hands. The only variable is the timing. Approximately an hour later, Tao Bai arrived at the Heavenly Realm Entertainment City, gazing at the proprietor. He spoke with an air of indifference. "Where is the person you wish for me to eliminate? And have you prepared the 5 million? His opening words were laced with an unmistakable disregard for the owner. The proprietor, not an ordinary man, discerned that Tao Bai was no simple character. Thus, he refrained from retorting. However, one of the underlings could not contain himself and was about to voice his thoughts when, in an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his temple, and then he knew nothing at all. In no more than a second, Tao Bai had appeared before the underling and dispatched him with lethal efficiency. Such prowess is possessed by only a handful in this world. The owner's face flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a smile as he remarked, "Indeed, the world's foremost assassin, Mr. Tao Bai Bai is not merely a name. It appears that the individual I require you to eliminate is but a trivial matter. Someone, bring me the photograph of that brat. The ruthless photograph, bluntly speaking, was taken during a merciless battle. Observing the image of the somewhat arrogant youth, Tao Bai Bai regarded him with indifference, stating, "Is this the brat in question? You must know where he is currently located. If such a minor task requires my personal intervention, then the sum of 5 million is hardly sufficient. 5 million could secure a lifetime of comfort for a family, yet in Tao Bai Bai's eyes, it was merely an inconsequential sum. The proprietor, however, was not incensed by this. For those who rise to power, whether as national leaders or owners of humble eateries, share a common trait. They do not allow themselves to be offended by the rudeness of others, provided the other possesses genuine capability. Otherwise, they would have been swiftly eliminated for their insolence. That brat is currently at a nearby inn, merely a few minutes' walk from here." The proprietor indicated towards a modest establishment not far off. He then, mindful of the formidable strength previously exhibited by the merciless, posed a question for caution. "How much time will you require, Mr. Tao Bai Bai?" 10 minutes will suffice, Tao Bai Bai replied tersely before vanishing from sight. His speed so extraordinary that it left no time for anyone to react. In the brief span of less than 2 hours since Tao Bai Bai's arrival and their conversation, Wu Qing had only managed to regain a modicum of strength. Although he was in a slightly better state than when he first arrived, he remained grievously injured, leaving him with no chance against the world's foremost assassin. Moreover, it is worth noting that Wu Qing was entirely unaware of Tao Bai Bai's intention to seek him out. Even if he were, it is doubtful he would have taken it to heart. With his eyes closed, he was attuned to the pace of his own recovery. The formidable power he had unleashed in response to the relentless provocations of the beast, Jilong, had long since dissipated, proving to be nothing more than a fleeting manifestation. It seemed that his anger had merely reached a precipice, resulting in such a transient display of strength, an occurrence that is fortuitous yet elusive. The prospect of reclaiming such power again remains uncertain and distant. Suddenly, Wu Qing's tightly shut eyes flung open, and in an instant, he leaped from his bed. The window shattered into fragments, and a man with braids materialized before him. The exact moment of this person's appearance remains unfathomable to Wu Qing, who, unable to discern the situation clearly, inquires, "Might I ask who you are and what brings you here?" The visitor, naturally, is Tao Bai Bai, who, unperturbed by Wu Qing's ignorance of his identity, replies nonchalantly, "Is it so puzzling who I am? It is only natural for a child to be unaware of my identity." A cruel smile briefly flickers across Tao Bai Bai's lips as he continues, "However, whether you know or not matters little. Your ultimate fate is death, and nothing else lies ahead." As his words resonate, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanates from Tao Bai Bai, causing Wu Qing's eyes to widen in surprise. Clearly, this individual is no ordinary foe. And even at the peak of his strength, Wu Qing realizes he stands no chance against him, given that this adversary seeks his life. He understands that even pleading for mercy would likely yield no chance of escape. Thus, a confrontation is inevitable. This place is too confined. We cannot fully unleash our powers here. Let us step outside, Wu Qing states calmly before vanishing from sight. Tao Bai Bai, displaying no change in expression, also disappears. When the innkeeper arrives, he finds nothing but shattered glass, with no trace of the two combatants remaining. Wu Qing has chosen a straightforward location just outside the city. He is aware that fighting within the city could endanger innocence, and the outskirts provide a more suitable arena. Yet, despite Wu Qing's desperate attempts to accelerate, Tao Bai Bai effortlessly keeps pace with him. It isn't until Wu Qing halts to catch his breath that Tao Bai Bai's demeanor remains unchanged, revealing the true prowess of his opponent. "Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself?" "Quite a commendable choice," Tao Bai Bai remarks lightly, remaining stationary as if awaiting Wu Qing's assault. "The arrogance of this individual is astounding. Though I am indeed no match for him, his audacity is quite excessive." Wu Qing silently mused, then lunged forward with a swift step, delivering a punch. However, Tao Bai Bai effortlessly dodged by tilting his head aside, and in a flash, he deftly stepped onto Wu Qing's feet. Wu Qing attempted to struggle, but it was utterly futile. His hands were all he had left to rely on. Standing slightly shorter than Tao Bai Bai, he found it impossible to land a hit, for Tao Bai Bai's reflexes were exceptional, and he seemed to perceive Wu Qing's thoughts with uncanny clarity. For several minutes, Tao Bai Bai merely evaded Wu Qing's punches with his head tilted, hands tucked behind his back, showing no intention of engaging. As time passed, Wu Qing grew increasingly exhausted. Had he fully recovered, he would not have been so easily overwhelmed. Observing Wu Qing's evident fatigue, Tao Baibai felt a flicker of disdain. He reached out and seized Wu Qing's hands, then released his feet to deliver a powerful kick, sending Wu Qing's body soaring into the air. Leaping from the ground, he executed another kick that propelled Wu Qing away, his form resembling a kite severed from its strings, crashing through several large trees before spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The green hue of the blood surprised Tao Baibai. He had not anticipated such a color in anyone's blood. However, the world is vast and full of wonders, and he dismissed it without further thought. Approaching Wu Qing step by step, with a single hand, he lifted Wu Qing and, with a sudden force, flung him aside. Wu Qing collapsed like a lifeless dog, lying motionless on the ground. "Is this how you meet your end? A mere waste?" Tao Baibai remarked coolly, shaking his hand as he prepared to depart. Yet, at that moment, Wu Qing unexpectedly gritted his teeth and stood up, albeit unsteadily, swaying as if he might fall at any moment. To be honest, had he chosen to feign death earlier, Tao Baibai might have left without a second thought. Since Wu Qing had risen, Tao Baibai would not let him go so easily. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes before he vanished from sight. Wu Qing, caught off guard, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temple. Tao Baibai's tongue had pierced into his temple, causing green blood to flow incessantly. Wu Qing appeared to have lost all vitality, collapsing to the ground. No one has ever survived a blow to the temple, and Tao Baibai paid Wu Qing no further mind. He retrieved a tree trunk and, with a powerful swing, hurled it into the air before leaping onto the tree, departing from the scene. Peach Baibai was unaware that after his departure, the merciless wound on the temple was gradually healing, albeit at a slow pace. However, at this rate, it was unlikely that the merciless one would succumb to death. The forest was teeming with ferocious beasts. The proprietor of the establishment Heaven and Earth awaited Peach Baibai's return, not anticipating that, at that moment, a glass pane would shatter due to the impact of a large tree. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Peach Baibai had indeed returned. And judging by his demeanor, he appeared unscathed. "Mr. Peach Baibai, I wonder if that rascal has been dealt with," the owner inquired. Though he harbored a sense of certainty in his heart, the absence of witnessing the merciless one's corpse prompted him to ask. Peach Baibai, slightly displeased by the query, responded, "I have never failed to eliminate my targets, nor do I adhere to the custom of delivering corpses to employers. If you desire it, send your men to retrieve it. It lies within the forest just outside this city." Peach Baibai's formidable strength was truly terrifying. Collectively, the individuals present posed no threat to him. The owner was well aware of this, and with a forced smile, he replied, "My previous inquiry was merely a precaution, Mr. Peach Baibai. Please do not take it to heart. I have already transferred the payment to your account, and I shall personally dispatch someone to retrieve the corpse." "That will suffice," Peach Baibai remarked nonchalantly before he seized a tree branch and hurled it aside. He then leapt from the window, landing atop the branch as he departed. This manner of exit was not only striking, but also gave the impression that Peach Baibai was showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Such a display would likely deter anyone from attempting to renege on their debts. Once Peach Baibai had left, the owner instructed his subordinates, "Take a few men and search the forest outside the city for that brat's corpse. Remember, I want to see the body, understood?" After receiving confirmation, his subordinates set out. Yet, after scouring the entire forest, they could only find a pool of green blood. As for the merciless one, he had vanished without a trace. In a state of helplessness, these individuals ultimately returned. The boss, upon hearing that there were no corpses, was somewhat taken aback. However, considering the multitude of wild beasts in the forest, he soon found solace in the thought that perhaps some large predator had consumed the unfortunate souls. Chapter 8. Bra and his son, the legend of Carlin. Initially, although the boss did not outwardly display any concerns, he harbored a degree of worry within. Nonetheless, as half a month had elapsed without any trouble from Wu Qing, it seemed that Tao Bai had not faltered. The absence of bodies could only imply that they had been carried off by some formidable creature. Otherwise, given Wu Qing's nature, retribution would have been inevitable. At this moment, Wu Qing was not in the underworld. Rather, he lay in a tent, deeply asleep. His temples had been meticulously bandaged, and for now, it appeared that he was in no immediate danger. After a few coughs, Wu Qing gradually awakened, laboriously opening his eyes. Although he bore no significant injuries, the prolonged slumber left him somewhat weakened. At that moment, a small boy entered the tent, seemingly to ascertain whether Wu Qing had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Wu Qing sit up, a flicker of joy crossed his face, and he dashed outside. Shortly thereafter, A bare-chested man accompanied the boy back into the tent. It was evident that Wuching's survival, spared from the jaws of beasts, was largely due to the efforts of this father and son duo. "Good sir, may I inquire your name?" Wuching asked, his voice hoarse, a testament to his still recovering state. "I am Bra, and this is my son, UPA," replied the bare-chested man. Observing Wuching's condition with a hint of surprise, he continued, "My son noticed you while playing outside. At that moment, your condition was quite dire, with blood oozing from your temple. I had thought you would not survive. Yet upon bringing you here, I found your wound had remarkably healed. It appears that your physical condition is quite extraordinary. No ordinary person could awaken after such a lengthy slumber. You seem to be nearly restored, and I believe you will fully recover in just a few days." Bra's observations were indeed accurate, and Wuching made no attempt to contradict him. However, he refrained from disclosing his true identity, although Bra had saved his life. Revealing that he was a fugitive from the Red Ribbon Army could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, Wuching knew little of Bra's character, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications in this precarious situation. Licking his somewhat chapped lips, UPA, at that moment, kindly offered a glass of water, which brought a subtle warmth to Wuching's heart. He expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. He drank the water in one gulp, though it was merely ordinary water. At that moment, it tasted like ambrosia to him. After finishing, he handed the cup back to UPA. It was then that Bora voiced his curiosity, inquiring, "How is it that you sustained such injuries in the forest? It is evident that you are not an ordinary person. You must possess certain skills. To be injured so severely suggests that your opponent is no mere adversary." "I was struck down by the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai," Wuching replied, his expression devoid of fear. However, upon hearing the name Tao Bai, a fleeting shadow crossed Bora's face. The notorious assassin was known for leaving no survivors, and the mere fact that this young man was still alive was indeed remarkable. Bora, albeit surprised, concealed his astonishment and noted Wuching's lack of trepidation, asking, "Young man, you appear entirely unafraid of Tao Bai. Do you not fear someone of such formidable strength?" "Fear exists, of course, but what purpose does it serve? It changes nothing," Wuching replied calmly. He then glanced at Bora and asked, "Uncle Bora, do you possess martial skills?" Bora, understanding Wuching's unspoken thoughts, answered candidly, "I indeed have some knowledge of martial arts, yet my meager abilities would stand no chance against Tao Bai." Wuching, aware that his inquiry might lead to disappointment, felt a twinge of dejection at such a straightforward response. However, refusing to give up, he pressed on, "Then, Uncle Bora, do you know if there exists any martial arts master capable of defeating Tao Bai, or perhaps something that could enhance one's strength?" Bora pondered for a moment before responding. "The martial arts master you seek is undoubtedly the legendary Master Wu Tian. However, I cannot say where he resides. I have merely heard whispers of him living on a small island in the south. As for something that could enhance one's strength, I do know of such a thing." Upon hearing this, Wuching's spirits lifted, and he eagerly asked, "What is this item, and where can it be found?" "Uncle Bora, could you enlighten me? I believe you have heard of a certain legend, have you not?" As he spoke those words, a trace of nostalgia flickered across Bra's face. This tale, he had heard from his forebears, spoke of a tower named Corinta. According to legend, anyone who ascended from the base to the summit of this tower using their own strength would encounter an immortal at the top. Should they partake of the elixir offered by this celestial being, their strength would multiply severalfold. Countless individuals had dared to challenge this tower, yet all had met with failure. Some had struggled for days, succumbing to exhaustion and falling from great heights due to lack of sustenance. Others had attempted to soar directly to the summit by aircraft, yet they too had not succeeded. Those unwilling to rely solely on their own strength would forever remain blind to the tower's apex. The name Corinta was unfamiliar to Wuching. Yet curiously, his mind held a wealth of knowledge about it. Although the Scarlet Ribbon Legion had not dispatched anyone to scale the tower, they had heard whispers of its lore. It seemed that these fragments of information had been implanted in his mind during his creation, though most were mere conjectures and theoretical musings. From what he gathered, the tower appeared to stretch infinitely towards the sky, a notion derived solely from the records of the Scarlet Ribbon Legion rather than personal observation. Wuching did not believe that any tower existed which humanity could not conquer. Perhaps these were merely the tales of the ambitious. Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to inquire, "Where is this tower located?" "Just outside," Bra replied, pointing beyond the tent. Without a second thought for his still recovering body, Wuching dashed out, and there it stood, Corinta, towering majestically into the clouds. It was impossible to discern its peak with the naked eye. The legend of the endless tower was indeed true, and at that moment, Wuching began to believe in the tales. He turned to Bra and asked, "So, Uncle Bra, you mentioned that by climbing this tower one could obtain the immortal's water. Over all these years, has no one succeeded in reaching the top?" "Well," Bra pondered for a moment, "it is said that 300 years ago, someone managed to reach the summit, though the truth of this claim remains uncertain, as I was not yet born then." 300 years, this meant that for 3 entire centuries, no one had possessed the capability to ascend. Though the veracity of this account was dubious, Wuching resolved to treat it as a means of physical training. After all, he needed to strengthen himself. Even if the summit proved to be nothing but an empty void, the daily effort of ascending and descending would surely enhance his abilities. In his heart, he made his decision. At present, Wuching articulates his intentions with remarkable courage, which naturally earns him the admiration of Bolai. Many, upon witnessing such a towering edifice, would have retreated in trepidation. After all, the lofty spire, stretching endlessly into the sky, is a height beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Even if Wuching is indeed different from the average person, he is still but one individual. Yet, upon gazing at the towering Kalinta, he exhibits no trace of fear and remains resolute in his desire to ascend. Regardless of whether he ultimately succeeds in scaling Kalinta, his audacity already surpasses that of many. However, considering his physical condition, Wuching decides to rest for several days before embarking on his journey. To facilitate his recovery, Wuching resides with the Bolai family for over a week. One morning, at 4 o'clock, he emerges from the tent while Apai is still lost in slumber. Bolai stands beside him, offering a warm smile, which Wuching reciprocates before turning his gaze towards Kalinta. A glimmer of determination flashes in his eyes as he begins his ascent. Uncertain of Kalinta's true height, Wuching exercises caution, refraining from expending all his energy at once. Such recklessness could easily deplete his stamina in a short span. Although his reserves exceed those of ordinary humans, he remains uncertain when facing Kalinta. Initially, he progresses at a moderate pace, and despite employing a conservative approach, he ultimately falls short of reaching the summit before his energy is exhausted. Though the passage of time remains indifferent and elusive, the scorching sun serves as a clear indication that it is midday. In other words, I have already spent 7 or 8 hours in this endeavor. Yet the pinnacle of the Kalinta remains out of sight. It is worth noting that the distance traversed in that time is one that an ordinary person might not cover in a year. Nevertheless, despite my relentless efforts, the summit of Kalinta eludes me, prompting the decision to take a brief respite. I pressed my limbs and body against the wall of Kalinta. Although the surface was unbearably hot under the blazing sun, my scales provided effective insulation against the heat. Once my strength was somewhat replenished, I resumed my ascent, employing the same strategy whenever my energy waned, hoping that this time I might successfully reach the top of Kalinta in one endeavor. As nightfall descended unbeknownst to me, I found myself gasping for breath, acutely aware of my growling stomach. Regrettably, I had not brought any provisions with me, leaving me with no option but to endure hunger. Moreover, it was now time to rest and sleep. I retrieved the rope given to me by Uncle Bra before my journey and secured myself firmly to the Kalinta, then closed my eyes and surrendered to slumber. Sleeping in such a manner is undeniably perilous, for although the rope tightly binds Wuching and Kalinta together, over time it is bound to loosen. Once the rope slackens, Wuching risks plummeting. However, Wuching has made his own preparations. His fingernails are exceptionally sharp, enabling him to embed them into the rock with relative ease. Thus, he has deeply embedded all 10 of his fingers into Kalinta, ensuring that if the rope gives way and he begins to fall, the sensation in his fingers will be sufficient to awaken him. In this way, he can strive to prevent his descent, and even if he does fall, he can adjust his body to minimize injury. With such thorough preparations in place, it seems even fate would hesitate to loosen the rope, which remained steadfastly binding Wuching and Kalinta until the dawn of the following day. As the sun rose the next morning, Wuching awoke and continued his ascent of Kalinta. Although hunger slowed his progress compared to the first day, by the evening he was thrilled to find that he could finally see the summit of Kalinta. In other words, with just a little more effort, he would reach the pinnacle and verify the truth of the legend. With this exhilarating prospect, despite feeling a tinge of fatigue, Wuching abandoned any thoughts of rest and quickened his pace, ultimately scaling Kalinta just before nightfall. Chapter 9. The Sage of Kalinta and the Quest for the Water Vessel. Upon reaching the summit of Kalinta, Wuching was somewhat disheartened to discover that there were no sages present, merely a few water urns. Perhaps the legend had been perpetuated due to these very urns. He He approached one of the urns and opened it, finding it filled with water. However, the reflection in the water was unexpected, instead of his own visage. He beheld an image of Dr. Cole and a group of research scholars from the Red Satin Brigade's base, admiring a container that held his likeness. This was a scene from the past. Startled, he closed the lid, then moved to the second urn, which reflected his current self gazing into the water. It appeared ordinary, yet it represented events unfolding in the present. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had begun to beat on his forehead, and astonishment flickered across his face. After sealing the lid, he murmured to himself, "Could it be that these three urns distinctly signify the past, present, and future? It can be said that, regarding the future, every individual harbors a desire to unveil what lies ahead, whether it be a realm of radiant brightness or one shrouded in darkness. It is a universal yearning, as all beings wish to comprehend their destinies, and the heartless are no exception. Yet, upon touching the lid of fate, they hesitated. A faint smile flickered at the corner of their mouth as they softly remarked, 'The future I perceive may not necessarily be my own. I refuse to believe that my destiny has already been predetermined.' Such confidence is commendable, but indeed, within these three water urns, your past, present, and future are inscribed." At that moment, a voice reached the ears of the heartless, eliciting surprise. Upon their arrival, this place was devoid of any presence, yet now someone was addressing them. This implied that the speaker possessed abilities far superior, rendering the heartless utterly oblivious to their existence. Glancing around, they found no visible figure, and the voice continued, "There is no need to search anxiously. I am above you. Ascend, and you shall behold me." It turned out that this location was not the pinnacle of Corinta. There was another chamber above. The heartless ascended the staircase step by step, only to discover that the entity awaiting them was not a venerable sage with flowing white hair, but a white cat, holding a staff resembling that of an immortal, giving it the appearance of a deity. Could it be that this cat was a pet of the immortal residing atop Corinta? Perplexed, the heartless addressed the feline. "Might I request an audience with the esteemed being who spoke earlier? To present only a cat seems rather dismissive of my worth." "Hey, what are you staring at?" The cat suddenly spoke, its tone laced with mild annoyance. This statement successfully captured the heartless' attention as the cat continued. "The one who spoke to you earlier is none other than myself. I am the immortal of Corinta, known as the cat immortal. You may refer to me as such." Stunned, the heartless was taken aback. It was unimaginable that the legendary immortal atop Corinta was merely a cat. However, if this feline indeed held the title of immortal, it implied that the sacred water capable of enhancing strength was in its possession. With sincerity, the heartless inquired, "Then, cat immortal, is it true that, as the legends suggest, one can obtain the sacred water by ascending through their own strength?" Scratching its head, the cat immortal pointed to a small water jug nearby, saying, "You seek the super sacred water? It resides within that small jug. If you desire it, feel free to take it." Following the direction indicated by the feline sage, Wuching's gaze landed upon a small water jug. A flicker of delight crossed his face before he approached to grasp it, just as the jug was within his reach. The sage extended a wooden stick, deftly snatching the jug away before Wuching could seize it. Momentarily taken aback, Wuching felt a surge of irritation and cast an unhappy glance at the sage. "Do not regard me with such disdain. If you desire it, come and take it. If you succeed, it shall be yours," the sage remarked lightly, as if indulging in playful jest. "Are you testing my prowess to ascertain whether I possess the capability to drink this sacred water?" Wuching mused inwardly. He then dashed forward with the ferocity of a hungry wolf pouncing upon its prey, yet the sage's agility was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished. Wuching's body collided heavily with the wall of Corinta, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. After all, he had gone 2 days without a drop to drink. Noticing Wuching's poor condition, the sage rummaged through her belongings and eventually tossed a small bean toward him, saying, "Consume this." A mere bean, hardly enough to satisfy even a child, seemed insufficient to stave off hunger. Nevertheless, Wuching harbored no grievances and swallowed it whole. To his astonishment, the moment the tiny bean entered his stomach, his hunger and fatigue evaporated completely. He was taken aback by the bean's remarkable efficacy, igniting his anticipation for the fabled sacred water. With his condition restored to optimal levels, Wuching engaged in some light stretching before launching himself forward at his utmost speed. Despite the sage's appearance as a diminutive feline, her prowess far surpassed his own. Both her speed and reflexes were exceptional. No matter how fervently he exerted himself, he could not wrest the jug containing the sacred water from her grasp. This pursuit continued for over 2 hours. Breathing heavily, Wuqing felt the fatigue return. Observing that he seemed to have relinquished his efforts, the sage remarked, "It appears today you shall not have the opportunity to partake in this ultra-sacred water. Rest well, and return to seize it tomorrow morning. If you can secure it, it shall belong to you." With that, the sage retreated to another room where a bed awaited. She lay down and soon drifted into slumber. Wuqing, observing the completely unguarded sage, felt a spark of inspiration flash through his mind. Now was the moment to strike. As soon as this thought arose, it was ruthlessly extinguished. Observing the sleeping cat immortal, a flicker of pride passed through Wuqing's eyes, imbued with a certain resoluteness. He solemnly declared, "Although this moment presents the most opportune chance to act, if I must resort to such despicable means to obtain the sacred water I desire, then I would rather forego it entirely." After uttering these words, he seated himself upon the ground, closed his eyes, and soon fell into slumber. Meanwhile, the cat immortal awoke. Gazing at the slumbering Wuqing and remarked thoughtfully, "I never expected this young man, despite giving off an ambiguous aura, possesses his own principles and pride. Perhaps he could achieve his goals in less time than teacher Wu Tian did 3 centuries ago." At dawn the following day, as the sun rose, Wuqing awakened to find the cat immortal no longer in bed, and he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Sensing the source, he followed the scent and discovered the cat immortal grilling fish, seemingly unaware of Wuqing's approach. Leaning against the wall, Wuqing stood silently, waiting for the cat immortal to finish before preparing for battle. One should engage in some activity after a meal. The cat immortal yawned, then called out to Wuqing, "If you're ready, feel free to attack at any moment." A glint of cold light flashed in Wuqing's eyes as he lunged forward, his fists moving with astonishing speed, each punch faster than the last. Yet, astonishingly, the cat immortal showed no intent to evade, remaining stationary and allowing Wuqing's onslaught. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wuqing's face. He had not anticipated the cat immortal's calm demeanor. Nonetheless, his fists continued their relentless assault, aiming directly for the cat immortal's face. What unfolded next was truly unbelievable. Wuqing's fist passed straight through the cat immortal's body. Before Wuqing could process this, something solid struck him on the head. Upon closer inspection, he realized the cat immortal had somehow appeared behind him, seemingly without any serious effort. This seemingly casual demeanor thwarted Wuqing's every move. Speed and reaction time far exceed my own. How vexing. What am I to do? Wuqing thought bitterly. The cat immortal undoubtedly stood as the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving in this world, excelling in every aspect beyond Wuqing's capabilities. At that moment, Wuqing felt utterly lost, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his disadvantage, leaving him without any strategy to gain even the slightest edge. Cat immortal, I wonder if anyone has ever managed to wrest the sacred water vessel from your grasp before? Suddenly, Wuqing seemed to grasp an insight and posed the question. "Oh, so you have inquired about this matter?" In the heart of the cat sage, a thought lingered as he spoke softly. "I recall an incident from 3 centuries ago when a person successfully snatched the holy water vessel from my grasp. Although it has been so long, the scene remains vividly etched in my memory. You may not be familiar with this individual, yet you must have heard of his name. He is revered as the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. Now, how long did it take Master Wu Tian to accomplish this feat?" Without hesitation, Wuqing inquired. Surely, the god of martial arts must have required little time. Upon hearing this, the cat sage offered no reply but merely gestured with 3 fingers. Wuqing stood momentarily stunned, murmuring, "The god of martial arts truly lives up to his title. I never imagined that Master Wu Tian succeeded in just 3 days." Upon hearing this, the cat sage collapsed to the ground, clearly startled by the response. After regaining his footing, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What on earth are you thinking, young man? 3 days is utterly impossible. It took 3 years. 3 centuries ago, Master Wu Tian devoted a full 3 years to seize the holy water vessel from me. Do you comprehend?" Overwhelmed by the might of Master Wu Tian, Wuqing was equally taken aback by the cat sage's revelation. If the god of martial arts required 3 years, how long would it take him? At that moment, Wuqing's heart began to entertain thoughts of surrender. For the chasm in strength was immense. If the god of martial arts needed 3 years, he feared he might not even achieve success in 5 or 6. With cold sweat forming on his brow, Wuqing's resolve was wavering. However, the cat sage coolly remarked, "What, do you intend to give up? It seems the Red Ribbon Legion's ultimate weapon is not so formidable after all." This simple statement rekindled Wuqing's dwindling motivation. Indeed, he could not afford to yield to the Red Ribbon Legion. Without sufficient strength, he feared for the safety of Uncle Bo-La and Yupa, who had once rescued him. He could not allow such a fate to befall them. Thus, even if hope seemed scarce, he resolved to strive with all his might. With a newfound fire of determination igniting in his eyes, Wuqing gazed at the cat sage, casting aside any lingering trepidation. A confident smile graced his lips as he declared resolutely, "Cat sage, I do not know the full extent of Master Wu Tian's strength, nor can I ascertain the veracity of your words. What I do know is that I must acquire the holy water to attain immense power, otherwise, I stand no chance against the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Legion. If the god of martial arts required 3 years, then I shall achieve this within 3 years. Watch closely as I seize the holy water vessel from you. Is that so? Then demonstrate your prowess for me to behold," the cat sage remarked, a glimmer of anticipation flickering across his face, while Wuqing had already lunged forward. Chapter 10. A year in the blink of an eye. The martial arts tournament. As the sun gradually descended in the west, those who toiled from dawn till dusk began to forget their homes. At this moment, UPA gazed up at the towering Corinne Tower, where no figure descended. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed his face as he turned to his father, Bra, and inquired, "Father, do you think Brother Wuqing can obtain the holy water from the sage to greatly enhance his power?" "I am uncertain," Bra replied after a moment's contemplation, "for I have never ascended that place myself. Yet, a year has passed, and he has yet to return. It seems likely he remains atop Corinne Tower. As for why he hasn't come down, I cannot say. Perhaps he has yet to find the sage's holy water. Or maybe he is honing his martial arts there. Only he knows the truth." Nodding in understanding, UPA then retreated into the tent, for it was time for dinner. Meanwhile, Wuqing, drenched in sweat, fixed his gaze intently on the water jug dangling from the wooden stick held by the cat sage. A year had transpired, and he still could not seize the sacred water from the sage's grasp. However, during this time, Wuqing had made significant progress. In the past, he had been completely toyed with by the cat sage, but now he was able to observe the sage's movements and anticipate his next actions. Yet, this was not enough. Wuqing's speed still fell slightly short of the cat sage's. Though the difference was minimal, it was sufficient to thwart every attempt he made to acquire the sacred water. Noticing Wuqing's icy gaze, the cat sage remained unperturbed and remarked, "There's no need to look at me like that. I want to be escaping." Faced with the sage's calm demeanor, Wuqing gritted his teeth but refrained from speaking. Although he had vowed a year prior to seize the sacred water within 3 years, he had set his personal goal for just 1 year. It was disheartening to realize that, after a year, he had still not accomplished his objective. Recently, he had been so close, yet still so far. Despite the frustration bubbling within, Wuqing managed to temper his emotions and silently walked to the edge of Corinne Tower, contemplating the night-shrouded scenery below, lost in his thoughts. Observing him, the cat sage spoke up, "In a month's time, the biannual martial arts tournament will commence. While I am unsure of your interest in this competition, I thought it prudent to inform you. The world's greatest martial arts tournament was unfamiliar to Wuqing, yet the concept resonated deeply within his mind. It was evident that securing the championship would catapult one into fame. Conversely, if he were to claim victory, the Red Satin Brigade would find themselves at a loss in dealing with him. However, he had yet to successfully seize the vessel containing the super holy water to participate, leaving his odds rather bleak. Turning to the cat sage, Wuqing resolutely declared, "Thank you for sharing this information, cat sage. I hereby promise that within 3 days, I shall wrest the super holy water vessel from your grasp." 3 days? Previously, you spoke of 3 years. Now, you claim it will be within 3 days. Let us see if you truly possess such prowess. The cat sage yawned, appearing somewhat fatigued, uttering a parting remark before turning to leave. At another time, Wuqing might have sought rest, but this instance found him rooted in place. Eyes closed as he silently reminisced about each encounter with the cat sage over the past year in their pursuit of the super holy water vessel. While many details had faded from memory, the battles remained vividly etched in his mind, a testament to the influence of the Red Satin Brigade. Like a slideshow, images of his duels with the cat sage flickered in his consciousness as he sought to uncover any vulnerabilities. Regrettably, no matter his efforts, he could discern no deficiencies in the cat sage's technique. If there were no flaws to exploit, then perhaps that in itself was the greatest flaw. Suddenly, Wuqing opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within. "Cat sage, tomorrow I shall seize the super holy water vessel." With newfound resolve, Wuqing showed no inclination to rest. Standing atop the Corinne Tower, he tirelessly practiced his moves against the air, each maneuver a product of his contemplation during battles. Though lacking formal structure, and perhaps deemed unworthy of the title technique by some, for Wu Qing, the efficacy of striking his opponent outweighed any aesthetic considerations. Throughout the night, he immersed himself in the execution of his forms, wholly absorbed in his own world. By the following morning, he had yet to notice the cat sage's awakening until the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting him to realize that a new day had dawned. As was customary, he waited for the cat sage to finish his meal. Clenching his fists, he positioned his feet, and with a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The feline sage stood undisturbed, quietly rooted in place, allowing the merciless claw to strike him. The relentless hand passed directly through the sage's body, leaving a phantom image in its wake. Subsequently, the sage wielded a wooden staff, bringing it down with force. However, unbeknownst to him, his adversary had similarly adopted the technique of the phantom fist, causing the sage's strike to land harmlessly upon the ground. In an instant, the merciless one appeared before the sage, resembling a ravenous wolf lunging for its prey. The phantoms remained mere illusions. The sage's mastery of the phantom fist had reached an extraordinary level. After the merciless one missed his attack, the ground was suddenly populated by more than a dozen feline sages, each brandishing wooden staffs adorned with flasks of sacred water, seemingly luring the merciless one into a reckless charge. Yet, at that moment, he simply closed his eyes. The hallmark of the phantom fist lies in its ability to utilize illusions to disconcert the opponent. To counter this, one must possess either extraordinary eyesight or choose to close one's eyes and rely on the body's instinct. After all, only the true feline sage can deliver a potent strike. As the multitude of sages lunged forward, each aimed to land a solid blow on the merciless one's head. He too employed the same phantom fist technique previously utilized by the sage, rendering their attacks futile. Then, the merciless one materialized behind one of the feline sages, who appeared to be the true form, yet he had no intention to attack. Instead, he reached out in another direction, and though he grasped at nothing, he successfully disowned the genuine sage's presence. All the phantoms dissipated, and the sage remarked to the merciless one, "I am genuinely surprised you detected my true form hiding here. How did you perceive this? I had known they were mere illusions the moment I closed my eyes." The merciless one replied calmly, proceeding to elucidate. "Once my eyes were shut, I distinctly heard the sounds emitted by those feline sages rushing towards me, yet there was no sound of footsteps, nor was the air disturbed. In the past, every time I was struck, I could sense the air being disrupted. This time, however, there was nothing. Based on that alone, I deduced the truth. Is that so? It appears I have underestimated you. However, obtaining the flask of sacred water will not be so simple," the sage declared before vanishing from sight, prompting the merciless one to swiftly pursue, entering the second round. If the initial encounter was marked by a measure of cautious probing from both sides, now they had fully unleashed their abilities. The merciless one had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, yet he still found himself a fraction behind the sage. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself forward without hesitation. Regrettably, such an action proved to be as futile as drawing water with a basket. The sage's speed remained superior to his own. In terms of speed, the formidable Wu Qing could not surpass the cat sage, who employed techniques reminiscent of those previously utilized by the cat sage himself. In an instant, numerous apparitions of Wu Qing appeared behind the cat sage, flanking him on both sides and from the front, creating an encirclement of over 20 Wu Qing figures. They lunged forward in unison, and had they been the true forms, the cat sage would certainly have been crushed like a ripe persimmon. A faint smile graced the cat sage's visage as he stood motionless amidst the chaos. To his surprise, as the Wu Qing figures passed through his form, they vanished without a trace. It became evident that Wu Qing's trick was identical to the cat sage's own, merely projecting phantoms to confuse his opponent while his true self lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. One wondered if the cat sage possessed the insight to see through this ruse. Unlike Wu Qing, who preferred to seek out the cat sage's whereabouts, the cat sage remained unfazed, calmly licking his hand as he stood resolutely. He understood that Wu Qing's sole objective was to acquire the divine water he held, rendering any hasty pursuit unnecessary. After all, Wu Qing would inevitably come to attack. There was no need for the cat sage to expend energy in searching for Wu Qing's concealed position. Moments later, Wu Qing, unable to contain himself any longer, surged from behind the cat sage. As the cat sage leaped into the air, another Wu Qing figure charged forth. Yet, the cat sage remained unperturbed, a smile still adorning his face. With a swift extension of his wooden staff, it seemed he intended to deliver a decisive blow to Wuqing, only to find that he had passed right through yet another illusion. In that moment, the cat sage was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when Wuqing had leapt forward, he had distinctly sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. Yet, it turned out to be merely an afterimage. This raised the question, where was Wuqing truly hiding? Furthermore, it was impossible for merely an afterimage to exude such power unless, of course, Wuqing had momentarily employed the technique of phantom fist. With this realization, the cat sage instinctively glanced at the vessel of sacred water atop his staff. Fortunately, the vessel remained intact. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, Wuqing pounced with such speed that the cat sage had no time to react and found himself toppled to the ground. At that moment, the vessel of sacred water fell as well, rolling precariously as if it might tumble off the Corin tower. Curse be it! Though he muttered a complaint, his reflexes were swift. He leapt forward to grasp the vessel. Alas, he exerted too much force, managing to catch the vessel but consequently plummeting from the Corin tower himself. What a fool! The cat sage exclaimed with a hint of exasperation, but he quickly composed himself. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Wuqing had firmly grasped the wall of the Corin tower, indicating he would ascend shortly. Panting heavily, Wuqing looked at the cat sage and queried, "Cat sage, do you think this means I have legitimately seized the sacred water from you? If you wish to drink, you may do so now." The cat sage replied nonchalantly. Without pretense, Wuqing unscrewed the lid of the vessel and took a swig, only to find it tasted no different from ordinary water. Noticing the confusion in Wuqing's eyes, the cat sage chuckled and explained, "I imagine you're wondering why, after drinking what should be a power-enhancing sacred water, you feel no change. To be frank, it is merely ordinary water." "Ordinary water? Are you jesting with me?" Wuqing retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. His hands clenched tightly. Yet, he did not allow his frustration to escalate into anger. He could sense that the cat sage had more to convey. Compared to a year ago, Wuqing had not only gained strength, but also matured in mindset. Observing Wuqing's restraint, the cat sage felt a flicker of pride and continued, "In truth, there is no such thing as sacred water in this world. It is merely a deception. You should realize that you have grown significantly since your arrival. And the true source of your newfound strength lies in your arduous ascent of the Corin Tower and the struggle to seize the sacred water from me. The legend of the sacred water is nothing but a fabrication, yet without a doubt, your prowess has increased tremendously compared to a year ago. Undeniably, the words of the cat immortal hold profound truth. Compared to the ruthless nature of a year ago, the current prowess of the unfeeling has surpassed that of the past by leaps and bounds. Indeed, one could assert that it possesses the capability to utterly dominate its former self. The source of this formidable strength is none other than the cat immortal. In a certain sense, one might consider the cat immortal as the mentor of the unfeeling. Chapter 11. Journey to the Venue. Gathering of heroes gazing upon the individual who has significantly contributed to his strength over the past year. The expression of the unfeeling transformed from previous ire to one of profound respect. With sincerity, he articulated, "Thank you, cat immortal. A year ago, when I first arrived here, you could have chosen not to enhance my abilities in this manner, yet you did not. I am truly grateful. Your kindness will never be forgotten." "This is merely my duty here," the cat immortal replied nonchalantly. "However, a year as time to acquire the water vessel speaks volumes of your capabilities. By the way, regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament I mentioned previously, it seems you expressed some interest. If you truly wish to participate, you should embark now. There is still time." Upon hearing these words, the unfeeling remembered his eagerness to join the competition and seize victory. After a brief farewell to the cat immortal, he began his descent down the Corin Tower. The unfeeling's figure quickly vanished from sight, and after he left, the cat immortal stroked his beard and murmured to himself, "That young man has only taken a year, yet the water vessel reveals no imagery. This implies that even I cannot foresee his future. I wonder whether the emergence of such an unknown individual in this world is a blessing or a curse." Previously, it took him 2 entire days to ascend the Corin Tower, yet his descent was accomplished in mere minutes. Such a stark contrast made the unfeeling acutely aware that he was no longer the person he had been a year prior. Upon descending the Corin Tower and encountering a somewhat familiar tent, the unfeeling entered. Uncle Bora was not present, likely occupied with some matters, while UPA, tilting his head in contemplation, glanced up upon his arrival. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Brother Unfeeling, you have finally descended. It has been over a year. Indeed, it has been more than a year. After affectionately ruffling UPA's hair, the unfeeling smiled and inquired, "By the way, where's Uncle Bora? Father has gone out, but should return shortly." UPA replied, then, with curiosity, asked, "Brother Unfeeling, what have you been doing during this past year?" "Oh, during this time, I have been under the guidance of the immortal," the Unfeeling responded. As Wu Qing spoke, a hint of reverence graced his countenance. The cat immortal truly proved to be an admirable mentor. Upon hearing this, UPA naturally grew more curious, persistently inquiring for greater clarity. Wu Qing, unreserved, recounted the simplicity of his life over the past year. At that moment, Uncle Bra returned. Upon hearing Wu Qing's narrative regarding Kalinta, his interest in the place appeared to deepen. However, for various reasons, Uncle Bra harbored no intention of ascending Kalinta. That day, Wu Qing chose to remain with Uncle Bra. When news of Wu Qing's intention to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament reached him, Uncle Bra generously offered some money to support him. Initially, Wu Qing intended to decline, but he found himself devoid of any funds. Although he had won $1 million in the underground fighting arena, he had not retrieved it from the inn, and it was likely long gone by now. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Bra, Wu Qing boarded a flight the next day to Papaya Island, the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Papaya Island, a bustling tourist destination, had seen an influx of visitors since the inception of the tournament. Champions of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament often achieve fame and recognition, including the founder of the Eight-Handed Fist, King Chiba. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, organized by affluent individuals, seeks to determine who reigns as the foremost martial artist in the world, with the victor receiving substantial monetary rewards. Participants include self-proclaimed masters from around the globe, creating a veritable sea of expertise. Prior to the competition, staff members beat drums to rally support, signaling the commencement of the matches. During the contests, the use of weapons is prohibited, and attacks aimed at the eyes or vulnerable areas are forbidden. Falling out of the ring, conceding, or being knocked down results in defeat. Killing an opponent leads to disqualification. Injured contestants are swiftly transported to nearby hospitals for treatment. The tournament's preliminary rounds take place at the combat arena, where participants are divided into 8 groups through a draw, culminating in the selection of the top 8 who then engage in elimination matches in an open plaza. This event is held once every 5 years. The flight consumed only a few short hours, yet Wu Qing found himself disinterested in the scenic views outside, preoccupied with contemplating his current status as a competitor. More than a year prior, he had easily triumphed over the owners of martial arts schools and faced no challengers in the underground arena. Yet, the formidable beast, Jilin, had indeed tested his mettle. And the subsequent encounter with the world's deadliest assassin revealed a stark disparity in their levels of skill. Back then, he was merely a puppet in their hands. He wondered if the person he had become could now alter the unfavorable circumstances. Upon descending from Kalinta, I found myself devoid of any combat with adversaries, leaving me unable to gauge the extent of my progress. Thus, the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament presents a splendid opportunity. The hours swiftly passed, and after disembarking the plane, I still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the venue. Walking would be of little consequence to me now, but I was unaware of the exact location of the event. Fortunately, the remaining funds were sufficient to hail a taxi. Otherwise, I would have had to swallow my pride and inquire with passers-by on how to arrive at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Though the taxi fare was rather steep, it delivered me to the entrance of the venue. Gazing at the throngs of people outside, I was struck by the realization that I was about to participate in a grand competition. As I stepped inside, I soon stumbled upon a registration area bustling with individuals. Silently, I positioned myself at the end of the line, drawing no attention whatsoever. Despite the crowd, the registration process was remarkably swift, taking only a matter of seconds. In no time, it was my turn. I addressed the attendant with a simple request. "Hello, I would like to register for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament." The attendant, glancing up with a somewhat indifferent demeanor, inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" Although his attitude was not particularly warm, it was a significant improvement over that encountered in underground fighting arenas. Unfeeling, I replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. The name seemed to take the attendant by surprise, prompting him to confirm it multiple times before inscribing Unfeeling on the registration form. Just as I completed my registration, an aged voice resonated from behind me. "To be named Unfeeling, young man, I wonder who bestowed such a title upon you." Turning around, I found an elderly gentleman sporting a hat and sunglasses, likely a spectator at the event, accompanied by 2 spirited young children. one a bald monk and the other with a hairstyle reminiscent of a hedgehog. "What does it matter to you who named me?" I responded coolly, turning away. "A name is merely a moniker, a symbol of identity, regardless of what it is. It is my prerogative, and it bears no relevance to you." The youth bore no hint of murderous intent, yet an undeniable aura of hostility surrounded him. If given the chance, I must take the opportunity to guide this young man. A glimmer of resolve flickered in the old man's eyes behind his sunglasses as he reflected inwardly. He stepped into the venue, where all the competitors for this upcoming contest had gathered, and it was here that the 8 coveted spots would soon be revealed. Observing the spirited participants, an inexplicable sense of fearlessness washed over him. Clearly, none among them had faced the same battles as he, yet within his heart, a profound conviction of victory had already taken root. Was this feeling a blessing or a curse? Leaning silently against the wall, he seemed to exist in a world of his own. At that moment, 2 eager yet anxious youths appeared before him. The 2 individuals in question were the 2 youths who had previously accompanied the elderly man. It was evident that the boy with the hedgehog-like hair was filled with anticipation for the competition, displaying no signs of trepidation despite the number of participants. In contrast, the bald-headed boy appeared somewhat anxious. However, this reaction was entirely understandable, as he was merely a teenager, and it was only natural for him to feel nervous in such a grand event. Truth be told, Wu Qing found himself somewhat perplexed by the sight of these 2 13 or 14-year-olds entering the competition. Was it truly appropriate for them to participate? Yet, he voiced no objections. At that moment, the hedgehog-haired boy noticed Wu Qing and earnestly remarked, "When the turtle sage spoke to you earlier, why did you display such a lack of courtesy? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders?" "I dislike having my name discussed," Wu Qing replied coolly, dismissing the 2 boys entirely. Just then, an elderly man with blue hair appeared before Wu Qing, smiling as he said, "A young person's face should bear more sunshine and smiles. Maintaining such a cold demeanor does no favors for you. A beautiful girl would hardly take notice of you." To Wu Qing's astonishment, he realized he had not noticed when this seemingly inconspicuous individual had arrived. Could it be that this unassuming man was the legendary Master Wu Tian, the martial arts god, spoken of by the cat sage? Wu Qing's heart raced, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he spoke with a tone of respect. "May I inquire as to who you are?" "Me? I am called Cheng Long, a contestant in this competition," the elderly man replied. "What is this? You seem quite curious about my name. Is there something wrong?" Wu Qing recalled the cat sage mentioning that the martial arts god, Master Wu Tian, was also known as the Turtle Sage and not Cheng Long. Was it possible that Master Wu Tian had another name? Wu Qing pondered silently, glancing at the man who identified himself as Cheng Long, and continued to inquire, "No. I merely wish to ask if you are Master Wu Tian, or perhaps, what relation you have to the martial arts god. He is not the Turtle Sage." "The Turtle Sage was the one who initially spoke to you," interjected the hedgehog-haired boy. This revelation startled Wu Qing. Was this seemingly ordinary old man truly the legendary martial arts god? Wait a moment. He recalled that this boy had previously questioned his lack of respect towards the Turtle Sage, implying that the boy had some connection to Master Wu Tian. Wu Qing thought to himself, and then turned to the hedgehog-haired boy, asking, "The Turtle Sage, it seems you share a significant relationship with Master Wu Tian. May I know your name and what your connection to him is?" "I am called Sun Yukong," the young lad with a hedgehog-like hairstyle spoke up, declaring himself a disciple of the venerable Master Rashi. "He is also my friend, Krillin, and we both train in martial arts under Master Rashi." "Indeed." The thought crossed my mind, could they be disciples of the esteemed Master Wu Tian? A faint smile graced my lips as I mused that this upcoming martial arts tournament would present us with 2 formidable opponents. "Ah, Goku. You have also graced this place with your presence." At that moment, another individual appeared before me, seemingly in search of Sun Wukong. In his 20s, he stood tall and possessed a strikingly handsome visage, indeed, a dashing young man. Turning to face the one who called out to him, Sun Wukong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Who are you? Do we know each other? How do you know my name?" The handsome stranger was momentarily taken aback, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Struggling to regain his footing, he expressed his frustration. "Honestly, I am Lepin. Just because I got a haircut, is it really that hard to recognize me?" "Oh right. You're Lepin." After a moment of realization, Wukong chuckled, leaving me somewhat surprised. It seemed rather peculiar that one could fail to recognize a friend simply due to a change in hairstyle. This young lad, seemingly lacking in memory, was nonetheless chosen by Master Wu Tian as a disciple. Could it be that this innocent-looking fellow harbored extraordinary talents? Chapter 12. The preliminary rounds commenced as the registration period drew to a close. The participants had all arrived at the venue. Following this was the drawing ceremony, which would divide everyone into various groups, ultimately selecting the final 8 contenders. Whether by fate or mere coincidence, I found myself designated as number 1 once again. I recalled my time in the Red Ribbon Army, where I had also been referred to as number 1. How intriguing it was that history seemed to repeat itself. A subtle smile flickered across my lips, but suddenly, a wave of astonishment washed over me. Moments earlier, I had distinctly sensed a powerful aura of hostility directed at me. However, upon looking back, I saw no one emanating such an intimidating presence. Could it be that I had misinterpreted the sensation? It was unlikely. Perhaps the individual had merely glanced in my direction before departing. Yet, I could not fathom having offended anyone. Number 1 contestant, please step forward to compete. The referee called out, having not identified the source of the menacing aura. I paid little heed to it, hastening to the competition stage. Opposite me stood a towering figure. At least 3 meters tall, a veritable colossus of muscle. Anyone else might have felt their confidence wane in the face of such a daunting opponent. But I felt no fear whatsoever. All that graced my demeanor was a serene smile. The referee announced the commencement of the match once both competitors were prepared. As the referee's voice faded, the figure of Ruthless vanished without a trace. Before the remaining contestants could register the event, Ruthless materialized behind the muscular giant. With what appeared to be a mere inconspicuous nudge, the giant unexpectedly lost control of his balance and staggered off the stage. Silence enveloped the arena, as the audience remained in stunned disbelief at such an unforeseen outcome. All present were left to marvel at Ruthless' serendipity, as they had not anticipated that the opponent would lose his balance. Only Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Although it had seemed that Ruthless merely pushed lightly, he had actually concentrated his strength in that subtle thrust, causing the giant to falter uncontrollably. Indeed, this fellow's luck is remarkable. He caused his opponent to lose balance. Wukong's companion, a bald youth, seemed to envy Ruthless' fortune, while Wukong himself was filled with an insatiable desire for combat. Clint, did you not notice? The opponent did not merely lose his balance. He was forcefully propelled. Wukong directed his gaze towards Ruthless, who leaned against the wall awaiting the next match, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. If given the opportunity, I would relish the chance to face him. I can distinctly sense his formidable strength. No, even at my current state, my odds of victory would be slim. Is that so? Clint replied, skepticism evident in his tone. To be frank, he found it difficult to fully embrace Wukong's assertion, as he had previously believed it was merely a stroke of good fortune for Ruthless. Leaning against the wall, Ruthless paid little heed to the murmurs surrounding his luck. To him, those who could not comprehend his recent maneuver lacked the prowess to compete with him. Yet, as he descended from the stage, he caught sight of the astonishment in the eyes of Jackie Chan and Wukong. In essence, these two had discerned the true nature of his actions, marking them as his most formidable adversaries. Ha ha ha, lad, how do you find my technique? Even with strength, you cannot escape its grasp. A brash voice echoed, momentarily surprising Ruthless. He had not anticipated this individual to return for the competition. He had assumed him to be deceased. It seemed that the one who had exuded an aura of menace towards him earlier was indeed this very person. As he approached, weaving through the somewhat congested crowd, Ruthless' lips curled into a faint smirk. Just as I suspected, it is you. The creature before him resembled a diminutive dinosaur, with one wing violently torn away, leaving only one intact. Yet, its brazen demeanor remained unchanged. Indeed, it was the monstrous Gyron from a year prior. At this moment, the monstrous Gyron felt a sense of pride, preparing to unleash havoc upon his opponent. However, a chilling gaze suddenly fixated upon him, akin to a venomous serpent locking onto its prey. Instinctively, he turned to confront the source of his unease, only to be met with a visage that instilled a modicum of fear within him. The idea of continuing his onslaught dissipated, replaced by a singular desire to deliver a thorough beating to the unfeeling one, despite the reality that he was not a match for his adversary at present. With a spiteful kick, he sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. Following the referee's declaration of the match's conclusion, Gyron descended from the platform, his gaze ablaze with fury as it fixed upon the unyielding one. With a hint of irritation, he declared, "Listen here, Brad. A year ago, fortune favored you. But this time, I shall not falter as I did before. The grudge of you removing my wings will not be forgotten, so brace yourself for this upcoming tournament." Disregarding Jylan's words, the unfeeling one glanced at the number tag in Jylan's hand, number 54, realizing that they were not destined to cross paths before the final rounds. Even if they did, it posed no threat to him. With an indifferent smile, he replied coolly, "The dogs that bite do not bark, while those that do bark fiercely are harmless." There is no need for such a loud proclamation to convey this truth to an observer. The unfeeling one appeared to be conversing with a close friend, yet his words were bound to provoke ire in anyone. Jylan, known for his impulsive nature, could hardly contain his rage upon hearing such remarks, his face etched with fury, his veins visibly throbbing, signaling that he was on the brink of losing control. "You insufferable brat, I shall end you," he exclaimed, and before his words could fully dissipate, he lunged forward, expelling a thick, viscous substance from his mouth. Much like a year prior, he seemed to have forgotten that this tactic had proven ineffective against the unfeeling one. Standing his ground, the unfeeling one allowed the sticky mass to envelop him, which soon hardened into a rubbery binding that secured him tightly. With a slight exertion, the unfeeling one discerned the limitations of this binding, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he spoke in a condescending tone. "Jylan, after a year, is this truly the extent of your abilities?" Then, with a sudden force, he broke free from the rubbery confines. In the midst of Jylan's incredulous gaze, he launched a powerful punch, intent on delivering a proper lesson to the monstrous Jylan, only for his strike to be intercepted. Despite his advanced age, the speed and strength of his strikes remain impeccable. Observing the elderly gentleman who claims to be Jackie Chan, Wu Qing exerted considerable effort to free his hand from Jackie's grasp. It is worth noting that while he had not employed his full strength earlier, not everyone could withstand such force. Yet, Jackie effortlessly neutralized his attack, proving to be no ordinary opponent. As this was not yet a formal competition, and neither of them were truly rivals, it was permissible for them to engage in this exchange. However, taking it too far would be ill-advised. Retracting his hand, Jackie smiled benevolently, embodying the image of a kind elder. It seemed that Wu Qing would not have the opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson after all. Inwardly, Wu Qing mused, casting a disdainful glance at the beastly Kirin. "This time, I shall let it slide for the sake of this elder. Let us see if you possess the capability to survive the preliminaries." After speaking, Wu Qing moved to lean against the wall of the venue, awaiting his next match, while Kirin, after a few boastful remarks, retreated to the opposite side of the arena. As the matches progressed one after another, those with remarkable prowess were untroubled by the identity of their opponents. Wu Qing was acutely aware that neither Wukong nor Jackie would cross paths with him before he advanced further. It could be said that in this grand martial arts tournament, his focus was solely on these two individuals. Beyond them, he could confidently assert that no one else could possibly rival him. After several hours, a multitude of competitors had been eliminated, and Wu Qing found himself on the brink of advancement. Winning this match would secure his qualification. Before him stood a barefooted black man, who, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd regarding his supposed inability to triumph over this opponent, appeared somewhat formidable. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, the man did not immediately attack, but rather confidently addressed Wu Qing, stating, "I am uncertain how you managed to reach this stage, but your fortune appears to be quite favorable. A mere boy of 17 or 18 has made it this far. I cannot decide whether to commend your luck or to criticize the ineptitude of your opponents. However, encountering me signifies the end of your journey. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle." Wu Qing replied coolly, disliking those who indulged in grandiloquent banter before a fight. Seemingly unsettled by Wu Qing's words, the man assumed a fighting stance and, with a hint of disdain, continued, "I had intended to finish you swiftly. But since you have chosen to speak to me in such a tone, I shall unleash my most formidable technique, the 8-arm fist, to teach you that I, the champion of the previous Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Chai Ba Wang, am not one to be addressed lightly." With both hands slicing through the air, initially, the movements were slow. Gradually, however, the actions of King Chai Ba grew increasingly swift, creating the illusion of 8 arms dancing in unison. A cruel smile curved perfectly at the corners of his lips as he remained stationary, while subsequently unleashing the 8-hand fist. With astonishing speed, he relentlessly struck his opponent, ruthless. With powerful blows to the chest, abdomen, arms, and face, his fists wreaking havoc across Ruthless' body. Eventually, Ruthless collapsed to the ground. After executing the 8-hand fist, King Chai Ba, brimming with confidence, prepared to take a rest. Unexpectedly, Ruthless appeared before him, a disdainful smile gracing his features as he remarked, "King Chaiba, do you not realize that one must never let their guard down during battle?" Astonishment and disbelief were vividly etched across King Chaiba's face as he beheld the seemingly unscathed Ruthless. He instinctively took a step back, cold sweat beginning to bead on his previously dry forehead, murmuring, "Impossible. You clearly took the brunt of my 8-hand fist. How can it be that you are unharmed?" "Because you are not my match," Ruthless replied, his face suffused with scorn. In an instant, he launched a punch with such speed that King Chaiba had no time to mount an effective defense. Save for Goku and Jackie Chan, the spectators barely witnessed Ruthless' single punch before King Chaiba was sent tumbling out of the ring. Only King Chaiba understood the true nature of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. In that brief instant, what appeared to be a single punch from Ruthless resulted in a rapid series of 3 strikes to King Chaiba's abdomen, one of the most vulnerable areas of the body. Despite rigorous training enhancing abdominal defenses, the extent of improvement was limited. Furthermore, at that moment, King Chaiba had yet to execute any effective defensive maneuvers. Thus, the onslaught was sufficient to send him crashing out of the ring. Contestant number 1 is victorious and qualifies for the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Championship. The referee promptly declared the results. Even then, King Chaiba struggled to accept his defeat. The list of the remaining 8 contenders would soon be revealed. But Ruthless had little interest in who would remain. He knew that both Jackie Chan and Goku would undoubtedly be among them. Moreover, after the top 8 were selected, there would be a brief interval before the draw for matchups, during which the participants were free to move about, provided they returned before the drawing, without the need to report to anyone. Chapter 13. The list of the top 8. As I strolled outside the venue, I observed others accompanied by their parents and friends, sharing laughter and lively conversations. A flicker of envy flashed in my emotionless eyes. I, merely a bioengineered warrior devoid of any family, felt a pang of solitude. Although I had friends, such as Uncle Bra and UPA, and even the Cat Sage, none would be present to offer me encouragement in this moment. In truth, the difference between having support and lacking it seemed negligible on a technical level, yet I could not shake the feeling of disappointment. I yearned for friends to rally behind me, to cheer me on. Finding a secluded spot, I sat down, a faint smile gracing my face. Despite the smile, an air of melancholy lingered, as if my heart bore a secret burden. Yet, the concerns of strangers were of little consequence. None would dwell on the matters of an unfamiliar soul. A mere glance was all it took before they moved along, and I, too, paid them no mind. I remained seated, uncertain of my purpose. Perhaps I simply desired solitude for a while. With a long sigh, I rose, intending to return inside the venue. At that moment, I felt a presence behind me. A voice broke the silence. "Young man, your journey is still long. It is unwise to begin lamenting at this juncture." Turning around, I recognized the Turtle Sage, the very individual who had spoken to me during the registration process. Previously unaware of his esteemed identity, I had been a touch presumptuous in our earlier exchange. Now, with a newfound respect, I remarked, "Might I inquire how a young man like myself should comport himself? According to Master Wutian's standards, should I don a perpetual sunny smile in the face of others?" Though I still felt a tinge of awkwardness, I had improved considerably since our first encounter. The Turtle Sage, having lived many years in this world, was unlikely to take offense at my earlier rudeness. He smiled and replied, "A young man should naturally embody vigor. If one were to sigh daily, how would one cope during the truly arduous times that lie ahead?" Indeed, the Turtle Sage's words held considerable wisdom. Regrettably, I had little insight into my own future, and I had not even contemplated what lay ahead. I merely offered a polite smile in response to his advice, saying, "Thank you for your words, Master Wutian. If I were to have a future at all, perhaps I might indeed find myself transformed." With that, I intended to take my leave, but the Turtle Sage extended an invitation. "Given your demeanor, it seems you have successfully passed the preliminaries. I, too, am heading to meet my 2 disciples. Why not join me? While one may disregard the invitations of others, the call from the god of martial arts is one that cannot be refused." Nodding in acknowledgement, I followed Master Roshi onward. Before long, we encountered the jubilant trio of Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, who appeared to have successfully advanced past the preliminary rounds. Beside them were 2 young women. One seemed to share a close bond with Yamcha, while the other embodied the essence of a quintessential homemaker. Additionally, there was a pig and a peculiar creature floating in midair. "Goku, Krillin, how did you fare in the preliminaries?" Master Roshi inquired as he approached, while I silently trailed behind him, opting not to speak. Goku and Krillin exchanged smiles and nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the girl closely associated with Yamcha expressed her discontent, asking, Master Roshi, where have you been all this time? We couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Well, you see, at my age, even a trip to the restroom seems to take a little longer, Master Roshi replied nonchalantly. He then pulled me forward, introducing me to the group. Bulma, you and Launch, as well as Oolong and Puar, may not be acquainted with him, but Goku and the others should have crossed paths with him during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin appeared somewhat surprised to see me with Master Roshi, recalling my earlier indifference toward the old master. Yamcha, on the other hand, speculated that I might have been acquainted with Master Roshi all along, perhaps even having honed my abilities under his tutelage. My formidable prowess displayed during the preliminaries thus became more comprehensible, given my association with the god of martial arts. Oh, you are the one known as Wu Qing, Goku exclaimed upon observing me. Master Roshi, how do you know him? We merely met by chance. I accepted an invitation from Master Wu Tian to come here, I replied coolly, not elaborating further, projecting an air of aloofness. Master Roshi, however, sensed my yearning for camaraderie, despite my innate pride rendering me somewhat unapproachable. He sought to ease the atmosphere by stating, Wu Qing, I presume you haven't encountered any formidable opponents thus far? Nodding, I responded, the opponents in the preliminaries were rather unremarkable. However, I can distinctly sense two individuals who may prove to be my worthy adversaries. One of them, I fear, I may not yet be able to contend with. The others were taken aback by my words, and Bulma, gazing at me with curiosity, asked, Only two? Are you truly that strong? Amidst this perplexity, there lingers a sense of disbelief. As for Wu Qing, he is unfamiliar with Bulma, although he feels somewhat uncomfortable regarding her demeanor. He still asserts, aside from Goku and that dragon, none of the others can truly challenge me. No, even Goku poses no significant threat, at most. He may present some inconvenience, yet he lacks the strength to overcome me. However, concerning that dragon, I harbor little confidence, despite his current display of power. He is not my adversary. The prowess of this youth has seemingly reached astonishing heights. It is said that Goku's strength ranks just below mine, and in this world, formidable opponents are scarce. It is feared that few possess the capability to surpass Goku. Yet, this young man speaks with such ease. Could it be that he is a disciple of Master Roshi? The old turtle hermit pondered silently before inquiring, Wu Qing, considering your remarkable abilities, I am curious as to who imparted such skills to you. It was the great Kirin atop Kirin Tower who taught me, Wu Qing replied nonchalantly. This revelation left Master Roshi momentarily speechless. He could scarcely believe that this mere teenager had already ascended Kirin Tower. Goku, Bulma, and the others were unaware of the significance of Kirin Tower, assuming it to be merely a martial arts training facility. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Lepin's face. For having spent many years abroad, he had heard tales of Kirin Tower's legendary status. He could not help but ask, Are you referring to that tower which seems to stretch endlessly into the sky? Did you truly climb to its summit? In certain respects, this query pertains to personal privacy. Ordinarily, one would expect a lack of response from others. However, given the amicable relationship between these individuals and the turtle sage, it is unlikely that any malice is at play. Therefore, one spoke up. I spent 2 days scaling the Kirin Tower, and after a full year, I successfully acquired the sacred water from the cat sage at the top. The nature of the sacred water remained undisclosed by Wu Qing, leaving Bulma and the others in the dark. Fortunately, Lepin possessed some knowledge of Kirin Tower and remarked, I recall legends stating that if one ascends the Kirin Tower through their own efforts, they may receive the sacred water bestowed by the sage at its pinnacle. What you refer to as super sacred water must surely be that which significantly enhances one's strength. Indeed, Wu Qing nodded in affirmation, and everyone felt a sense of relief. Since it was divine water granted by a sage, Wu Qing's current prowess was thus justified. What? You accomplished this in merely a year? Turtle Sage exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his composure. Typically, a martial arts master of his standing would not exhibit such a lack of decorum. Yet the brevity of time Wu Qing had spent at Kirin Tower was astonishing, merely 1 year, a third of his own lifetime. In other words, Wu Qing's abilities now equated to those he possessed upon descending the tower years ago. Despite Turtle Sage's long life, he had not engaged in extensive training in recent years. It could be said that he no longer possessed even half of his peak prowess, having distanced himself from the battlefield for too long. Although he had trained with Goku and Krillin a few days prior, he had since refrained from any rigorous practice, and his strength had greatly diminished. While the Turtle Sage was not at his peak when he descended the tower, he was still stronger than he was now. The sight of this seemingly youthful boy, appearing no older than 17 or 18, surpassing his current abilities was unfathomable. "Turtle Sage, why are you so astonished?" Bulma interjected, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Do you realize that your sudden outburst nearly frightened me to death?" Turtle Sage remained silent, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Clearly, he struggled to accept this revelation, which was far beyond his expectations and required time to fully process. Lepin and the others were equally taken aback by the Turtle Sage's unusual reaction. And seeing his current demeanor, they hesitated to expect a response, collectively turning their gazes toward Wuqing, hoping he could provide some clarity. Although the conversations among the crowd lasted but a few fleeting minutes, Wuqing had already garnered a certain understanding of their personalities. It seemed that these individuals could potentially become his friends. With this in mind, Wuqing remarked, "The reason for teacher Wu Tian's astonishment lies in the fact that the previous individual took 3 years to procure the super sacred water from the cat immortal. Am I not correct, teacher Wu Tian? How could that turtle immortal possibly know, given that he is not the one who previously ascended the Korin Tower?" Bulma interjected. And as soon as her words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Since Wuqing had boldly asserted this, it implied that the prior individual was indeed the turtle immortal. This revelation suggested that Wuqing had now surpassed the turtle immortal in strength, eclipsing the man revered as the god of martial arts. Noticing the incredulous gazes directed at him, Wuqing refrained from elaborating further and simply stood in quiet contemplation. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, "The 8 contestants who have qualified for the next round, please gather at the venue, as the drawing will commence shortly. It's time for the drawing, so farewell." With that, Wuqing turned and departed, closely followed by Goku and the others. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others soon realized that since the drawing was imminent, it signified the commencement of the competition, and they naturally prepared to secure prime seats in the audience. However, the turtle immortal had quietly slipped away, and by the time Bulma and her companions took notice, he had already vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the venue, they observed that in addition to a few contestants awaiting the drawing, there stood a host with golden hair, accompanied by an individual holding a small box, presumably for the drawing. After a brief interval, all the contestants had gathered, and the drawing soon commenced. Wuqi was the first to have his name called. Naturally, making his way forward. During the drawing, he instinctively glanced at the list held by the golden-haired host, which contained the names of the 8 individuals who had advanced from the preliminaries. Apart from Wuqing, the remaining 7 were Goku, Krillin, Lepin, Jackie Chan, Monster Jiren, Nam, and Barbarian. It appeared he would have the opportunity to teach Monster Jiren a lesson in the first round. "Old man, you're sweating profusely. Are you feeling unwell?" The observant Goku noticed the beads of sweat on Jackie Chan's forehead and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find the weather a tad warm, haha." Jackie Chan chuckled, attempting to brush it off. Yet, Wuqing noted that Jackie seemed to be directing a significant portion of his attention towards him during the drawing, a behavior he had not exhibited previously. Why was he now so focused on Wuqing? Was it because he perceived him as his greatest rival? Chapter 14. Just as I wished, the monster Kirin plunged his hand into the already excavated draw box, which contained several orbs. The likelihood of drawing any particular number was identical, and without much deliberation, he carelessly grabbed one and withdrew his hand. To his surprise, it was the number 1. "Player Wuqing, you have drawn number 1, which means your match is in the very first round," remarked the golden-haired individual. However, Wuqing remained frozen in place, recalling that during his time with the Red Satin Brigade, he had been designated as number 1, and now, in this venue, he had drawn the same number for the preliminary rounds. It was astonishing to find himself assigned number 1 once more for the quarterfinals. Could this truly be fate? Or was it a deliberate design orchestrated by someone? Lost in thought, he stood motionless, prompting the golden-haired individual to express confusion. "What's wrong, player Wuqing? Are you all right?" I'm fine, really." Wuqing stammered as he snapped back to reality and stepped aside, yet the situation left him perplexed. Was it merely a coincidence? "Next, we have the monster Kirin," announced the golden-haired man. As Kirin stepped forward to draw, he cast a quizzical glance at Wuqing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With a tone laced with disdain, he taunted, "Hey kid, are you afraid because you're the first to compete? Don't be so scared that you wet yourself. You think I'm as useless as you?" Wu Qing replied coolly, but chose not to engage further. Kirin, feeling irked, was about to retort when he arrived at the draw box. He reached in and pulled out an orb, only to find the number 2 inscribed upon it. Number 2. Thus, Monster Kirin, you will face player Wu Qing in the first round, said the golden-haired man, unaware of the tension between the two. Out of courtesy, he added a comment. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing looked up and noticed the change in Kirin's expression, a flicker of disdain crossing his own features. Kirin, unable to contain his irritation, snapped at the golden-haired man. I know, no need to state the obvious. Confusion and astonishment crossed the golden-haired man's face, as he was oblivious to any offense he might have caused Kirin. Nevertheless, he had several years of experience in this field and chose not to dwell on trivial matters. He continued announcing the names of the remaining competitors, and within a few minutes, all participants were informed of their opponents and the rounds they would compete in. In the first round, Ruthless faced off against the Beast Kirin. In the second round, Goku confronted Namu. In the third round, Krillin battled the Barbarian. And in the fourth round, Lepin squared off against Jackie Chan. This arrangement pleased Ruthless immensely. He noted with keen perception the flicker of murderous intent in Kirin's eyes. Although the Beast Kirin knew he was outmatched in strength by Ruthless, he was not the type to cower in fear at such a moment, refusing to show weakness. He met Ruthless' gaze with defiance. The intensity of their stares crackled with palpable tension, and any onlooker would surely sense the electric charge between them, signaling that their clash was imminent. If Kirin had truly succumbed to fear, Ruthless would not have taken drastic measures against him. At most, he would simply have sent him flying from the arena. However, Kirin was determined not to yield even in the face of a stronger adversary, insisting on engaging in a verbal sparring match. Such behavior naturally earned him the disdain of many. Yet, Kirin was acutely aware that Jackie Chan was no ordinary opponent. He would not allow matters to spiral out of control, which gave him a semblance of confidence. As Ruthless' aura intensified, beads of cold sweat began to form on Kirin's forehead, trickling down to the ground, yet he remained unbowed. Krillin and Lepin were equally intimidated by the formidable pressure emanating from Ruthless, while Goku, having passed the first round, felt nothing but excitement at the prospect of facing Ruthless next. As the impending battle between the two escalated, Jackie Chan stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Kirin. He addressed Ruthless with a calm voice. Ruthless, if possible, I hope you can show some mercy in this first round, all right? His words were soft and barely audible to anyone but Ruthless. Out of respect for the elder, Ruthless nodded slightly and replied coolly, as long as he does not overstep, I shall hold back. That is good to hear. Jackie Chan's face briefly illuminated with relief before he stepped aside. He found himself at a loss regarding how to manage Ruthless. Although Ruthless' combat experience was undeniably inferior to his own, the youth of Ruthless and his rapidly ascending strength posed a formidable challenge. It was evident that the over 300-year-old Master Roshi would find it nearly impossible to defeat Ruthless at this stage, especially since his body had not engaged in battle for many years, and recovery would require considerable time, even if he were to regain his strength. Master Roshi's age meant he could never return to his prime. Achieving around 80% of his peak capability would be commendable. However, Master Roshi was uncertain how much stronger Ruthless would become by then. Thus, rather than attempting to counsel Ruthless, it would be wiser to soothe him with kind words. After all, one should not strike a smiling face, and Ruthless was not one to disregard the wisdom of the elderly. He would undoubtedly heed the elder's gentle counsel. The opponents of the match had a brief interlude of merely a few minutes before the first round commenced. This time served as an opportunity for the competitors to adjust their bodies to peak condition in preparation for the forthcoming battle. During this fleeting moment, Wu Qing engaged in simple movements to warm up, while the beast, Zilong, remained utterly motionless, leaving one to ponder the thoughts that occupied his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a warm welcome to all who have traveled from afar to witness the grandest martial arts tournament on Papaya Island, held once every 5 years. The individual previously responsible for the draw now stands before us on the stage with a microphone, revealing himself to be the host of this illustrious event. Observing the audience's heightened spirits, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Time has flown by in the blink of an eye. This tournament promises to be a spectacle of formidable contenders. It is said that participating are 2 disciples of the legendary Master Wu Tian, known as the God of Martial Arts. Their matches are scheduled for the second and third rounds, and I assure you, the other bouts will also be nothing short of thrilling." With a few brief remarks, anticipation began to swell among the spectators. Soon after, Wu Qing and the beast Jilong stepped onto the arena, maintaining a respectful distance before the host declared the match to commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wu Qing dashed forward, while Jilong prepared to defend himself. Yet, as Wu Qing approached Jilong, his form astonishingly split into three, encircling Jilong at a 120-degree angle. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, delivering a staggering blow to Jilong right from the outset. Strikes rained down upon his abdomen, knees, neck, elbows, and shoulders, eliciting expressions of pain across Jilong's face, gradually overwhelming him until he collapsed to the ground. The time elapsed since the match began was a mere minute, and the audience was left in disbelief as Jilong lay prostrate. As Jilong fell, Wu Qing seized his phantom punches, leaving only the true Wu Qing standing in the arena. In a moment of apparent overconfidence, he turned his back on Jilong, a provocative gesture that ignited Jilong's determination. Struggling to his feet, Jilong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the back of Wu Qing's head. A cry of agony echoed as Jilong's attack struck true. However, Wu Qing merely retaliated with a swift elbow strike that sent Jilong crumpling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. With a cold gaze fixed upon Jilong, Wu Qing callously remarked, "It is not too late to surrender now. I promise to hold back, and if you concede at this moment, I shall spare you. What say you?" The sound was barely audible. Even the host at the scene struggled to hear, which afforded Monster Jiren a degree of dignity. However, at that moment, Monster Jiren chose not to concede. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he unsteadily rose to his feet and extended a hand, seemingly preparing to forfeit. The audience, however, was not surprised. After all, the formidable display of strength by Ruthless was indeed sufficient to compel the less capable Monster Jiren to consider surrender. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruthless quietly turned away, seemingly intent on returning to the area designated for the competitors to rest. "Kid, perish." Monster Jiren clearly recognized that this was the opportune moment to strike. After shouting, he expelled a large mass of viscous substance that ensnared Ruthless completely. Much like before, it was akin to a rubber band. Once bound, Ruthless began to muster his strength to break free, a task that would take approximately 10 seconds. However, it was evident that Monster Jiren would not grant him that time. Given the events of the previous encounter, Monster Jiren wisely decided to utilize those 10 seconds to hurl Ruthless off the stage. Furrowing his brow, Ruthless observed Monster Jiren advancing towards him. At that moment, he ceased his struggles, fixing Monster Jiren with a cold, murderous gaze that momentarily stunned him. In that brief lapse, the rubber band that had tightly restrained Ruthless was suddenly broken. Looking at the astonished Monster Jiren, Ruthless disdainfully remarked, "You are indeed overconfident. Did you think I was oblivious to the glint of cunning in your eyes? Relying solely on a tactic that failed to affect me a year ago, what do you believe it would accomplish now?" The expression on Monster Jiren's face was beyond mere shock. Ruthless approached him step by step, causing Monster Jiren to instinctively retreat, finding himself perilously close to the edge of the stage. A cold smile crossed Ruthless' lips, and as his expression shifted, it seemed he was about to attack. Unbeknownst to Monster Jiren, who was already standing at the brink of the stage, he instinctively stepped back, inadvertently causing himself to tumble off the platform and lose the match. Though losing in such a manner was less than gratifying, it spared him from enduring significant hardship. Monster Jiren's face reflected his unwillingness to accept defeat, yet he felt little sorrow within. Ruthless, having leaped down from the stage, declared, "Monster Jiren, I offered you an opportunity from the very beginning, yet you failed to cherish it. Now that the outcome is clear, I shall not hold back any longer." Upon uttering those words, the monstrous Kirin turned pale, hastily flapping its remaining single wing to ascend into the air, seeking to escape. Meanwhile, the Relentless One intended to leap and deliver further punishment to the beast. However, at that moment, a hand firmly rested upon the shoulder of the Relentless One, accompanied by a voice that, though aged, was impossible to disregard. Since the match is already won, it would be permissible to let him go, would it not? Turning to see the smiling countenance of Master Chung Long, the Relentless One could only nod in acquiescence. The true extent of Chung Long's prowess was unknown to him, and he deemed it unnecessary to spoil the atmosphere over a mere beast like Kirin. Seizing the opportunity while the Relentless One turned, Kirin swiftly fled the arena. And despite its single wing, it exhibited remarkable speed under the immense pressure previously exerted by the Relentless One. Truth be told, Kirin's prior actions had incited considerable ire among the spectators, as it appeared poised to forfeit but resorted to a sneak attack on its opponent. Such treachery had no place in the grand tournament of martial arts. Chapter 15. Remaining matches and the final four having secured victory. A trace of joy adorned the face of the relentless one, for Kirin was hardly a worthy adversary. That evening, the relentless one had the rare opportunity to gather with Master Rashi and others, purely at the invitation of the venerable master. While dining, they discussed their respective opponents. Lepin appeared unconcerned, exuding confidence regarding his opponent for the following day. The relentless one did not caution Lepin to be wary. He discerned that Chung Long's intent in participating was solely for the sake of friendly competition. Even if his strength fell short, he would not suffer any humiliation. The remaining 3 quarter-final matches were scheduled for the following day. In other words, after the matches tomorrow, the list of the final 4 would be revealed, followed by the semifinals and the ultimate finals. Although the schedule was somewhat tight, it was designed with the audience in mind. After all, those attending the matches were unlikely to be idlers. If the event were prolonged excessively, they might risk unemployment due to the delay. The night swiftly passed, and at the break of dawn the next day, the competitors, including the relentless one, arrived early at the venue. The first match commenced promptly at 9 in the morning. The inaugural contest pitted Wukong against Nam. Wukong's participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was purely for the purpose of enhancing his abilities, seeking to gauge his current prowess. In contrast, Nam bore a tremendous burden. He was compelled to secure victory, for the prize money of 500,000 was essential to procure water for his village, lest the drought lead to the starvation of countless villagers. Bearing such immense pressure upon his shoulders, one might expect that an ordinary individual would succumb to overwhelming tension, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true abilities. Yet, Nama remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of distress upon his countenance. The referee promptly declared the commencement of the match. And thus, Goku and Namu engaged in an intense battle, their fists and feet colliding in a fervent exchange, neither willing to concede an inch. In an instant, each combatant seized upon the slightest opening in the other's defenses, inflicting damage with precision. Namu initially capitalized on an opportunity to deliver a swift chop to Goku, but Goku swiftly retaliated. Just as Namu began to gain a slight advantage, it was thwarted by the mischievous interference of Goku's tail, causing his hard-won upper hand to vanish in an instant. Several minutes elapsed, and both Goku and Namu succeeded in inflicting varying degrees of harm upon one another. Though this kind of battle may seem somewhat kitsch, it is precisely what captivates the audience the most. With a faint smile, Wuching remarked that the most primitive form of martial arts is indeed what these spectators cherish. As if struck by an amusing idea, Wukong suddenly began to spin his body vigorously, propelling himself towards Namu. Namu attempted to defend himself, but the intense rotation rendered him unable to approach Wukong, forcing him to retreat step by step until he found himself cornered against the edge of the ring. Observing Namu's predicament, Krillin voiced his confusion, questioning why Namu did not leap to evade the attack. If he jumps now, defeat is inevitable, Wuching stated tersely, leaving Krillin bewildered. However, Wuching chose not to elaborate, leaving Krillin in a state of perplexity. Noticing Krillin's frustration, Jackie Chan interjected to clarify, explaining that if Namu were to leap, Wukong could immediately halt his rotation and leap as well. In midair, one lacks leverage, and should Wukong kick at that moment, Namu would have no means of defense. In essence, a jump would render Namu merely a target. After reflecting on Jackie Chan's words, Krillin nodded in understanding. Despite his lack of strength, his mind was quite agile, and he grasped the situation with minimal prompting. In the corner of the ring, as he watched Wukong's relentless approach, Namu gritted his teeth, resigned to the thought of losing the match. However, at that moment, Wukong, having spun for too long, succumbed to dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Realizing this golden opportunity, Namu knew he could not let it slip away. Although the attack may seem underhanded, for the sake of his village, he could only internally apologize to Wukong. Namu leaped from the ground and, at the apex of his ascent, adjusted his center of gravity, crossing his arms to target Wukong's neck. A hit would undoubtedly inflict serious harm. Under normal circumstances, landing such a blow would be exceedingly difficult, as even a slight movement from the opponent could easily evade it. Yet, given Wukong's current state of disorientation on the ground, Namu seized this rare chance, slamming his hands against Wukong's neck. Had Wukong not possessed a physique of extraordinary resilience, this strike could have rendered him incapacitated for life. After informing the referee that he could begin the countdown, Namu closed his eyes and joined his hands in prayer, appearing somewhat at ease. Little did he expect that in the final second of the count, Wukong would rise once more. Though he was in excruciating pain, Wukong appeared remarkably unscathed, eliciting a moment of astonishment in the cold-hearted observer. The recent strike had seemingly left him unharmed. This individual was truly formidable. The audience erupted in applause. Hardly anyone anticipated Wukong's remarkable resilience. Among the most astonished was, of course, the attacker, Namu, who, after a moment of contemplation, attributed his previous miss to an error in aim. He leapt once more, intent on concluding Wukong's fate with this new assault. However, upon witnessing Namu's ascent, Wukong seemed to find amusement in the situation and promptly leapt into the air himself. As the disciple of Master Rashi, his agility was unparalleled, soaring far above Namu. It was evident that Wukong could secure victory simply by attacking mid-leap, yet he appeared to be enjoying the moment rather than strategizing. As Namu descended to the ground, he sensed his opportunity had arrived and attempted to replicate his previous tactic. Unexpectedly, Wukong retreated a step, accurately gauged the distance, and delivered a swift kick that sent Namu flying off the stage. With a splendid victory secured, the audience was thoroughly satisfied with the match, feeling their expenditure was worthwhile. However, a shadow of gloom crossed Namu's face. He had indeed suffered defeat. Despite his reluctance to accept loss and the consequent forfeiture of a prize, Namu displayed the grace of a true martial artist by approaching Wukong, extending his hand in acknowledgement of a fair fight. Such a display of sportsmanship earned him a newfound respect from the observer, who recognized that a person capable of graciously shaking hands with their victor and uttering those words was no pretentious hypocrite, but rather a true martial artist of commendable character. With the match concluded, remaining at the venue held no significance for Namu. Just as he prepared to depart, Jackie Chan seemed to sense something amiss and called Namu aside, appearing to have something important to discuss. The morning's matches had drawn to a close, with the remaining 2 contests scheduled for the afternoon. During lunchtime, Master Rashi arrived unusually late, prompting a hint of confusion on Lepin's face, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. During the meal, Master Rashi encouraged both Lepin and Krillin to strive earnestly during their bouts, asserting that even in defeat, they should do so with elegance. After lunch and a brief respite, the first match of the afternoon commenced. The weather was somewhat warm, yet the audience's enthusiasm remained undiminished. However, upon seeing the competitors, their expressions soured. For Krillin's opponent was no ordinary foe. He was a savage who claimed to have never bathed since birth. Faced with such an opponent, no one could maintain a pleasant demeanor, especially considering that this individual largely relied on the overwhelming stench emanating from his body to incapacitate his adversaries. In the beginning, Krillin was utterly subdued, lacking even the most fundamental ability to retaliate. Just as he seemed on the verge of losing the match, a sudden remark from Goku revitalized Krillin's spirit. He realized that he did not possess a nose. What a revelation! Without a nose, he could not perceive any odors. In other words, it was merely a psychological effect. Once this veil was lifted, the psychological intimidation vanished into thin air, allowing Krillin to swiftly launch a dazzling counterattack. The tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in his favor, and when he ultimately triumphed over the barbarian, Krillin exhibited a mischievous streak reminiscent of a child. He boldly removed his pants and aimed a flatulence directly at the barbarian's face, rendering him unconscious from the sheer stench. This match, one might say, was somewhat disappointing. Although Krillin's final counterattack was exceptionally executed, it lacked the brilliance that characterized the first match. One cannot help but look forward to the final round with anticipation. In this round, Jackie Chan faced off against Leap. The majority of Leap's supporters were young women, drawn to his charming demeanor. Among them, Bulma, casting aside her refined image, fervently shouted, "Leap, go for it. You must achieve victory." It is customary for those of affluence to receive training in noble etiquette during their youth. And while not all may master it, they inevitably acquire some knowledge. Bulma's willingness to publicly cheer for Leap, disregarding decorum, is a testament to her affection for him. However, at that moment, Leap had no time to bask in Bulma's adoration. Gazing at his opponent, Jackie Chan, he was uncertain of the latter's true prowess. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his rival, Ruthless. Leap realized that had he been pitted against Ruthless, he would stand no chance. Thus, if Ruthless viewed Jackie Chan as a significant adversary, it was evident that Chan possessed considerable skill. Leap understood that this match would not be an easy feat. He needed to exert his full strength from the outset. Resolved, Leap launched the first attack as the referee signaled the start of the match. He dashed forward, his fists moving with the ferocity of a tempest, aiming to catch Jackie Chan off guard. Yet, Chan's demeanor remained unchanged. He effortlessly dodged Leap's relentless onslaught, evading every strike, despite Leap having given his all. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Jackie Chan's true capabilities were beyond her comprehension. Witnessing Leap's inability to land a blow, her face reflected anxiety and worry, tinged with irritation. What is Leap doing? This is not the time for him to be so carefree. How can he not land a single punch on this old man? Could it be that he is truly formidable? She mused, suspecting that Leap had not been practicing diligently and was instead preoccupied with courting young ladies. Poir, as Leap's most faithful companion, stepped forward with confidence, declaring that that's not true. Master Leap will surely prevail, just wait and see. Alarmed yet resolute, Leap decided to employ his unique technique, hoping his wolf Fang fist would secure him a place in the semifinals. His hand sliced through the air as his aura transformed, charging at his opponent like a fierce wolf. Unfortunately, the adversary he faced was Jackie Chan. The primary flaw of the wolf Fang fist lay in its footwork, a weakness Jackie Chan was all too familiar with. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly struck Leap's ankle, sending him tumbling off the stage. At this point, the lineup and matchups for the semifinals have been finalized. Wuching versus Wukong and Klin versus Jackie Chan. With today's matches concluded, tomorrow morning will feature two semifinal bouts. One in the morning and another in the afternoon, culminating in the grand final the following afternoon. The decision to hold the final in the afternoon likely provides the competitors with ample time to prepare and adjust, avoiding any undue haste. Chapter 16. A fierce battle with Wukong. A struggle of dragons and tigers. Once the matches had concluded, Wuching, as was his custom, joined Wukong and his companions. Rather than merely responding to Master Roshi's invitation, Wuching relished the camaraderie of friends, particularly those deserving of trust, which made the experience all the more delightful. As they indulged in a sumptuous feast, Lepin displayed no signs of disappointment. He was acutely aware of the considerable gap between his abilities and those of Jackie Chan, who effortlessly discerned the weaknesses in his wolf Fang fist and swiftly sent him tumbling from the ring. Losing to such a formidable opponent was not a source of discouragement for Lepin. He planned to reclaim his honor once his own strength had significantly improved. During the meal, Wukong naturally commanded the most attention. Appearing to be merely a 12 or 13-year-old child, he devoured his food as if he had never experienced a full meal before. In fact, it could be said that the total amount consumed by all the patrons in the restaurant combined was likely less than what Wukong had eaten. And this was while he was mindful of not overindulging in anticipation of the fierce battles to come. As night faded into dawn, the semifinal match between Wukong and Wuching commenced promptly at 9 o'clock the next morning. The host, with his golden hair and microphone in hand, appeared even more animated than before as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all witnessed the remarkable prowess of our semifinalists. Both Wukong and Wuching possess exceptional strength. It is especially noteworthy that Wukong, at merely 12 years of age, has made it this far, an impressive feat indeed. While he benefits from the tutelage of a martial arts master, it is a testament to his innate talent. As for Wuching, though his mentor remains unknown, I assure you he is no ordinary contender. This promises to be a battle not to be missed." Standing face to face, Wuching and Wukong exchanged intense glances, both brimming with fighting spirit. Seizing the moment before the match commenced, Wuching spoke, "Wukong, your strength is commendable, but to face me in battle, you are still lacking." "Wuching, I recognize your strength, yet the match has yet to begin, and the outcome remains uncertain," Wukong replied, his expression devoid of anger, instead adorned with a smile. "Furthermore, after this competition, I shall ascend the so-called Karen Tower you mentioned. I believe I can reach the Cat Sage's vessel of sacred water faster than you. Then, we shall engage in battle once more. The individual has already discerned that my prowess surpasses his. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Cold-hearted, I silently prepared for battle as the referee announced the commencement of the match. In that very moment, both combatants surged forward at lightning speed, their elbows colliding fiercely before they retreated a few steps. Then, I dashed forward, fist clenched, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes akin to a tempest, targeting Goku with unwavering intensity. In stark contrast to yesterday when Jackie Chan evaded Lepin's attacks, Goku found himself in a far more precarious position, narrowly dodging numerous blows. In the blink of an eye, he was cornered against the edge of the arena. Instinctively, he extended his foot backward, realizing that he had no avenue for retreat. Continuing to back away would be foolish. Thus, he charged forward, their hands intertwining in a flurry of exchanges. Within mere seconds, they had clashed multiple times before. Reminiscent of the match's outset, both stepping back momentarily. However, Goku's hands bore the marks of their encounter, showing signs of swelling and several lacerations. It became evident why Goku had refrained from engaging fiercely with me at the onset. While watching the match, Lepin, lacking the insight of Jackie Chan, began to comprehend Goku's earlier restraint. Realizing this, he could not help but voice his thoughts. Unlike the few astute observers in the audience, Bulma and others appeared somewhat conflicted. Both fighters were considered allies. How should they respond? Bulma lamented, exclaiming that Goku and I, once rivals, had now become friends. Who should they cheer for in this contest? Why not simply refrain from supporting either side and enjoy the spectacle? Oolong remarked nonchalantly. Yet, upon glancing around, he voiced his confusion. Where has Master Roshi wandered off to? Upon hearing this, Bulma recalled that shortly after I left with Goku that morning, Master Roshi had also vanished. However, venturing through the crowd in search of him would likely result in losing their vantage point. Given Master Roshi's formidable prowess, it seemed improbable that he would encounter any trouble. After pondering this, she resolved to focus on the match. Feeling the slight ache in his hands, Goku recognized that his initial assessment had been correct. My strength indeed eclipsed his. Continuing to engage in a direct confrontation would yield no advantage for him. Reflecting on yesterday's battle, Goku contemplated employing a similar strategy. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, his remarkable agility propelling him skyward. Is this fool attempting to become a living target? I mused inwardly, uncertain of Goku's intentions. However, such an opportunity was too precious to squander. In a similar leap, unlike Wukong, Wuching had already concentrated all his strength into his right hand at the moment of his ascent. With a sudden, forceful punch, he aimed to send Wukong flying. However, to his astonishment, Wukong managed to alter his body position mid-air, executing a movement reminiscent of swimming, and indeed evaded Wuching's seemingly inevitable strike. Upon landing first, Wukong observed Wuching and calculated the approximate distance of his descent. He then retreated a few steps before launching a powerful kick. A complete replica of their previous day's battle. After all that, it turned out to be merely a strategy. Wuching mused to himself that perhaps he had been overly anxious. Although he lacked control over his body during the fall, he still had other means at his disposal. With his mouth agape, he unleashed a mighty roar towards the ground, astonishingly halting his body a mere 50 centimeters from the ring. Wukong, taken aback, realized that the kick had already been executed and could not be retracted, just as he seemed poised to be flung from the platform. Wuching grasped Wukong's hand upon landing and, with a slight exertion of force, hurled him to the opposite side of the arena. Grateful for Wuching's timely intervention, Wukong expressed his thanks upon regaining his footing, though his brow soon furrowed in contemplation, despite not having given his all previously. He had devised numerous strategies that bore no fruit against Wuching. Do not mistake me for Namu, the one you battled yesterday. I am not he, Wuching remarked coolly. Regarding Wukong, you cannot possibly possess only this level of skill. It seems your attempts to test me have reached their limit. The disparity between Wuching and Wukong was profoundly evident, yet Wuching had yet to reveal his true strength. Merely adopting a posture of observation to gauge Wukong's capabilities while gradually amplifying his own power. Although he had not engaged in a genuine battle with Wukong before, he still possessed a discerning eye. With these words, it became clear that Wuching was no longer interested in toying with him. Wukong furrowed his brow tightly, delving into thought. However, moments later, a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly, several phantoms of Wukong appeared on the stage. Wuching's face registered a flicker of astonishment, for he had never witnessed Wukong employing such a technique before. If he truly possessed this skill, he would have utilized it in his fight against Namu. This implied that he had not been capable of this technique until now, merely attempting it on a whim. To Wuching's surprise, after observing him execute it once, Wukong was able to replicate it flawlessly. Truly impressive. At the venue, Jackie Chan watched the match and couldn't help but exclaim, "This fellow, astonishingly, was able to perfectly mimic the ruthless Phantom Fist after seeing it only during the competition. Truly remarkable." Over a dozen of Goku's afterimages surrounded the emotionless fighter, leaving no one able to discern whether the original was among them. It appeared that Goku held a significant advantage. Subsequently, the numerous Gokus launched a fierce assault, entirely imitating the tactics employed against the monster Jilin in the first round. Meanwhile, as the pain radiated through every part of his body, the emotionless fighter sought to locate Goku's true form, though his sight proved inadequate. It is worth noting that when the emotionless fighter was created, his vision surpassed that of the finest creatures on Earth, yet, Even with such prowess, he could not pinpoint Goku's original position, highlighting the latter's incredible speed. Nevertheless, the emotionless fighter refused to remain passive. This technique had been utilized in numerous exchanges with Cat Sage, and he had devised a countermeasure. Unexpectedly, he closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to his surroundings, and then delivered a powerful kick in a specific direction, sending Goku flying. As Goku was propelled away, all of the afterimages vanished without a trace. "Ouch, that hurts," Goku exclaimed, feeling his already reddened and swollen face. He stood up, grinning, and remarked, emotionless, "You truly are formidable. After all, I only mimicked your move from my end, so I naturally understand your intentions." The emotionless fighter replied calmly, and a flicker of an intriguing idea crossed his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Since you just utilized my technique, allow me to return the favor with that spinning move you employed in your previous battle against Nameless." As soon as he finished speaking, the emotionless fighter swiftly began to spin his body. With his strength already surpassing Goku's, the power of his rotation was on an entirely different level. The spinning motion gradually manifested into a visible vortex, which surged forward with astonishing momentum towards Goku. Faced with such a maneuver, Goku furrowed his brow and retreated step by step, hoping to discern whether the emotionless fighter would become dizzy. Yet, as he stepped back, he did not witness the outcome he anticipated. The emotionless fighter's spinning speed showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, the vortex, born of his continuous rotation, grew ever more potent, resembling a tornado's might. This development took Goku and everyone by surprise. After all, humans cannot maintain such intense spinning indefinitely without succumbing to dizziness. Unfortunately, the emotionless fighter was a bioengineered warrior. Who exactly is this individual? It had already been at least 3 minutes since the match began, and there were no indications of him slowing down. Could it be that he is not human at all? At this moment, Jackie Chan was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could comprehend the formidable prowess previously exhibited by Wuching. After all, he was the one who had seized the super holy water from the hands of Master Karen. However, this was beyond the realm of human capability. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as Wukong gritted his teeth, realizing he must summon every ounce of his strength. A fleeting smile crossed his face, and regardless of whether Wuching could hear him, he proclaimed, "Wuching, it seems you have mastered this technique far better than I have. Now, I too must unleash my strongest move against you. I wonder if you are prepared for what comes next." Upon hearing this, both the audience and those intently watching the match, as well as Wuching, who was enveloped in his own colossal tempest, widened their eyes in anticipation, directing their full attention to Wukong, eager to witness his ultimate technique. Observing Wukong's actions, Jackie Chan's previously astonished expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. Could this young man truly accomplish such a feat? In that moment, Wukong clasped his hands together in a blossom-like formation, placing them at his waist, and clearly articulated the words, "Kamehameha." As Wukong spoke each syllable, the commentator's face registered a flicker of shock, and with an almost disoriented tone, he exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if you just heard that. Contestant Sun Wukong has just invoked the Kamehameha, a technique that the martial arts deity Master Wu Tian spent 50 years perfecting. Could it be that Sun Wukong is capable of wielding it at this very moment?" Master Wu Tian had dedicated 50 years to developing this technique, while Wukong was merely a youth, no older than 14. Had he truly reached such an extraordinary level? In Wuching's heart, he mused that although he could not fully focus on Wukong amidst the rapid rotation, he could still sense the tremendous energy emanating from Wukong's hands, the most formidable aura he had ever encountered in the World Martial Arts Championship. A pale blue energy sphere gradually materialized between Wukong's hands. As the tempest approached with increasing intensity, Wukong shouted, "Wuching, receive this attack." He thrust his hands forward, directing the pale blue energy sphere towards Wuching's storm. The energy sphere, trailing a comet-like tail, surged towards the tempest. At this juncture, even if Wuching chose to cease his spinning and evade, it was already too late. Resolute, he charged directly into the fray. The violent clash of energies ignited a fierce tempest, engulfing the entire arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Although Wukong was merely a step away from the point of collision, he did not retreat an inch, bolstered by his formidable strength. The immense storm he generated caused several onlookers, particularly women, to experience wardrobe malfunctions, much to the delight of a group of lecherous spectators led by Wulong. Just moments ago, did you notice that the child appeared to emit something akin to a laser from his hand? It seems I cannot be merely watching a film. Could it be that there are indeed individuals in this world capable of such feats? I am certain that the scene I witnessed will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. It is truly astonishing. At this moment, the audience, regaining their composure, began to engage in animated discussions. The smoke soon dissipated entirely, revealing Wu Qing in a rather disheveled state. His clothing bore numerous tears, and blood flowed continuously from his right hand, dripping onto the arena floor in a striking green hue. Although the distinctive colors surprised the spectators, they refrained from commenting. As the competitors were all unique in their own right, different colors of blood were merely another facet of their extraordinary abilities. A trickle of blood had already escaped from the corner of his mouth, indicating that Wukong had gained the upper hand in the previous exchange. Despite his predicament, Wu Qing wore a smile and remarked, "Indeed, what I suspected earlier now appears to be true." Wukong seemed somewhat perplexed by Wu Qing's words, but the latter understood perfectly well that he had not initially fought with all his might. Rather, he had approached the battle with a sense of exploration. Had he unleashed his full power from the outset, victory would have been assured, yet he might not have been able to witness such a stunning display of skill. He pondered whether he could now employ such a technique himself. "However, I did not anticipate that you would be quite formidable as well," Wukong exclaimed. "I initially believed this technique would grant me a substantial advantage, yet it seems it is not as overwhelming as I had thought. This technique is indeed impressive. It is called the Kamehameha wave, correct?" Wu Qing's face beamed with delight, clearly intrigued by the move. He then positioned his hands in a flower bud formation at his waist and continued, "Wukong, your Kamehameha wave was quite challenging for me to endure earlier. Now, allow me to demonstrate this technique I have learned through observation." "Kamehameha wave," he proclaimed, articulating the 5 syllables in succession. As a pale blue energy sphere materialized between his hands, seemingly more potent than Wukong's. Damn it, I had just exerted my full strength with the Kamehameha wave, and now, even if I unleash it again, it is unlikely to possess the same vigor. I am no match for Wu Qing. In the depths of Wukong's heart, he made a resolute decision to fight with all his might. Once again, he shaped his hands into the form of a flower bud and placed them at his waist. Shouting with fervor, "Kamehameha!" the two warriors concentrated their energy between their hands and simultaneously unleashed their prepared Kamehameha waves. At that moment, anyone present could clearly discern that Wukong's Kamehameha wave paled in comparison to Ruthless. Despite it being Ruthless' inaugural use of the technique, his inherent strength already surpassed Wukong's, allowing him to execute this move long before, though he was previously unaware of its existence. The two streams of energy collided with ferocity, but the clash was brief. Wukong's Kamehameha was swiftly dispersed, and the residual force from Ruthless' wave sent Wukong hurtling off the stage, landing in the audience. With this, one contender for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament had been determined, Ruthless. The host, witnessing the spectacle, proclaimed loudly that the preceding battle was truly exhilarating. Thus, the first semifinal concluded, and Ruthless immediately rushed over to Wukong's side, expressing genuine concern as he inquired, "Wukong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit hungry." Wukong replied with a smile, seemingly unscathed, though his casual remark about hunger left Ruthless somewhat speechless. The crowd quickly gathered, but Master Rashi, as in previous days, was notably late in arriving, prompting a look of confusion from Krillin, which made Rashi feel somewhat out of place. During lunch, Ruthless, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master Wu Tian, the host mentioned that the Kamehameha took you 50 years to perfect. Is that true?" "Indeed." Master Rashi nodded, adding, "It's astonishing how the new generation is already able to wield such techniques at such a young age. It truly surprises me." Upon hearing this, Ruthless glanced at Krillin before continuing, "Master Wu Tian, if what you say is true, does that mean Krillin won't be able to use the Kamehameha?" "Yes, I lack that ability," Krillin admitted, feeling somewhat dejected. After all, he and Wukong had both become Master Rashi's disciples on the same day. Although he had initially approached training with a bit of cleverness, he had subsequently applied himself diligently. Yet, he found the growing disparity between himself and Wukong increasingly disheartening, a sentiment anyone would find uncomfortable. "Krillin, as long as you work hard, you will surely be able to use the Kamehameha in the future," Master Rashi reassured him, offering comfort to the disheartened Krillin. The time for lunch came to a close amidst the lively discussions of the crowd, with a short interval before the next semifinal. Bulma turned to Klin and remarked, "Klin, remember that Lepin previously lost to that Jackie Chan. You must exert yourself. Indeed, Klin, you must exercise caution." That Jackie Chan, despite appearing somewhat advanced in years, possesses remarkable strength, Lepin added, glancing around before expressing his confusion. By the way, where has Master Wu Tian gone? I recall we came here together after our meal, yet he seems to have vanished. Wu Qing remained silent, pondering a possibility. Could it be that the seemingly obscure Jackie Chan was, in fact, Master Wu Tian himself? Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a slight resemblance between the two. I suspect that lecherous old man has gone off to spy on those lovely young ladies. Yulong interjected with a knowing expression. However, this explanation was met with disbelief from both Lepin and Wu Qing. Indeed, while Master Wu Tian often appeared to embody the traits of a lecherous elder, that was merely a fade. In a situation where his disciples were about to compete, how could he possibly refrain from watching? Unless, of course, he was either unable to present himself or had disguised his identity so effectively that no one noticed the turtle hermit. At this juncture, speculation proved futile. A few individuals searched the vicinity, yet alas, the whereabouts of Master Rashi remained elusive. With no other recourse, they decided to depart, for the competition was imminent. As they entered the venue, Wu Qing and several other competitors found Jackie Chan, who was presently resting. Lu Ping approached him directly, asserting with an undeniable tone, "Mr. Chan, you must be Master Wu Tian. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be Master Wu Tian?" Jackie Chan responded, though internally astonished. His expression remained remarkably composed as he smiled and replied, "You must be overthinking this. Is that so?" Lu Ping scrutinized Jackie Chan's hair, seemingly attempting to ascertain if it was a wig. After a careful observation, he concluded that the hair did not appear to be merely a superficial covering. If it were indeed a wig, it would have fallen off during their earlier, rather intense confrontation, showing no signs of disarray. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Lu Ping remained steadfast in his conviction, which caused Jackie Chan some unease. Fortunately, at that moment, the second semifinal was about to commence. This semifinal, while quite thrilling, did not possess the same electrifying intensity as the first. Although Clin displayed considerable skill, he was fundamentally at a qualitative disadvantage compared to Jackie Chan. In terms of martial prowess and other attributes, he fell short of Jackie Chan's current capabilities. Even though Clin employed some cunning tactics that momentarily suggested the possibility of victory, Jackie Chan deftly countered them. Afterward, Clin found himself devoid of options. The chasm between them could not be bridged by intellect alone. Despite Clin's inherent talent, the ultimate outcome was an inevitable defeat. Thus, the opponent who would face Wu Qing in the finals was Jackie Chan. As Wu Qing had previously stated during the quarterfinals, the only individuals he cared for were two, Goku and Jackie Chan. Goku had already succumbed to defeat at Wu Qing's hands in the semifinals. The question remained whether Wu Qing could replicate his earlier success against Jackie Chan in the finals, particularly since Wu Qing now possessed several advantages. However, during the match, Jackie Chan executed a technique that astonished everyone present, the Kamehameha wave. This was a move that was traditionally attributed solely to Master Wu Tian. In the span of a single day, 3 individuals had employed this technique. Goku and Wu Qing's usage could be easily explained. Goku, as Master Rashi's disciple, naturally mastered his mentor's signature move, and Wu Qing had learned it after observing Goku. Yet Jackie Chan was a mystery to all. No one, not even the well-informed Lu Ping, had heard of him. Remarkably, this seemingly unassuming individual was capable of performing the Kamehameha wave, a revelation that was nothing short of sensational. Due to this matter, after the conclusion of the match, Lu Ping took the initiative to approach Chung Long once more, inquiring about the connection to Master Wu Tian. Of course, the response remained unchanged. However, this time, Lu Ping presented the Kamehameha as evidence, hoping for an explanation from Chung Long. Chung Long appeared somewhat apprehensive and, citing pressing matters, swiftly departed from the venue, inadvertently intensifying Lu Ping's curiosity. Nonetheless, doubts aside, without tangible evidence, these speculations could only be categorized as Lu Ping's conjectures. Yet, it was evident from Lu Ping's demeanor that he would not easily relinquish his pursuit of the truth. As for Wu Qing, his anticipation for the impending battle with Chung Long grew, for he was now convinced that Chung Long was indeed the legendary Kame Sanin. In this world, only one individual possessed the formidable strength to wield the Kamehameha and exhibited the same lecherous tendencies, Kame Sanin himself. Apart from him, no other contender could possibly exist. However, Wu Qing also surmised that Kame Sanin must possess more than just the Kamehameha, and within him stirred a sense of excitement for the master's other techniques. Chapter 18, The Final Showdown. The ultimate opponent that evening, In celebration of Wu Qing advancing to the finals, a lavish feast was arranged. During the meal, Wu Qing appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly devoid of any trepidation regarding his opponent. Initially, Lu Ping contemplated advising Wu Qing to exercise caution, but refrained upon recalling Wu Qing's earlier remarks during the quarterfinals. After all, those who truly understood Cheng Long's prowess would not underestimate him. Although he had lost in the semifinals, Clint exhibited little despondence, recognizing that the disparity in strength between the two competitors rendered the defeat far from regrettable. Perhaps it was a trait of Kame Sinin's disciples to not overly concern themselves with their achievements. At noon, Goku displayed an unabashed demeanor, showing no signs of discouragement from his loss, devouring an astonishing quantity of food. The same occurred that evening, as the plate before him nearly resembled a small mountain. Yet he persistently requested another serving, causing Kame Sinin to fret over whether his wallet would suffice to cover the expenses. Following dinner, the group retired to their respective quarters. Wu Qing, who had not arranged for a separate lodging, had been sharing a room with Kame Sinin since their acquaintance. This night was no exception. After lying down, Kame Sinin soon fell into a deep slumber, while Wu Qing, in contrast, found himself devoid of his usual tranquility. Pondering the thoughts that swirled in his mind while glancing at the sleeping figure of Kame Sinin beside him. Indeed, Wu Qing possesses an unwavering confidence in his own strength. As he descended from the Corinta, he distinctly felt the impeccable power coursing through him. However, he must acknowledge that his opponent is the god of martial arts, the very individual who ascended the Corinta before him. Even in his advanced age, it is reasonable to assume that he still harbors numerous unparalleled techniques yet to be unleashed. Can Wu Qing truly guarantee an unassailable victory in the finals? During his time with the Red Satin Brigade, he had once heard an elder proclaim that he was the mightiest bio-warrior. How could he possibly succumb to defeat, even against the god of martial arts? He believes he can prevail. Yet, the more he contemplates this, the greater the pressure becomes, leading to his first sleepless night. Of course, even after a night devoid of slumber, it posed no issue for him. Upon rising the next day, there was no discernible evidence of his restless night on Wu Qing's countenance. During breakfast, Lu Ping and others advised him to remain cautious in the finals. Wu Qing merely nodded in acknowledgement, not uttering a word, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. Observing this, Lu Ping and the others refrained from further discussion, deciding it best to allow Wu Qing some moments of solitude to collect himself. Morning turned to noon, and soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The finals were about to commence. As it was the championship match, the audience filled the stands, eager to witness the spectacle of the two contenders. Wu Qing's popularity slightly surpassed that of Cheng Long, as his youth afforded him a significant advantage, and his handsome visage had undoubtedly captivated many female spectators. As time ticked away, only a few minutes remained until the finals. Traditionally, the competitors would make their entrance at this juncture. However, it remained uncertain whether the finalists planned to make a grand entrance or if the martial arts event had orchestrated this delay. When the time for the finals finally arrived, the golden-haired host appeared before the crowd, strangely met with no discontent from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that the finals are about to begin. The host, brimming with anticipation for the day's competition, conveyed a hint of eagerness in his tone. The performances of our finalists have been nothing short of remarkable, be it the youthful Wu Qing or the venerable Cheng Long. Both possess unparalleled prowess, and this clash of titans promises to be a feast for the eyes. As they spoke, Wu Qing and Cheng Long emerged from the venue and stepped onto the arena. With his and pale beard, Cheng Long, despite his apparent age, exuded a remarkable vitality, devoid of the weariness typically associated with one of his years. He resembled a reclusive sage, illustrating that although time may age the body, one's prowess can remain unblemished. Cheng Long greeted the audience, eliciting an enthusiastic response from his supporters, most of whom were young men. After all, Cheng Long was regarded as a martial arts master, and many boys dreamed of becoming formidable warriors devoted to upholding justice, naturally rallying behind a figure they perceived to embody such ideals. In contrast, Wu Qing, with his striking red hair and eyes that bore a hint of wolfishness, emanated an air of aloofness. He made no effort to acknowledge the audience, fixating his gaze intently on Cheng Long. This demeanor sparked discontent among some spectators, yet for others, it only heightened their intrigue towards Wu Qing. Unlike the other onlookers, Lu Ping wore a serious expression, pondering aloud. I wonder if Wu Qing can secure victory this time. I have a feeling that Cheng Long possesses considerable odds of winning. He continued, isn't Wu Qing's strength formidable? Although I don't perceive Qinglong as particularly impressive, he must certainly be superior to you. Yet, of course, Buma, lacking understanding, could not be taken seriously in his assessments. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time swiftly passed until 5 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Almost simultaneously, Wuqing charged forward, seeking to gain the upper hand. There was no embellishment, no feints. Wuqing concentrated his force into his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch, slicing through the air toward Qinglong. A glint of cold light flashed in Qinglong's eyes as he calmly raised his palm to block the strike. Instantly, a fierce gust erupted from their initial clash, leaving the audience in awe. It appeared that both combatants were evenly matched. After a brief stalemate, they both withdrew, indicating that the first round of probing had concluded in a draw. However, keen observers noted that the stone slab beneath Qinglong showed subtle cracks, while Wuqing's footing remained unscathed. Slightly furrowing his brow, Wuqing smiled and remarked, "Impressive, truly impressive. I concentrated all my strength into that right hand. Few could withstand such a punch, yet you managed it with ease. I am genuinely curious, Mr. Qinglong, how have you attained such extraordinary strength? It is remarkable that I have never heard of someone as formidable as you before. After all, a mountain village hermit is hardly known to many." Jackie Chan spoke softly. His right hand, previously raised to block, now felt somewhat numb. He had not anticipated the relentless strength to be so formidable. Naturally, he surmised that Jackie might express such sentiments. At this moment, Wuqing harbored no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he maintained his earlier smile and continued, "Very well. If you choose not to speak, it matters not to me. I have no interest in squandering time. Let us unleash our full power, otherwise this match could drag on for days and nights without a victor. All right, then I shall make my move." Before Jackie's voice had faded, he surged forward, and Wuqing exhibited no intention of evasion, charging towards Jackie in tandem. As their distance diminished, and they were on the verge of collision, Wuqing struck first. He leapt into the air, aiming a powerful kick at Jackie's chest, but astonishingly, it passed right through him, merely an illusion. The real Jackie had appeared behind Wuqing, delivering a kick that forced him to kneel, suppressing him with tremendous force. Truly impressive. Shaking his head, Wuqing rose and dusted off his trousers, remarking, "I had thought the Phantom Fist was known to few. I did not expect Mr. Jackie Chan to possess it as well." This realization dawned on Wuqing. He had only seen the cat sage employ it on Corinta before learning it himself, which had taken considerable time. Moreover, the cat sage had not mentioned that the turtle sage also mastered this technique, leading Wuqing to believe it was a unique creation of the cat sage. Little did he know, Jackie had also studied it, having spent 3 whole years on Corinta. However, since you are familiar with this technique, you must also be aware of its vulnerabilities. Wuqing continued, "Allow me to demonstrate my phantom fist." With that, he charged once more, and after a few strides, his form split into 7, encircling Jackie swiftly. Yet, he did not strike. Jackie, after a quick glance, raised his gaze sharply. Indeed, Wuqing was in the air. In that instant, Wuqing executed a powerful downward kick. His natural strength, combined with the momentum from the air, rendered this strike formidable. Jackie instinctively stepped back, only to find that Wuqing had vanished upon landing, leaving a flicker of astonishment in Jackie's eyes. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed Wuqing in midair. Could it be that Wuqing had employed the phantom fist once more while airborne? Scanning his surroundings in confusion, Jackie soon pivoted sharply to block the sudden onslaught of Wuqing's fist. "Lepin, do you know how Wuqing just appeared so suddenly?" As Bulma observed the scene, a sense of perplexity washed over her, prompting her to inquire of the nearby Loping. At that moment, Loping stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the mysterious disappearance and sudden reappearance of Wuqing. He also noted that the two combatants had yet to truly unleash their full potential, as numerous hidden techniques remained unutilized. When one strike missed its mark, Wuqing swiftly retaliated with a punch from his other hand, only to be firmly grasped by Qinglong. The contest had devolved into a mere battle of strength. Whoever possessed the greater might would seize the advantage. Ultimately, Qinglong's age was a factor, while Wuqing, brimming with youthful vigor, let out a fierce roar and forcefully broke free from Qinglong's grasp. He then launched a powerful kick, which Qinglong elegantly evaded with a graceful bend, countering with a flip in 2 swift kicks. Wuqing raised his hands to block, and both fighters retreated a few steps. Thus far, neither had managed to inflict significant harm upon the other, and their physical stamina had been evenly expended. "How did you discern my movements earlier? I believed my speed to be commendable, yet you still caught on." Wu Qing gasped, addressing Cheng Long. Upon hearing Wu Qing's bewilderment, Cheng Long smiled and began to elucidate. Undeniably, your speed is impressive, and your technique is quite effective. After employing the Phantom Fist, your ability to seamlessly alter your position on the field made it difficult for me to pinpoint your exact location. However, your momentum during the moment of attack was too pronounced. Otherwise, I would not have been able to defend myself. Ah, I see now. I had thought my sudden strategy would bear no fruit. Initially, I feared I had exposed a flaw, only to realize I faltered at the critical moment. Wu Qing admitted with a wry smile. Each move I executed was akin to a fierce tiger unleashed, a tactic I have long relied upon, capable of greatly undermining my opponent's morale. Yet, this approach harbors a significant flaw. An overly powerful presence makes it easy to detect. Youthful zeal in every strike is commendable, Cheng Long remarked, a hint of guidance in his tone. But have you considered that missing your target renders your efforts futile? It is far more advantageous to exert 7/10 of your strength, leaving the remaining 3/10 for various strategic maneuvers. As Cheng Long observed Wu Qing, he found himself inexplicably compelled to offer this advice, prompting Wu Qing to reflect on his long-held combat methods, pondering whether they truly warranted reevaluation. Chapter 19. A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. Relentless in their resolve, Jackie Chan's words cannot be dismissed as devoid of wisdom. As the strength of the unfeeling one escalates, the adversaries he faces are bound to grow increasingly formidable. In a contest of masters, even the slightest misstep can plunge one into an abyss from which there is no return. Standing still, the unfeeling one pondered Jackie Chan's words for a moment before cautiously initiating an assault. True to Jackie's counsel, he exerted only 70% of his strength. And Jackie discerned the unfeeling one's intent. He refrained from countering, merely evading the blows. With diminished force, the speed of the unfeeling one's strikes quickened slightly, and the ensuing movements appeared more fluid. Frankly, he had never considered such an approach before. After all, no one would choose to hold back while attacking. To do so, in a sense, implies a lack of respect for one's opponent. In combat, overconfidence is the gravest folly. As Jackie deftly evaded the unfeeling one's relentless onslaught, he acutely sensed the latter's extraordinary capacity for learning. A combat style to which one is accustomed can be swiftly altered if the styles are somewhat similar. It is not overwhelmingly challenging. However, the distinction between exerting full strength and merely 70% is indeed a chasm apart. Remarkably, adapting to this new approach within mere minutes marked the unfeeling one as a true prodigy. Perhaps the era of the youth has indeed arrived, Jackie mused, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. If a young talent capable of surpassing him truly exists, he might well embrace a peaceful twilight in his later years. Ceasing his probing attacks, the unfeeling one regarded Jackie with utmost respect, bowing deeply and earnestly declaring, "Thank you, Mr. Chan. Your words are indeed pearls of wisdom, seemingly enhancing my prowess. There's no need for gratitude. Even if I had not shared this with you, you would eventually grasp it on your own," Jackie replied nonchalantly. Though it appeared trivial, such words would not be uttered lightly by one who isn't trustworthy. After all, should the unfeeling one evolve into a world-destroying force in the future, Jackie could inadvertently become an accomplice. Yet, having imparted such a combat style, the unfeeling one might find his chances of overcoming Jackie even slimmer. "Your thoughts elude me," the unfeeling one remarked with a smile, gazing at Jackie. "It matters not if you're unaware now. In due time, you will come to understand," Jackie replied with a casual tone before abruptly leaping into the air, seemingly intending to launch an aerial assault. In truth, the unfeeling one yearned to leap up and strike. But he recognized that Jackie was akin to the turtle hermit, a martial arts deity unlikely to leave any openings unless he sought to bait him into a trap. Once resolute in his determination, Wu Qing remained steadfast, unyielding in his position, employing a strategy of constancy to counter the unpredictability of the situation. No matter Jackie's intentions, the ultimate outcome would merely involve overcoming Wu Qing. As long as Wu Qing remained stationary, Jackie would inevitably need to approach for an assault. Soaring to a height of at least 20 meters, Jackie's vision remained unclouded by the altitude. Observing the immobile Wu Qing, a faint smile graced Jackie's lips, for he was aware that this opponent would not budge. As he descended slowly, Jackie's rate of fall was remarkably swift, prompting Wu Qing to cast a glance upwards. To his astonishment, Jackie, devoid of his outerwear, exhibited a physique that defied his age, rather than appearing frail like many seniors. Jackie's body was a testament to formidable strength, his muscles exceptionally well-defined. Upon landing, Wuching sensed that the Jackie before him was a completely different entity from the one he had previously confronted. It was evident that Jackie was now prepared to unleash his full potential in combat, leaving Wuching to ponder the implications of Jackie's enhanced muscle mass on his speed. Ladies and gentlemen, who would have thought that despite his advanced years, Jackie possesses such robust physicality? The host marveled at Jackie's physique, exclaiming in astonishment. Jackie's gaze met Wuching's, who, in turn, scrutinized Jackie, not yet inclined to attack, for he was uncertain of Jackie's true capabilities in this state. Since you choose not to advance, I shall come to you, Jackie declared suddenly, followed by the sound of something tearing apart. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Wuching's face. The speed was so astonishing that there was no time for reaction. By the time the audience comprehended the unfolding events, Wuching was already sprawled on the ground. Feeling the sting of pain upon his face, Wuching betrayed no signs of suffering, instead smiling as he rose to his feet. I did not expect that such muscular expansion could still maintain such velocity. Remarkable, truly remarkable, he exclaimed. That punch must have left you dizzy, Jackie chuckled in response. I acknowledge your strength. However, young man, there will always be a higher mountain, do you understand? I am well aware of that, Wuching replied, but I must apologize. For at this moment, I have yet to encounter a peak loftier than my own. With that, he let out a fierce roar and charged forward, his speed surpassing that of Jackie's earlier assault. Jackie's expression flickered with surprise as Wuching landed a punch squarely on his face, the force sending Jackie crashing to the ground, his visage contorted in agony. To merely aspire to vanquish Jackie Chan is utterly implausible. Rising to his feet, Jackie regarded the relentless opponent with a hint of perplexity. That recent blow had been delivered with all his might. Even if the opponent had attained the prowess reminiscent of Jackie's own peak at Corinta, it was improbable for him to retaliate immediately after being struck. What manner of existence had this individual endured to cultivate such astonishing defensive capabilities? Truly remarkable, indeed. The turtle sage ought to possess such formidable prowess, thought the relentless fighter, as he surged forward once more. This time, he unleashed his strikes at an unparalleled velocity, each punch faster than the last, surpassing even the speed exhibited by the Chiba King during his eight-handed fist. Jackie, leveraging his extraordinary combat experience, deftly evaded the onslaught of strikes, maneuvering left and right with remarkable agility. The intensity of this back-and-forth confrontation captivated the audience, with supporters of both fighters vociferously chanting their champions' names, fervently hoping to bolster their spirits and seize the momentum, seeking to exploit any weakness in their opponent to deliver a flurry of decisive blows and claim ultimate victory. However, these fans seemed to underestimate their champion's adversary. At this juncture, the two were indeed evenly matched, one adept at offense, the other a master of defense. An entire hour had elapsed, and they remained as evenly poised as at the outset, though the relentless fighter had landed a successful punch on Jackie's chest. The actual damage inflicted was negligible, and such rapid firing of attacks was a tremendous test of his stamina. At long last, it appeared that the relentless fighter was nearing his limit, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his face, nearly obscuring his vision. After wiping the perspiration from his brow, he gritted his teeth and charged once more, maintaining the previously established rapid tempo, hoping to instill a sense of urgency in Jackie, thus creating an opportunity to exploit any flaw. Unfortunately, Jackie was no stranger to such circumstances and remained unfazed, nimbly dodging the relentless fighter's strikes. Seizing the moment when the opponent paused to catch his breath, Jackie unleashed a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Yet, the relentless fighter quickly regained his footing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and began to ponder. He could not afford to continue in this manner. I had already unleashed my fastest attacks, yet I still cannot land a hit on this fellow. Truly impressive, the relentless fighter thought, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as he gazed at Jackie. The martial arts deity, indeed, even in the twilight of his years, had elevated his prowess to astonishing heights. Achieving victory was no simple feat. The speed of Wuching's recent assault was so formidable that, had it not been for my instinctive bodily reflexes, I would surely have found myself sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Chung Long couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as he recalled Wuching's relentless onslaught. It was evident that evading such attacks was an arduous task for his somewhat rusty physique, had it not been for his extensive combat experience, which had endowed his body with natural defensive responses. He might very well have been lying on the ground now, given that it was Master Wu Tian's teachings. It was reasonable to assume that the Kamehameha technique had been mastered to its fullest potential. If that were the case, then when I employ this technique, Master Wu Tian would undoubtedly do the same, providing me with an opportunity to identify the shortcomings in my own execution of the Kamehameha. Wu Qing pondered, resolute in his decision, though he seemed oblivious to the fact that this approach could easily lead to his defeat in the competition. However, to engage in combat with a formidable figure like the Turtle Sage and to reach this stage was, in itself, a worthwhile endeavor for Wu Qing. At that moment, he cast a provocative glance at Qing Long before speaking. Mr. Qing Long, you have utilized the Kamehameha in the past. Do you possess the courage to test its power against me? With that, Wu Qing brought his hands together in a flower bud formation, placing them at his waist. His eyes glinting with a hint of provocation as he clearly enunciated, Kamehameha. To use this technique in front of its creator required immense bravery. Qing Long, as the originator of the skill, was acutely aware of how to maximize its potential. In contrast, Wu Qing was merely a half-baked imitator. And regardless of whether he was aware of his true identity, the mere audacity to challenge Qing Long with the Kamehameha spoke volumes about his courage. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the most powerful Kamehameha, Qing Long remarked coolly, mirroring Wu Qing's gesture by bringing his hands together in a flower bud formation and placing them at his waist, proclaiming Kamehameha. Just as in the previous semifinal, both contestants unleashed the Kamehameha simultaneously, albeit with different practitioners. Although Qing Long's execution was slightly slower, his familiarity with the move meant that he had no difficulty in delivering it seamlessly. The two vibrant azure energy spheres collided, unleashing a tempest that roared through the arena, wreaking havoc in its wake. The prowess of the two individuals is indeed formidable. However, Jackie Chan's extensive combat experience and knowledge are unparalleled, granting him the ability to level the playing field. As their Kamehameha waves collided, there was no immediate explosion. Both fighters concentrated on amplifying their energy, striving for an advantage, which consequently intensified the power of their respective Kamehameha waves. Wu Qing, without any reservations, was fully committed to the battle, while Jackie was acutely aware that if he continued to enhance his Kamehameha wave, the resulting explosion might create a pressure wave strong enough to displace both him and Wu Qing from the stage. Conversely, if he refrained from augmenting his wave's power, he risked being propelled away by Wu Qing's Kamehameha. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the Kamehameha wave and the concept of energy, Wu Qing found that the physical exertion required to unleash its full potential was substantial. In this moment of realization, Jackie devised a strategy. Braving the risk of potentially losing the match, he thrust both hands upwards, redirecting their Kamehameha waves into the air. Shortly thereafter, the two waves dissipated, leaving both Wu Qing and Jackie considerably drained, particularly after the fierce clash that had reduced their stamina by more than half. In Chapter 20, titled New Techniques, Grave Crisis, Wu Qing leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, pooling on the ground within mere seconds. Jackie, too, felt the toll of his age and the immense energy expenditure. His current state was a stark contrast to his earlier vigor. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of retreating. Although Wu Qing's Kamehameha was powerful, it equally drained his stamina. Yet, there remained a fire of determination in his eyes, which Jackie found impressive. Internally, he acknowledged Wu Qing's tenacity, his face betraying no hint of disappointment, only a sense of pride. Perhaps, after this match, the era of the younger fighters would indeed dawn. But for now, Jackie was resolute in his determination to continue. Wiping the sweat from his brow and regaining his composure, Wu Qing addressed Jackie. From the beginning until now, it is evident that your energy expenditure has far exceeded mine, especially after you managed to redirect both our Kamehameha waves into the air. That alone would have consumed a significant portion of your stamina. While your combat experience vastly surpasses mine, my youth affords me an advantage in a protracted battle, Mr. Chan. Undoubtedly, the unfeeling words spoken were not devoid of truth. Had the two Kamehameha waves remained in a stalemate, Jackie Chan's energy expenditure would not have been so significant. However, in a bid to spare the audience from harm and to prevent either himself or the unfeeling one from gaining an advantage through energy output, he took a considerable risk. By unleashing his Kamehameha to dispel the opponent's wave, he inflicted tremendous damage, albeit at a steep cost to his stamina. It can be asserted that had Jackie not been in a state of muscle hypertrophy, but merely in a normal condition, such a feat would have been unattainable. Young one, while confidence is indeed a commendable trait, one must not allow it to verge on arrogance, Jackie remarked with a smile, maintaining his state of muscle expansion. Although such a condition would rapidly deplete his energy, it was a necessity. Without it, his chances of victory would diminish significantly. Moreover, this was not the time for a protracted battle. Both parties needed to seek a swift resolution. Despite the considerable energy drain, he found no openings truly. The martial arts deity lived up to his title. In the heart of the unfeeling one, a realization dawned as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch with unwavering speed. Alas, this strike, capable of shattering mountains, was rendered mere embellishment due to Jackie's use of the phantom fist technique. Subsequently, the unfeeling one pivoted sharply, crossing his arms defensively to withstand Jackie's kick. With one strike failing, Jackie unleashed a flurry of phantom fists, temporarily populating the arena with multiple images of himself, encircling the unfeeling one in a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. This tactic had previously been employed by Wukong during a match, where it was swiftly countered by the unfeeling one. One would presume Jackie, having witnessed the match, would not repeat such an error, leaving spectators momentarily perplexed. In the stands, both Clint and Wukong observed the unfolding battle. A flicker of surprise crossed Clint's face as he commented, "That old gentleman is employing the same technique as you did back then, Wukong." I was quickly countered by the unfeeling one. Why is he using it again? Does he not fear being thwarted? A hint of confusion crossed Wukong's features as he replied, continuing to watch the match unfold. Though pain persisted, the unfeeling one closed his eyes, concentrating intently to discern Jackie's true position. The phantom images produced by the phantom fist bore no offensive capability. They merely served to confuse the opponent's vision, allowing the true form to strike at an opportune moment. Yet, despite his concentrated effort, the unfeeling one could not locate Jackie. For his speed was simply astonishing. Without waiting for the merciless judgment to ascertain his precise position, Jackie had already altered his stance. With each strike, he would evade his original spot, rendering the efforts of the merciless futile. Under the relentless assault from Jackie, the merciless began to falter, his once upright form now bending under the strain, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. "Damn it, what should I do in such a situation?" the merciless mused, completely unprepared for Jackie's unexpected skill. In his previous encounter with Wukong, he had easily outclassed his opponent, making it simple to counter Wukong's little tricks. However, facing Jackie, a fighter with comparable prowess and extensive combat experience, left the merciless at a loss. Enduring the barrage of attacks, the merciless finally succumbed to the onslaught and knelt on the ground, green blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the arena. Suddenly, he sensed a slight deceleration in Jackie's speed. He closed his eyes tightly, a flicker of confidence gracing his lips, and then unleashed a powerful kick that landed squarely on Jackie's calf, causing him to stagger backward, with all traces of his afterimages vanishing, gradually rising to his feet. The merciless smiled, a hint of pride evident as he looked at Jackie. Those relentless strikes were indeed painful, but alas, your age has caught up with you. You can no longer maintain the flawless assault you once had. Although your movements only slowed slightly, it was enough for me to find an opening. That tactic is of no use to me now. With that, the merciless charged forward, his words merely serving to undermine Jackie's confidence. While such psychological tactics might hold little weight against Jackie, the merciless did not expect to win solely through verbal jabs. Facing the relentless onslaught of the merciless, Jackie remained vigilant, aware that even the slightest misstep could cost him the match. Both fighters shared a singular goal: to land a decisive blow before their energy was entirely depleted. However, it appeared that realizing this mutual aspiration would not be an easy feat. Fists met fists, feet met feet, as they exchanged blows with unyielding speed, undeterred by their fatigue. The audience was enthralled, reveling in the intensity of the bout. Yet, standing beside Bulma, Lepin wore a look of confusion. Despite both combatants remaining evenly matched, the merciless seemed to be gaining the upper hand over Jackie. Why then did Jackie appear so composed? "Lepin, what's the matter with you?" Noticing the increasingly grim expression on Lepin's face, Bulma, standing nearby, inquired with concern. Lepin merely smiled, dismissing any worries by claiming he was fine. In a swift exchange, their figures shifted positions once more. In that fleeting moment, the fists of Wuching and Qing Long collided several times. It became evident that Wuching held a significant advantage. His scales mitigated much of the damage, while Qing Long's arms began to ache, his eyes reflecting surprise at Wuching's astonishing strength. "Mr. Qing Long, your movements have noticeably declined over the previous rounds," Wuching remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, his condition was not without its faults. Despite his advanced age, Qing Long's vast combat experience was undeniable. There were moments when he could have landed a hit. Yet he adeptly evaded and counterattacked, leaving him in a less than favorable position. Youthful as you are, how much better can your condition truly be? Cheng Long retorted, equally unwilling to concede. At that moment, he resolved that continuing this exchange of blows would inevitably lead to his defeat. He had come to understand Wu Qing's physical prowess through their bout, realizing it far surpassed his own, which had grown complacent with inactivity. To secure victory, he would need to unveil a new technique. It seemed imperative to reveal another secret move. Cheng Long exhaled deeply, as if having made a momentous decision, and spoke with calm resolve. Wu Qing, upon hearing this, became alert, pondering the nature of this new technique. Suddenly, a flicker of electricity danced between Cheng Long's hands, causing Wu Qing's eyes to widen in astonishment. The Kamehameha wave was within his understanding, but this electrical phenomenon appeared utterly improbable. Universal thunder palm, Cheng Long bellowed, as the electric current intensified between his hands. For the first time, a genuine expression of fear crossed Wu Qing's face. After all, this was electricity. Though it could not rival the might of nature's storms, it was undoubtedly no trivial technique. The consequences of being struck by such a blow were too dire to contemplate. With this in mind, Wu Qing's initial plan was to employ the Phantom Fist. As long as he remained unscathed, no matter how powerful the technique, it would hold no efficacy. Unfortunately, before he could execute his strategy, a wave of paralysis gripped his body. Almost instantaneously, a chain composed entirely of what appeared to be electricity ensnared him completely. Struggling to break free, he found himself incapable of exerting any strength due to the relentless pain coursing through him. Electricity, in its capacity to stimulate the human body, can indeed evoke latent potential within individuals. Yet, in the precarious realm between life and death, those who can truly harness such potential are exceedingly rare. Wu Qing, evidently, does not belong to this select group. Confronted by the merciless currents ravaging his body, he can only feebly struggle against the onslaught. As the spectators observe this spectacle, they find themselves at a loss for words. The relentless discharge of electricity exacts a significant toll on Cheng Long as he executes this maneuver. Yet in comparison to the agonizing Wu Qing, he appears significantly better off, at least able to calmly articulate his thoughts. Young man, you are the first and only individual I have encountered in recent years capable of pushing me to this extent. However, continuing this futile struggle serves no purpose. Before my formidable universal thunder palm brings you down, even your extraordinary resilience will falter, and should this continue, you risk your very life. Therefore, I suggest you concede. The electricity continues its torment of Wu Qing's body, assailing every cell within him. To endure such agony, even for a mere second, requires an extraordinary willpower. Many who fall victim to this technique instantaneously lose their combat capabilities, and some even their lives. Wu Qing is acutely aware of this truth. Yet the prospect of conceding is utterly beyond his resolve. Clenching his teeth to suppress any sound of anguish, he perceives the acrid scent of charred flesh, a grim indication that his body has suffered grievous damage from the intense current. His garments lie in tatters, and the protective scales he possesses, derived from reptilian cells, offer little defense against the electricity. Despite their enhanced resilience from biochemical engineering, they are not immune to electric shocks. And now, these scales bear the telltale signs of fractures. Indeed, Wu Qing's prowess surpasses that of Cheng Long, yet this insidious electricity severely constrains his abilities, leaving him powerless to deploy his strength. Had he not endured such extensive fatigue, there might have been hope for escape. However, detaching himself from the shackles of electricity proves a formidable challenge, unless, of course, Cheng Long, succumbing to exhaustion, ceases his universal thunder palm. As onlookers witness the transformation of Wu Qing's body, it becomes clear that he teeters on the brink of oblivion. Leping's face reflects concern as he remarks, if Wu Qing continues to endure this way, he may indeed be courting death. Chapter 21. The Reveal of Victory and Defeat. Post-match celebration. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time continued to pass, second by second. For those who had little to occupy them, the passage of time felt no different from any other moment. However, for Wu Qing at this instant, each fleeting second felt as though it spanned several years, a seemingly interminable stretch. He could sense that his vision was beginning to blur. Young man, 3 minutes have already elapsed. I have witnessed your perseverance and determination. I can empathize with your desire to win. However, at this moment, your life is paramount. If you do not choose to forfeit, you may very well meet your demise here. Please, forfeit, Cheng Long exclaimed, observing Wu Qing's struggle to endure. Truth be told, if forfeiting were an option, Wu Qing would have seriously considered it. Yet, he had come to a realization, if he were to succumb to the Wangguo Jing Tian Palm. It would signify his complete inability to resist the onslaught of electrical attacks. Those from the Red Satin Brigade would undoubtedly employ similar tactics against him. Thus, he could not, under any circumstances, choose to forfeit. Silence. I will not forfeit. With nearly all his strength expended, Wu Qing managed to utter those few words. Chen Long, upon hearing this, was not particularly surprised. Having spent the past few days with Wu Qing, he recognized the young man's proud nature. Such individuals often possess a unique sense of pride and are loath to surrender easily. His earlier suggestion had merely been an attempt to explore the possibility. Time continued to tick away, and the audience began to feel that there was little doubt Chen Long would claim the championship. Should Wu Qing lose consciousness, the title would undoubtedly be his. Yet, they underestimated one critical aspect. If Wu Qing was resolute in his desire not to concede, he would not relent unless it cost him his life, regardless of how dire the circumstances became. While most spectators were familiar with Wu Qing, only a select few, such as Bulma, shared any genuine connection with him. Observing the anguish etched on Wu Qing's face, Bulma turned to her companion, Lu Ping, and asked, Lu Ping, do you think if Wu Qing continues to grit his teeth and endure like this, he might truly meet the same fate as that old man foretold? Now that is a question which has truly stumped me. Lu Ping found himself at a loss for words, contemplating before finally responding, to be honest. Only that individual and Wu Qing are aware of the true magnitude of the current emanating from him. However, I can assert with certainty that I am incapable of enduring such a current at this moment. Furthermore, the harm that electricity inflicts upon the human body is considerable. If Wu Qing is indeed so stubborn as to prefer death over surrender, he may not perish immediately in the arena. But there exists a substantial risk that he could lose his life during subsequent treatment. Thus, I believe that if Wu Qing continues to struggle in vain, we will have no choice but to assist him in forfeiting. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded in agreement. After all, Wu Qing could be considered a friend, and it would be utterly futile for him to sacrifice his life for such a contest. A full quarter of an hour had elapsed since he had been ensnared by that infernal current. During this time, Wu Qing had endured torment that could have rendered him unconscious countless times. Meanwhile, Chen Long, who had initially exuded confidence, was now beginning to feel a sense of astonishment. After all, no one had ever managed to withstand the might of the universal earth-shattering palm for such a duration. Not even his most talented disciple, Sun Wukong, possessed this ability. Indeed, Wu Qing was worthy of being someone who had ascended the Tower of Karen. Yet, if the current's output were to be intensified any further, it was likely that Wu Qing would succumb to the electric shock. Conversely, if the current were to be maintained at its current level, while my stamina could allow me to endure for a while longer, it appeared increasingly unlikely that Wu Qing would choose to forfeit after enduring only a few more minutes of agony. Consequently, Chen Long found himself ensnared in a dilemma of his own making. After a few more minutes of stalemate, Lu Ping sensed that Wu Qing might be at an impasse. Urgently, he squeezed his way out from the audience and approached the host, expressing his concern. I am willing to forfeit this match on behalf of Wu Qing. It is evident to you that he is suffering immensely. If we allow him to endure this any longer, it could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, as Lu Ping articulated, should Wu Qing choose not to concede and persist in this struggle, it would yield no benefit for him. Chen Long also addressed the host, affirming this sentiment. They both sought the best for Wu Qing, and the host acknowledged their intentions. However, to err on the side of caution, he felt compelled to verify Wu Qing's willingness to forfeit. He called out, Competitor Wu Qing, I believe you have heard the sentiments expressed by both Lu Ping and Chen Long, who wish for you to concede. I, too, perceive no disadvantage in such a decision. What is your intention? Silence. The two-word retort encapsulated Wu Qing's resolve. To forfeit was utterly inconceivable to him. At that moment, he was uncertain whether it was due to his body being numbed or some other reason, but the excruciating currents that had previously tormented him began to diminish. Thus, when Wu Qing uttered his response, it was infused with a hint of confidence and a touch of pride. Unbeknownst to those around him, Wu Qing's body had begun to acclimate to the intensity of the current. Dr. Cole had devoted years to creating the most formidable biochemical warrior. Foreseeing scenarios akin to this one, his design for Wu Qing had already accounted for such challenges. As long as he was not dead, his body would adapt to the situation in the shortest possible time, whether in extreme heat, frigid cold, or the present circumstances. With Wu Qing's unwavering determination, the body that had once been completely numb was now gradually regaining sensation. The expression of agony had vanished, and a flicker of inexplicable confidence graced Wu Qing's lips in the form of a smile. If one possesses a substantial advantage, a confident smile is certainly commendable, garnering admiration from the audience. Yet, considering his current disadvantage, how could he still muster a smile? It was unfathomable. Chen Long's face was etched with disbelief. In the next moment, Wu Qing shouted with fervor, unleashing a surge of immense power, breaking free from the shackles of the current and landing firmly on the ground. The garments, now tattered and worn, bore witness to an astonishing transformation. Previously, all had clearly observed the numerous wounds inflicted upon Wu Qing by the relentless onslaught of electricity. Yet, to one's astonishment, these injuries had seemingly vanished, leaving one to question whether they had merely imagined the sight. Moreover, the aura exuding from Wu Qing instilled in Mr. Cheng Long a profound sense of helplessness. Mr. Cheng Long, Wu Qing remarked, his expression tinged with a hint of resignation. Your recent maneuver, the global stunning palm, was truly exquisite. It nearly left me at my wit's end. However, it appears that Lady Luck still favors me. You have consistently urged me to forfeit, and while I understand your intentions were noble, I must now offer you a piece of advice in return. Consider withdrawing. This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience, for all had firmly believed that Cheng Long was destined to be the champion, even if Wu Qing managed to escape. The immense physical toll he had endured in battling the currents would render him utterly spent. Given this, one might question what legitimacy there was in expecting Cheng Long to concede, especially when he held such a significant advantage. Yet, to everyone's surprise, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Cheng Long's face, as if he harbored great expectations for Wu Qing. It seems, he mused, that the era of youth has indeed arrived. Long ago, I anticipated this day, and in a sense, I have awaited its coming. It appears that this time truly belongs to you young ones. As he spoke, Cheng Long clasped his hands behind him and took deliberate steps towards the edge of the arena, leaping down with a grace that astonished all in attendance. The audience reacted with a mixture of surprise, while Lu Ping could scarcely believe his eyes, trembling as he exclaimed, "Impossible! Could it be that he is not Master Wu Tian in disguise? Do you truly believe this old man is the turtle sage, Lu Ping?" "You're overthinking it," Bulma replied with a light-hearted smile, sensing her boyfriend's overactive imagination. Although she had come to understand the true extent of the martial prowess possessed by the divine turtle sage, she pondered the rationale behind his participation in the tournament and why he would choose to alter his identity so drastically, finding no necessity for such a transformation. This match, to be candid, had an element of anticlimax, as both sides kept the audience enthralled from the very beginning until the end. However, it was the unexpected decision of Jackie Chan to forfeit that left many in astonishment. The host, being the first to react, skillfully redirected everyone's attention with his eloquence. "Ladies and gentlemen, this prolonged battle has finally yielded a victor. Although I am uncertain about Jackie Chan's reasons for his withdrawal, it seems he must have recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent, Ruthless. So let us all cheer for the champion, Ruthless. Ruthless! Ruthless!" The majority of the audience resounded with fervent calls for Ruthless, while a portion began to depart, perhaps not being supporters of his. In all honesty, Ruthless was unaware of the exhilarating sensation one experiences while standing on the arena, basking in the applause of the crowd after claiming victory. This feeling was truly exhilarating and stirred a sense of excitement within him. With this, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament reached a satisfying conclusion, marking the beginning of a period of unrest in the world. As the competition drew to a close, Ruthless, along with Goku and others, sought out Bulma and the rest. Soon, Master Roshi appeared, seemingly in a state of disarray, which caused a cloud of suspicion to gather once more in the mind of Lepin. He directly addressed Master Roshi, saying, "Master Wu Tian, the Jackie Chan who fought Ruthless on the arena moments ago, was that you in disguise? What are you talking about? I could never engage in such trivial antics." Master Roshi replied calmly, waving his hand. "Furthermore, I need not change my name to participate in the competition." With just a few words, he effectively silenced Lepin. At this moment, Goku seized the opportunity to interject, "I'm hungry. Can we go eat now?" "Ah, then let us dine." "It's on me," Ruthless declared nonchalantly, having just received a reward of 500,000. Clearly, he had underestimated Goku's appetite. Inside the restaurant, the staff were bustling about. Yet the only patrons present were Ruthless and his companions. The frenzy of the waitstaff was solely due to Goku's insatiable demand for more food. Despite being merely a 12-year-old child, his capacity for consumption was astonishing. He had already devoured 30 different dishes and showed no signs of stopping. "Ruthless," someone remarked, What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue your training alone? At this moment, Leping inquired, who knows? I plan to first visit Karen. I wish to share this good news with Uncle Bora. Following that, I should seek out the cat sage. As I yearn to discover what formidable individuals exist in this world, I intend to continue my visits and learn more skills from them. If possible, I believe I shall participate in the next grand martial arts tournament. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Qing spoke up. And what about you all? I have decided to learn the turtle school martial arts from Master Wu Tian. Leping exclaimed, turning to the turtle sage and earnestly requesting, Master Wu Tian, I hope you will accept me as your disciple. In all honesty, Leping possessed considerable talent. With diligent practice, he could indeed be molded into a remarkable martial artist. The turtle sage nodded in approval, thereby welcoming another disciple into his fold. Chapter 22. Return to Karen. The death of Bora after finishing their meal. Night had already fallen. Parting ways at this hour seemed rather futile, as even if they were to separate, none would immediately embark on their respective journeys. Thus, it was better to spend one last night together, parting only the following morning. While this final evening appeared inconsequential, it provided an opportunity for the group to strengthen their bonds. That night, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the turtle sage solemnly summoned Wu Qing outside, indicating that he would not return for some time. The others retreated to their rooms to rest, not waiting for their return. Accompanying the turtle sage outside, Wu Qing had already surmised some of the reasons behind this summons. Once they halted, Wu Qing spoke, Master Wu Tian, may I inquire why you have called me out? You should have a fair understanding of your strength by now, Wu Qing. The turtle sage did not elaborate further, but stated this, prompting Wu Qing to nod instinctively while gazing at him with a puzzled expression. At this moment, the turtle sage bore none of the lecherous demeanor he had displayed during dinner. Instead, he appeared grave, his eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and concern as he continued. The only individuals I know capable of obtaining the super holy water from the cat sage are you and I. You are aware that I am revered as the god of martial arts. While there may be others more powerful than I, it can be said that I stand at the pinnacle of this world. However, you have already surpassed my strength, and thus, the time has arrived for this world to truly belong to the youth. Now I seek your response. Response. With an air of confusion, Wu Qing remarked, only to subsequently grasp the underlying meaning of the conversation. He continued, I understand now. Master Wu Tian's implication is that I have surpassed your strength. In other words, perhaps this world will face peril in the future, and in such times, I must ponder whether I will rise to protect it against those who seek its destruction or domination. If one were to interpret it this way, it would not be entirely inaccurate. The turtle sage, without any intention of concealing his thoughts, spoke candidly. I have lived for over 3 centuries, and I am uncertain when I may no longer behold the dawn of another day. Thus, I hope to find someone worthy to entrust this world to before I depart from it. And you, it seems, are the individual I have chosen. To be frank, the turtle sage had contemplated this long ago, for he was of advanced age. Although his fellow disciple, the crane hermit, possessed considerable strength, his dubious intentions made it a source of concern. Moreover, his own pupil, Sun Wukong, had already passed away. While the bull demon king had strength and had shown signs of reformation, he was still unfit to bear the weight of safeguarding the world. The turtle sage's participation in the recent martial arts tournament was motivated not only by a desire to prevent his disciple from becoming arrogant, but also by the hope of finding a suitable successor, though he harbored little optimism regarding the latter. Listening to the turtle sage's words, Wu Qing comprehended his intent. Given such a declaration, he felt compelled to agree, especially since he could hardly refuse such a proposition. Having resolved his thoughts, Wu Qing stated, if that is the case, then I have no objections. Regardless of the dangers that may beset this world in the future, I shall endeavor to confront them, even if my efforts prove insufficient. Observing Wu Qing's earnest expression, the turtle sage felt a sense of relief and nodded approvingly. He then remarked, by the way, while you have indeed learned the Kamehameha, I can see that your understanding of Qi is rather limited. Acknowledging the turtle sage's insight, Wu Qing confessed, indeed, I lack knowledge regarding Qi. To be honest, I am quite unaware of how to effectively wield the Kamehameha. Although I triumphed over you at the martial arts tournament, a significant part of my victory was due to your age. When it comes to Qi, I am truly a novice. Have you discerned that? The turtle sage, now openly expressing his thoughts, replied, it is only natural, considering we have battled for such an extended period. Your realization does not surprise me. In truth, had it not been for Lepin's persistent speculations, I would have remained unaware as well. Without emotion, he stated succinctly, and then continued to inquire about the knowledge of this so-called qi. The turtle sage first exhaled deeply and began to elucidate. Qi, when articulated in words, is indeed a challenging concept to convey. To put it simply, if you can adeptly harness qi, you can also wield techniques such as the turtle school's Kamehameha, which rely on this elusive energy. These techniques, although diverse, fundamentally share the same essence, as long as you can manipulate qi. You may learn other qi-based techniques through diligent practice. Of course, the extent of your progress depends on your dedication. Upon hearing this, the emotionless one appeared somewhat dissatisfied, for this was not the information he sought. He interrupted the turtle sage, saying, "Master Wu Tian, could you elaborate further? For instance, what exactly is qi?" This is indeed a challenging explanation, and practical application is often more straightforward, the turtle sage replied. He then began to teach the most fundamental aspects of how to cultivate the qi within one's body. The emotionless one, perhaps due to innate talent, grasped the concept quickly after just a brief demonstration. Within a mere few minutes, he had significantly understood the concept of qi. Although he could not articulate it perfectly, he had no trouble applying it, and his proficiency with the Kamehameha had improved considerably, though there was no increase in strength. The newfound understanding of qi prompted the emotionless one to realize that there was much more to learn, not merely by following the turtle sage, but through solitary training. After all, always remaining in the shadow of another would ultimately hinder one's growth. Venturing out alone could expedite one's development. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. At this moment, the emotionless one spoke respectfully to the turtle sage, recognizing him as his second mentor in this world, and thus deserving of his respect. There's no need for such formality. From now on, this world is in your hands, emotionless. The turtle sage appeared nonchalant, chuckling as he continued, with young people like you around. This old man no longer has to worry about certain matters. With your protection, I can finally enjoy my twilight years in peace. Ha ha ha. Though he may merely appear to be a lecherous old man in the eyes of many, those who truly understand him recognize that he is, in fact, the man who has devoted the most care and concern for this world. The cold-hearted individual gazing at the not-so-tall man before him is filled with profound respect. Following this moment, the two exchanged only a few casual words before retreating to their respective chambers to rest. By the following morning, each individual had embarked upon their own journey. Wukong, whom the cold-hearted one assumed would return to the Kame house with Master Rashi to continue his training, surprisingly opted for solitude instead. He expressed a keen interest in the Korin Tower, wishing to accompany the cold-hearted one on the journey there. Naturally, the cold-hearted one had no objections to this. The group decided to part ways at the martial arts tournament, leaving them to ponder when their next reunion might occur. The journey from the tournament venue to Korin Tower would not take much time, approximately a month. Along the way, Yukong gained some understanding of what awaited them at the tower. However, the cold-hearted one refrained from revealing that the ultra-divine water container merely held ordinary water. Instead, he shared the duration he and Master Rashi had spent at Korin Tower. Upon hearing this, Wukong candidly expressed his determination to secure the ultra-divine water container in a shorter time frame. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of Earth, the mood at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was far from pleasant. Commander Red, upon receiving news of the defection of the so-called strongest bio-warrior developed by Dr. Jero, felt a sense of unease. The truth of the matter was undeniable. One could not conceal fire with paper. Commander Red dispatched numerous subordinates, insisting they must uncover the whereabouts of the cold-hearted one. At that moment, Dr. Jero, while watching footage from the World Martial Arts Tournament, spotted the cold-hearted one and promptly reported the news. Armed with this information, the Red Ribbon Army's intelligence system began to unravel the cold-hearted one's past movements and associations, including the Bra father-son duo, who had also come under the Red Ribbon Army's scrutiny. It is worth noting that there had been prior friction between the Red Ribbon Army and the Bra family during certain missions. The resilience of Bra made it clear that bullets could not inflict significant harm upon him, leading the Red Ribbon Army to avoid Korin Tower for some time. However, in light of the defection of their strongest bio-warrior, and given that the records indicated a seemingly amicable relationship with the Bra duo, Commander Red contemplated leveraging these individuals. Yet, due to concerns that the Bra family would not easily comply, coupled with their history of conflicts with the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Red ultimately resolved that it would be more straightforward to eliminate them altogether. Since this plan has been set in motion, Commander Red has resolved to expend a considerable fortune to enlist the services of the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. His intentions extend beyond merely eliminating the Bra family. He also aims to eradicate Wuching. The very fact that Wuching intends to participate in the Grand Martial Arts tournament suggests he possesses independent thought, rather than being a mere combat automaton. In other words, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this young man might someday undertake actions detrimental to the Red Ribbon Army. It is a principle of the Red Ribbon Army to nip dangers in the bud. However, it is regrettable that Commander Root remains unaware that, at this juncture, the threat has already escalated to a level capable of obliterating the entire Red Ribbon Army, and he is destined to pay a grievous price for his decision. Tao Bai. The unparalleled assassin is remarkably punctual. Within mere hours of receiving the assignment, he arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Upon learning of his target, he was somewhat taken aback, as he had assumed Wuching had perished over a year prior. Nevertheless, he dismissed this thought. After all, if Wuching had been fortunate once, it was likely that this time would be no different. Procuring a pillar as a means of transport, Tao Bai departed under the incredulous gaze of the Red Ribbon Army personnel, with less than an hour remaining before Wuching's arrival at Corinta. Bra, as the guardian of Corinta, spends each day patrolling for any ill-intentioned individuals. On this particular day, Tao Bai made his entrance. While Bra did not recognize Tao Bai, he could not ignore the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Upon learning the name of the assassin, Bra understood his purpose. The world's foremost killer had come to this place with murderous intent, and since the target was himself, it was evident that some influential figure sought to eliminate him. However, the task of ending his life would not be so straightforward. Despite Bra's commendable skills, he was but an ant in the presence of Tao Bai. After all, Bra was no match for the former Wuching, let alone for Tao Bai. In the face of Tao Bai's overwhelming power, Bra was pierced through the heart by his own spear, losing his life. It is uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, but this brutal scene was witnessed firsthand by UPA, who stood frozen in shock. At that moment, Wuching and Wukong arrived just in time to see Bra's lifeless body. Wuching's face was etched with disbelief as he murmured, "Bra, Uncle Bra." Chapter 23, Confronting Tao Bai, Wuching's Fury. Bra, the man who had saved his life, lay dead before his eyes. If only he had acted a moment sooner, perhaps Uncle Bra would still be alive. How infuriating, how utterly maddening. In a heart devoid of compassion, an unnamed fury had long since spiraled out of control. With a frigid tone, he regarded Tao Bai, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. "Who compelled you to slay Uncle Brola?" Observing the unrelenting rage emanating from him, Tao Bai remained utterly unperturbed. A mere year ago, this insignificant insect in her eyes had managed to survive by mere chance. What difference did his growth make? With a hint of disdain, she replied nonchalantly, "Humph. You little rascal, I never expected that you would fortuitously escape death over a year ago. That was my first misstep, and you were merely lucky. However, this time, fortune shall not favor you. I ask you again, who was it that incited you to kill Uncle Brola?" Ignoring Tao Bai's retort, he posed his question once more. Advancing step by step, though his pace was slow, it instilled a sense of unease. At that moment, his aura was anything but restrained. It erupted with formidable intensity, prompting Wukong to instinctively take a step back. Tao Bai, too, was taken aback by the overwhelming energy radiating from him, which had clearly surpassed her own. Beads of sweat formed on her brow. This was inconceivable. Even if he were a prodigy, such rapid advancement was impossible. Yet, why had his power eclipsed hers? Before she knew it, he stood before her. Although he was not as tall, he bore an imposing demeanor that seemed to look down upon her. For the third time, he demanded, "Who ordered you to kill Uncle Brola? You think you have the right to speak to me in such a manner?" Tao Bai, seemingly incensed by his attitude, thrust her fist into his abdomen. The abdomen, being a vulnerable area, would typically inflict considerable pain upon impact. However, he appeared entirely unfazed, his expression unchanged, save for a look of deep-seated anger that startled Tao Bai. Could it be that miracles truly exist in this world, enabling this boy to reach heights I cannot fathom in just a year? She pondered, only to dismiss the notion moments later. Convinced that his apparent resilience was merely a fade, she launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Bewildered by his lack of movement, he stood there, seemingly oblivious. Each punch possessed the force to shatter mountains, each kick could sever iron plates. It was evident that an ordinary person would struggle to withstand even a single strike from Tao Bai, yet he remained rooted in place, showing no intent to evade. Could it be that Brother Wuching is in danger? UPA, knowing nothing of martial arts, perceived Wuching as merely the target of the assault and expressed his concern. For after all, this was the very individual who had taken his father's life. Upon hearing this, Wukong approached, gently patting Upa's small head, and smiled as he remarked, "Wuqing, that fellow has yet to showcase his true abilities. Rest assured, Tao Bai shall not pose a threat to him." "Is that so?" Upa replied, his voice tinged with skepticism. To be honest, Upa harbored some concerns. Although Wuqing was indeed formidable, Tao Bai's prowess was not to be underestimated either. With an onslaught akin to a tempest, Wuqing's garments had been utterly disintegrated in mere moments under Tao Bai's fierce assault. Yet, what perplexed Tao Bai was that despite unleashing his utmost strength, Wuqing maintained an expression of indifference, even displaying a trace of disdain. With a powerful punch, Tao Bai struck Wuqing's face, causing it to turn aside, followed by a swift kick. Wuqing did not exhibit any intention of defense, allowing Tao Bai to land a blow. Then, Tao Bai leaped high into the air, soaring above Wuqing, before bringing his hands together and crashing down with tremendous force, sending Wuqing plummeting from the sky. Instantly, a vast cloud of dust enveloped the area where Wuqing had fallen. "Wuqing, brother!" Upa cried out, rushing forward, but Wukong swiftly restrained him. Although there was a significant gap in their strengths, Wukong discerned that Wuqing was in no peril. The smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing Tao Bai's astonishment. He had expected that no one could remain standing after such an assault. Yet, to his disbelief, Wuqing appeared unscathed, save for a thin layer of dust. This was inconceivable. Even if someone were to surpass him in strength, this young lad could not be among them. It was impossible. The more Tao Bai pondered, the faster his heart raced. A man accustomed to standing at the pinnacle of the world found himself facing a seemingly trivial adversary, an experience that should have been effortless, almost akin to a cat playing with a mouse. However, Wuqing's resilience had far exceeded his expectations. While it was true that some individuals possessed greater endurance than the average person, in a battle against a master of Tao Bai's caliber, such endurance was of little consequence, unless, of course, one had already surpassed Tao Bai's level of strength, rendering his attacks insignificant. Yet, Tao Bai had never contemplated this possibility. Upon landing, he utilized the ground to propel himself forward with great force, swiftly delivering a kick that sent his opponent, Wuqing, flying. Following this, a flurry of punches ensued, and onlookers might have assumed that Tao Bai was destined for victory. However, Wuqing remained silent throughout the onslaught, his lips curling slightly in a smirk that suggested he held Tao Bai's attacks in utter disdain, as if they posed no threat whatsoever. That insufferable brat, perish! Tao Bai's mind screamed in frustration, exerting his utmost speed and strength in his strikes. Yet, much like before, Wuqing maintained an air of indifference, as if the attacks were nothing more than trivial inconveniences. Indeed, they barely registered as harm at all. After a relentless barrage, even Tao Bai found himself winded, retreating a few paces to catch his breath. Noting his temporary respite, Wuqing remarked, "Tao Bai, it appears you have squandered an entire year without dedicating even a moment to training. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Have you not realized this?" His tone was dismissive, brimming with arrogance, and his expression bore no trace of concern, only a condescending smile. This demeanor infuriated Tao Bai, the world's foremost assassin, who had never faltered in his career, let alone faced such insolence. How dare Wuqing speak to him in such a manner? "Curse you, brat. You shall face your end," Tao Bai bellowed, pointing his fingertip toward Wuqing's chest. In an instant, a golden wave of energy erupted from his fingertip, hurtling directly towards Wuqing. At long last, ruthlessness has taken action, not by countering with his own attacks, but merely by crossing his arms over his chest. Seemingly intent on relying solely upon his corporeal form to withstand Tao Bai's formidable energy wave, Tao Bai, regarding ruthlessness's approach with disdain, surely believed there must be others capable of resisting his energy wave in such a manner. However, ruthlessness would undoubtedly not be among them. The golden energy wave made intimate contact with ruthlessness's hands, resulting in a cloud of smoke and a cacophony of explosions that erupted in the next moment. Yet, Goku's face remained devoid of any concern, while Upa, overwhelmed with fear, dared not to look. "Well, little brat, how does it feel to forcibly endure my energy wave?" "You must be doomed." As the smoke lingered, no one could provide a definitive answer regarding ruthlessness's fate. Nevertheless, Tao Bai's expression shifted to one of disbelief as the haze began to dissipate, for ruthlessness's hands bore no injuries whatsoever. Slowly lowering his arms, ruthlessness approached Tao Bai, standing before him once more, and declared, "Tao Bai, Is this the extent of your abilities? It seems that in merely a year, you have failed to inflict any harm upon me. If you possess any other skills, I invite you to showcase them. Otherwise, I shall end your existence here and now. You are far too arrogant, Tao Baibai shouted, his voice laced with anger, before launching a powerful punch. To his astonishment, ruthlessness effortlessly caught the blow, and then began to exert force, the sound of shattering bones echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Tao Baibai's expression turned grim, his face contorted with pain. Arrogance is not a privilege you hold. Ruthlessness' emotionless voice resonated, and as he released Tao Baibai's hand, he delivered a swift kick to Tao Baibai's chest. The immense force propelled Tao Baibai into the air, and in a fluid motion, ruthlessness leapt upwards, positioning himself above Tao Baibai. With his hands forming a blossom-like shape, he placed them at his waist and intoned clearly, Kamehameha. A pale blue energy sphere rapidly formed, intensifying between ruthlessness's hands. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he thrust his hands downward. The energy sphere, trailing a comet-like tail, surged towards Tao Baibai, who, unable to find leverage in midair and caught entirely off guard, was struck by the energy sphere, plummeting to the ground with great force. A thick veil of smoke enveloped the place where Tao Baibai had fallen, and the merciless expression on his face showed no signs of improvement, devoid of any emotion. After collapsing to the ground, he staggered towards Tao Baibai's position. Despite the formidable power of the Kamehameha wave just unleashed, Wuching had not exerted his full strength. Under such circumstances, Tao Baibai could not possibly perish. His intent was solely to uncover who sought the demise of Beulah. Coughing violently several times, Tao Baibai struggled to crawl out from the deep crater created by his own body. As he gazed at Wuching, disbelief filled his eyes. How could there truly be someone in this world capable of utterly dominating him, dismissing his all-out attack with such nonchalance? And could it be that this individual was a disciple of Master Wutian? Little brat, could it be that Master Wutian saved you that time? Tao Baibai inquired. Laden with skepticism, even with the guidance of a renowned master, it would be improbable to reach such a level within a year. Especially considering that he was aware Master Kame had not been the martial arts deity he once was. Years without proper training had drastically diminished Kame's prowess, perhaps even rendering him inferior to Tao Baibai himself. How could he possibly cultivate a disciple of such caliber? Moreover, even if this young man were a bio-warrior possessing unique qualities, it was inconceivable that he could grow at such an accelerated pace. What on earth was happening? Tao Baibai cursed inwardly, truly perplexed by the situation. He had indeed heard the legends of Karen Tower, but had always dismissed them as mere jokes, never imagining that Wuching's rapid ascendance in strength could be attributed to scaling Karen Tower. Wuching, understanding Tao Baibai's implications, harbored no intention of concealing the truth. He spoke plainly. Tao Baibai, you wish to inquire whether Master Wutian is my mentor, correct? Indeed, Master Wutian is considered my teacher. But it was Uncle Beulah who saved my life. Now, I ask you one final time, who is it that sent you to kill Uncle Beulah? As his words fell, the aura emanating from Wuching intensified, and Tao Baibai felt a palpable sense of dread. In all his years since entering the fray, no one had ever instilled such fear in him, not even his elder brother, the Crane Hermit. Yet, this mere teenager managed to evoke genuine terror within him. The strength of this young man was overwhelmingly potent. He absolutely could not be allowed to continue existing in this world. As the desire to eliminate Wuching took root, Tao Baibai began to contemplate her strategy. However, Wuching showed no intention of granting her any time. He swiftly approached and kicked her away with a single forceful blow. Subsequently, he stomped down hard on her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wuching then continued to interrogate her. Tao Baibai, do not test my patience. Answer me. Who compelled you to kill Uncle Brola? Chapter 24. The Demise of Tao Baibai, Wuching's Retribution. Observing Wuching's demeanor, Tao Baibai realized that his motives might not be solely directed towards her. Rather, he was likely focused on the Red Satin Brigade, the very organization that had contracted her for the assassination. This brigade could indeed be regarded as the most formidable terrorist organization in the world, as thus far, no other entity had emerged to rival it. In other words, it would be quite intriguing to witness a confrontation between this young man and the Red Satin Brigade. Moreover, the brigade itself would undoubtedly seek retribution against him, leading to a perilous battle where both sides would risk their lives. By the time this young man might succeed in vanquishing the Red Satin Brigade, he would likely find himself at his own limits, presenting an opportunity for her to easily eliminate him. Undeniably, given the power that the Red Satin Brigade had displayed, it was not merely Wuqing who posed a threat. Even Goku, in his current state, would find it manageable to dismantle the brigade. However, the crux of the matter is that no organization or nation would ever reveal its full strength to the public. There would always be hidden capabilities. Thus, the outcome of such a confrontation remains uncertain. For instance, Wuqing is a bioengineered soldier developed in secrecy by them. If one exists, it stands to reason that there would be a second, a third, and so forth. Although Wuqing's strength instilled genuine fear in Tao Bai. The adage, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, rings true. It would not be a simple task for Wuqing to annihilate the Red Satin Brigade. With a plan forming in her mind, Tao Bai finally spoke. Listen well, little boy. The entity that compelled me to commit murder is none other than the Red Satin Brigade, the very organization that granted you life. This statement brought Wuqing to a halt. If that were the case, it implied that the true culprit behind Uncle Brola's demise was, in fact, her. Had she not been involved, perhaps Uncle Brola would still be alive. However, since this revelation came from Tao Bai, whom Wuqing did not trust, he pressed further. The Red Satin Brigade, Tao Bai. What is your justification? Justification? To take a life requires no justification. Sometimes, one simply does not like a person for no reason at all. To speak frankly, Tao Bai yearned to respond with a single, blunt sentence. However, considering his current predicament, he tempered his tone with a hint of humility and remarked, the Uncle Bra, whom you mention, has indeed had altercations with the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, you are merely a target I intend to eliminate. As you are regarded as a defective product by the Red Ribbon Army, it is customary in our line of work to accept remuneration to resolve others' troubles. Yet, it appears that I am unable to carry out this task. I have decided to abandon this mission and, furthermore, to withdraw from the assassin's life to embrace the existence of an ordinary person. I wonder, might you spare me? Listening to Tao Bai's words, Wuqing realized that, were he in the position of the Red Ribbon Army's leader, he would likely make a similar choice. Indeed, no one would be surprised by Tao Bai's earlier statements. Although maintaining confidentiality regarding one's employer is a fundamental principle, when it comes to the instinct for self-preservation, many would divulge their employer's identity to safeguard their lives. However, Wuqing found it difficult to believe the latter part of Tao Bai's declaration. After all, this man was the world's foremost assassin. Could he truly forsake his vocation and live as an ordinary individual? Yet, Wuqing was not the only one privy to these words. Wukong and UPA had also listened intently. At that moment, Wukong approached Wuqing and said, Wuqing, let him go. He seems to have realized his mistakes. Indeed, acknowledging one's faults can lead to profound transformation. Should Tao Bai genuinely seek redemption, he could become an exceptional martial artist, particularly since he had already amassed considerable wealth and need not worry about his future. However, this man had slain Uncle Bra, the individual who had once saved Wuqing's life. Could he truly allow this assassin to go free? Gazing at UPA, Wuqing came to the realization that the one who should truly decide was not himself or Wukong, but UPA. He called out, UPA, come here. UPA obediently approached and hid behind Wuqing, inquiring, Brother Wuqing, what do you need me for? Wuqing replied, UPA, it was this man who killed Uncle Bra. Understanding that UPA still harbored fear of Tao Bai, given that he had taken the life of his father, Wuqing recognized that it was impossible for a child not to feel afraid. However, he did not dwell on this matter, but instead articulated his purpose. Now, this man wishes for me to spare him and to reform, vowing never to be an assassin again. What do you think? Should I let him go? The enmity of a father's murder is an irreconcilable grievance, a sentiment universally acknowledged, and UPA is no exception. However, in a moment that defies belief, the kind-hearted UPA made an unexpected choice. He addressed Ruthless, saying, Brother Ruthless, if he truly wishes to reform, then let him be spared. My father once imparted a profound wisdom to me. Granting others an opportunity is akin to bestowing one upon oneself. No soul is without fault, so I implore you, Brother Ruthless, to show him mercy. If these words were uttered by someone seasoned by life's tribulations, they would not seem out of place, after all. It is natural for one who has endured countless experiences to express such sentiments. However, UPA is merely a child of no more than 10 years. The fact that he is capable of articulating such thoughts is genuinely astonishing to Wuqing, who, at that moment, found his attention diverted from Tao Bai. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Bai would not let it slip away. With a sudden burst of strength, he freed himself from Wu Qing's foot that had been pressing upon his chest, struggling to rise. He then hurled a capsule, which resembled a hand grenade. "You little devils, perish!" Tao Bai-Bai's face was alight with exhilaration as he leapt into the air. His astonishing agility propelling him to a height of at least 10 meters, a distance sufficient to shield him from the impending explosion. By the time he descended, the hand grenade had already detonated, and the fate of Wu Qing and his companions on the ground remained unknown. Perhaps they had been obliterated beyond recognition. "Did you think we were mere lambs to the slaughter, Tao Bai-Bai?" Wu Qing shouted, his feet quick to act as he kicked the hand grenade upwards. In an instant, as Tao Bai-Bai's eyes widened in shock, the grenade exploded, and a cry escaped his lips. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and when it dissipated, nothing remained. Were they truly reduced to ashes? "It seems this is a fate of their own making," Wu Qing remarked coolly before addressing UPA. "Is there any suitable attire for me here?" After the skirmish with Tao Bai-Bai, although he bore no wounds, his garments were tattered and torn. Venturing forth to confront the Red Ribbon Army in such a state would surely be unseemly. Fortunately, Brat had once procured some clothing for Wu Qing, although the opportunity to wear them had yet to arise. Now, it appeared the moment had finally come. After donning a fresh set of clothes, Wu Qing resolved to seek out the Red Ribbon Army. However, the location of their headquarters was unknown to him. Yet, as if by fate, a lowly minion of the Red Ribbon Army appeared, piloting an aircraft, seemingly intent on determining whether Tao Bai had succeeded in eliminating Wu Qing and Brat. Regrettably for him, his plane had just landed directly into Wu Qing's grasp. "Where is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? Take me there," Wu Qing demanded, gripping the minion's neck firmly. A slight pressure sufficed to convey his intent, ensuring the minion's survival while dissuading any tricks or deceit. Nodding slightly, it was evident to anyone in this situation that their life lay firmly in the hands of the other, and thus, they dared not make any sudden movements. With a ruthless demeanor, the figure cast the individual onto the ground and inquired, "Tell me, did the Crimson Satin Brigade send only you?" "Indeed. Commander Root has dispatched just me," the trembling minion stammered, swallowing hard. He cast a wary glance at the merciless one before him, fearful that a moment's displeasure could lead to his demise. "This individual could not possibly deceive me. This implies that as long as I return with him, this place should encounter no issues." In a ruthless manner, I silently contemplated, then turned to UPA and said, "UPA, your father's demise was due to my actions. You currently lack the strength to avenge him, but I possess that capability. First, let us lay Uncle Bra to rest, and then I shall seek vengeance for your father." UPA nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of us, Ruthless, Goku, and UPA, began to dig a grave to bury Bra. However, during the burial, Goku suddenly had an idea and spoke up. "Ruthless, I've just thought of something. We can use the Dragon Balls. Once we gather all 7, we can summon Shenron and make a wish. In that case, we could bring Uncle Bra back to life." Ruthless was initially unfamiliar with the Dragon Balls, but after Goku's explanation, he understood that as long as they could collect all 7, there would be no problem. Regrettably, Goku did not have the Dragon Radar with him. It belonged to Bulma. Thus, Ruthless decided that after avenging Uncle Bra by destroying the Red Ribbon Army, he would seek out Bulma. "Let us go back to the Red Ribbon Army." After bringing the henchman onto the aircraft, Ruthless followed suit and spoke. As the plane gradually ascended, he waved to Goku and UPA, declaring, "Uncle Bra, wait for me. I will not allow your death to be in vain. I have already dealt with Tao Pai, the one who took your life. Now, only the members of the Red Ribbon Army remain." Ruthless stayed beside the henchman, who, naturally, dared not play any tricks and obediently guided him to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. No one there anticipated that Ruthless would launch an attack at this moment, including Dr. Corey, who had studied Ruthless. Indeed, while Ruthless absorbed the life essence of his foes to enhance his strength as he pierced through their bodies, he was entirely unaware of this fact. Furthermore, having watched the footage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he realized that although his power had significantly increased, he did not comprehend the implications of this enhancement. Thus, he was not invincible. Moreover, when Tao Pai arrived at the Red Ribbon Army, he had already demonstrated his prowess. Even those skilled in supernatural abilities were unable to contend with him. The techniques that could immobilize an opponent had no effect on Tao Pai. After being struck in the temple by Tao Pai's tongue, the victim met their demise. Such astonishing strength was beyond what Ruthless could rival, and therefore, everyone awaited the return of both Tao Pai and the henchman he had dispatched. The aircraft drew ever closer to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, which resembled a grand fortress. At that moment, the merciless protagonist marveled silently at the formidable might of the Red Ribbon Army. It was astonishing that such an imposing stronghold could exist without any opposing force daring to challenge these formidable beings. This indicated that the power of the Red Ribbon Army had reached terrifying heights, making it no wonder they could conduct such audacious research. "Is that place truly the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army?" the protagonist inquired, to which a lowly minion nodded in affirmation. Observing this, a cruel smile flickered across the protagonist's face as he swiftly pierced the minion's heart with his hand. "Perhaps you had your reasons for joining the Red Ribbon Army. Maybe you have never committed any wrongdoing against humanity. However, I must apologize, for my intent is to obliterate the entire Red Ribbon Army, and I will spare no one." The protagonist mused inwardly, simultaneously feeling a slight surge in his own strength. Yet, he dismissed it from his mind and leaped from the aircraft, landing directly on the ground of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Chapter 25. Dr. Corey, the new warrior. The moment an intruder was detected, the Red Ribbon Army's alarm system was activated without delay. Instantly, a multitude of patrolling soldiers surrounded the protagonist, forming layers of defense. Each soldier brandished a submachine gun. Yet little did they know that, for the protagonist, even the might of aircraft or tanks would pose negligible harm. Indeed, the protagonist had once made his own choices. Although he was a creation of the Red Ribbon Army and had defected from their ranks, he harbored no intention of opposing them. His participation in the world's foremost martial arts competition was merely to demonstrate his strength, to instill a sense of caution within the Red Ribbon Army, who had relentlessly pressured him into this retaliation. No one dared to jest with the Red Ribbon Army, not even the rulers of the land. Thus, the very fact that the protagonist had the audacity to come here alone indicated his immense power. Although surrounded, the soldiers hesitated, and the protagonist calmly stated, "If you wish to live, then leave. Otherwise, you shall all remain here." His brazen words ignited the fury of the soldiers. Having not heard such defiance since joining the Red Ribbon Army, they were taken aback by the audacity of this young intruder. With the invasion at hand, the Red Ribbon Army would not let this affront go unpunished. One by one, they opened fire on the protagonist, instantly enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, at least several hundred guns unleashed a barrage of fire upon the cold-hearted figure. Yet it could be said that anyone else would have perished hundreds of times over. However, as the smoke cleared, the relentless ones stood unscathed, save for the numerous bullet holes adorning their attire. The patrolling soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion gazed in disbelief, their expressions betraying their astonishment, as if they were beholding a terrifying monster. "I had offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me now," the relentless one uttered coldly before vanishing from sight. Merely a few seconds later, they reappeared outside the encirclement formed by these soldiers, who all collapsed, blood pooling from gaping wounds in their chests. Meanwhile, the relentless one's right hand continued to bleed profusely. "Is it merely my imagination? Just now, I seem to sense a surge of power entering my body," they mused, glancing at their right hand. Dismissing the thought, the relentless one proceeded towards the towering skyscrapers ahead, fully aware that this area was dominated by the Red Ribbon Legion. Upon entering any building, they encountered a multitude of patrolling soldiers, all of whom met their demise without exception. A single strike pierced through their hearts, a merciful end, considering that even elite soldiers, when struck in the heart, could only survive for about a minute. For these soldiers, their suffering was swiftly concluded. Yet, with each act of slaughter, the relentless one distinctly felt their strength augmenting. Although the increase was modest, it was nonetheless a tangible improvement compared to their state prior to arriving here. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Legion has bestowed upon me the ability to enhance my power through the act of killing? They pondered, a hint of doubt lacing their tone, uncertain of the validity of this conjecture. They considered whether it was merely their own wishful thinking or if there was indeed a correlation between their kills and the growth of their strength. To ascertain this, they would need to confront Dr. Corey, the mastermind behind their creation. Upon breaching the entrance of a new building, the relentless one seized the clothing of a lowly underling, their icy gaze locking onto the hapless figure. "Tell me, where is Dr. Corey?" they demanded coldly. "Number one, I can't believe you're still alive," exclaimed a voice filled with disbelief. Turning around, the relentless one was astonished to find none other than Dr. Corey standing before them, an unexpected reunion unfolding far sooner than anticipated. With a swift motion, the merciless figure eliminated the petty minion and turned to Dr. Corey, inquiring coldly, "As the one who brought me into existence, you could be regarded as my progenitor. Yet, I am acutely aware that your intentions are purely utilitarian. The calamity that befell Uncle Bra was, to a significant extent, attributable to your machinations. I shall undoubtedly eliminate. However, I seek to ascertain one matter first. Do I possess any abilities unknown to me? Dr. Corey exhibited no surprise at these words. He discerned that the merciless one had begun to grasp something profound. With no intention of concealment, he replied, "Indeed. You possess abilities of which you are unaware. You must have noticed that your hands are unlike those of an ordinary person. This distinction not only endows you with formidable tearing strength, but also grants you the capacity to absorb the life energy of your adversaries when you pierce their bodies. It seems, however, that until now, you have not fully comprehended this aspect of your nature. In other words, prior to your arrival here, you had scarcely engaged in killing. If that is the case, how did you evade the pursuit of Tao Bai Bai? Tao Bai Bai, he mused, was likely dispatched by the local leader, though I have already eliminated him." To Dr. Corey's surprise, there was no trace of anger on the merciless one's face. Rather, he spoke as if conversing with a close friend. "Uncle Bra held significant importance for me, yet your Red Ribbon Army caused his demise, and I shall exact my vengeance. Old fool, considering you were the one who meticulously engineered my being, I can grant you a death that is most comfortable." Dr. Corey was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of Tao Bai Bai's prowess. The notion that the merciless one had reached such heights was absurd. If this were true, it implied that the entire Red Ribbon Army would be utterly incapable of resisting him. After all, no one within the ranks could contend with Tao Bai Bai, not even in an all-out assault. In essence, if the merciless one spoke the truth, annihilating the Red Ribbon Army would be a trivial endeavor. However, after regaining his composure, Dr. Corey regarded the merciless one with a mocking smile and said, "Number one, I am uncertain about the veracity of your claims, but it matters not. Do you believe you can leave here alive today? I have already engineered a bio-soldier whose strength surpasses yours. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of this superior creation." As he spoke, a figure emerged from behind Dr. Corey. Truthfully, the arrival of this individual had gone unnoticed by the merciless one. With an exquisite visage and a statuesque form, she was indeed a striking young woman. Moreover, her appearance bore no resemblance to that of a typical human. While the merciless one's hands resembled the structure of a dinosaur, the hands of the woman before him were unmistakably those of an ordinary person. Her abilities mirror your own, yet I have meticulously sculpted her form to perfection. Dr. Corey, fully aware of the doubts lingering in Ruthless' mind, began to elucidate. The genetic composition within her body is largely akin to yours. However, she is unequivocally obedient to my commands. Number one, allow me to showcase the prowess of this enhanced bio-warrior, a product of immense dedication and countless efforts. It appears that Dr. Corey harbors considerable confidence in his latest creation, and Ruthless exhibits no inclination to dispute this. She was utterly oblivious to the moment the girl appeared. Such a remarkable ability to conceal oneself is indeed commendable. When confronting an adversary of comparable strength, the likelihood of a successful ambush is significantly heightened. She must belong to the assassin class of bio-warriors. It seems you have invested quite some time on this woman. Although Ruthless was somewhat taken aback by the girl's stealthy prowess, she remained unperturbed, wearing a slight smile as she remarked, "I vaguely recall you once declaring me the strongest bio-warrior back when I was at what could be considered a sub-base of the Red Ribbon Army. How is it that your stance has shifted? Is this not akin to striking your own face, old man?" Ruthless' words could indeed provoke irritation. However, Dr. Corey, seasoned by experience, remained impervious to such verbal jabs. With an air of disdain, he replied, "Number one, I once believed you to be my finest creation, but your subsequent betrayal revealed otherwise. This new bio-warrior, the new number one, is now my most perfect work. In terms of power and other attributes, she surpasses you, and her loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army is beyond question. She is now my strongest creation." Gazing at the girl, Ruthless did not perceive her as a mere puppet. If her allegiance to the Red Ribbon Army were indeed unwavering, why had she not confronted Ruthless upon her initial appearance? Instead, she had lingered by Dr. Corey's side. In other words, her loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army might be questionable, yet her fidelity to Dr. Corey seemed steadfast. After all, he had crafted her, akin to a father. Of course, these musings were merely Ruthless conjectures. Reality was far from such notions. At that moment, a delicate white hand pierced through Dr. Corey's chest, and the girl, with an air of disdain, declared, "Old man, did you truly believe I would obediently heed your commands? My compliance was merely a ploy to gain your trust. In my eyes, I have never regarded you as my master. As the pristine white hand pierced through Dr. Corey's chest, it became stained with blood. Droplets cascading to the ground, creating an unsettling disturbance in what was otherwise a tranquil little room. Observing this scene, the emotionless figure realized that perhaps it was merely overthinking. The girl was, after all, merely another of her kind, albeit with differing methods and approaches, ultimately sharing the same objective. How could this be? Why, Dr. Corey's lips bled profusely as he murmured incoherently, before his lifeless eyes dimmed, concluding his existence. He had devoted his life to creating the ultimate biochemical warrior, only to have his own prideful creation bring about his demise. In a certain sense, Dr. Corey was indeed an unfortunate individual. The primary cause of this calamity lay in the significant influence of human genetics. It was precisely this that endowed the biochemical warriors with their own intellect and consciousness, rendering them unwilling to serve as mere puppets. Swift was her strike, yet it could not rival my own. Nevertheless, it was markedly quicker than a year prior, suggesting she had absorbed a considerable amount of life energy from others to attain such prowess. The emotionless one mused silently, then addressed the girl. I am uncertain of your intentions, but it appears we share a commonality. Though we are both products of this old man's research, we seem disinclined to obey him. I have no connection to you. Do not conflate our identities, the girl replied, her voice sweet, yet laced with an icy demeanor, her gaze devoid of any emotion. However, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, I would not have had the opportunity to escape this place. While I possess ample strength, I recognize that departing would require significant time and effort. Now it seems that may no longer be necessary. Unfeeling did not feel any surprise at these words, for it was merely their first encounter. Although they belonged to the same kind, they were still strangers to one another. Thus, the utterance of such sentiments was not unexpected. Unfeeling replied, Is that so? However, we are merely beings devoid of our own memories. Our creation served only to fulfill the ambitions of the Red Ribbon Legion. It appears that neither you nor I possess any interest in that endeavor. If that is the case, let us together bring ruin to this place. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced the girl's lips as she spoke. With your strength, obliterating the Red Ribbon Legion would be effortless. Why then should I join you? Pray, share your reasoning. I perceive that you harbor no fondness for this place, only disdain. Therefore, I imagine that our collaboration in its destruction would indeed bring you some measure of joy, wouldn't it? Unfeeling remarked casually. He discerned that, although the girl's face bore little expression, her heart was filled with aversion toward this locale. The reason for his insight was simple. They were of the same kind. Only those of the same kind can comprehend each other's language, and only they can fathom the thoughts that dwell within one another's hearts. Unquestionably, Unfeeling's words struck a chord deep within the girl. She smiled, not in derision or disdain, but in mutual understanding, since Unfeeling recognized their kinship. The girl too grasped his intentions, and thus they forged an alliance. Facing the minions of the Red Ribbon Legion, they spared none. It could be said that wherever they passed, not a single soul survived. In the face of Unfeeling's overwhelming prowess, even the few successful creations among the Legion's artificial warriors crumbled like worthless scrap metal. However, as they were not truly living beings, the numerous slayings did not enhance Unfeeling's strength in the slightest. The life energy provided by those minions was altogether inconsequential. With diligent training, Unfeeling could easily attain such power independently. Thus, the number of lives he extinguished held no significance for him, while the girl's thirst for destruction surpassed his own. Most of the minions met their end at her hands, likely due to her deeper loathing for this place. Unimpeded by any adversaries, Unfeeling and the girl swiftly advanced, soon arriving at the final towering edifice of the Red Ribbon Legion. This was the domain of Camaraderie. As it was the final floor, the defensive strength in this location was at its peak. However, for the merciless one, this was hardly a challenge. In a mere 5 minutes, he and the girl had arrived before Commander Red, who stood alongside a towering black man, seemingly his last aide. The man's imposing stature prompted curiosity about his true capabilities. Lieutenant Black, dispose of these two at once. Commander Rick commanded, displaying no hint of fear. While he was somewhat astonished that the pair had traversed this place unscathed, he retained unwavering confidence in his final ally. In response to the command, Lieutenant Black took a few steps forward, assuming a combat stance. Shall I take him on? Or will you? The merciless one inquired, glancing back at the girl, who appeared disinclined to engage in battle. He stepped forward, preparing for the confrontation. Initially, One might assume that Commander Ritt's presence here indicated a degree of courage. However, to the merciless one's surprise, upon his readiness for combat, Commander Ritt opted to take the elevator and leave. The merciless one had no intention of pursuing him, knowing full well that Commander Ritt could not escape far, as the imposing black man beside him could not possibly rival the martial prowess of Master Rashi. He could easily handle this foe in moments. Casting a glance at Lieutenant Black, the merciless one sensed that the lieutenant had no understanding of true strength, rendering him merely an ordinary individual. Far from being a martial artist. He then spoke. "If I heard correctly, you were called Lieutenant Black. The Crimson Ribbon Corps may still exist, but its headquarters has been nearly obliterated by me. It is now but a shadow of its former self. I cannot ascertain whether your presence here stems from loyalty or some other motive, but you seem intent on fighting. If that is the case, I suppose I must eliminate you before I pursue Commander Ritt. Before you chase Commander Ritt, you must first contend with me," Lieutenant Black declared confidently, removing his jacket to reveal his well-defined muscles, indicative of considerable strength. Yet, this was hardly a concern for the merciless one, who made no move to strike first, remaining stationary. Observing this, Lieutenant Black interpreted it as a sign of disdain, furrowing his brow before charging at the merciless one, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. The merciless one stood his ground, allowing the blow to land, and a smirk of derision crossed his lips. "Is this the extent of your strength, and you dare to challenge me?" With a dismissive remark, he delivered a ruthless kick that sent Lieutenant Black flying. At that very moment, an unusual scene unfolded above. The ceiling, which should have remained still, began to descend rapidly. Anyone foolish enough to remain stationary would likely be crushed into pulp. However, this was of little concern to him. He extended his arms and braced against the ceiling, halting its descent. How could this young boy possess such strength? Did the journey thus far pose no challenge to him at all? Commander Ritter, witnessing this from the elevator, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial being. Yet, he failed to consider that the boy was a biosoldier, capable of such feats, and moreover, his current abilities had long surpassed those at the time of his creation. Previously, Lieutenant Black had made no move, seemingly intent on engaging in a fair battle. If that were the case, it indicated that he was not responsible for the ceiling's collapse. Thus, the sole architect of this predicament could only be Commander Ritter, who had just departed from the scene. While supporting the ceiling, he pondered the circumstances surrounding this event. Struggling to rise, Lieutenant Black gazed at him with a look of disbelief. However, realization soon dawned upon him regarding the orchestrator of this chaos. He could hardly fathom that the commander, for whom he was willing to lay down his life, would resort to such treachery, even endangering his loyal aide. Such a person was utterly unworthy of leading the Red Ribbon Army. "It seems you are unable to deal with this fellow," the girl remarked coldly as she approached him. "In that case, allow me." No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished, and Lieutenant Black felt a rush of wind pass by him, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he was horrified to see a delicate hand piercing through his gut. Could it be that the gust of wind had been her? Black's mind raced with disbelief, and he collapsed in agony, his eyes wide with evident reluctance. After a guttural scream, he exerted his strength, pushing the ceiling back up, albeit temporarily. Soon enough, it began its descent once more. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he stood his ground, and the girl showed no inclination to evade. The ceiling came crashing down beside them, meeting the floor in a thunderous embrace. The little rascal is nothing short of a fool. Does he truly believe he can retaliate in this manner? Upon witnessing this scene, Commander Ritt burst into laughter, seemingly mocking the ignorant cruelty displayed before him. He descended the elevator only to find the ceiling in disarray and two individuals unscathed. Both the girl and Ruthless merely intended to coax Commander Ritt into revealing himself, orchestrating a petty trick. How is this possible? Why are you still unharmed? Commander Ritt could scarcely believe his eyes, after rubbing them in disbelief. He realized this was no mere illusion, but a stark reality, and he clenched his teeth in disbelief. At this, Ruthless smiled a radiant, sunlit grin that left Commander Ritt questioning the reason behind such an expression. Yet, in less than a second, Ruthless' right hand pierced through Commander Ritt's chest, blood trickling down in droplets. With that same sunny smile, Ruthless addressed him. "If you wish to know, perhaps you should inquire with that old man, Corey." Swiftly withdrawing his hand, he wiped the blood on a piece of clothing. The jovial expression had vanished from his face, replaced by solemnity as he gazed out the window towards the sky. "Uncle Bra, I believe you can see now that I have avenged you. The Scarlet Ribbon Legion orchestrated your demise, and now, I have eliminated both the mastermind and the accomplices. You see, don't you? It turned out that this act was solely for the sake of vengeance for another. Previously, I had assumed it was for his own sake. The girl's words carried a hint of confusion. Perhaps she thought Ruthless shared her disdain for the Scarlet Ribbon Legion. Upon turning back, Ruthless began to clarify, admitting that he harbored no feelings for the Scarlet Ribbon Legion whatsoever. However, he continued, without them, our existence in this world would be impossible. In a sense, the Scarlet Ribbon Legion could be seen as our progenitors, albeit their intentions were merely to exploit us. Initially, my aim was simply to demonstrate my strength to them, to ensure they would refrain from provoking me. Yet, it appears I was naively mistaken. It is precisely my power that led the Scarlet Ribbon Legion to enlist the infamous assassin, Tao Bai. Otherwise, Uncle Bra would not have met his fate due to my actions. Listening to Ruthless, the girl remained silent, contemplating whether her previous disdain for the Scarlet Ribbon Legion had been justified. Before long, however, she spoke up, perhaps you are correct. We are merely puppets in their grand design. Yet, without them, we would not exist. It seems I may have been too extreme in my views in the past. What do you intend to do next? The emotionless figure inquired softly. Although this was merely their first encounter, it was only natural for beings of bioengineering to exhibit some concern for one another. Who knows what the future holds? Initially, this place offered me a potential refuge. Yet it now appears that such a possibility has vanished, leaving me akin to a homeless wanderer. The girl remarked indifferently, and while her words carried a somewhat melancholic undertone, her demeanor remained devoid of sorrow. To her, the absence of the Crimson Ribbon Corps merely freed her to pursue the life she desired. It seems I too am but a vagrant without a home. At this moment, the emotionless one realized the gravity of this truth and chuckled self-deprecatingly, stating, it appears we are not merely kindred spirits but also fellow wayfarers in misfortune. I too lack a place to call my own. If you are interested, why not accompany me to a certain location? However, if you would rather not, we can part ways here. In a different circumstance. Such words from a stranger might raise suspicion in a girl's mind, but clearly, this girl had no such concerns. Without hesitation, she smiled and replied, since I have nowhere to go anyway, I shall accept your invitation and see where it leads. I have a name, albeit one I chose for myself. Yet I hope you will call me by it. Wuching, he replied. Wuching seemed slightly displeased and said, Wuching, is it? Then I must apologize. But I believe I should also select a name for myself. From now on, you may call me Yulin. In Chapter 27, Return to Carlin, above Carlin. It is evident that girls have a knack for choosing melodious names, Wuching mused, not dwelling on this matter for long. The headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Corps had become a desolate ruin, and apart from the two of them, it was unlikely anyone else still breathed in this place. They soon departed, heading towards the Carlin Tower, motivated chiefly by Wuching's desire to seek the esteemed Carlin sage. Though Wuching had no experience piloting an aircraft, he had observed the process during their journey here. Whether due to innate talent or some other reason, he found that he could remember such complex tasks after a single viewing. The same applied to various techniques. However, some required a level of innate power to execute, which rendered them unusable even if memorized. The journey back to Corinta was not lengthy, mirroring the time taken to arrive here. UPA was somewhat taken aback by Wuching's swift return. After all, although he was unaware of the true nature of the Red Ribbon Army, he had certainly heard Uncle Bra mention it before. Wuching had only been away for a few hours, which naturally astonished young UPA. Most perplexing to UPA was the presence of Yulin, who had descended from the plane alongside Wuching. Curiously, he inquired, Brother Wuching, who is this sister? How did she come to be with you? She and I share no significant connection. We are merely wanderers of fate, which is why we travel together, Wuching replied nonchalantly, choosing not to reveal Yulin's true identity. Fortunately, UPA's inquiry stemmed solely from curiosity and not ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, Wuching noticed that Wukong was absent and asked, by the way, where is Wukong, who accompanied me here? Has he left for some task, or is he climbing Corinta? Brother Wukong set off to climb Corinta right after you left, and he mentioned that once he drinks the holy water from the celestial realm above, he will embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls to help revive my father, UPA explained. His earlier sorrow had significantly diminished, as the prospect of his father's resurrection brought a glimmer of hope. Gazing up at the towering Corinta, Wuching pondered Wukong's progress. The current Wukong was undoubtedly far stronger than he had been at that time. It had taken Wuching 2 days to ascend, while Wukong should require far less time. However, several hours had already passed since Wuching's departure, and if Wukong was swift, he might have already reached the summit of Corinta. Is this the Corinta you spoke of? Yulin asked, also glancing skyward. It is indeed an intriguing place, as the peak is obscured from view. It seems you, too, have an interest in climbing it, Wuching remarked. Emotionless posed a question, clearly discerning the meaning behind Yulin's words, who simply smiled in response, an answer that was self-evident. Though UPA was merely a child, Uncle Bra had prepared an abundance of sweet provisions before his demise at the hands of Tao Bai Bai. Living in such a forest, one could hardly procure food daily. Thus, it was customary to stockpile provisions for at least half a month, if not longer. Consequently, UPA's dietary concerns were largely alleviated. Emotionless also had inquiries to present to the cat immortal, prompting both him and Yulin to commence their ascent of Corinta. To be frank, given Emotionless' current prowess, scaling the heights was hardly a daunting task. However, Yulin's situation was markedly different. Despite her commendable hidden abilities and a significant improvement compared to Emotionless a year prior, the climb would still require several hours. Out of camaraderie, Emotionless naturally slowed his pace, yet this very act inadvertently drew Yulin's ire. If you can ascend with such ease, why must you wait for me? She remarked coolly, catching Emotionless somewhat off guard. It seemed Yulin was not a girl to be underestimated. Though surprised, he harbored no feelings of discontent. With a calm demeanor, he simply replied, because we are of the same kind, and moreover, we are companions. Many often utter this phrase, and it is not uncommon for it to be directed towards young women. Typically, such words yield little effect. However, when Yulin heard this statement, she momentarily paused, taken aback, and after a while, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Coldly, she responded, even so, I do not require you to wait for me. I am more than capable of ascending this modest Corinta alone. Shaking his head, Wuching seemed to find Yulin's words both amusing and exasperating. Yet, since she had expressed her sentiments so clearly, continuing to wait for her would likely cause her further discomfort. Thus, Wuching hastened his ascent. Within mere minutes, he had left Yulin far behind, to which she merely smiled briefly before diligently climbing towards Corinta. After several dozen minutes, Wuching reached the summit of Corinta, which remained unchanged since his last visit. The familiar sounds of battle echoed around him. He knew precisely what was unfolding and proceeded step by step, eventually encountering Yukong, who was engaged in a struggle with the cat sage over a vessel of super holy water. Ah, Yukong and cat sage, it has been a while, Wuching greeted, smiling. Upon hearing this, both Yukong and the cat sage halted their actions. Yukong turned to Wuching and inquired, Wuching, you returned from the Red Ribbon Army so swiftly. Indeed, Wuching affirmed, I have obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, avenging Uncle Bra. However, Yukong, regarding the Dragon Balls you mentioned earlier, are they truly real? I wish to confirm it now. I admit I might be overly cautious, but did you not fabricate the tale of the Dragon Balls merely to comfort UPA? Such doubts are entirely understandable. Anyone would harbor similar uncertainties upon hearing such fantastical claims. Rest assured, this matter is indeed true, Wuching. Do you doubt my word? Wukong appeared slightly displeased, responding, it is only natural to feel upset when one's brilliant idea is met with skepticism. At this moment, the cat sage interjected, addressing Wuching, Wuching, this lad speaks nothing but the truth. The legend of the Dragon Balls has existed for centuries. Gather all 7, and your wish shall be granted. Whether it be world domination or immortality, no desire is beyond reach. However, very few have managed to collect all 7, for they are scattered across the globe. After listening to the words of the cat sage, Wuching's doubts were dispelled. Previously, he had thought that Wukong's comforting words to UPA were merely empty reassurances. Although he felt some confusion at the time, he did not voice it, never expecting that Wukong's words were indeed true. Such miraculous things existed in this world. If given the opportunity in the future, he would truly need to experience it firsthand. At this moment, the cat sage inquired, speaking of which, did you not successfully seize the sacred water vessel from my possession? What brings you back here this time? Wuching explained, it is like this, cat sage. I participated in the last World Martial Arts Tournament and emerged as the champion. I have come to realize that there are few individuals left who possess the qualifications and strength to guide me. Given the vastness of the world, I thought that as a sage, you might know someone who could be my master and instruct me in martial arts, helping me to ascend to even greater heights. To this, the cat sage replied, to be honest, I do not know of anyone suitable. I never imagined that I would utter such words after stroking my beard. Wuching was taken aback, but the cat sage continued, however, there are indeed individuals who could serve as your master. Really? Who is this person? Wuching couldn't help but ask. Truth be told, he himself was unaware of when his thirst for strength had intensified. In the past, he merely sought to enhance his abilities to evade the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, after participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he began to relish the feeling of being the best in the world. The cheers and adulation from the crowd were truly exhilarating, and he longed to continue basking in that glory. Yet, to enjoy such acclaim, one needed formidable strength. Without it, he would lack the qualifications to revel in the applause. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to discover who in this world could become his mentor. If one were to speak candidly, the turtle sage indeed held that qualification. Despite Wu Qing's current strength surpassing that of the turtle sage, the sage's wealth of combat experience and knowledge was invaluable for Wu Qing's learning. However, Wu Qing desired to learn far more than just that. He wished to acquire a broader range of knowledge. This is precisely why he had come here, hoping to glean from the cat sage who could offer him further enlightenment. However, the cat sage contemplated for a moment before saying, "Finding this person is not a simple task. Without the Rui Bang, you will be unable to meet them." Rui Bang? Upon hearing this, Wukong retrieved the red staff from his back and, puzzled, asked the cat sage, "Is this Rui Bang that you speak of?" "Indeed, this is it." The cat sage could hardly fathom that the magic staff was right in Goku's possession. Despite Goku's swift ascent up the Korin Tower, the cat sage remained oblivious to this fact. He continued, "Now that you possess the magic staff, it should pose no obstacle for you to meet that individual. However, are you truly prepared for this, Wu Qing?" "Absolutely," Wu Qing replied confidently, nodding affirmatively. "Whoever this person may be, I am ready. Since you are prepared, then come with me." The cat sage took the magic staff from Goku and led both Wu Qing and Goku to the summit of the Korin Tower. There, they discovered a small hole that seemed designed for inserting something. The cat sage placed the magic staff within it and instructed Wu Qing to grasp it, saying, "The one above is the creator of the Dragon Balls. He is the god. You must show him the utmost respect when you meet him. Understood?" "God," Wu Qing mused internally, initially expecting the cat sage to reveal a wise hermit instead. To think that the only individual capable of guiding him and imparting the knowledge he sought was the god of this world. Nevertheless, if he is indeed a deity, his prowess must be unparalleled. Wu Qing resolved to learn superior martial arts under the god's tutelage so that he could emerge victorious in the next martial arts tournament. Wait, an unexpected voice interjected. It was Yulin. Wu Qing was astonished that she had also scaled the Korin Tower. He had assumed it would take her several hours longer. The cat sage and Goku, unfamiliar with Yulin, were taken aback by the appearance of this stranger. After Wu Qing explained, he asked, "You just said wait. Is there something on your mind?" Yulin, seemingly displeased, retorted with a hint of irritation, "The one who said we would accompany each other was you. Now what do you mean by saying such things?" Wu Qing was not particularly surprised by her words and responded, "So, what do you suggest, Yulin? Are you implying that you wish to join me in meeting the god?" "Why not?" Yulin replied without hesitation, her tone calm. At that moment, she herself was unsure of why she had said such a thing. Perhaps it was due to Wu Qing's earlier words, or perhaps it was because they were kindred spirits and companions. Regardless of the reason, it was evident from Yulin's demeanor that if Wu Qing were to ascend to meet the god, she would undoubtedly follow him. Chapter 28. The Hall of Divine Beings. To be candid, the presence of Yulin atop Corinta was indeed a surprise to the cat sage. Throughout the years, no girl had ever managed to ascend the heights of Corinta. For centuries, every individual who had successfully climbed the tower was invariably male. Therefore, encountering a girl, even one who was a bio-warrior, was truly astonishing for the cat sage. "My dear young lady, I wonder what brings you to this lofty place?" the cat sage inquired. "Those who ascend here are often in pursuit of greater power. Do you share their aspirations?" "Merely curiosity," Yulin replied coldly, choosing to disregard the cat sage's musings. She turned her gaze towards Wu Qing and continued, "If you wish for me to accompany you, feel free to express it directly." In response, Wu Qing remained silent for a moment before saying, "I have no objection to ascending together. However, I am curious to know your true purpose for coming here." Indeed, if one were to seek greater power, visiting the divine was certainly justifiable. To become one of the gods was no trivial matter. Such beings were undoubtedly worthy of guiding every soul in this world. Yet, through her conversation with Wu Qing, it was evident that Yulin held little interest in battle. Under such circumstances, her visit to the divine seemed rather inconsequential. Displaying no dissatisfaction, her demeanor remained utterly impassive, resembling an unyielding iceberg. This left many bewildered, as typically a young lady would respond with more emotion when posed such a question. However, Yulin soon wore a hint of a sardonic smile as she addressed Wuqing, saying, "We are kindred spirits. Only those of the same kind can truly understand each other. You have uttered these words before. Now, take a guess as to why I desire to ascend with you. Is this a challenge posed to me? The heart, devoid of compassion, mused silently before speaking. I am uncertain of your intentions, yet one thing I can assert is that we are both products of tragedy. It mirrors the moment. Over a year ago, when I escaped from the Crimson Ribbon Legion, utterly devoid of trust, friends, or family, an individual isolated from the world. We all yearn for someone who truly comprehends us, do we not? It appears you possess a profound understanding of me. Indeed, as you have articulated, I find myself in this world without a single human being to trust. You are the sole exception. To me, everyone else is indistinguishable. I know not their motives for approaching me, but I am certain that you would never act against my interests." Yulin smiled and then remarked, "Since you are aware of my intentions, what comes next? Cat Sage, may I accompany her?" Wuqing also turned to inquire of the Cat Sage. For he had never encountered this deity and was uncertain of its temperament, it was prudent to seek the Cat Sage's counsel. The Cat Sage, seemingly caught off guard by the question, scratched his white fur thoughtfully before responding. "How shall I put this? Historically, no human has ever ascended to meet a deity. If you wish to take this girl with you, I cannot predict what may transpire. However, if you are resolute in your decision, then so be it. Consider it an experiment." Though this answer lacked absolute certainty, Wuqing recognized that he would likely be the first individual to ascend to meet the deity since the Cat Sage's arrival in Kalinta. Surely, the deity would extend a modicum of courtesy to the first visitor. Resolving his determination, Wuqing gestured for Yulin to grasp the Rui staff and, after advising her not to let go, turned to Wukong and said, "Then Wukong, I entrust this to you." Wukong appeared to harbor a certain curiosity about the celestial being residing above Karen Tower. However, he had yet to seize the flask of ultra-holy water from the cat immortal, and furthermore, he needed to seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect Upa's father. Consequently, it was impossible for him to ascend alongside Wuqing at this juncture. He remained silent, merely uttering the phrase Rui Bang, extend, prompting the seemingly ordinary staff to undergo a rapid elongation. It is noteworthy that this seemingly unremarkable rod possessed a unique spirit. Wuqing had attempted to command it to stretch as well, yet it remained unresponsive. It appeared that only Wukong, who had garnered the rod's approval, could truly command it. With Wukong's exclamation, the Rui Bang swiftly lengthened, and in the blink of an eye, Wukong and the cat immortal became indistinguishable from one another. The ascent posed a significant test of strength for Wuqing, as insufficient power would inevitably lead to a gradual descent over time. Ultimately, he risked returning to the pinnacle of Karen Tower without reaching the celestial being. In matters of strength, Wuqing had little concern, yet Yulin's condition appeared rather dire, as she was gritting her teeth in determination. Under such circumstances, it seemed improbable that she would reach the realm of the celestial being. Perhaps it would be wiser for her to relinquish her grip and descend, lest she risk her very life. Upon noticing Yulin's struggle, Wuqing expressed his concern, emphasizing that this was no mere exaggeration. Even a bio-soldier, endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities and physical prowess, might survive a fall from such heights if landing atop Karen Tower. However, should one plummet all the way to the ground, the consequences would likely be fatal. Nonetheless, Wuqing's words had little effect at that moment, as Yulin stubbornly shook her head and, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Silence. I do not need your pointless chatter." As the wish-granting staff continued to extend, the clouds above appeared to be in a state of disarray. Once pristine and white, they had now transformed into a pitch-black mass, interspersed with arcs of golden lightning that flickered ominously. It seemed as though the heavens were imposing a test upon humanity's aspirations to ascend. Yet, within the eyes of the unyielding, there resided only confidence, devoid of any hint of trepidation or despair. Indeed, soon bolts of golden lightning cascaded downwards, striking the two individuals with unerring precision, as if the divine were truly assessing their resolve. This electrical force was far more formidable than the earlier might of the turtle sage's earth-shattering palm. Even the battle-hardened Wuqing displayed a visage of anguish in the face of this relentless onslaught, let alone Yulin, whose strength paled in comparison. As the bolt struck, a torrent of electricity ravaged their bodies, imparting a numbing sensation. While such a feeling might be manageable at other times, the peril of being high in the air rendered it catastrophic. Should they lose their grip on the wish-granting staff due to paralysis, it would surely spell disaster. Game over. Though their wounds were mending rapidly, the pace of healing lagged significantly behind the relentless descent of the lightning. Before the injuries from one strike could fully recover, another would land, leaving their bodies battered and bruised within mere minutes. Had it not been for their extraordinary willpower, they would have relinquished their hold on the staff long ago. Damn it! A sudden exclamation drew Wu Qing's attention away from the nearly depleted Yulin. The last bolt of lightning had proven to be the breaking point for Yulin. Faced with the overwhelming current, her final resolve shattered, and she relinquished her grip. Her body nearly paralyzed. Yet fortune smiled upon them, as Wu Qing, reacting swiftly, managed to catch her hand. With one hand steadfastly gripping the wish-granting staff, he clung tightly to Yulin's hand with the other. Confronted by relentless lightning and the ravaging currents coursing through him, Wu Qing's body approached its limits. Nevertheless, he refused to let go, not for any particular reason, but simply because he would never abandon the hand of his companion. Gazing at the young man who held her hand, Yulin found herself inexplicably compelled to inquire, "What are you trying to prove?" Upon hearing those words, Wu Qing refrained from saying much more, simply stating that he would not release his companion's hand before falling silent. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. Rather, he was utterly fatigued. This scene appeared to be quite picturesque, reminiscent of numerous melodramatic romance novels. However, the storm of lightning would not cease, at least not until they had traversed the dense, dark clouds. Confronted by the relentless flashes, Wu Qing gritted his teeth, resolutely clutching Yulin's hand without the slightest intention of letting go. Yet, inadvertently, his lips were bitten and began to bleed, the green blood trickling down in droplets, unnoticed by most. Finally, after several agonizing minutes, the onslaught of electricity subsided. For the two had finally emerged from the ominous cloud cover, revealing a palace resembling a half-sphere. The Rui staff appeared to have reached its limits here, adjacent to which was a securely positioned ladder for ascent, a thoughtful design indeed. Gradually climbing the ladder, they arrived at the palace of the celestial being, an entirely secluded haven, modest in size yet ample enough to accommodate many inhabitants. Before them lay what appeared to be another palace, and Wu Qing and Yulin proceeded towards it together. However, before they could reach the palace, they spotted a figure draped in black, seated on a blanket, feeding a few small birds. The cat sage had previously mentioned that this was the dwelling of the celestial being. Could it be that this unimpressive-looking individual was indeed the deity? Suppressing his curiosity, Wu Qing approached cautiously, his movements deliberate and soundless. And it seemed the figure remained unaware of his presence. Upon reaching the individual, he inquired, "Pardon me, are you the celestial being?" "No, I am not the deity. Merely a servant of the celestial being. My name is Bobo," the individual replied. After glancing at Wu Qing, he continued, "You are Wu Qing, a bioengineered human, correct?" Although posed as a question, the tone was decidedly assertive. Wu Qing felt no surprise. After all, this was the abode of the celestial being, and it was entirely reasonable for one to be aware of such details. Nodding, he asked, "Might I inquire, Mr. Bobo, where can I find the celestial being? My purpose here is to learn from the deity that which I do not yet know. Have you brought the proof from Carlin?" Bobo did not relent. Instead, he inquired further, while Wu Qing was utterly perplexed by the notion of Carlin's proof. Observing the bewildered expression on Wu Qing's face, Bobo realized that he was unaware of the proof's significance. However, before Wu Qing could articulate his thoughts, Yulin approached and addressed Bobo. "So, you speak of Carlin's proof?" "Indeed, it exists, yet I wish to ascertain whether the proof you refer to aligns with what I possess. Might you kindly enlighten me on what constitutes Carlin's proof?" "Carlin's proof is the bell bestowed by the cat sage atop the Carlin Tower. I wonder if the cat sage has granted you both a bell?" Bobo replied candidly. "Just a bell, is it? How fortuitous that I have one on me." Yulin mused internally, preparing to reveal her bell when Wu Qing confessed, "Before arriving here, neither of us received Carlin's proof. Mr. Bobo, you identified my identity with such ease. It stands to reason that the celestial being is well aware of the events unfolding below. Thus, I trust you possess a clear answer in your mind. You are quite forthright. Bobo, I indeed know you lack Carlin's proof. However, it appears the young lady beside you harbors different intentions," Bobo remarked, observing the pair. "Nonetheless, honesty does not alter the rules. If you wish to meet the celestial being, you must present Carlin's proof and pass my examination. Otherwise, you shall not gain an audience with the divine." Chapter 29. Instant Defeat. The elder celestial, upon hearing this, Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. Initially, he presumed the test merely gauged one's honesty. He had not anticipated the existence of a tangible token from Carlin, which seemed to be the key to meeting the celestial being. However, the cat sage had not provided Wu Qing with such an artifact prior to their arrival. While the reasons remained unclear, Wu Qing realized that descending now would merely consume additional time. Nevertheless, he had no intention of doing so. To him, the proof from Carlin signified the cat sage's acknowledgement of one's strength, affirming eligibility for the celestial audience. Thus, revealing his prowess to Bobo seemed equally valid. Resolute in his decision, Wu Qing prepared for combat, yet Bobo stood unguarded, seemingly devoid of any intent to engage. Nevertheless, he remarked, you appear eager to press forward. Should you possess the capability to surpass my challenge, then meeting the celestial being is not beyond reach. But tell me, do you truly have that ability? Bobo's provocative words ignited a spark of pride in Wu Qing's demeanor. Indeed, the celestial being was considered the strongest in the realm. Yet Bobo was merely a servant of the divine. How could he possibly lose? Prepare yourself. With a sudden shout, the merciless figure vanished from sight. Yet Bobo remained entirely unfazed, his expression still calm. Abruptly, he swung his fist towards the space beside him, and without warning, the merciless one collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Just moments ago, I could hardly discern where this individual had moved to. This black man had, astonishingly, managed to send him flying with such ease. The look of astonishment on Yulin's face was unmistakable, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. As the merciless one stood up, rubbing his aching body, disbelief etched across his features. How could this person possibly know his whereabouts? It was inconceivable. Furrowing his brow, he charged forward once more, taking 2 steps at a time. Just as he neared Bobo, his figure vanished again. Yet Bobo, with precision, launched a punch upwards, seemingly striking at thin air, but once more sent the merciless one flying. Hitting a target invisible to the naked eye twice in succession could hardly be attributed to mere luck. It was, without a doubt, a testament to sheer strength. With such capabilities alone, it was entirely reasonable that Carlin's token did not rest in your possession. Bobo remarked nonchalantly, if you truly had it, I would be the one surprised. This statement undoubtedly signifies that the heartless individual lacks the strength to behold the deity, though the heartless feels a deep discomfort. There is no recourse. The prowess of Bobo indeed surpasses his own, an undeniable truth. After a moment of contemplation, the heartless resolves to unleash his most formidable technique. If this move fails to grant him any advantage, it may well suggest that he is unworthy of encountering the divine being. With a serious demeanor, he gazes at Bobo and proclaims, you are undeniably formidable, surpassing anyone I have ever encountered. To strike me effortlessly on 2 occasions cannot merely be attributed to luck. However, to extinguish my resolve is an impossibility. While I may not rival your martial prowess, I am confident that this technique shall not result in my defeat. Prepare yourself. Upon uttering these words, the heartless melds his hands into a blossom-like formation and positions them at his waist, shouting, brace yourself, here comes the Kamehameha wave. A pale blue sphere of energy rapidly coalesces between his hands, and an immense aura catches Bobo off guard. Astonished, he realizes that this teenager has reached such a level. Even a bioengineered being is remarkably strong. Suddenly, the heartless directs his hands toward Bobo, and the pale blue energy sphere, trailing a comet-like tail, hurtles toward him. Yet, Bobo shows no inclination to evade or defend. He merely opens his mouth wide and, to the heartless astonishment, consumes the full force of the Kamehameha wave without any adverse effect. Cold sweat beads upon the heartless forehead as he instinctively takes a step back. It is then that he comprehends the vast chasm separating him from Bobo. With a tone laced with reluctance, he bitterly admits, I have lost. Choosing not to retaliate and acknowledging his defeat is not entirely disheartening. Bobo remarks casually, even so, meeting the deity remains an unattainable goal. Curious. The heartless inquires about the nature of the trial required to meet the divine being, recalling that Bobo had mentioned a test beforehand. Yulin, intrigued as well, considers the significance of the deity in everyone's mind. To the heartless, the deity embodies unparalleled strength and extraordinary, enigmatic abilities. The trial consists of defeating Bobo. Only upon conquering him may one encounter the deity. Bobo replies nonchalantly, subsequently ignoring the heartless as he strides toward the temple. Defeat him? What a jest! I exerted my utmost, and could not inflict any harm upon him. Is there truly anyone capable of besting this monster? In the heart devoid of emotion, The momentary wave of despondency dissipated almost instantaneously. Soon after, a perplexing laughter erupted from the lips of the unfeeling one, a joyous and hearty laugh. Have you lost your senses, laughing so freely? Do you truly possess a method to defeat him? Yulin remarked with a hint of mockery in her tone. However, I suspect that if you had such a strategy, you would not merely stand by and allow this fellow to escape. Her taunting words reflected her very nature. If she were to utter any words of comfort or encouragement, it would indeed be an unexpected occurrence for the unfeeling one. Yet, upon hearing her statement, he felt no discontent but instead began to elucidate. As you mentioned, I do not possess a means to conquer Bobo. Nevertheless, he is the first individual to render me utterly defenseless since my departure from Kalenta. In his presence, I feel inconsequential. I believe that even the legendary martial arts god, Master Wu Tian, in his youth, would find himself equally at a loss against such an opponent. The prospect of facing such a formidable adversary truly exhilarates me. Subsequently, the unfeeling one clenched his right hand tightly around his left wrist, his sharp nails drawing blood, which cascaded down in vivid crimson droplets. A flicker of confusion crossed Yulin's eyes, and the unfeeling one proclaimed loudly, "With my blood, I vow to defeat Bobo within a year and meet that celestial being," beseeching him to impart the knowledge I lack. It appeared that old man Coley had done at least one thing commendably. This individual seemed utterly undeterred by any setbacks or fears. How intriguing! Yulin's lips curled into a slight smile as she contemplated this. In contrast to the unfeeling one, she was acutely aware of the disparity in their combat abilities. She knew that his prowess was barely half that of Bobo's. To bridge such a significant gap in a year was nearly an insurmountable task. One might conquer 10 with sheer strength, a belief the unfeeling one held steadfastly. Avoidance was futile, as there would always come a time when one was cornered. In such moments, the advantage of strength would manifest and amplify. In other words, what he needed to enhance was his fundamental skills. With significant improvements in strength, speed, and reflexes, he firmly believed that he could indeed triumph over Bobo, who currently rendered him impotent. The abode of the celestial being was not particularly vast, yet it sufficed for practice such as running. However, after only a brief period of exertion, the unfeeling one found himself struggling for breath. It was noteworthy that he had previously run several laps without feeling fatigued. At that moment, Bobo reappeared, addressing him. "We are at a high altitude, where the air is thin. It is only natural that you feel fatigued so quickly. When did you arrive?" Emotionlessly, he widened his eyes in disbelief and stammered, I have absolutely no idea when you appeared." In response, Bobo displayed no sign of elation, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor, and replied coolly, "It is entirely normal for you not to perceive my presence at your current state. You lack the requisite strength and capability." Just moments ago, he too had been unable to discern when that person had emerged. The old man, Corey, had distinctly claimed that both he and Bobo were the epitome of bioengineered warriors, transcending humanity in many aspects. Yet, why was it that he could not sense the arrival of that individual? Was it possible that even the most advanced human technology could not surpass the divine? Yulin pondered, harboring a hint of confusion. Observing Bobo's demeanor, Wuching seemed to recall something, though the thought flickered away before he could grasp it, leaving a fleeting expression of distress upon his face. "As silent as the sky, faster than lightning," Bobo uttered, continuing to address Wuching from the very beginning. "Your unnecessary movements have been excessive. As silent as the sky, faster than lightning?" Wuching echoed these phrases in his mind, seemingly struck by an epiphany. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in his own solitary world. Seeing Wuching's tranquil countenance, Bobo's face momentarily reflected a look of potential before he turned and departed, evidently having come solely to impart that singular message. Initially, Yulin paid little mind to Bobo's retreating figure, but when she noticed the bell-like object hanging from him, she stood frozen. Since earlier, Bobo had made several significant moves, yet that object had emitted no sound. Indeed, was it true that the bioengineered warriors of modern humanity could not rival the divine attendants? Standing silently, Wuching remained immovable, resembling a monk deep in meditation, unaffected by the external world. Meanwhile, those within the divine hall observed Wuching through a crystal orb, and curiosity about this unfamiliar individual began to stir within them. After contemplating something, one of them rose and began to walk step by step toward the hall's exit. Abruptly emerging from his reverie, Wuching opened his eyes, gazing toward the divine hall. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from within, one so formidable that he scarcely dared to imagine its source, which now approached him, exuding no hint of hostility. Yet, Wuqing could discern that this figure was far more powerful than Bobo. Perhaps it was indeed the divine being. Although previously met with rejection, Wuqing hastened towards the temple of the divine. Naturally, Bobo appeared midway, positioning himself before Wuqing. "Mr. Bobo, allow him to pass." At that moment, an aged voice resounded, and a flicker of reverence crossed Bobo's countenance, a subtle expression that Wuqing keenly observed. It dawned upon Wuqing that this individual must indeed be the divine being. "Your fortune seems quite favorable. The divine being is willing to meet someone who has not even brought the token of Carlin," Bobo remarked as he regarded Wuqing. In response, Wuqing remained silent, continuing his advance. However, just as he approached the threshold of the temple, he halted, for he beheld a figure emerging from within, with a weathered visage. Adorned with two antennae and hands bearing sharp claws, he clutched a long wooden staff. Clad in white robes emblazoned with the character for deity, it was evident that this venerable individual was indeed the divine being. "Are you the divine being?" Wuqing inquired, fully aware that the question was somewhat superfluous. Yet he posed it nonetheless. The figure merely nodded in affirmation. Chapter 30. Departing the Divine Temple. Charting one's own path to be candid. Upon encountering the divine being once more, Wuqing experienced a tinge of disappointment. After all, the divine being had aged, undoubtedly diminished from his youthful prowess. Moreover, having ascended to divinity, the frequency of his battles had likely waned significantly, and his strength was surely no longer what it once was. Nevertheless, despite this disillusionment, the divine being's capacity to impart guidance remained ample, and thus, while Wuqing harbored a sense of disappointment within, his demeanor remained one of utmost respect. The celestial being appeared rather unremarkable. Could it be that all deities lack an appealing visage? Yulin pondered, recalling the image of the cat sage, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. "Celestial one, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Might you impart your wisdom regarding martial arts?" Wuqing inquired candidly. "Youth," the celestial being replied, "I understand your quest for greater strength and the desire to enhance your abilities. However, I must ask, what do you perceive to be the essence of martial arts?" The deity gazed at Wuqing, a smile gracing their features. "The essence of martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Wuqing hesitated, lost in contemplation. He realized he had never truly pondered this question, nor had he intended to. Yet, a faint memory surfaced from the first martial arts tournament, where he had overheard the turtle sage speaking about the true essence of martial arts. However, this was merely the turtle sage's interpretation, not Wuqing's own. According to the sage, the purpose of studying martial arts is not to compete, but to conquer oneself. The way of martial arts promotes physical and mental well-being, cultivating abundant energy and enabling one to lead a meaningful life. Just as he was about to voice this insight, Wuqing recognized that the celestial being omniscient, was already aware of the turtle sage's interpretation. Thus, articulating it might not earn him the deity's approval. On the contrary, it could provoke discontent. He decided instead to reflect on what martial arts truly meant to him. Engaging with a question he had never contemplated before was indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Yet, the celestial being showed no signs of impatience, quietly awaiting Wuqing's response. Meanwhile, Yulin's expression grew increasingly awkward. Since their ascent of the Corinta, she had not consumed a morsel and was now ravenously hungry. Yet she hesitated to voice her discomfort for the sake of pride. "My dear girl, you must be hungry," the celestial being remarked perceptively, a knowing smile gracing their lips. Before instructing Bobo to prepare a meal, the celestial being before me indeed possesses remarkable insight, as they discern my innermost thoughts without my uttering a single word. It is evident that those who ascend to such divine heights are not to be underestimated. In my heart, Yulin mused, her curiosity piqued by the demeanor of this emotionless figure. What words might someone akin to her utter? Martial arts. This notion had never truly crossed my mind, for it held no significance in my existence. Surely, it is the same for this individual as well. Initially, my pursuit of strength defined my journey in martial arts. A quest for power potent enough to confront the Red Ribbon Army without fear. Thus commenced my personal odyssey. Later, it was the exhilaration of triumph, the euphoric adulation akin to the moon being cradled by the masses, that spurred my resolve to grow ever stronger, so that I might continue to revel in such acclaim. Yet, I find myself questioning, was this truly what I sought? Visions of Bra, Upa, Master Rashi, Lepin, and Goku flickered through the recesses of my mind. Suddenly, a faint smile graced my lips as I spoke. I am uncertain of your perspective on martial arts, esteemed celestial. While I understand Master Wu Tian's interpretation, my comprehension diverges from his. Although I may be considered his disciple and have benefited from his teachings, to me, martial arts equates to power. It is only now that I grasp the essence of my pursuit. The strength I seek is fundamentally to safeguard those I cherish, those who care for me, who regard me as a friend. Many among them possess less strength than I, and my purpose is to protect them. I do not wish for my presence to invite harm upon them. This, then, is my understanding of martial arts. It is a means to shield those dear to me. Upon hearing this, the celestial being exhibited no surprise. It is well understood that individuals possess varying perspectives on a singular matter. After absorbing my words, the divine entity replied, "This is your interpretation of martial arts, or perhaps your understanding of power. I wish to convey that your assertion is indeed valid. The pursuit of strength to protect those you hold dear is wholly justifiable, and I cannot dispute this. With this affirmation, it seems I have garnered the celestial being's approval. Thus, I ventured to inquire, might you be willing to offer guidance on my martial arts?" Given the celestial's demeanor, it appeared my response had met with approval. If so, seeking their mentorship should not pose a challenge. "Desiring my guidance is not a trivial matter," the celestial being replied, "but prior to that, I have a question for you. One that I hope you will answer. Once you provide your response, I shall gladly offer you my instruction." The celestial being appeared unhurried, smiling as he spoke. "You have questions for me, and as long as I provide answers, you shall be guided. Is this not a final form?" The emotionless one silently nodded, inquiring, "What question does the celestial being wish to glean from my lips?" "Quite simple," the celestial being chuckled. "Why have you sought me out?" This seemingly straightforward question left the emotionless one somewhat perplexed. Was it not evident? The reason for seeking the celestial being was undoubtedly his formidable power. It was indisputable that those who ascended to such heights possessed immense strength. Prior to this encounter, it had been challenging to find someone capable of significantly enhancing his abilities. Yet, upon hearing the celestial being's inquiry, the emotionless one hesitated, pondering deeply, what was the true purpose of his visit? If the aim was to strengthen himself, consulting his current master, Wu Tian, would suffice, for Wu Tian possessed abundant combat experience and knowledge beyond his own. However, he had chosen not to do so, largely due to the influence of the cat sage. Being a sage, the cat sage must certainly know of beings even more powerful than Wu Tian and their whereabouts. Thus, he had come here instead. What he had not anticipated was that the individual capable of guiding him would not merely be extraordinary, but a celestial being, an entity revered as divine among ordinary mortals. Suddenly, a critical thought struck him. Should the celestial being commence his guidance, there was no denying that he would experience considerable advancement, a significant enhancement of his powers. Yet, this transformation might lead him to become a mere reflection of the celestial being himself. In essence, he would simply become a second celestial being. And that would not be true to himself. Could it be that his journey to this place was a grave error? Was the vast world below truly where he belonged? A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow as he instinctively glanced behind him. "It seems your heart has found an answer," the celestial being remarked, observing the emotionless one's troubled demeanor with a smile. "What is that answer? Speak it aloud." "I believe," the emotionless one began, "that perhaps my decision to come here was misguided. What I truly need may not be the enhancement of my strength, but rather something else entirely. Perhaps my rightful place lies in the expansive world below." He continued to reflect, unconsciously voicing his thoughts. "The path that truly belongs to me, the one that is suitable for my essence, may not be found here. My journey should be carved by my own choices, not confined to any singular destination." As the conversation unfolded, Wu Qing suddenly fell silent, lifting his gaze to the divine being above. Noticing the absence of displeasure upon the deity's countenance, he addressed the celestial figure. "Oh, divine one, I apologize. Perhaps my timing for being here is amiss." The deity responded with a gentle smile. "No, you are not mistaken. I can indeed guide you and enhance your abilities. However, such guidance would merely mold you into a second version of myself, lacking your unique essence. Only when you possess a certain level of strength and have forged your own path will it be more appropriate for you to seek my counsel. At that time, the treasures you could acquire will far surpass what you may attain now." The deity continued, "I believe the cat sage atop Kalinta has bestowed upon you the token of Kalen in hopes that you grasp this notion. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for it to overlook such a pivotal element. Do you comprehend?" Wu Qing nodded, beginning to understand that the power he sought was not found within the seemingly grand divine palace, but rather in the expansive world below. He realized that he lacked his own foundation. His martial skills were merely instinctual responses. With this revelation, he recognized the folly of his overconfidence. Having pondered this seemingly straightforward dilemma, Wuching resolved to depart. It was at this moment that he noticed Yulin's absence and inquired about her whereabouts, only to learn she was indulging in food. Lacking understanding of the female disposition, Wuching sought out Yulin, only to be taken aback by her unrefined eating manner, which elicited a furious response from her. It was through this incident that Wuching truly grasped the complexities of the female psyche, realizing that understanding a girl's thoughts was far more intricate than he had imagined. After Yulin finished her meal, the two bid farewell to the deity and descended, finding the journey down considerably more convenient than the ascent, and thankfully, they were spared from the trials of lightning, confirming that those were merely tests. Upon returning to Kalinta, Wukong persisted in his relentless pursuit of the super-holy water alongside the cat sage. However, upon their arrival, he paused, spotting Wuching. "Wuching, have you encountered the Divine One?" Wuching was yet to respond when the cat sage interjected, having already discerned from Wuching's demeanor that he had indeed met the deity. The cat sage then inquired, "Wuching, I trust you now comprehend my reasons for urging you to meet the divine being?" "Indeed, I realize that for me, the vast world is far more fitting than the guidance of the divine," Wuching affirmed. "Thank you, cat sage. Do not mention it," he replied. "Initially, I intended to converse with you myself. However, during our previous encounter, I discerned your character. You possess a rather haughty demeanor. Such individuals are seldom inclined to heed the words of others unless that person wields overwhelming influence. It was for this reason that I suggested you meet the deity. It appears the outcome has been quite favorable." The cat sage waved his hand and smiled. Emotionless nodded in agreement. Indeed, had the cat sage conveyed his message in such a manner earlier, Emotionless would not have turned against him. He would merely have felt that the cat sage's words were perfunctory. However, the deity was different. His innate power far surpassed that of Emotionless, and thus, his words were worthy of careful consideration. Truly, one must be grateful to the cat sage. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation before Emotionless and Yulin prepared to depart from Corinta. Just before they left, Emotionless turned to Wukong and said, "Wukong, you must persevere. Strive to seize the sacred water vessel from the cat sage as soon as possible. I will obtain the sacred water vessel in no time." Wukong replied confidently. "Next, I will borrow the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma to seek out the 7 Dragon Balls and resurrect UPA's father." Chapter 31. In the deep mountains and secluded towns. Emotionless found himself momentarily stunned. Had it not been for him, Uncle Bra would not have perished. He thought to himself, if only he had possessed sufficient strength at that time, the Red Ribbon Army would not have dared to act so recklessly. Everything stemmed from his lack of power. He resolved to elevate his strength to the utmost in the shortest time possible. Only with formidable power could he protect those dear to him from harm. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, Emotionless and Yulin departed from Corinta. Upon returning to the surface, Emotionless realized that darkness had descended without his notice. UPA had likely gone to bed, and there was no need to disturb him. Thus, they left without a clear destination in mind. After walking for approximately half an hour, Yulin could no longer contain herself and asked, "Where do you intend to go by walking like this?" "To be honest, I do not know. It's certainly 1 TB to a metropolis." Emotionless replied nonchalantly. Although the prize for the World Martial Arts Tournament was 50,000, he had squandered every last bit of it along the way, with no money left. Finding free accommodations in a city was utterly implausible, except for benches, of course. Thus, the only option was to find a cave or a similar shelter for the night. Transitioning from Kalinta to the depths of the mountains in merely a few days was an impossibility for anyone else. However, for Wuching, it merely took around 2 hours to arrive before a towering peak. Here, locating a cave was hardly a challenge, even if it harbored venomous serpents. There was no toxin in this world capable of afflicting either of them fatally. After discovering a cave, they settled upon the ground and kindled a fire. From that point onward, Wuching paid little mind to Yulin, perhaps uncertain of what to say. Having spent most of his time alone, he was at a loss when it came to conversing with the girl, treating Yulin as if she were one of the boys, utterly oblivious to the nuances of a woman's heart. Fortunately, Yulin, being a biochemically enhanced individual, had long since endured various scrutinies while in the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Although Wuching's demeanor towards her was rather indifferent, it was still a significant improvement compared to the treatment she received from the members of the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Throughout the night, each kept to themselves, neither wishing to disturb the silence. The night swiftly passed, and with the dawn of a new day, they emerged from the cave. After stretching languidly, Yulin turned to Wuqing and asked softly, "Yesterday, the darkness dictated our course. Now that dawn is broken, where shall we go?" Wuqing remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sun, which puzzled Yulin. She glanced up at the sun herself, noticing nothing amiss, and questioned, "Why do you keep staring at the sun?" "Nothing much," he replied. "I was merely contemplating that one day, like the sun, I too shall rise high above, with all the world beneath my feet. I will become the strongest person in this realm." Such an ambitious declaration flowed from Wuqing's lips, his eyes radiating confidence devoid of any other emotion. Observing him in this light, a faint blush flickered across Yulin's cheeks. It seemed that only in these moments did he possess an enchanting charm, she mused inwardly. Following this, she offered a gentle smile and remarked, "This is not the time for lofty aspirations. I am asking you where we shall head next." "Next?" Wuqing paused, appearing to have never considered this matter. After a considerable silence, he finally responded, "There is nothing wrong with this place. It is quite suitable for training. Indeed, in the depths of the mountains, one is seldom disturbed, making it an ideal locale for undistracted cultivation. During practice, should one inadvertently destroy something, there is no need to fret over compensation. This truly is the most suitable place for relentless training." Upon receiving such a response, Yulin was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching slightly as she appeared unable to accept this answer. After a prolonged silence, she exclaimed vehemently, "Are you jesting? I refuse to remain in such a place. Why are you so agitated? What is wrong with this location?" The expression of Wuqing revealed surprise. To him, this place seemed rather pleasant, and he could not fathom why Yulin would have such a disdain for it. Clearly, Wuqing, lacking an understanding of a girl's nature, could not grasp that this locale held no charm for many young women, with some even harboring a strong aversion to it. After a moment of silence, Wuqing ultimately chose to acquiesce, albeit while grumbling on the journey towards the nearby city. Yulin, on the other hand, paid no heed to his complaints. Although they were deep in the mountains, reaching a small town was not particularly troublesome. It was merely a matter of a few dozen kilometers. Given their capabilities, it would only take them a matter of minutes. However, they had overlooked a critical detail upon their arrival, being penniless. They were unable to secure even the most basic necessities of food and shelter. In desperation, Wuqing resorted to performing to earn some living expenses. Standing by the roadside, he declared that a victory would yield a prize of 100,000, with a mere 100 required for entry. This tantalizing prospect had many youths eagerly attempting to participate, and no one initially bothered to verify the prize. Remarkably, Wuqing exerted minimal effort, yet managed to earn a considerable sum in a little over an hour, sufficient for both of them to sustain themselves for some time. With their basic needs addressed, Wuqing commenced his training. To him, training equipment was secondary. The essence of preparation lay in enhancing one's physical attributes. If one's speed was swift enough and strength potent enough to fell an opponent with a single blow, one would naturally emerge victorious. Techniques, such as the Kamehameha wave, he believed, should only be employed in dire circumstances. It was implausible for anyone to resort to such maneuvers from the outset. Thus, he focused on the fundamentals of physical training, long-distance running. The human marathon spans approximately 42 kilometers, posing a significant challenge to the limits of human endurance. Without extensive training, it is nearly impossible to persist. Yet for Wuqing, the 42 kilometers were merely a warm-up. He could complete it in a brief span, exerting himself fully without much time expenditure. In the bustling surroundings of 8, 5, 6, the rapid movements of passers-by evoke a sense of curiosity regarding one's identity. Thus, the indifferent figure traversed to a desolate area before commencing training. The journey back and forth spanned at least several dozen kilometers, consistently maintaining the utmost sprinting speed. At such velocity, even if someone were to pass by, they would be oblivious to the presence of this swift entity, as the human eye could scarcely capture its fleeting shadow. It was only when twilight descended that the figure concluded its day's running regimen, gradually making its way towards the inn. Upon returning to the room, the figure found Yulin quietly lost in thought and chose not to intrude. Instead, it sought paper and pen to commence planning for its future training endeavors. Within mere minutes, a meticulously crafted training schedule emerged in its hands. Reviewing the self-imposed tasks, they were neither overly demanding nor too lenient. While they consisted of fundamental exercises, the intensity far surpassed that of ordinary training. It was believed that, should this regimen persist, The figure's physical attributes would see significant enhancement within 5 years. Such a detailed training plan. One would not discern that your intellect is quite commendable, able to draft such a comprehensive scheme so swiftly. At that moment, a silhouette appeared behind the figure, and a sweet voice resonated. In response, the figure's expression remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "This is merely the basics suitable for my current state. In time, I shall need to escalate the intensity." Silence enveloped the room once more, as both individuals seemed ill-equipped for conversation, perhaps uncertain of what to articulate at that juncture. Eventually, the figure rose and addressed Yulin. Are you hungry? Shall we go out to eat? After a day of training, I am quite famished." Initially, the intention had been to dine before returning. But as the funds rested with Yulin, the return was inevitable. At this moment, the figure could no longer suppress the urge to speak. "I have already eaten." "You may go by yourself," Yulin replied tersely, gesturing towards a direction where money lay, before retreating into her own contemplative world, seemingly pondering something of great importance. Women are truly perplexing, utterly unaware of the thoughts swirling within their minds. In the heart of indifference, the protagonist, devoid of sentiment, took the money and ventured out for a meal. A day's rigorous training had drained considerable energy, necessitating a hearty feast. As the indifferent figure departed, Yulin began to muse aloud, perplexed by the absence of sorrow etched upon that face. We are mere puppets by nature, despite having severed the strings that once bound us. A puppet remains a puppet. We are fundamentally at odds with this world. Why, she pondered, does your countenance betray no such emotions? And your heart seemingly harbors none of this sentiment either? After all, it has not been long since departing from the Red Ribbon Army, and it is entirely natural to harbor such thoughts. The indifferents had once experienced similar feelings of confusion, but an overwhelming thirst for power had long since eclipsed those uncertainties. In contrast, Yulin now appeared to be devoid of any significant interest in matters at hand. Under such circumstances, it is quite normal to entertain such thoughts. Upon returning from his meal, the indifferent one found Yulin still oblivious to his presence. Initially intending to startle her, he reconsidered and instead sat alone in a chair, gazing out the window, somewhat lost in thought. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he began to contemplate potential rivals for the next World Martial Arts Championship. It remained uncertain whether Master Wu Tian would participate again. Should he choose to compete, he would undoubtedly be stronger than before. Furthermore, Goku, having descended from Corinta, would present a formidable challenge. Krillin and Yamcha might not be his direct adversaries, but over the years, they would undoubtedly experience significant growth. Moreover, there could be unknown hermits and masters who might also enter the fray. Given this, reclaiming the championship title in the upcoming tournament would prove to be a considerably greater challenge. As time slipped away, the hour for slumber approached quietly, presenting a dilemma for the two. There was but one bed to share. "I can sleep on the floor," he offered. Before Yulin could utter a word, Wu Qing had already spoken. During his year in Corinta, he had primarily relied on the walls for rest. Having a floor to lie on was quite satisfactory. And as for a bed, it was likely more essential for the girls. Yulin did not voice any objections, her expression remaining unchanged. After a simple acknowledgement, she lay down on the bed, and thus the night passed. The following morning, upon rising, Wu Qing exited the inn, only to be taken aback by the sight of several police cars surrounding a bank, evidently the scene of a robbery. Paying it no mind, he walked past, but unexpectedly, one of the robbers inside noticed him and called out, demanding that he enter and provide them with food. Otherwise, they could not guarantee what might transpire. Reluctantly, the police detained Wu Qing, explaining the situation and hoping he could assist them, preferably by subduing the robbers inside. Wu Qing did not refuse, despite his lack of fondness for the police. Since they had requested his help, he saw no harm in lending a hand, especially since dealing with ordinary individuals was merely a matter of moments. He stepped inside and swiftly incapacitated all the robbers. After accepting the gratitude of the police, he left, unaware that this would lead to an unexpectedly troublesome situation. Chapter 32. The News Media and Yulin's Heart. After running continuously for 2 hours, Wu Qing returned to the inn, intending to address the issue of breakfast. However, before he could even step inside, he found the place surrounded, teeming with people. Curiosity piqued. He approached to investigate, just as a reporter, upon spotting him, rushed over as if he were a savior, moving with such speed that it caught Wu Qing off guard. "Excuse me, are you the young man who helped the police capture the robbers this morning? May I ask your name? Your skills are remarkable. Who taught you?" A microphone had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and the reporter spoke rapidly. As he did, other journalists who had been at the inn also swarmed in. As if Wu Qing had performed some monumental act of heroism. Within mere seconds, a multitude of journalists enveloped Wu Qing, each posing different questions. Yet all sharing a common theme, they were eager to uncover who he truly was. Did these individuals truly neglect the prestigious World Martial Arts Championship? Wu Qing mused, somewhat taken aback, before revealing his own name, asserting that he was indeed the champion of the previous tournament. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of astonishment. Historically, the victor of the World Martial Arts Championship has garnered immense renown, typically being either an esteemed recluse or a formidable warrior of the era. Such individuals are seldom found in these inconspicuous towns. Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Wu Qing finally grasped the reason behind the public's disdain for journalists. Their relentless probing was akin to excavating one's ancestral graves. Although undeniably bothersome, Wu Qing discerned from their discourse that his recent confrontation with a group of robbers had elicited considerable gratitude from the local police. Some even regarded him as a savior of the community, hoping he would choose to remain indefinitely. As for such inquiries, Wu Qing opted for silence. For the future remains an enigma known to none. After successfully dispersing the throng, Wu Qing understood the cause of his unwarranted attention, his decisive action against the bandits. Notorious for their criminal exploits over the years, had astonished the authorities, who had long struggled to apprehend them. Each of these criminals bore the weight of multiple lives lost and possessed exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Thus, Wu Qing's effortless triumph over them naturally drew the media's fervent interest. How did they ascertain my residence? And it seems they are well versed in my affairs, knowing everything but my most private details. As he entered the inn, Wu Qing muttered to himself, a hint of sarcasm flickering at the corners of his mouth. If only he had turned on his heel and disregarded the police's words back then, perhaps he would not be facing such troublesome circumstances today. Upon entering the room, he found Yulin lost in thought, her expression deeply contemplative. However, a modest meal lay on the table, seemingly prepared as breakfast for him, which brought a flicker of warmth to Wu Qing's heart. How long had it been since anyone had made him feel this way? Aside from his companions, Wukong and the father-son duo, the cat Sage and Bra, it appeared that no one truly cared for him. In a matter of moments, he polished off the food and resumed his training. Since Yulin seemed to be preoccupied with something important, he felt it inappropriate to press her for conversation. It was only after Wu Qing had departed for quite some time that Yulin snapped back to reality, noticing the empty table without any visible reaction. Her gaze turned towards the window as she continued to immerse herself in her own world. For Wu Qing, the most pressing matter was to strengthen his abilities. Without power, he could not protect those who mattered most to him. The death of Bra had exemplified this harsh truth. He vowed never to let such a tragedy occur again. During his journey, Wu Qing realized that his training seemed to yield minimal results. Perhaps it would be more effective to add weight to his regimen. Although it was merely a small town, acquiring weights should not pose a problem. However, upon stating his desired weight, the shop attendant regarded him as if he were a monster. 200 kilograms? Surely, this seemingly handsome young man must have misspoken. With a physique that appeared capable of handling only around 20 kilograms, 200 kilograms was far beyond his limits, and the shop simply did not stock such heavy weights. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not have such heavy weights in our store. If you could give us a little time, we will prepare them in a few days. The attendant responded, maintaining a professional smile. After all, customers were always customers, and even unreasonable requests could not be challenged. One must uphold a consistent demeanor to ensure customer satisfaction, for who knows whether the offended would be someone capable of easily ending one's existence. Is this how it is? How troublesome it is, that even a mere 200 kilograms of weight is insurmountable. After a moment of silent complaint, Wu Qing nodded impassively and turned to leave, realizing there was no other choice but to return in a few days. Following the previously outlined plan, the morning was dedicated to training running speed and personal endurance. Thus, maintaining a sprinting pace during long-distance running proved to be an excellent choice. In the afternoon, the focus shifted to training the strength of both hands and the speed of strikes. Achieving strength was straightforward. Engaging in physical labor would suffice. And it also promised a handsome income, making it a dual benefit. As for the speed of strikes, enhancing one's strength would take precedence. Coincidentally, there was a construction site nearby that was in dire need of laborers. After speaking with the foreman for a brief moment, Wu Qing secured a position. Although the foreman was dissatisfied with the wage Wu Qing proposed, which was sufficient to hire over 10 individuals. Nevertheless, The foreman was not a fool. He stipulated that if the workload completed did not match the pay, it would be considered a day of unpaid labor. Wuching naturally had no objections to this arrangement. In the span of an afternoon, Wuching single-handedly accomplished what would typically require the efforts of dozens, thereby saving the foreman a considerable amount of time. Consequently, after promptly paying Wuching a substantial wage, the foreman expressed hope that Wuching would return to assist in the coming days, as long as Wuching was willing. The pay would not be an issue. The shift in attitude did not surprise Wuching. After nodding in acknowledgement, he wiped the sweat from his brow and departed. Both lunch and dinner were provided at the site, meaning he did not need to seek out a place to eat. This money should suffice to cover the wait he required, which would only be available in a few days, Wuching mused as he glanced at the bills in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, he had already stepped into the inn room. To his surprise, Yulin still appeared in a meditative state, despite the remnants of food on the table indicating she had eaten. Yet, she seemed engulfed in some sorrowful thought. Finally, unable to contain himself, Wuching inquired, "What are you thinking about? You've seemed this way since last night, lost in your own world, looking rather melancholic. When did you come in?" "I had no idea." Yulin turned to look at Wuching, her eyes, if he was not mistaken, still glistening with tears. "Perhaps a few minutes ago," Wuching replied nonchalantly. "By the way, what is troubling you? You've seemed off since we arrived here. Has something happened?" "Eh?" Yulin was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "A few minutes ago? How did you come in without making a sound?" "I completely failed to notice." Emotionless, upon hearing these words, was not particularly surprised and replied, "It is quite normal. You wouldn't realize the presence of others when lost in thought. Speaking of which, what exactly were you pondering?" In response, Yulin remained silent, biting her lip as if deep in contemplation, unaware that Emotionless found this rather peculiar. He couldn't help but say, "Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't wish to share. It is not a significant matter. I was merely hesitating for quite some time," Yulin finally spoke. "I was just reflecting on what it would be like if I were not a product of biotechnological research but a genuine inhabitant of this world. I would have loving parents, playful companions, and close sisters with whom I could confide during moments of solitude. There would be so much that I dare not even imagine now. Alas, all of this is but a fleeting illusion, utterly unattainable. Is that the reason?" Emotionless was taken aback, surprised that Yulin had been contemplating such a matter all along. To be honest, it was something he had never even considered, rather than being afraid. He had simply forgotten. What did it matter that he had no family or childhood friends? He was still living in this world, and in a certain sense, he had already acquired those people Yulin spoke of. As a senior, Master Rashi's age was more than sufficient. And although Goku and the others were not acquaintances from his youth, they had developed a considerable bond since their introduction at the martial arts tournament. Furthermore, he could rely on them in times of need. Thus, this issue had long been cast aside in Emotionless' mind. For Yulin, however, who had no one she could truly trust aside from Emotionless, it was entirely reasonable for her to harbor such feelings. "I once believed that you and I were alike. It turns out, you are no longer my kind." Yulin spoke slowly, her tone tinged with desolation, her self-mocking smile radiant yet tinged with sorrow. "What do you understand? You have acquired so much already, companions, ideals, and things you once lacked. And what do I have? Absolutely nothing. You wretched being, do you even realize? I concede that I possess many things you do not, but let me tell you, you are in a far better position now than I was just after leaving the Red Ribbon Army." A fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Emotionless' face. "When I first departed from the Red Ribbon Army, the world felt vast. Though I found a place to belong, I had no companions. Do you believe that I was in a much better situation than you are now?" Yulin gazed at Wuching, as if she were on the verge of articulating something profound. Yet, before she could utter a word, Wuching continued, "Who do you think you are? Back in the days of the Red Satin Brigade, I could have easily ended your life. If it weren't for the fact that we are both tragic products of the high-tech machinations of the Red Satin Brigade. Mere pitiable souls in this world. Do you truly believe you would still be alive today?" After uttering these words, Wuching found himself momentarily stunned, realizing that his previous statement had been made without a shred of contemplation. He wished to defend himself, yet he was at a loss for words. He had no idea what to say to comfort a girl in distress. Ironically, to Yulin, this became the very essence of what Wuching genuinely wished to express. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, slowly tracing the contours of her face before dripping onto the floor, each drop echoing painfully in the silence of the room. With a flicker of anger in her eyes, Yulin gritted her teeth and declared, "So that is it. To you, I am merely another facsimile of your kind. If it were otherwise, I would have long since been sharing tea in the halls of the underworld with that wretched old man, Corey. Though Yulin's demeanor appeared composed, her heart was engulfed in despair. Do you understand, you scoundrel? Do you grasp what I truly desire? All I yearn for is a shoulder to lean upon, one that radiates warmth and banishes my restless thoughts. You fool. Chapter 33. A Clash of Fists. After the storm, upon hearing her words, Wuching remained silent, perhaps uncertain of how to respond. The only girls he was familiar with, aside from Yulin, were Buma and Lanchi, with whom he had scarcely exchanged more than a few words. He could not begin to comprehend the complexities of women, who sometimes require no verbal reassurances, merely a simple gesture or acknowledgement. Without any action, Yulin failed to notice the regret etched on Wuching's face for his previous words. A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she spoke coldly. Did you not just say that we are merely kindred spirits? In other words, had I not been a new warrior birth from Corey's grotesque experiments, I would have long since met my demise. If that is the case, why waste words? Why? At the Red Satin Brigade's base, did you choose to ally with me? Was it merely for your own gain? If you wish to kill me, here I stand. Come and do it. I did not mean what I said earlier. I apologize. Uncertain of how to begin, the only recourse left was to offer an apology, though the protagonist knew full well that such words would bear little significance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yulin's expression did not soften in the slightest. On the contrary, she continued to sneer, retorting, if it was unintentional, then what was your true intent? Am I merely a reflection of your past self, spared from your wrath only by whim? Or perhaps it was merely a fleeting impulse? If so, why not continue this capriciousness today and take my life? I have already stated that my previous words were not intended to hurt you. What more do you desire? The tone of the protagonist shifted. He detested engaging in futile arguments. Often, what he thought was skewed when articulated, transforming into words that seemed harsh to the uninitiated, and Yulin exemplified this misunderstanding. Both Yulin and the protagonist shared a similar disposition, perhaps a consequence of their creation by the same mind. Each harbored their own pride. For them, the greatest concession was to bow and acknowledge their faults, and anything beyond that was simply out of the question. Conversely, they were often excessively stringent with others, prone to relentless pressure that could turn acquaintances into mortal enemies. Regrettably, neither recognized this flaw within themselves. What more do I desire? I want you to kill me. Each word was enunciated with painstaking clarity, and Yulin's face contorted into a mask of desperation, her heart seemingly pushed to the brink of despair. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist seemed poised to argue, yet ultimately fell silent, his hand tightening around Yulin's throat. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to end your life? As he spoke, his grip on her neck intensified, his left hand clenching tightly, as if hesitating over an unspeakable decision. Blood began to trickle from Yulin's mouth, a testament to the growing pressure. Unbeknownst to him, his hands were stained with her blood. Once, during his solitary reflections, he had vowed never to harm those comrades he held dear. Yet now, did Yulin merely represent a shadow of his former self, devoid of any genuine sentiment? Coughing, Yulin gasped, indeed, you will kill me. Her eyes grew heavy with reminiscence, as fleeting thoughts crossed her mind. Had she chosen a different path, one devoid of this encounter with him, perhaps she would have discovered a true companion by now. Despite the formidable power he wielded, he remained utterly oblivious to the depths of her heart. A fleeting sense of confusion flickered in my eyes. Perhaps I should never have graced this world with my presence from the very beginning. It seems my choices were misguided from the outset. I traversed the wrong path and chose the wrong companions. Nevertheless, even if given the opportunity to make different choices, I would resolutely remain on this same path, since it was I who erred in my decisions and in my selection of others. I am prepared to bear any consequences that arise from my mistakes. As consciousness gradually slipped away, Yulin's eyes lost their former brilliance. It dawned upon me that all of this was merely my own misguided sentiment. I had never truly occupied any significant place in her heart. How foolish I was. At that moment, I noticed blood seeping from my left hand, the result of uncontrolled emotions that led to an unintended injury. Yet, this seemingly minor pain jolted me back to reality, making me acutely aware of my actions. What I had just done was entirely uncharacteristic and spurred by emotional turmoil. I swiftly released my grip from Yulin's neck, and her frail body collapsed onto the ground, appearing as though it would require several days of rest to recover. After a moment of stunned silence, I gathered her up and gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. In her unconscious state, Yulin's expression softened into a serene, almost endearing visage. However, I was too consumed by regret to notice. My face was etched with remorse as I earnestly addressed her. I am so sorry. I truly did not mean to hurt you. Please, for the love of all that is good, do not let this cause you any harm. In moments of tranquility, I had never recognized that the girl I initially mistook for a companion, merely a reflection of my own past, had silently grown to become someone of great significance to me. Indeed, our interactions had been few, scarcely more than a handful of words exchanged, and there was never any intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Yet, as Yulin lay unconscious, my face bore the weight of regret. Originally, I had intended to take Yulin to the hospital, but considering her unique constitution and the potential complications that might arise, I opted instead to allow her to rest here. After covering her with a blanket, I approached the innkeeper and inquired, "Excuse me. I would like to ask, if someone were to lose consciousness due to having their throat constricted, what should be done?" The proprietor is certainly not a fool. One can discern from his expression, which bears a hint of concern amidst his anxiety, that the troubles spoken of by the indifferent one are indeed those that he has personally encountered. However, as these matters pertain to others, the proprietor is reluctant to meddle. When it comes to treatment, he finds himself at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he suggests, "I am not entirely certain, but I believe a few days of rest should suffice if it is not something grave. Is that so?" The indifferent one nods, a slight alleviation of his countenance evident. Reflecting upon his previous actions, he surmises they were not overly severe, coupled with the remarkable recuperative abilities inherent to a bio-enhanced warrior. He thinks that perhaps all will be well. I must mention, the innkeeper continues, having noticed the change in the indifferent one's demeanor. "There were indeed some sounds emanating from your room earlier. However, I am not privy to the particulars of your situation. I recognize that your inquiry signifies a measure of trust in me. Therefore, I shall impart this wisdom. A young man should exercise patience with a young lady. Moreover, it seems evident that you hold her in considerable regard." Caught off guard by this observation, the indifferent one silently acknowledges it without resorting to any drastic measures to silence the innkeeper. He simply nods and turns to leave. That night, the indifferent one remained awake, not out of inability to sleep, but rather from a resolute decision to remain vigilant. Despite the extraordinary healing capabilities of a bio-warrior, time is still a necessity. The notion of succumbing to slumber and subsequently facing graver consequences would be a regrettable burden. Fortunately, from that evening until the following day, Yulin exhibited no signs of distress. Her previously pallid complexion had regained some color, instilling in him a sense of relief. At this juncture, the indifferent one felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. His demeanor markedly improved. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and without further contemplation, he sank into slumber upon a nearby chair. After a night spent fretting over Yulin's well-being, he finally succumbed to a deep and restorative sleep, blissfully unaware that shortly after he drifted off, Yulin had awakened. Surprised to find herself enscathed and comfortably resting, she noticed the indifferent one, who had fallen asleep at her bedside. A warm smile graced her lips as she pondered. Did this fellow truly watch over me throughout the night? In the past, there may have been some disappointment regarding Wuching. Although Yulin did not regret her choices at that time, she found herself daydreaming about how things might have unfolded had she chosen differently. However, upon awakening, Yulin had cast aside all previous concerns. It could be said that someone who has traversed the gates of the underworld is, in many ways, far more mature than before. Reflecting on past events, it is evident that both individuals harbored their respective issues. No one is devoid of flaws. Had she not relentlessly pursued her objectives, perhaps circumstances would not have unfolded as they did. Yet, this experience seems to have fostered significant growth within her. It appears that the choices I made were not entirely misguided, she mused, but regardless, she resolved never to harbor regrets. Yulin then assessed her physical state and concluded that she appeared to be in good health. "I'm sorry, I truly am. I didn't mean to," Wuching murmured in his sleep, seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. This utterance brought a flicker of surprise to Yulin's face. It seemed that the person before her appeared far more serene in slumber than in wakefulness. At least he acknowledged that he was in the wrong. His peaceful demeanor made him all the more endearing, Yulin thought. Perhaps the one who once contemplated causing her harm was indeed a suitable match for her after all. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Wuching eventually awakened. Upon seeing Yulin, who was now alert and seemingly untroubled, he clenched his teeth and said, "I was wrong before. I apologize. It's all right. I too have made mistakes." Let us agree that we are both at fault, Yulin replied, surprising Wuqing. He had prepared himself for a more obstinate response from her, but it appeared that such considerations were unnecessary. Perhaps it was time for him to temper his temperament. Maintaining such a disposition was of no benefit to himself. The recent events seemed to have unfolded without significant issues. At least, Yulin's health appears to be free from any lasting consequences. With this reassurance, Wuqing has resolved to resume his training. Before departing, he informed Yulin, who reluctantly acquiesced, harboring a tinge of discomfort. After all, the individual before her seemed utterly oblivious to her sentiments. Once Wuqing had taken his leave, disappointment etched itself upon Yulin's face. It appeared that his sole focus lay in training and self-improvement, utterly ignorant of matters of the heart. Although her feelings for him had not been overtly expressed, it was evident that he remained completely unaware. It seemed imperative for Yulin to find an opportunity to convey her true emotions to him. However, what strategy she might devise remained uncertain. Given Wuqing's current disposition, comprehending a woman's feelings would undoubtedly require considerable time. Chapter 34. Laying down the burden. An unexpected encounter with a strong foe days swiftly passed, and Wuqing's anticipated weight, approximately 200 kilograms, had finally been acquired. Rising at 4 o'clock the following morning, he immediately donned the weight. Once encumbered, he indeed felt transformed. Tasks that had previously been effortless now demanded significant exertion, and his stamina faltered under the strain of daily rigorous training. Yet, this state of affairs did not endure long. To Wuqing's dismay, within half an hour, his body naturally acclimated to the added weight, rendering it utterly ineffective. Dr. Cole's intentions had led to this unfortunate circumstance, nullifying the very purpose of the weight training Wuqing had sought. That wretched old man, even in death, continues to toy with me. Wuqing vented his frustrations as he cast the weight aside. However, were it not for his extraordinary physique, he would not have triumphed over Master Rashi in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, the universal shocking palm had nearly rendered him unconscious, a bittersweet victory. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yulin chuckled softly and remarked, such is the nature of one's physique. What can be done? Nevertheless, even without training, you are still quite formidable. Are you not? No. By the next World Martial Arts Tournament, there will surely be individuals stronger than I am now, Wuqing asserted with conviction. That 12-year-old named Goku was undoubtedly exceptional. In 5 years, his prowess would be sufficient to overshadow all contenders. If Wuqing were to neglect his training during this period, his chances of victory would dwindle significantly. Yet, he pondered, how exactly should he train? Upon descending from the temple of the gods, Wuqing understood that the true path for his current self lay in cultivating within this vast world. However, the results appeared less than satisfactory. His words seemed almost prophetic. Had it been anyone else, they might have quibbled over such a remark. Yet, Yulin chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a pivotal thought struck her, and she smiled, saying, "Is that so? However, I did witness your battle with Mr. Bobo in the temple, and that technique resembling a laser must require an immense expenditure of one's energy, correct? What you referred to is the Kamehameha wave." Wuqing, having been corrected, suddenly realized that indeed, his stamina recovered more swiftly than that of the average person, and his energy was considerably abundant. This allowed him to engage in rigorous training without experiencing genuine fatigue. However, if he were to first expend a significant portion of his energy by unleashing the Kamehameha wave into an empty space, it would undoubtedly yield effective results for his training thereafter. A flicker of joy crossed Wuqing's face as he expressed gratitude to Yulin, saying, "Thank you, Yulin. Without your insight, I might not have come to this realization for quite some time." "Such trivial matters need not be of concern," Yulin replied, waving her hand dismissively. Indeed, he was merely a fellow interested in training and combat. Corinne, that old sage, would surely take comfort in this. For the formidable bio-warrior he had once developed was indeed a combat enthusiast. However, it seemed there was little hope for such a character to truly grasp her thoughts in the near future. Unbeknownst to Wuqing, a fleeting expression of disappointment passed across Yulin's face. Nevertheless, he did not rush out immediately. Rather, he sat down to devise a training regimen. He planned to commence the day with 3 hours of sprinting, followed by breakfast, allowing half an hour for rest. The remaining time would be spent at the previously designated construction site for strength training, continuing until the day's end. After dinner, he intended to conclude with a final session of pull-ups. After finalizing this new training plan, Wu Qing exited with a cheerful demeanor, while Yulin smiled with a hint of resignation, not engaging in further tasks. Suddenly, she sensed two formidable energies approaching this location. One of these forces likely surpassed Wu Qing's current strength. However, according to the records she possessed regarding the world's strongest entities, there should have been documentation of such powers. Why then were these two energies entirely unrecorded? The unexpected strength of these two individuals took me by surprise. However, Yulin remained unperturbed, for it was clear that they were not seeking him out. Since the matter did not concern him, there was no cause for worry. Indeed, he had spoken the truth. This world is replete with formidable beings. In just a few days here, I have already encountered two. And who knows how many more I might meet if I linger longer. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Qing had arrived in an open area, ensuring that no one was around. He set his sights on the sky. Attacking the heavens would surely not attract undue attention, and it would not cause any damage to the surroundings. Thus, he would not have to search for a new location each day to unleash his Kamehameha wave. With his hands clasped together in a flower bud formation and resting them at his waist, the energy within Wu Qing's body converged into his palms. A pale blue energy sphere materialized at a visible pace, its formidable aura capturing the attention of the two onlookers. One of the tall men, taken aback, remarked with surprise, "Such powerful energy. I never expected to find such a master in this humble place." Kamehameha wave. After a loud cry, the merciless hand stretched towards the sky, releasing a pale blue orb of energy that soared into the air, trailing a comet-like tail before vanishing from sight. After several attempts, the merciless one felt a significant depletion of energy, and upon sensing the fatigue in his body, he smiled before resuming his meticulously planned training regimen. He sprinted forward at his utmost speed, confident that by the time he returned to the inn, he would truly feel utterly exhausted. Although his recovery speed was remarkable, the initial exertion had been monumental, and after running for over 3 hours, he found himself panting heavily. He withdrew some money to procure a light breakfast from a nearby shop and then meandered towards the construction site. By the time he arrived, he had regained some stamina, and nearly half an hour of rest had elapsed. Upon seeing him, the foreman expressed immense relief. Previously, due to a conflict between the merciless one and Yulin, he had missed a day of work, causing the foreman considerable anxiety. After the merciless one left, the foreman had contacted the boss, indicating that the timeline could be significantly shortened and demanding a substantial amount of money. Completing the project without the merciless one would have been a daunting task, but fortunately, he had returned without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. Initially, everything seemed fine, but around 3 in the afternoon, the toll of physical exertion began to manifest as fatigue. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual high efficiency, albeit at the cost of arriving at the end of the workday utterly drained. While he still possessed enough strength to return to the inn, his pace had considerably slowed. As soon as he stepped into the inn, he noticed 2 individuals, one tall and one short, surrounding the innkeeper. The tall man, speaking with a hint of impatience, remarked, "What kind of food is this for humans?" Momentarily taken aback, the merciless one approached to inspect the situation, realizing that these two were not genuinely dissatisfied with the food but were instead seeking trouble. The sight of the elegantly prepared dishes stirred his appetite, despite having already dined. However, this was not the moment for indulgence but for resolving the conflict at hand. "I take it you two are here to cause trouble?" he inquired, tugging at the tall man's shoulder in an attempt to pull him aside, only to discover that this individual was no ordinary foe, as he was unable to budge him. The tall man, now aware of the merciless one's presence, turned to face him with a sneer of disdain, coldly responding, "What is this? You want to be the hero, do you? And if so, what of it?" Emotionless smiled faintly and remarked that the innkeeper was quite a decent fellow, although the two had not forged a deep connection since they were residing here. Offering assistance would not be amiss. A cold smile appeared on his face, revealing his interest in emotionless words. The tall man glanced at Emotionless and then stated, "If you wish to court death, do not blame me." He continued, "Is this place too cramped? Let us step outside, where we can unleash our full strength in battle. Furthermore, this location holds many significant items. Should they be damaged during our skirmish, I would find myself in a difficult position." Emotionless, having sensed from the outset that the individual before him would not be easily subdued, spoke up and took the initiative to step outside, with the 2 others following closely behind. The innkeeper stared in astonishment as the 3 individuals departed, before hastily making his way to the room occupied by Wu Qing and Yulin. After knocking on the door, he addressed Yulin, saying, "Miss, Your friend is left with the other two due to my involvement. They seem intent on resolving their issues through combat, but a 2-on-1 scenario appears quite unfavorable for your friend. Perhaps you should consider intervening in this matter? Rest assured, there should be no cause for concern. Yulin, however, dismissed the situation with a smile, closing the door firmly behind her. She was well aware of Wu Qing's prowess. There was no way he could be easily subdued. With the door now shut, the innkeeper felt it was futile to say more. Nevertheless, he contemplated the possibility of Wu Qing being overwhelmed and decided to call the authorities, hoping they could resolve the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Wu Qing had led the two individuals to an isolated area, sparsely populated at this hour, ensuring minimal disturbance. Upon reaching this location, Wu Qing paused and addressed them. This place allows us to showcase our skills. However, if you wish to retract your involvement, I am willing to let you go, provided you apologize to the innkeeper. Apologize? Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Retorted the tall man disdainfully, while the boy beside him remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Since you have chosen not to appreciate the opportunity one presented, do not blame me for what follows, Wu Qing thought to himself, preparing for the confrontation. To his surprise, the individual before him was no ordinary foe. He charged forward with remarkable speed, although Wu Qing's eyes keenly tracked the man's movements. The toll of exertion left him unable to mount an effective defense. He was swiftly kicked away, colliding heavily with a stack of concrete pipes on the ground. The tremendous force shattered the pipes, pinning Wu Qing beneath the rubble. He had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of his opponent. Nothing more than this. The tall man chuckled, observing Wu Qing's inability to retaliate. Initially, he had thought Wu Qing was the same formidable presence he had encountered earlier, but it turned out he had misjudged entirely. The individual remained unaware that the merciless one was unexpectedly present during the day. Were it not for the significant depletion of his physical stamina, the merciless one would not find himself in such a dire predicament. However, it appeared that his defeat was inevitable this time. As he contemplated turning away, he was taken aback when the merciless one managed to rise with great effort. His attire was considerably tattered, and his face bore several slight wounds. Yet, the merciless one refused to concede defeat. Instead, he gazed defiantly at the towering figure before him and declared, "Indeed, you are no ordinary opponent. But it will not be an easy task for you to triumph over me. I shall not fall easily." Chapter 35. A disgraceful retreat, the unknown individual. The prowess of this individual undoubtedly surpasses that of Yukong. In fact, even the esteemed Master Wu Tian, champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, would likely find himself at a disadvantage against this formidable opponent. Who, indeed, is this person? Wu Qing pondered silently, brushing off the dust from his attire. His gaze now tinged with a hint of caution. Such strength likely exceeds that of his peak condition. He is no match for this adversary. Yet, surrendering is an impossibility. With such power, one would presume he would not be concerned with trivial matters. "Who are you?" Wu Qing inquired. "Are you perhaps a remnant of the Red Satin Brigade, sent specifically to confront me?" The towering figure remained silent, merely gesturing for combat. It appeared that to ascertain the identity of this individual, one must first defeat him. Although his reflexes had diminished due to fatigue, Wu Qing's keen perception allowed him to discern the opponent's movements clearly. Thus, despite the unfavorable circumstances, defeat was not an absolute certainty. Resolute in his decision, Wu Qing charged forward first, though his speed and strength were noticeably diminished. Such an attack proved futile against the imposing man, who effortlessly evaded every strike. Within mere moments, Wu Qing began to feel the weight of exhaustion. His movement slowed, and the towering figure seized upon a critical opening. A swift kick was unleashed, which Wu Qing noticed too late. He was sent sprawling, landing once more near the concrete pipe from which he had so laboriously risen. However, this time he was somewhat prepared. Mid-air, he twisted his body, managing to brace himself against the pipe, executing several backflips before landing gracefully on the ground, intending to launch a counterattack. Wu Qing was taken aback as the towering man had already reappeared before him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that once again sent Wu Qing crashing to the ground. A trickle of verdant blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. After all this effort, the situation was no different from before. His capabilities seemed utterly insignificant. The towering figure scoffed, turning away. Yet, at that moment, Wu Qing shouted defiantly. Struggling to rise, he disregarded the dubious nature of his attack and swung a fist aimed at the back of the man's head. It is well known that a blow to this area could render one incapacitated. However, the towering figure was evidently prepared, extending his right hand. He effortlessly seized Wu Qing's fist and, with a sudden forceful grip, the sound of cracking bones echoed across the empty ground. The anguish was unmistakable on his face. Yet the merciless one refrained from letting out a scream. Instead, he delivered a swift kick. However, with his right hand seized, he became akin to a mere plaything for the towering man, who effortlessly hurled him away, causing his attack to miss its mark. It was uncertain whether this was a miscalculation, for given the trajectory, he seemed destined to collide with the diminutive figure before him. Such apprehensions, however, were entirely unfounded, as the small man was no ordinary adversary. After removing his hat, he positioned his head to intercept the impending impact upon his chest. In an instant, the sound of fractured ribs echoed, and had those ribs penetrated his lung, it would have signaled the end for him. Fortunately, despite sustaining grave injuries, he clung to life. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, surprise washed over his features. He was acutely aware of his own physical prowess, rivaling that of steel and stone. The force with which he had been launched was akin to a bullet aimed directly at the small man, yet his head proved astonishingly resilient. Not only had it shattered his ribs while remaining firmly planted, but he appeared utterly unscathed, truly a monstrosity of strength. "Kid, being a hero requires a certain level of capital. You know?" remarked the towering figure nonchalantly to the fallen one, as the two prepared to depart. This incident could have concluded here, though he had suffered a significant defeat. He could seek retribution in the future. Yet, he was not one to concede so easily. As long as he could still rise, the battle was far from over. With unwilling fists pounding the ground, a flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. When had he ever found himself in such a dire predicament? Ever since descending from Kalinta, he had never tasted defeat. Yet today, he had suffered a humiliating loss. Admittedly, it was due to his waning stamina, but he could not simply surrender. He still possessed his most formidable techniques, yet to be unleashed. "Stop. Stand still," he managed to utter, struggling to regain his footing. As he rose unsteadily, anger flared in his gaze at the two who turned back. Such formidable individuals ought to be above quarreling over trifles. Yet these two wielded their strength as a means to impose trouble upon others. How could he possibly concede defeat? To rise again would merely invite further punishment. What difference would it make? The tall man was taken aback by the sight of him standing once more. A testament to his extraordinary willpower, considering he had fractured ribs and a broken hand yet remained conscious. However, was the man not a fool? Even if he stood, victory against the two of them was out of reach. Considering his physical condition and current capabilities, martial arts offered no advantage at this moment. The only viable option was to employ the Kamehameha wave, hoping that this opponent, much like his former self, possessed strength yet remained oblivious to such techniques. Having made his decision, Wu Qing clasped his hands together. Truth be told, since fracturing his right hand, he had been enduring excruciating pain. However, without resorting to the Kamehameha, he could not contend with these two adversaries. Thus, he persevered, shaping his hands into a blossom-like formation and positioning them at his waist. With a fervent shout, he declared, "Kamehameha!" A pale blue energy sphere swiftly took form between his hands. The tall man observed this spectacle with a flicker of surprise, though it was fleeting. And he showed no intention of taking Wu Qing's technique seriously. Instead, he brought his own hands together, performing a gesture reminiscent of a ninja's hand seal. Remaining utterly still as if he intended to withstand Wu Qing's Kamehameha wave with his mere flesh and bone. What does this action signify? Is it perhaps a technique that requires the application of energy? The protagonist, without much thought, directed his hands towards the towering man. A pale blue energy sphere, trailing a comet-like tail, surged toward him. Astonishingly, the man showed no intention of evading it. Instead, he bellowed loudly and remarkably rebounded the protagonist's Kamehameha wave back at him. Startled, the protagonist had no choice but to roll aside, narrowly avoiding the energy wave, yet the powerful shockwave wreaked havoc behind him where he had just stood. The Kamehameha wave had been effortlessly deflected. Even Master Wu Tian would likely not possess such a terrifying ability. Who could wield such power? The protagonist's mind was engulfed in confusion, leading him to faint. The two adversaries, perhaps deeming him no longer a threat, chose not to pursue him further. It was not until over 10 minutes had passed that local police arrived at the scene. Upon discovering the unconscious protagonist, they were taken aback. He had previously provided them with significant assistance, and they were aware of his capabilities. It was hard to believe that he could be reduced to such a state. They hurriedly transported him to a nearby hospital and informed Yulin, who initially struggled to accept the news. However, upon seeing the seriousness on the officers' faces and recalling the immense forces she had sensed earlier, she accompanied them to the hospital, where she found the protagonist lying unconscious in a hospital room. For a regular person, such severe injuries would necessitate a prolonged hospital stay. However, the protagonist's robust physique required far less time for recovery. Upon regaining consciousness, he insisted on being discharged, confident that he would heal swiftly without treatment. Yet, Yulin interjected, emphasizing that this was not the time for bravado and that remaining in the hospital would ensure a quicker recovery thanks to advanced medical equipment. During his hospitalization, the hospital generously waived his treatment fees, a special concession for him. Many came to visit, including the police officers and the innkeeper, who felt responsible for his injuries due to their earlier assistance. Additionally, the foreman from the construction site visited, hoping for his swift recovery so that he could return to help, assuring him that financial compensation was not a concern. Numerous floral gifts have been sent. Yet the countenance of the heartless remains devoid of any semblance of joy. Once, when I had just escaped from the clutches of the Red Ribbon Army, I was indeed in a rather disheveled state, first in the realm of indulgence and then at the mercy of the cunning Peach White. However, ever since departing from Corinta, my path has been smooth, allowing me to look down upon my adversaries with disdain. Little did I anticipate that I would be bested by two individuals whose names I do not even know. Though frustration lingers, I must concede that the prowess of these two is remarkable, particularly the final maneuver that rebounded my Kamehameha wave back to me. Even as I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, my keen eyes discerned that my Kamehameha had barely grazed the imposing figure before being deflected. What, pray tell, is the nature of this technique? I remain utterly oblivious to such a skill. Witnessing my vexation, Yulin showed no inclination to offer solace. While her words might have been of some comfort, they paled in comparison to the satisfaction of achieving victory through my own strength in the future. Although I have faced a crushing defeat, this setback can serve as a catalyst for my relentless training. Often, hatred can propel an individual's strength to new heights. And for me, this bitter loss fuels my determination. To reclaim my honor, I have already begun devising an enhanced training regimen during my hospitalization, one that far surpasses my previous efforts. Despite my severe injuries, my remarkable recuperative abilities allowed me to recover in just over a week. Once fully healed, I resolved to augment my training regimen further, for I lack confidence in my ability to triumph over those two foes. The strength of the towering man, even during my peak condition, would likely yield a 50-50 chance of victory. Moreover, though the diminutive one has yet to reveal his capabilities, the sheer hardness of his skull suggests he is no ordinary opponent. Without an intense commitment to training, I fear I may not secure a decisive victory. On the day of my discharge, sleep eluded me as I sat up, gazing at the luminous moon outside. I silently vowed that the next time I encounter those two, I will certainly reclaim my honor. Meanwhile, I am certain that Goku, Lupin, and Krillin are diligently honing their skills elsewhere. And I believe Master Mateto will also participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. I must strive earnestly to keep pace with them. Thus, from the following day onward, I formally embarked on my grueling training regimen. Upon reviewing my training schedule, Yulin's expression shifted from surprise to sheer shock, leaving no room for any other sentiment. Chapter 36. Inhumane Training. Yulin's heart at 3:30 in the morning. I rise and first employ the Kamehameha wave to significantly deplete my physical stamina. Following this, I embark on a 4-hour sprint before addressing breakfast around 7:45, which includes a brief half-hour respite. Subsequently, I head to the construction site to commence work until the end of the day. Up to this point, my regimen bears little distinction from my prior training, save for the extension of time. However, the forthcoming training tasks, to be candid, evoke a sense of dread. Beginning at 7 in the evening, I engage in 3 consecutive hours of training focused on enhancing my striking speed. The correlation between the practice of striking speed and training methods is indeed notable, and many individuals subject themselves to rigorous, even harsh, training to elevate their speed. Yet, in the face of merciless challenges, such efforts pale in comparison. The merciless training regimen involves extracting coins from a pot of boiling oil. This is nothing short of inhumane. The scalding oil presents a perilous risk, as a moment's inattention could result in severe burns to my hands. Although the prowess of the merciless is astonishing, even they are susceptible to the burns of hot substances. This training fundamentally wagers one's own hands, and by extension, one's entire future. While the remarkable regenerative ability of the merciless provides them with leverage, such methods are undeniably reckless. Were it to end here, Perhaps the merciless could rely on their exceptional physical resilience to recuperate and maintain a relatively stable state by the following day. However, after enduring such grueling training, they expect Yulin to assist in honing their reflexes and evasion speed. The most effective approach for this type of training involves one party persistently attacking while the other continuously evades. Though this method is widely employed and not deemed excessively extreme, the immediate transition to such training after enduring hellish trials imposes a tremendous burden on the body. Moreover, this training will likely extend into the late hours, leaving a mere 5 to 6 hours for restful slumber, a far cry from sufficient time for complete recovery. Initially, 1 or 2 instances may not elicit any discernible issues. However, with several years remaining until the next grand martial arts tournament, the cumulative strain from years of such training is profoundly concerning. No one can predict when this burden will culminate. If it were to manifest during training, it might be manageable. Yet, should it erupt in the midst of competition, against an opponent of ruthless disposition, mercy would be a luxury I could ill afford. However, amidst the chaotic training methods, as long as a favorable outcome can be achieved, Wuching will disregard all else. This is the essence of his resolve. At times, this endeavor may entail considerable risk. Should he fail, the consequences could be dire. Yet, he remains undeterred, for he has already made his decision. Once that decision is made, he will not relinquish it until he is left with no choice but to abandon it. Initially, Yulin expressed no dissent regarding the training regimen. She likely believed that such training would not impose a significant burden on Wuching's body, especially given his remarkable recovery rate. However, upon reviewing the final training exercise, Yulin felt it was exceedingly unreliable. Yet, before she could voice her concerns, Wuching had already departed for the construction site, leaving her to wait for his return that evening. As dusk fell, Wuching returned to his room, visibly fatigued. Yulin, observing him, promptly spoke. "I have reviewed your training schedule. The earlier segments pose no significant issues, but are you truly certain about this final exercise? While we do possess physical attributes and recovery capabilities that surpass those of ordinary humans, we are still fundamentally human. We can feel pain when scalding oil splatters onto our hands. Even with mental preparation, this is exceedingly perilous. Should you falter, your hands could be irreparably damaged. And in such a case, you would no longer be the formidable Wuching. Even if my hands remain unscathed, I am not the invincible Wuching at present. Those two individuals possess strength that cannot be underestimated. If I do not employ extraordinary training methods, I foresee considerable difficulties in achieving victory," Wuching replied nonchalantly, as if the matter weighed little on his mind. Indeed, the last defeat had struck him profoundly. Even in a state of exhaustion, he had suffered an ignominious loss. Such a prideful individual, Yulin silently lamented, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to make one final effort. "I acknowledge that if this method succeeds, it could significantly enhance your striking speed and strengthen your hands. However, I must ask, are you truly willing to gamble everything? While these hands may be formidable, I do not believe they possess such capabilities. Whether they are capable is not for you to determine, nor for me. Only these hands themselves can know their potential," Wuching murmured, gazing at his hands, which resembled claws. "Nonetheless, I am well aware of my own body. I have a clear answer in my heart regarding whether this training will lead to lifelong regret. I understand that your intentions are for my benefit, but I am afraid I still wish to give it a try. Are you truly unconcerned about sacrificing everything for this?" Yulin found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the individual before him. The situation was indeed chaotic. However, there was an undeniable allure to the unwavering determination displayed. Without a moment's hesitation or contemplation, Wuching candidly declared, "Of course, every training method carries its inherent risks. When one endeavors to try something, success is not guaranteed. All your efforts may lead to naught. Yet, if one lacks even the courage to attempt, then nothing remains. Since I have made my decision, I shall proceed regardless of the risks involved." His resolute statement left Yulin speechless, as it clearly articulated Wuching's determination, a steadfast resolve to forge ahead without turning back. Yulin could only utter, "Since you have made up your mind, I cannot argue against you. I only hope you find success. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences for our livelihood." While this sounded like a concern for future sustenance, Wuching discerned the underlying care in Yulin's words. After sharing a smile, he began preparing for the evening's training. Although it was merely a lodging, acquiring utensils like pots posed no challenge. as the innkeeper was exceptionally accommodating. After all, it was due to his earlier troubles that Wu Qing had sustained injuries. Upon hearing that Wu Qing needed these items, the innkeeper promptly arranged them, but not without cautioning him to exercise care during their use, lest his establishment suffer dire consequences. Wu Qing readily assured him, then returned to his room with the supplies. After making all the necessary preparations, he glanced at the bubbling pot of oil. He cast the multitude of coins he had previously gathered into the hot oil and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged his hands into the pot, swiftly retrieving coin after coin and placing them aside. The instant his hands made contact with the scalding oil, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Wu Qing's face. However, he did not waver. Having made this choice, he was resolute in his commitment to persevere, regardless of the challenges ahead. In less than a minute, he had extracted hundreds of coins, demonstrating remarkable willpower and speed. Yet, Wu Qing was far from satisfied with his performance. He knew he could move faster. If not for the pain that hindered his speed, his actions would have been swifter. Such pain was trivial. How could he allow it to impede his resolve? Time and again, with no respite or intermission, the coin was retrieved only to be promptly returned, and then extracted once more. As the hours dragged on, the relentless sweat upon Wu Qing's brow increased, though by the end, his hands had become nearly numb. Yet, his pace remained undiminished, continuing relentlessly until 3 hours had elapsed. At that point, his hands were in a state that was almost unbearable to behold. Despite his speed, the prolonged exposure to the hot oil had rendered them largely insensible. Nevertheless, Wu Qing showed no inclination to abandon the final segment of his training. He insisted that Yulin accompany him to a secluded spot he had scouted during the day, a remote location strewn with the small stones he had meticulously prepared. Yulin understood Wu Qing's intentions, although she harbored complex and profound feelings for him in that moment. She recognized that her role was to assist him as best as she could. If he were to rise to unparalleled heights in the future, surely he would no longer resort to such inhumane training methods. However, by the time Wu Qing truly dominated his peers, much time would have passed, and he would likely regard such rigorous training with disdain. Though Yulin was but a girl, she was undoubtedly the strongest in this world, unmatched in her prowess. The stones she hurled with all her might required Wu Qing to remain vigilant to evade them. Otherwise, being struck by a mere stone would be a trivial matter. But the embarrassment of such an incident in front of a girl could easily become fodder for laughter among her peers. Each stone, propelled at a velocity surpassing that of a bullet, was met with Wu Qing's agile dodges. He owed this agility to the frequent strikes he endured from the wooden staff of the cat sage during his training on Kalinta. Though the blows were few, each was excruciating, driving Wu Qing to enhance his evasive skills. After several more hours, the training concluded, and the night had deepened. The two of them made their way back to the inn, grateful that the owner had not locked the doors, allowing them to avoid a night spent on the streets. Once they returned to their room, they collapsed into slumber. Wu Qing fell asleep almost immediately, while Yulin, in contrast, found herself unable to drift off, perhaps lacking the desire to surrender to sleep at all. As she gazed upon the slumbering Wu Qing, Yulin's face bore a hint of curiosity. Her hands seemed poised to reach out, yet they halted after merely advancing a few centimeters. This reckless abandon stirred within me a desire to comprehend. Is strength truly of such paramount importance in your heart? Your capabilities have long been sufficient to safeguard yourself and those you cherish. Although there are indeed individuals stronger than you, you stand atop the pinnacle of the world. Wu Qing, lost in his unconscious state, remained oblivious to Yulin's musings. In his dreams, he wore a serene expression, resembling that of a child, leaving one perplexed. Which version of him is authentic? The relentless warrior, determined to achieve victory at all costs despite the looming dangers, or the tranquil, obedient figure before her now? I cannot fathom when it was that you carved a significant niche in my heart. Perhaps, as you suggested, it is because we are kindred spirits, capable of truly understanding one another as thoughts. Yet, I remain uncertain whether you are genuinely unaware of my feelings or merely feigning ignorance. Observing Wu Qing's countenance, a subtle blush crept across Yulin's cheeks as she mused with a smile. Very well, ignorance may be bliss. Nothing else matters. Time will reveal the nature of your feelings towards me. However, once I set my sights on someone, I shall never relinquish them, unless my opponent proves superior. Compromise is not in my nature. Chapter 37. The Truth and Falsehood of Rumors. The treasure of the deep sea. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and as dawn broke, Wu Qing awoke to find his hands in good condition. It appeared that his recovery abilities had not disappointed him. The old man from the lab had indeed invested considerable effort in him. With this, his training regimen would proceed without a hitch. In the upcoming World Martial Arts Championship, I shall undoubtedly defend my title successfully. Having resolved this in his mind, Wuqing proceeded to wash up. In a rather ungraceful manner, he chose to leap from the window. The innkeeper had yet to rise at this hour, and it seemed unreasonable to rouse him merely to open the door. Thus, it was far more convenient to exit through the window, especially since the streets were devoid of people, making it unlikely for anyone to mistake him for an intruder. Day after day, this inhumane regimen of training has indeed led to a notable enhancement of skills. However, after 6 months, Wuqing found himself compelled to alter his training program, as he had nearly exhausted all the construction sites in the vicinity. In the briefest span of time, he had assisted the foremen in completing their tasks, and the financial rewards had been substantial. Yet, a city cannot perpetually require the services of a foreman. Thus, after half a year, Wuqing began to contemplate alternative training activities, as there were no longer any construction sites in need of assistance nearby. Performing push-ups seemed to be a commendable idea. Although this form of training was equally effective, it lacked a source of income. While he could venture to more distant locales to earn money, Wuqing harbored his own concerns. Undeniably, Yulin's prowess in this world was currently remarkable. However, he had not forgotten the events of 6 months prior. What if traveling too far delayed his return, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles for Yulin? Regarding his feelings for Yulin, Wuqing himself was uncertain. While he could undoubtedly classify her as a friend, there seemed to exist a vague, inexplicable sentiment entwined within their friendship. Presently, Wuqing did not comprehend the nature of this emotion, but as time passed, Yulin's significance in his heart grew increasingly profound, causing her image to occasionally flash through his mind during solitary moments of rest. On that day, Wuqing, having completed his daytime run, refrained from further training. Instead, he sat alone in his room, lost in thought. Noticing his demeanor, Yulin approached him with a hint of concern and inquired, "You seem troubled. Is it because the construction sites nearby have finished their work, leaving you unable to follow your training regimen? If it were merely about training, there would be no issue. Push-ups could easily substitute. However, without any source of income, it becomes a precarious situation. Although I still possess some of the money I earned previously, it is not a sustainable solution. I fear that in a few months, we might struggle to pay even the most basic rent." Wuqing sighed softly and remarked, "It appears that surviving in any location is no simple task. Money truly seems to dictate my existence. Despite my formidable abilities, the absence of work renders me incapable of maintaining even the most fundamental aspects of daily life, which is quite disheartening. With your talents, you could easily earn a substantial amount." Yulin teased lightly, adding, "Those police officers and bullets could hardly harm you." At this, Wuqing chuckled, though it was a smile tinged with resignation. Robbery, indeed, can challenge even the most heroic. At times, such actions feel unavoidable. But we are not yet at that desperate juncture. "All right, I was merely jesting," Yulin replied with a gentle smile. "Nonetheless, there are indeed solutions. Since there are no opportunities here for you to train and earn concurrently, why not consider relocating to another city? Every day, there are places around the world offering such work. It's simply a matter of finding a new venue, and this option seems the most feasible." Indeed, this was a valid suggestion, and there was no need to worry about Yulin encountering any difficulties. However, the thought of leaving was daunting for Wuqing. He had been in this place for over 6 months and had developed a certain attachment. The prospect of departure stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, without leaving, finding a way to earn while maintaining his training would prove challenging. "Are you hesitating?" Observing the conflicted expression on Wuqing's face, Yulin discerned his inner turmoil and spoke, "Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom what occupies your mind. But it is merely a matter of leaving this place. It doesn't mean you can never return. Your indecision makes it seem as though departing means you will never set foot here again. Is it truly worth such distress? The future remains uncertain. It is possible that after leaving, opportunities to return may never present themselves again." With a tone devoid of warmth, there lingered a hint of melancholy in his words. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Yulin was not entirely mistaken. In the present world, few could rival his prowess. And truth be told, returning to this place in the future was not an impossibility. Why should one mourn a fleeting departure? Resolute in his decision, Wuqing and Yulin swiftly gathered their belongings and approached the innkeeper to bid farewell. The innkeeper, taken aback by their departure, found himself at a loss for words upon learning the reasons behind it. Indeed, Wuqing had rendered him assistance, yet he himself was not a man of means. and foregoing rent would render his daily sustenance quite challenging. After parting ways with the city, the duo embarked on a period of rugged living, traversing forests, mountains, and streams, until they arrived at a city that exuded vibrancy and prosperity. As Wuching set foot in this locale, a flicker of nostalgia crossed his visage. It was here that he first sought refuge after fleeing the Red Ribbon Army. Little did he expect to find himself returning again, though he mused that few would recognize him now. However, Wuching had underestimated his own renown. As the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Championship, he had garnered significant acclaim, and this city, with its deep reverence for martial arts, drew the gaze of many upon his arrival. While being the focus of attention would be exhilarating on stage, in this instance, it rendered Wuching somewhat uncomfortable. He had not anticipated such a substantial reputation in this place. After finally escaping the scrutiny of the crowd, Wuching and Yulin settled into a modest inn. Wuching then ventured out in search of employment that would allow him to train and earn a living. However, after circling the city, he was disheartened to discover that advancements in technology had rendered many jobs obsolete, with robots taking over tasks that once required human hands. Nevertheless, the absence of suitable employment did not deter him from the pursuit of wealth. The establishment known as Tian Shangrenjian, which had stood the test of time, remained a viable source of income for Wuching. The owner, who had been taken aback upon seeing Wuching on television over 6 months prior, had lived in fear of retribution. Yet, the tranquility of the past months had allowed him to forget his apprehensions. Today, however, Wuching's unexpected return shattered that peace. Several newcomers, unfamiliar with the ruthless nature of the situation, confidently asserted that they could teach the young man a lesson after observing the expression on their leader's face. However, their boss, without even casting a glance at them, coldly remarked, "This individual is not someone you can handle. Master Tao Bai has not been seen for 6 months. He may have his reasons for this temporary disappearance. It is impossible to eliminate this young man without someone of Master Tao's caliber. For now, we must allow him to revel in his success. Do not send anyone after him. Just give him the money and let him leave. Are we simply to let him walk away with our gains, boss?" The audacity of the newcomers was evident, as they embodied the saying, "A young calf is not afraid of a tiger. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. No one can take anything from me without paying a price." A glint of murderous intent flashed in the boss's eyes, and he extinguished his cigar directly in the ashtray, rising with evident displeasure. However, it is impossible to confront him openly. During the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he employed a technique resembling a laser that no one understood. Thus, to eliminate him, we must resort to clandestine means. You must find out where he resides, and simultaneously spread a rumor about a sunken ship in the nearby waters rumored to contain treasures left by pirates from centuries ago. I refuse to believe he won't take the bait. That is indeed a clever strategy. While Wuching possesses considerable skills, we remain uncertain about his capabilities in the water. The boss mused. This plan hinged significantly on Wuching's willingness to participate, prompting one of his subordinates to voice a concern. "Boss, what if he chooses not to go? Would our efforts be in vain? All participants in this competition are desperately in need of money, and I am certain this young man is no exception. Although I do not know the exact reason, it is clear that he requires funds. Therefore, once the rumor spreads, he will surely be drawn in." The boss, exuding confidence, continued, "I admit that he is formidable on land, but that does not guarantee his prowess in water. When the time comes, I will ensure we have personnel ready to deal with him." His subordinates, trusting their leader's judgment, did not question his words. They recognized the potential for success in this strategy and promptly set about making arrangements. Meanwhile, Wuching had effortlessly triumphed over all his opponents, claiming the championship prize of 1 million. Upon returning to the inn, Yulin remarked that she had noticed someone seemingly investigating the two of them. Unfeeling remained silent on the matter, convinced it was merely another of the boss's petty tricks aimed squarely at him. In the past, he lacked the strength to contend with Tao Bai, but now that he had emerged victorious over Tao Bai, the outcome of a confrontation with the two adversaries remained uncertain. Despite feeling a sense of unease, he detected no malevolence emanating from them, suggesting they were not professional assassins. As days passed, having acquired some wealth, Unfeeling temporarily ceased his search for a more balanced occupation, dedicating himself instead to rigorous training. During this period, nothing appeared amiss, allowing him to gradually set aside the lingering apprehension he once held. However, recent rumors regarding a sunken ship in the nearby waters had proliferated, piquing his interest. If these tales held any truth, the treasures aboard could well ensure that both he and his companion would never again fret over financial matters. Yet, Unfeeling had never dived before. Although he believed the aquatic genes within him would facilitate his underwater endeavors, the veracity of the rumors remained uncertain. If they proved false, it would be a waste of time and effort. Nevertheless, Yulin seemed quite captivated by the news, rather than the shipwreck and its potential treasures. Her fascination lay more with the marine creatures of the deep. Given her enthusiasm, Unfeeling found it difficult to dissuade her. After procuring essential diving gear, they made their way to the nearby dock, unaware that several figures were stealthily approaching them from a distance. Unfeeling was aware of the movements behind them, but dismissed them as inconsequential. Even a multitude of ordinary people posed no threat to him. Chapter 38. Peril beneath the sea. Having donned their diving suits and thoroughly inspected their oxygen tanks and other necessary equipment, they arrived at the expansive waters. Remarkably, despite never having been near the ocean before, they appeared to swim and dive with an innate grace, as though guided by the expertise of Dr. Cole. In truth, Unfeeling felt no particular attachment to the sea. His curiosity was merely piqued by the freely swimming fish. In contrast, Yulin exhibited behavior typical of a young girl, playfully swimming among the schools of fish as if she had come solely for the purpose of frolicking with them. Unfeeling could do little more than smile at her exuberance. In the water, the two individuals appeared to be at ease and carefree. However, the scene on the shore presented an entirely different tableau. The area where the clothes of Wuqing and Yulin were once laid out had now become a gathering place for nearly several dozen robust, dark-skinned men. Strangely enough, among them were some whose skin was remarkably fair, creating a stark contrast with their sun-kissed counterparts. It was evident that these individuals were accustomed to a life spent on the water. Otherwise, such a tan would be unfathomable. Since their livelihood depended on the water, they were undoubtedly adept at diving and similar activities. Their singular purpose for being here was to extinguish the lives of Wuqing and Yulin. The burly men were already equipped with diving gear and wielded knives approximately 1 meter in length. Nearby stood a formally dressed man, adorned with glasses, exuding an air of control as if he orchestrated the entire scenario. He spoke with conviction. This time, we must not falter. That young man, even when his strength is diminished underwater, remains beyond our capabilities to handle. Fortunately, he is accompanied by a young girl. If we can manipulate her, we will surely compel him to comply. Therefore, most of us should surround the young man, separating the two, and capture the girl first. Once we accomplish that, the young man will pose little threat. Undeniably, this strategy would be flawless against ordinary individuals, revealing that the mastermind possessed some intellect. However, it was unfortunate that he was not dealing with mere mortals. The group of men swiftly plunged into the water, while the bespectacled man remained on the shore. This area had long been secured by his cohort, ensuring that no unrelated individuals would traverse this space for hours. Such a time frame was ample for their purposes. Meanwhile, Wuqing and Yulin remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Yulin frolicked among the schools of fish, while Wuqing watched from the sidelines. It seemed her genuine interest lay not in the sunken ship, but rather in the vibrant aquatic life. Wuqing pondered this, glancing around the vicinity, which bore no signs of a shipwreck. If there were indeed a sunken vessel, the surroundings would not appear as they did now. Furthermore, he recalled a sensation of being followed earlier. It was becoming increasingly apparent that someone harbored intentions against them. With this realization, Wuqing swiftly approached Yulin, gently tapping her shoulder, his face etched with concern. Yulin, taken aback by his demeanor, momentarily ceased her playful antics, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she regarded Wuqing. Though she had been engrossed in her playful interactions with the fish, she had remained vigilant to her surroundings, detecting nothing amiss. Why, then, was Wuqing exhibiting such a grave expression? Underwater, communication is utterly impossible. One must return to the shore to engage in conversation. Thus, the two individuals decided to make haste towards the land. However, unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled by a throng of formidable men, each wielding a knife nearly 1 meter long, exuding an ominous intent. Indeed, the heartless one had anticipated this. It was evidently a conspiracy aimed specifically at him. If they sought to confront him, then let them demonstrate their prowess. A smirk of disdain flickered across his face as he swiftly swam towards one of the assailants, striking the man's wrist with immense force, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The knife slipped from the man's grasp, and with deftness, he seized it, positioning the blade against the thug's neck. These were merely ordinary foes, hardly worth consideration. The heartless one mused, a hint of scorn evident in his demeanor, as he regarded these men with newfound indifference. The leader of the band, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that subduing the heartless one would not be easily accomplished. Initially, he had no desire to resort to such base tactics as suggested by the man in sunglasses, viewing it as an affront to his dignity. Yet, faced with the likelihood of death for himself and his comrades, he found himself compelled to employ any means necessary to survive. With a wave of his hand, he executed a series of gestures indecipherable to the untrained eye. The heartless one was oblivious to their significance. But the thugs who had long followed this man comprehended his intent, a strategy of overwhelming numbers, where the majority would distract the heartless one, allowing the remaining few to capture Yulin and resolve the troublesome situation. After a barely perceptible nod, over 20 knife-wielding thugs charged forth, seemingly intent on extinguishing the heartless one's life. Yet, he showed no inclination to evade them. His body was crafted to disregard such blade threats. Even the finest swords, forged by the likes of Xiao Tai Ru and I, would likely fail to inflict any harm upon him. Why then should he retreat? The sharp sound of breaking blades echoed repeatedly as the assailants, thrusting their knives at the heartless one, stood frozen in disbelief. These knives had been their companions for many days, meticulously maintained and thoroughly checked before their venture. There should have been no flaw. How could this be? No. This was simply impossible. Seizing the fleeting moment when these individuals were caught off guard, the merciless one swiftly rendered them all unconscious. His strikes were measured, displaying a clear understanding that eliminating these people would yield no benefit. However, controlling his strength underwater posed significant challenges due to pressure and other factors, making the experience far more troublesome compared to operating on land. In retrospect, it seemed that training beneath the waves might indeed be a commendable endeavor. Casting a disdainful glance at the leader, he made a simple gesture, one so elementary that all could comprehend. Extending his right index finger towards his adversary, he offered a mocking smile, undoubtedly insinuating that the opponent's capabilities were utterly insignificant. Such a gesture, regardless of whom it was directed at, was inherently insulting, especially considering that the person before him was far from ordinary, thus provoking ire. Yet, in that moment, he was astounded by an occurrence that should have been impossible. Yulin, whom he believed could effortlessly handle these individuals, had been captured. This was unfathomable. The shock on his face was unmistakable, having been entirely perceived by the leader, who made no move to provoke him further. Instead, he continued to gesture, seemingly inscribing something in the air. The merciless one watched intently. "You will die here today," the leader communicated with 7 simple words, taking a full minute to convey them. Perhaps fearing that the merciless one would struggle to comprehend his message quickly, thus deliberately slowing his movements. Meanwhile, Yulin, though devoid of expression, harbored a flicker of anticipation within her heart. She thought, "Let me witness how someone I wish could understand my feelings will choose to act in such dire circumstances. If this has merely been my unrequited sentiment, I would concede that I have been overly sentimental, and I shall no longer engage in foolishness. I will pursue my own future anew. However, if my feelings are reciprocated, then I shall never let go." Women are peculiar beings, at times. One might expect them to be enraged, yet they can act as if nothing has transpired. Conversely, one might think a trivial matter unworthy of concern, only for them to engage in fierce conflict over it. In such moments, when the melodramatic tropes of romance novels come to life, many secretly harbor a glimmer of hope. An eye for an eye, it seems a fair exchange indeed. A cold smile flickered within him, betraying no hesitation on his face as he swam forward, appearing utterly indifferent to Yulin's fate. Everyone else, save for him, was taken aback by his audacious decision. Could it be that he truly possessed such unwavering confidence that Yulin would emerge unscathed? It is inconceivable. That man clearly informed me that he cohabited with this woman. How could this be? The leader was unable to fathom the situation, yet it was evident that circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. The pressing concern was no longer how to eliminate the relentless threat, but rather how to ensure the safe departure of himself and the remaining individuals. He released Yulin, recognizing that if the relentless one showed no regard for her, then capturing her held no value. The primary objective for these individuals was to escape, and the relentless one made no move to pursue. Instead, he swam toward Yulin, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He did not believe that those people could harm Yulin, nor was he entirely clear on why she had been captured. However, it was imperative to address the remaining issues. In stark contrast to the relentless one, Yulin's face was a canvas of disappointment. Yet the relentless one paid her little mind. Upon reaching the shore, it became apparent that everyone had already fled, seemingly having devised a plan for such an eventuality. Nevertheless, the relentless one was acutely aware of who sought to confront him. Initially, he had no intention of dwelling on the matter, but given the circumstances, he had no one to blame but himself. After both had changed into their respective garments, the relentless one finally noticed the displeasure etched on Yulin's face and inquired, "What troubles you? Those individuals could hardly have subdued you." "I have no interest in engaging with them," she replied coldly, clearly displeased. The relentless one, however, remained oblivious to the fact that her discontent stemmed from him. He had acted with clarity, knowing that hesitation would only lead to his own disadvantage. He was uncertain why Yulin had been captured. Perhaps those individuals had employed some underhanded tactics. Nonetheless, he believed that by feigning indifference and disregarding Yulin, they would ultimately abandon her in their quest for survival. After all, while killing him might bestow them with wealth that would eliminate their financial woes, such riches would be of little use without life to enjoy them. In other words, they would undoubtedly choose self-preservation over all else. However, this was the relentless one's interpretation. From Yulin's perspective, it appeared as though he was indifferent to her plight. Both were reluctant to explain their feelings to one another, resulting in a palpable rift between them. "If there are no further issues, you should return. I must attend to some matters. Once resolved, I will seek you out," he stated, oblivious to the fact that Yulin's displeasure was linked to him. Instead of offering words of concern, he uttered a statement that only deepened her dissatisfaction, thus sealing the fate of their burgeoning estrangement. "Although I am uncertain whether it is merely my own wishful thinking, it appears that remaining with you holds little significance. Perhaps only after my departure will we truly comprehend the nature of our feelings for one another." Yulin contemplated this silently, then nodded in agreement before turning to head back to the inn, while Wu Qing walked step by step toward the realm of indulgence. "All of this was initiated by you. Do not blame me." Chapter 39. Yulin's letter, Wu Qing's heart in just a matter of minutes. Wu Qing arrived at the realm of indulgence. He was acutely aware that barging in like this would undoubtedly expose his identity, so he first retreated to a secluded alley, concealing his face before making his entrance. Though the realm of indulgence appeared to be merely an ordinary entertainment venue on the surface, it harbored a significant number of firearms and a considerable workforce, making it nearly impossible for an average individual to dismantle it. However, to Wu Qing, these people were nothing more than insignificant beings, unworthy of concern. The ammunition that would instill terror in ordinary souls posed no threat to him. It could not even graze his skin, merely offering the sensation of something brushing against him. Within a mere span of several minutes, the entire establishment lay in ruins, with everyone from the proprietor to the lowliest henchman efficiently dealt with by Wu Qing. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to such extreme measures. Even when the denizens of the realm of indulgence nearly cost him his life through the machinations of Tao Bai, he had not contemplated revenge, preferring to avoid exacerbating the situation. Although he had once again claimed the $1 million prize from the establishment, he had shown restraint, ensuring that those who had engaged with him suffered no serious consequences, merely needing a day or two of rest. Yet, the proprietor's insistent provocations left him no choice. He could not be held accountable for what transpired next. As for the henchman, some might deem Wu Qing's actions excessive, but he never shared that sentiment. Having resolved to obliterate this place, he believed it unwise to leave any survivors. While his current unmatched prowess allowed him to feel secure, the treachery of those left behind could not be underestimated. Who knew what methods they might employ in pursuit of vengeance? Wu Qing had no desire to leave any potential hazards in his wake. Either one acts decisively or not at all. Once committed, he would leave no witnesses and no evidence. This has always been his principle. The situation mirrored that of his previous destruction of the Red Satin Brigade. Of course, those who were merely patrons of the realm of indulgence were spared the full brunt of his wrath. He simply rendered them unconscious to prevent any calls to the authorities before his departure, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Half an hour later, the unfeeling one returned to the inn, having changed into a new set of clothes. Inside the room lay only an envelope, suggesting that Yulin might have stepped out for some reason. Glancing at the writing on the envelope, it seemed to implore him to open it himself, as if there were something significant to reveal. Without hesitation, he tore open the envelope and began to read the lengthy letter within. "Unfeeling one, this name you have chosen for yourself is indeed admirable. It is remarkable that a being who unexpectedly appeared in this world can thrive so well, even leading a life of elegance. To emerge victorious in the esteemed tournament of martial arts, amidst a gathering of formidable adversaries, and to single-handedly dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. All for the sake of avenging a friend. Truly, you embody loyalty and righteousness. It is astonishing to think that such a person could originate from the very creation of the Red Ribbon Army. You are number one. The culmination of the old fool Corey's extensive research. Yet, what he failed to anticipate was that you would turn out to be a flawed creation. A being who escaped the confines of the Red Ribbon Army in his quest to surpass you, and to uncover the reasons behind your deviation from being merely a combat machine to possessing your own consciousness. I was brought into existence in this world. One could argue that without you, I would not exist. In a sense, you are my benefactor. However, I must admit that prior to our actual encounter, I harbored no gratitude toward you. Indeed, I even held a certain disdain for you. Were it not for your existence, I would not have emerged in this world, a being shackled by the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, it seems fortune smiled upon me, for I did not remain within the Red Ribbon Army for long before you appeared. What astonished me further was your proposition to join forces in obliterating this place. I cannot deny that I had contemplated such a notion myself. Yet this very place was the source of my creation. Despite my aversion, I had no intention of pursuing such actions. However, in that moment, I was unaware of what compelled me to acquiesce. Perhaps it was the relentless pressure from that wretched old fool Corey, who forced me to engage in repulsive acts. Feeling the thrill of power as my hands pierced the chests of others, a sensation undeniably pleasurable. Yet, I loathed the blood staining my hands, especially that of humanity. On the day I decimated the Red Ribbon Army, I took countless lives, many whom I had previously deemed unworthy of my regard. To my astonishment, you then proposed companionship, leaving me perplexed about the workings of your mind. Alternatively, I am surprised that you would choose me as your ally. I can discern that my presence, or lack thereof, holds little significance for you. With your capabilities, the vastness of the world offers you limitless options, rendering companionship with me unnecessary. At that time, I found myself at a loss, truly a wanderer in a vast world devoid of a home. It was precisely for this reason that I acquiesced to your request. Strangely enough, your mere utterance instilled within me a profound aversion to the term number two, a title I had long since grown accustomed to. Consequently, I bestowed upon myself a new name, and you are already aware of the subsequent events, as I was in your company during that phase. However, let me clarify. You may believe you truly comprehend me. Yet the reality is that you do not fathom my thoughts, nor can you anticipate them. Perhaps you lack the intention to do so. As for that old man, Corey, his research on you has yielded certain successes. At least, you possess an insatiable yearning for combat and power. Yet I am different. I do not crave strength. And I find no joy in this remarkable regenerative ability. Of course, you are likely unaware of the reasons behind my sentiments. But by the time you truly grasp the essence of my words, it will be many years hence. I am uncertain of my current whereabouts or the significance of this letter. However, I must convey that by the time you read this note, I will have departed from this place, and indeed, from this city. Do not entertain thoughts of searching for me, for it would be futile. The reasons for my departure are complex, and even if I were to articulate them, you might not fully grasp their meaning. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. As for my destination, I cannot say, but I assure you it will not be in the vicinity. I do not know when I shall reappear. When the time is ripe, I shall manifest once more. This interval will afford both of us the opportunity to discern whether our lives will alter in each other's absence, and whether it is indeed better for us to lead our separate existences. Furthermore, remember to strive for victory in the next World Martial Arts Championship. Who knows? I may very well be somewhere cheering you on. Yulin. So, is this how one departs? Truly fitting her character. Had it been me, I would have acted similarly. After discarding the letter onto the ground, Wuching spoke with indifference, displaying no sign of disturbance at Yulin's departure. Although Yulin could be considered his companion, more accurately, she was akin to him. Yet, being akin does not imply interference in one another's lives. Wuching understood this implicitly, thus he felt no particular sorrow at Yulin's leaving. Merely a fleeting sense of solitude that he would soon adjust to. Only one person remains. Initially, it was believed that life would become somewhat more arduous. However, it was unexpected that when Yulin departed, she took not a single penny with her. All the money remained untouched in the usual place they had shared for their finances. Although Yulin possesses exceptional skills, surviving without funds is an insurmountable challenge unless one resides in the depths of a forest, a place she distinctly detests. What should she do? A sense of concern for Yulin's situation lingered in his heart. Despite her formidable prowess, navigating life in this world is far from simple. If one were to venture out in search of her, the uncertainty of her whereabouts loomed large. Moreover, her letter indicated that she would not make herself easy to find, deliberately avoiding any locations he might know. Thus, his search would amount to a futile expenditure of time. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy pall had settled on his countenance. He had never contemplated that Yulin's departure would affect him so profoundly. Perhaps he was simply struggling to adapt. When two individuals share a life together, the significance of the other is often underestimated. Yet, with the absence of that person, one begins to yearn for their presence, wishing for their return. This was precisely the predicament he found himself in. In the days following Yulin's departure, he initially felt no sense of disquiet, but gradually, an unsettling feeling grew within him, as if he had lost someone of immense importance. On that day, after finishing his training alone at night, Wuqing found himself at a loss, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, he exhaled deeply, troubled by an inexplicable sting in his heart that seemed to intensify with each passing day of Yulin's absence. What could this mean? Was it truly her departure that had affected him so profoundly? He chuckled softly to himself, recalling how he had always been a solitary soul. When had he begun to hold her in such regard? Gradually, he sank to the ground, the carefree expression he once wore replaced by a weighty solemnity. Perhaps he never anticipated that things would unfold in such a manner. The reality of Yulin's departure struck him harder than he had expected. In just a brief span of over half a year, he had come to care for her so deeply. It was astonishing to realize how significant she had become in his life. The saying that love grows with time resonated with him now, a truth he once dismissed as mere rhetoric. Rising to his feet, Wuqing took a deep breath and ambled to the window, opening it to gaze at the scenery beyond. A bittersweet smile flickered across his face as he thought, "Yulin, you were mistaken this time. You claimed I was oblivious to the reasons behind your departure, but I now understand everything." Indeed, in the past, he had contemplated his future. Yet the death of Uncle Bo had cast all those thoughts aside. He realized that his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, such tragedies would not have befallen his loved ones. Thus, he had longed to enhance his abilities, for he believed that when he stood atop the world, those dear to him would be safeguarded from harm. They would regard his power with caution, and even those who sought to trouble them would think twice. Only then could he genuinely pursue the life he desired, chase after his dreams. However, it now appeared that his future had already become irrevocably flawed. Gazing out the window, he murmured to himself, "Back then, I chose to ally with you during our first encounter with the Red Ribbon Legion simply because I saw a reflection of myself in you. I knew you held no emotional ties to the Legion. You remained only because they had created us and not destroyed us. Yet, I never realized how much weight you had taken in my heart without me knowing. I apologize, I truly did not notice. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I never grasped your feelings until now, after you've left. Only now do I comprehend. Forgive me, I am genuinely remorseful." As he spoke to himself, a flicker of regret crossed his face. It dawned on him that had he understood Yulin's heart earlier, she might not have left at all. Chapter 40. Time flies. 5 years in the blink of an eye that evening, Wuqing found himself alone in a bar, drinking to the point of oblivion. To be honest, he had never imagined that he would experience such a day, drowning his sorrows in alcohol over matters of the heart. In the past, he would have deemed such behavior as cowardly, something beneath his contempt. Yet now, with Yulin's departure, he found himself engaging in actions he had previously scorned. The aftermath of his inebriation left Wuqing languishing until well past noon the following day. As he gazed out at the bright sunshine, his spirits were far from buoyant. With a deep sigh, he embarked on his training regimen for the day. Days turned into weeks, and Wuqing gradually began to regain his composure. Strictly speaking, during his training sessions, he was still the unfeeling Wuqing. The rigorous practice momentarily allowed him to forget Yulin. However, during moments of respite, her image would inevitably resurface in his mind, her smile, her words, haunting him incessantly. More often than not, he immersed himself in training, hoping it would aid in his recovery. Half a year later, Wuqing departed from the city, not because he had exhausted his finances, but rather due to his own decision to leave. He sensed he had reached a plateau in his abilities, unable to make any further progress. Remaining in the city held no meaning for him. It would only squander his time. Furthermore, he believed that leaving would spare him the late-night thoughts of Yulin. In the depths of the mountains, a place that ordinary people would shy away from, Wuqing found solace. Here, he could roam freely, undisturbed by others. When hunger struck, he had no need to venture elsewhere for sustenance. He could simply catch fish in the nearby stream or hunt a wild boar. The fresh air was a refreshing contrast to the stifling atmosphere of the city. However, the isolation of the mountains meant the absence of any consumable oils or similar items to train his speed of attack. Yulin's departure also hindered his ability to practice his reaction time. After all, the speed of stones thrown by ordinary people was far too slow to pique his interest. Being struck by them was hardly a concern, merely a source of tedium. He buried all his money in a plastic bag underground, a place where he would not need to worry about its fate until the end of his days. He also buried his emotions deep within the cave where he slept, reassured that the funds would remain undisturbed in this secluded sanctuary. After all, keeping them elsewhere could lead to unforeseen circumstances, like being swept away by the winds of chance. His days were consumed by relentless training. Apart from the necessities of eating and sleeping, over 90% of his time was devoted to honing his skills. Yet, as days turned into weeks, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, an anger that often flickered across his visage. Despite this fury, there were no signs of breaking through his current limitations, revealing that transcending one's boundaries was not as simple as it seemed. Certainly, the most effective method for growth lay in sparring with an opponent of similar caliber, as such balanced encounters often shatter the tranquility of complacency. However, few could match his prowess, and among those he knew, only Master Wu Tian and Goku stood as worthy adversaries. The rest, including Lu Ping and Krillin, fell just short, failing to provide him with the true pressure required for advancement. Those individuals were likely engaged in rigorous training themselves, preparing for the next World Martial Arts Tournament, diligently striving to improve. On that starry night, as he lay outside the cave, he gazed up at the twinkling heavens and spoke to himself. For once, her image did not invade his thoughts. Instead, he envisioned his future challengers, those who would inevitably become his rivals. "You all work so hard, and I, too, shall never yield to you," he declared confidently as he rose to his feet. Strangely, he felt a surge of energy that night, a rare lack of sleepiness. But this was fortuitous. The night could be dedicated to training. Enduring through the night would not overly strain his body, and he could rest well the following day. With no mobile devices or high-tech communication tools, he had remained in this place for over 3 years. Each day, he marked a line in the ground to count down the days until the World Martial Arts Tournament, and his training routine now included standing beneath a waterfall for hours, allowing the cascading water to wash over him, only retreating to rest in the deep of night. Over the course of more than 3 years, the merciless skin has darkened significantly. However, my appearance has scarcely changed, still reminiscent of the moment I departed from the Red Ribbon Army, retaining the visage of a youth of 17 or 18. Not a single hair has shown signs of growth, nor has any stubble graced my face. Perhaps it is merely a desire to mold me into an unfeeling combat machine, making this the longest phase of my existence. When the inevitable aging begins, it may well signify the approach of my demise. The next World Martial Arts Tournament is merely half a month away, if my calculations are not amiss. Gazing at the myriad scratches upon the ground, I muttered to myself, "Goku, Master Roshi, Launch, Krillin, await my arrival. I shall soon be joining you for this upcoming tournament." But what of those 2 individuals, the ones who left me in such disarray last time? Will they make an appearance? Reflecting on that individual who could deflect my Kamehameha, I realized that I had lost consciousness before even catching a glimpse of his true form. Over the course of more than 4 years, his strength must have undoubtedly increased. Even if he had not progressed, my stagnation at this plateau for nearly 4 years renders me incapable of overcoming him. Every person encounters a plateau at various stages and under different circumstances. It is an unavoidable reality. Some, upon reaching such a juncture, find themselves permanently ensnared, unable to advance further. I ponder whether I may be destined for a similar fate. After all, it has been nearly 4 years. Although I have made some progress, that insurmountable barrier remains unbroken. I have contemplated returning to the heavenly temple to seek the deity's guidance, but after reflection, I abandoned that notion. Indeed, appealing to the divine might facilitate my breakthrough and elevate me to new heights. However, what are the subsequent occasions? If I continually resort to divine intervention each time I encounter an unyielding barrier, it would not serve my growth. While such assistance could expedite my advancement, it is not the path I desire. During these years in the mountains, I have come to understand that initial guidance from a mentor is essential. After all, a master opens the door to learning, and without one might struggle to even enter the realm. Yet, after a period of apprenticeship, Every fledgling must eventually learn to soar independently. It is impossible to remain forever nestled in the embrace of a guardian. I now hold a similar belief. Breaking through this current impasse may require considerable time, but the joy of a genuine breakthrough will be far more gratifying. Achieving progress under the guidance of others? Regrettably, I find myself disinterested in such a prospect. In the eyes of many, a person devoid of emotion is often perceived as a fool, opting to tread a treacherous path rather than a safe and well-trodden one. Yet, this is the essence of being emotionless. This is who he is. You have your path, and I have mine. My character dictates my identity, and the road I select is, in my view, the finest one available. Even if this chosen path is a one-way street, I shall persist in my journey, for it is my deliberate choice. In this world, there are numerous instances where we lack options, and such circumstances are beyond our control. Therefore, when we are truly afforded the opportunity to make choices, we must refrain from making decisions that could lead to regret. Once a decision is made, one must not waver, for the heavens have granted you the chance to choose. Since this path is of your own choosing, complaints should be cast aside as you pursue it wholeheartedly, until the very end. In such a scenario, seeking breakthroughs is no simple feat. Fortunately, the impending World Martial Arts Championship presents an excellent opportunity for the emotionless one. While most participants are inconsequential to him, both Leping and Klin might pose minor challenges. Beyond these two, both Master Wutian and Goku could lead him into arduous battles, making the pursuit of breakthroughs a tangible endeavor rather than a mere illusion. After unearthing a plastic bag that had been buried for over 3 years, he discovered that, remarkably, it remained unscathed. With just a flick of dust, it was as pristine as when it was first concealed. Upon retrieving the money within, the emotionless one set forth towards a nearby city, uncertain of how to navigate to Papaya Island from this location, thus necessitating the purchase of a plane ticket. His attire, worn and tattered, had even been partially replaced with animal hide, rendering him the center of attention in the city. Many gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. However, the emotionless one paid no heed to such scrutiny. Entering a nearby clothing store, he produced a $10,000 bill and casually remarked, "Clothes that suit me." The adage that wealth commands respect holds true at all times. Initially, the store owner seemed eager to dismiss him, but upon seeing the money laid on the counter, his demeanor transformed dramatically. He began to extol the virtues of the garments available, advising on what would best suit someone of the emotionless one's age. After listening for what felt like an eternity without grasping the essence of the owner's words, the emotionless one selected an outfit and retreated to the fitting room. A sleeveless top paired with athletic pants would ensure that his movements in battle remained unimpeded. "Keep the change," he coldly declared as he departed. Having spent merely $1,000 on his new attire, the store owner undoubtedly earned more in that day than he had in the entire previous week. After changing into a new outfit, the disdainful gazes from others have noticeably diminished, replaced instead by an air of unexpected intrigue. Perhaps they did not anticipate that the character of Wu Qing was far from simple. As he walked a distance, Wu Qing inquired of a passerby regarding the whereabouts of the airport and ticket purchasing locations. Upon receiving directions, he hastened toward that way. After procuring a ticket for the following day, Wu Qing spent the night at a nearby inn. The next morning, he boarded a flight to Papaya Island, renowned for hosting the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Seated on the airplane, Wu Qing gazed out at the scenery, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Unbeknownst to him, years had slipped by. He once was merely an individual who had recently escaped from the Red Ribbon Army. In this vast world, where is truly home? Although he still lacked a place to call his own, his strength had grown immensely since those early days. Moreover, if it had not been for Uncle Bra's timely rescue, he would not have attained his current stature. Reflecting on Bra, Wu Qing realized he had not visited Bra and his son in quite some time. He resolved to make the journey to see them once the tournament concluded, as he felt a pressing need to apologize for the troubles his presence had caused back then. Although Goku had mentioned the Dragon Balls could grant resurrection, he knew he must be there in person to make amends. Chapter 41. A gathering of heroes, new rivals. After several hours, the airplane landed on Papaya Island. Despite the passage of 5 entire years, the place remained remarkably unchanged, reminiscent of Wu Qing's first visit. "I recall that the driver must have taken this route," he murmured to himself as memories of his journey to the venue flooded back. Confirming a direction, he followed the familiar path step by step. Fortune smiled upon him, for after more than half an hour of walking, he arrived at the registration site for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon reaching the registration area, he was taken aback to find others already signing up. Initially, he had thought there were still a few days left, only to realize he had miscalculated the dates. Fortunately, Wu Qing had purchased a ticket. Otherwise, he would have missed this grand event altogether. The thought of such a loss would surely have led to profound regret. The registration process had become second nature to Wu Qing. However, this time, he did not enter the venue alone. He observed that the number of participants registering was quite limited, and notably, there was no sign of Lu Ping and the others. Presumably, Master Rashi and the others had yet to arrive. Concluding that it would be prudent to wait for them, he decided to linger until their arrival, allowing for the comfort of familiar conversation once inside the venue. As time passed, the crowd of registrants gradually swelled. In the blink of an eye, only half an hour remained until the registration deadline, yet Master Rashi and his companions still had not appeared. It seemed as if they had forgotten the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Nevertheless, Wu Qing remained patient, standing quietly as he awaited their arrival. After another 10 minutes had elapsed, Master Rashi and his companions finally emerged from a vehicle, impeccably dressed. Upon spotting Wu Qing, they approached him to exchange greetings and share updates on their lives over the years. By the way, Wu Qing, I wonder if Goku has registered? Krillin suddenly inquired, prompting puzzled glances from Lu Ping and the others. Goku? Wu Qing paused momentarily before responding. I haven't seen him in quite some time. I assumed he would be with Master Rashi and the others. Since parting ways at Korin Tower, he had not crossed paths with Goku. He had initially thought Goku's absence was due to being with Master Rashi, but now it seems something might be amiss. He could not discern whether Goku had genuinely encountered an issue or if he had simply forgotten that today marked the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Could it be that he has truly forgotten the date of the tournament? Master Rashi expressed his perspective, noting that given Goku's character, such an occurrence was not entirely implausible. Wu Qing, however, found the notion of forgetfulness somewhat dubious. He himself, isolated in the mountains, had not forgotten the tournament date, and he believed Goku would not neglect it either. That being said, Wu Qing had managed to arrive on time due to his purchased ticket, while Goku, without a ticket, might face considerable difficulty traveling from afar and could potentially miss this grand event. Hey, Oolong, why don't you transform into Goku and register for him? Bulma suggested. Presenting a rather clever idea, Oolong contemplated the proposal, ready to comply, yet Wu Qing interjected. The suggestion, though seemingly sound, posed a dilemma. If Goku truly had forgotten the time and did not arrive, who would stand in for him in the competition? Oolong would hardly suffice. Though the words spoken may somewhat undermine one's confidence, they remain the stark truth. Even if Oolong ascends, it would merely be a fade devoid of substance, rendering it utterly futile. With a mere 5 minutes remaining, one cannot help but wonder if Goku will make it in time. Master Rashi glanced at his watch, muttering to himself, when a sudden thought struck him. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he made his way to the registration area and inscribed a name. With only 5 minutes left, it was indeed insufficient time to wait, and the uncertainty of Goku's appearance made the decision to register him fraught with considerable risk. At that moment, Wu Qing sensed something amiss and glanced to the side, where he beheld 3 figures clad in garments of yellow and green. Each of their outfits bore the prominent character for Crane, suggesting they hailed from the same sect. Among the trio, the eldest appeared to be the master of the other 2. His hair was styled to resemble the wings of a crane, topped with a distinct crane head hat. One of his companions was notably tall, and curiously, he possessed 3 eyes, while the other was diminutive, yet his unusually pale face evoked an unsettling impression. Forming a rather peculiar ensemble, these 2 individuals seemed vaguely familiar. Wu Qing glanced at the 2 men beside him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled that these were the very 2 who had once left him utterly defeated, unable to retaliate. It appeared that his intuition had proven correct. They too had come to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This time, he would have the opportunity to redeem himself and demonstrate his prowess to them. The 2 men also took note of Wu Qing, and the tall man's eyes glimmered with surprise. It seemed he was astonished that, after sustaining such severe injuries previously, Wu Qing had not only recovered without any lasting effects, but had also come to compete in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, a flicker of disdain soon crossed his gaze. He regarded Wu Qing as merely an insignificant opponent, incapable of posing any real challenge. At that moment, Master Rashi observed the trio with a hint of surprise, sensing an acquaintance between them. The elderly man, adorned with a crane hat, then spoke, "Humph. I wondered who it was. Is that not Master Rashi?" His words captured everyone's attention. After exchanging glances with the man for several seconds, Master Rashi remarked, "Is that not Crane Hermit? I never expected you to still be alive." It was difficult to envision a martial arts master like Master Rashi uttering such words upon encountering someone of similar age. Indeed, while Master Rashi often exhibited a rather lecherous demeanor, he typically exuded the aura of a martial arts grandmaster in significant situations. Yet, upon seeing Crane Hermit, his words bore the tone of one prepared for an argument. "Humph, you are as insufferable as ever," Crane Hermit retorted, seemingly dismissive of Master Rashi's comments. However, the demeanor of both men suggested that matters were far from simple. "I have an unsettling premonition," Bulma interjected. Women's intuition is often remarkably accurate, and this occasion seemed no exception. Observing Crane Hermit and his two companions, Master Rashi had already surmised their intentions, but still inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "What brings me here? Humph." Crane Hermit chuckled as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke. After a cold smirk, he countered, "I have heard some foolish rumors stating that your disciple made quite a splash in the last Grand Martial Arts Tournament." Upon hearing this, displeasure flitted across the faces of Master Rashi and his companions. After all, Master Rashi was a deity of martial arts. It was hardly flattering for his disciple's achievements to be dismissed as mere foolish rumors. No one would take such a slight lightly. And what of it? The turtle sage retorted, his tone markedly diminished compared to before. Meanwhile, Wu Qing clenched his fists, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The turtle sage was indeed his mentor, yet the individual before him displayed an utter lack of regard for the turtle sage, exuding an arrogance that incited a strong urge within Wu Qing to teach him a lesson. What does this signify? It indicates that this so-called martial arts tournament, reputed as the best in the world, has fallen into decline. It is imperative that I demonstrate to the world what true martial arts embody," the crane sage remarked with a tone of disdain. "Thus, I have brought my disciple to partake in this grand competition." Each word dripped with mockery, devoid of any semblance of respect. Wu Qing gritted his teeth, suppressing his impulse. He understood that acting rashly at this juncture would yield no benefits. The most effective way to convey his prowess to the crane sage was to thoroughly discipline his disciple during the tournament. This endeavor was not solely for himself. It was also for the turtle sage, to ensure these individuals recognized his strength. Lu Ping and Klin wore equally discontented expressions. They had gained a modicum of fame in the previous tournament, yet the disdainful words from the individual before them rendered them feeling insignificant. "Forgive me, but this time, the championship shall undoubtedly belong to my disciple. Therefore, before you incur any injuries, turtle sage, you and your disciple ought to retreat with your tails between your legs." The crane sage continued, as though convinced his disciple was the strongest in the world. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing resolved not to endure any longer. "You arrogant old fool. Your words are utterly excessive." Just as he contemplated taking action, the turtle sage interposed, laughing heartily. "Are you jesting? You remain the same as ever." Their exchange suggested a semblance of camaraderie, yet soon the two elders began to bicker. Ultimately, the crane sage turned away, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do not stoop to the level of these worthless beings. Let us depart." With a provocative glance cast towards Wu Qing and the others, Wu Qing gritted his teeth. Had the turtle sage not previously restrained him from acting, he would have undoubtedly charged at these individuals for a proper confrontation. Though he recognized that his chances against the towering man were slim, he felt it essential to make it known that certain words should not be uttered lightly. After the departure of the three individuals, Wu Qing and the others gathered around Master Rashi. The familiarity between the two was evident, suggesting their acquaintance spanned beyond a mere day or two. Master Rashi, without any intention to conceal, revealed the identity of Crane Hermit, disclosing that they were once comrades under the same master. However, their paths diverged over time, leading to a deteriorating relationship. This time, it seemed that the visitor bore ill intentions, prompting Master Rashi to caution everyone to exercise vigilance during the competition. Yet, these matters paled in significance compared to the urgency of the moment. The time was dwindling to its final minute. Oolong suddenly exclaimed, causing Wu Qing and the others to realize that if Goku did not arrive, their chances would be lost. Lacking alternatives, regardless of Goku's potential appearance, they resolved to register him. After a moment of contemplation, Lepin suggested transforming Poir into Goku for the registration. Just then, a figure sprinted towards them from a distance, and within mere seconds, he stood before them. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Goku, now clad in a tiger-striped outfit, having shed his former turtle school attire. Goku's timely arrival meant he would not miss this grand event. However, everyone was taken aback to learn that he had traversed from the opposite side of the earth. Goku, known for his honesty, could not possibly be lying, implying that his strength had likely soared beyond their previous encounters. Wu Qing and the others gazed at Goku with a mix of surprise, while Wu Qing anticipated Goku's significant enhancement in power. He had never experienced such a swift journey from the other side of the earth, arriving as if nothing had transpired. Yet, he mused, had he been in Goku's position, he suspected he would not fare much better. With the Crane School fellows, Master Mateto, and Goku as formidable opponents, Wu Qing clenched his fists, contemplating his growth. Though he had faced many challenges, he remained steadfast in his foundational skills. He believed that when the time came to battle, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 42, Midnight Conversations. Preliminaries commence. However, due to the late hour, the preliminaries were postponed until the following morning. To help everyone forget previous grievances, Master Roshi offered to treat them to dinner. Yet, upon hearing the enthusiastic declarations of his companions, vowing to eat their fill and not be outdone by others, Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically. A glance at his wallet brought forth a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, for it appeared that his limited funds would scarcely suffice. Indeed, during the meal, the mannerisms of everyone were rather frightening. Although Ranchi appeared to be a refined young lady with her blue hair, her temperament underwent a significant transformation when she donned her yellow locks, exhibiting a rather unsightly way of eating that surpassed even that of most boys. Remarkably, she seemed utterly oblivious to this fact, while Master Roshi's expression grew increasingly grim as the dining affair came to a close. Having declared that he would treat everyone, he assumed they would all leave satisfied after their meal. However, after a while, when Master Roshi did not emerge, Wu Qing surmised the reason. He recalled that in his own youth, his meager winnings merely afforded him a single meal, leaving him with barely a tenth of what he had. Reflecting on this, he feared that Master Roshi might now be encountering the same predicament, prompting him to concoct an excuse to re-enter the restaurant. Observing Master Roshi deep in discussion with the proprietor, Wu Qing approached and inquired, "Master Roshi, if I am not mistaken, you seem to lack sufficient funds to settle the bill? Do you happen to possess extra funds to cover the cost?" Master Roshi retorted, turning to him. Wu Qing nodded and subsequently paid off the bill for Master Roshi. With a sigh of relief, Master Roshi was spared the embarrassment of further negotiations with the owner. The two exited together, and naturally, due to Master Roshi's prolonged absence, the group teased him lightly. Being a man of considerable age, Master Roshi took the jokes in stride, responding with laughter as they all proceeded to the inn he had reserved. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Master Roshi suggested a game of cards as a means of relaxation before the impending competition. Wu Qing, however, expressed little interest, understanding that this was not the time for leisure. The two adversaries they faced were formidable foes, and he was still uncertain about the technique of the Kamehameha wave that could rebound against him. Moreover, he was unsure whether this technique would render all energy-based attacks ineffective against him. If so, he would indeed be in a precarious position. Except for Wu Qing, everyone else seemed to be in high spirits. Lu Ping and Klin were aware that the disciples of Tian Xinhan were formidable, yet they remained confident in their own abilities. After all, they had not slackened in their training over the years, diligently following Master Roshi's regimen in hopes of significantly enhancing their strength. Despite the ominous nature of their opponents, they were resolute that they would not be bested. The card game continued late into the night, and it became apparent that if they did not retire soon, they would lack the energy for the following day. Bulma and Ranchi, the two young ladies, naturally retreated to another room for rest. Master Roshi, ever eager, rushed over under the pretense of protecting them, though both Bulma and Ranchi were unlikely to acquiesce to such an arrangement. Ultimately, Ranchi expelled him from the room. Observing the turtle sage in such a state, Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the turtle sage bore little burden in his heart. Could it be that Master Wu Tian had been recovering his health over the past few years? Yet, despite this, Master Wu Tian was undeniably advancing in age, even with restorative training. He could hardly return to his former peak. Had Master Wu Tian perhaps devised some new techniques? That evening, as Wu Qing lay in bed, tossing and turning, his mind was flooded with memories of his past failures. Despite his newfound confidence, a sense of unease lingered within him. Damn it! He had significantly improved his strength since then, and his earlier defeat had merely stemmed from his lack of physical stamina. He thought to himself at this time, he could not possibly lose. The more he pondered, the more anxious he felt, making sleep even more elusive. He sat up and glanced at Goku, who was peacefully slumbering, and found himself somewhat astonished. Goku truly was remarkable, regardless of the opponent or the odds. He could rest soundly when it was time to sleep and eat heartily when mealtime came, leaving one incredulous at the sheer power he possessed. Well, since sleep was out of reach, Wuqing decided it would be better to venture outside. Speaking softly to himself, he rose from his bed and stepped out. To his surprise, he discovered he was not alone in his insomnia. Many others were also awake, making their final adjustments. It seemed everyone shared similar thoughts. Soon after, Krillin and Yamcha emerged as well, evidently unable to sleep. Upon seeing Wuqing, both were taken aback. Initially, they had assumed he had merely gone to the restroom, not expecting him to be restless. Krillin approached with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Wuqing, why are you also unable to sleep? It's understandable for us. But for you, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament, this is quite unusual." In response, Wuqing smiled, then spoke earnestly. "I once fought against the two disciples of Master Crane a few years ago. On that occasion, I was utterly defeated. Although I was significantly drained of energy during that battle, their strength was truly formidable. Moreover, my Kamehameha had no effect on that tall one. In fact, it rebounded back at me." The revelation left both Yamcha and Krillin speechless in astonishment. The Kamehameha was an extraordinary technique that Master Roshi had perfected over 50 years, and to hear that it had been entirely ineffective was already surprising enough. Yet, the fact that it could be rebounded was nothing short of impossible. If that were the case, did it not imply that the strength of those two was far beyond what they could contend with now? There's no need for such anxiety. Upon observing the expressions of the two individuals, the emotionless one realized he had perhaps misspoken and quickly added, "That event transpired several years ago. Had I been in peak physical condition at that time, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, should you encounter them, exercise utmost caution, whether during the quarterfinals or the preliminary rounds. The taller competitor possesses formidable strength and speed, both of which are impeccable. As for the shorter one, I am less certain. He refrained from engaging in combat back then, yet his head is remarkably hard. I myself suffered a broken rib from his collision, so when facing him, you must be wary of his head, never underestimate it." These words may indeed be somewhat improper, as disclosing information about future opponents at this juncture is rather inappropriate. However, Wuqing is indifferent to such matters. Both Lu Ping and Klin are his friends. Under these circumstances, failing to inform them of the situation would only lead to their futile resistance during the competition, ultimately resulting in greater harm. Thus, it is only natural for Wuqing to express such sentiments. Listening to Wuqing, the two individuals gained some insight into the abilities of the two disciples of Turtle Sage. Although they were quite surprised, their expressions revealed a burgeoning eagerness. Indeed, their adversaries are formidable, imposing significant pressure. Yet, should they triumph in this battle, it would unequivocally demonstrate the strength of their own prowess. Furthermore, Wuqing had mentioned that their previous defeat was due to exhaustion. Otherwise, the outcome might have been quite different. Observing their expressions, Wuqing sighed in relief. The three then began to converse about various events from the past few years. Upon hearing about Turtle Sage's training methods, Wuqing realized that they were quite similar to his own, albeit his approach was somewhat more rigorous. Moreover, considering the competitors present, it seemed unlikely that they would pose a challenge to the three of them, thus ensuring their advancement should not be too difficult. As night passed, the following morning, after finishing breakfast, Wuqing and the others arrived at the venue, where a considerable number of contestants had already gathered. The referee, adhering to customary practices, delivered some formal remarks, the most significant of which was the announcement that due to the increasing number of participants, the next World Martial Arts Championship would be held 3 years from now, effectively providing everyone with more opportunities to compete. Once the referee concluded his speech, it was time for the draw. The numbers indicated that none of the participants were placed in the same bracket, ensuring they would not encounter each other during the preliminaries. When Lu Ping took to the stage, his displayed prowess surprised Wuqing. Lu Ping's growth had been astonishing. His current strength was a stark contrast to that of the past. Should he refine his Wolf Fang fist further, it would indeed enhance his capabilities significantly. However, if this is merely the extent of his growth, he may find himself at a disadvantage against the practitioners of the Crane School. Klin, during his match, did not forget to show off. Initially, it appeared he was on the verge of defeat, but he swiftly overcame his opponent with ease. As the atmosphere among the spectators grew relaxed, the two disciples of Crane School approached, mockingly taunting them. Just as Leping and Wu Qing were about to retaliate, Jackie Chan appeared before them, intervening to prevent an imminent clash. However, the members of Crane's school regarded Jackie with disdain, their expressions dripping with contempt. As the matches progressed one after another, Wu Qing effortlessly triumphed over his adversary, only to realize that the tall fellow had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. It was evident that he had not exerted himself, yet possessed such formidable strength. Should he unleash his full potential, Wu Qing feared his chances of victory would diminish considerably. However, this might prove beneficial, as engaging in battle with this individual could potentially elevate his own prowess to new heights. At long last, Goku's match commenced, and his opponent was Chai Ba Wang, the very individual whom Wu Qing had effortlessly subdued in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. Given Goku's current capabilities, defeating him was a mere formality, and indeed, Goku secured a swift victory. In response to the accolades from the crowd, Goku chuckled, remarking that had he not shown mercy, Chai Ba Wang would have perished by now. He expressed a desire to encounter someone as formidable as Wu Qing in the near future. Truly, Goku had grown substantially since seizing the holy water vessel from the cat sage. Long Chung mused to himself, contemplating that with such progress, he could relish his twilight years without regrets. Nevertheless, the two practitioners from the Crane School were far from benign. This tournament could very well yield unforeseen circumstances. If that were the case, he must devise a strategy to steer the Crane School's members back to a righteous path. As the preliminary rounds of this prestigious martial arts tournament commenced, the judges noted that the number of participants had significantly increased compared to previous events. This influx of competitors resulted in a delay, pushing the announcement of the final 8 contenders until after the lunch break. A stark contrast to the earlier rounds where such outcomes were revealed well before noon. However, the hour-long interlude between meals and the continuance of the afternoon matches provided ample opportunity for recovery. Yet, for the likes of Wu Qing and his companions, this was merely a superfluous formality. They had merely been warming up since the competition began, showing no semblance of their true strength. In stark contrast, other competitors were already exhibiting signs of exhaustion, as the disparities in capability among participants were glaringly apparent. The vast differences in strength foreshadowed a pronounced polarization during this martial arts spectacle. A few of them made their way to the dining hall provided by the tournament, where the culinary offerings were truly commendable, difficult to find a comparable establishment elsewhere. However, witnessing Goku's ferocious appetite, one would think he had never experienced a satisfying meal in his entire life. The sight of him devouring food with such fervor left Wu Qing feeling as though he had no need to eat. Merely observing Goku was enough to satiate his hunger. Initially, it was assumed that lunch would pass without incident. However, 2 members of the Turtle School approached the chef, visibly displeased, declaring the food unfit even for swine. Observing this scene, Lepin hurried over in an attempt to mediate, but the escalating tension between the two parties threatened to ignite a confrontation. Chapter 43, The Fury of Wu Qing. The list of the final 8 as the potential for conflict loomed. Lepin appeared prepared to engage in a decisive showdown. Nevertheless, Jackie Chan stepped in as the peacemaker, swiftly approaching the 2 disputants and imparting a lecture on the principles of decorum. Although the wisdom of his words was apparent to all, it was only Jackie who possessed the courage to address the situation directly. In the presence of Jackie, Lepin displayed notable humility, acquiescing to his counsel and refraining from exacerbating the situation. The Turtle School duo, too, seemed disinclined to escalate matters further, allowing the incident to conclude without further incident. Upon returning to their seats, Lepin's countenance bore the unmistakable marks of dissatisfaction, while Wu Qing remarked coolly that the 2 individuals had made such disparaging comments before. He recalled an earlier altercation that arose from a similar incident involving the proprietor of the inn where they were staying. He had attempted to resolve that issue despite his diminished stamina from recent training. At that time, he had underestimated their prowess, leading to a regrettable defeat. He had battled them before, and they were indeed formidable opponents. Wukong recalled an encounter from his solitary training days, during which he clashed with a disciple of the Crane School. Although both he and the Crane Master were trained by the same mentor, their martial philosophies appeared to be fundamentally opposed. Had the Crane Master been in the position of the Turtle Master, such a disciple would likely have faced expulsion from the sect multiple times. It is truly lamentable that one possesses such formidable abilities, yet harbors a corrupted heart. The words exchanged between Wu Qing and Wukong reached the ears of Mr. Jackie Chan, who, with a look of regret, remarked that should an opportunity arise, He would strive to guide these two individuals back to righteousness. In doing so, the younger generation would truly be able to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding this world, allowing him, in his twilight years, to live in peace without further worry. Mr. Jackie Chan, your tone and voice mirror that of Master Wu Tian almost perfectly. Could it be that you are indeed Master Wu Tian? Lu Ping inquired once more, having suspected this since the last martial arts tournament. However, lacking concrete evidence, he had refrained from pressing the matter until now, hoping that Mr. Chan might divulge his true identity. Surely you jest. How could I possibly be Master Wu Tian? Mr. Chan replied with a smile, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true identity, knowing that such knowledge would alter many circumstances. In his heart, Lu Ping was convinced that Mr. Chan must indeed be Master Wu Tian. Yet without compelling proof and with Mr. Chan's denial, it remained a mere personal speculation. After their meal, the group made their way back to the tournament venue, encountering a familiar face along the way. Namu, who had battled Wukong for a considerable time during the previous tournament's quarterfinals. Namu's sole purpose for competing in the last tournament was to claim victory. However, this time was different, with the water supply issues in his hometown significantly alleviated. He was merely there to assess how far his current abilities could take him, free from any burdens. The group made a pact to excel in the preliminaries and advance together to the quarterfinals. The respite passed swiftly, and the merciless competitors entered the arena one after another, vanquishing their adversaries. Before long, only Namu remained among those who had yet to compete. It was evident that anyone else would be no match for him. However, his opponent was none other than the imposing figure from the Crane Immortal School. This man appeared utterly oblivious to the concepts of mercy and restraint. Although he wielded his strength with a measure of control, ensuring Nanwu's survival, his injuries were severe. Such wounds could potentially leave an indelible mark on Nanwu's abilities, hindering his growth for years to come. Though there was no direct connection between Wuqing and Nanwu, they were acquaintances, and the brutality of the man's actions was excessive. Wuqing approached the towering figure, stating, "I concede that your strength is formidable, yet it seems you have no understanding of mercy. While these injuries may not be fatal, they could very well hinder his progress for life. Do you comprehend that? If you lack the strength to compete, then what brings you here but a death wish?" The towering man dismissed Wuqing's words with disdain, retorting, "I spared you once. Do you now seek to perish?" Anger flared in Wuqing's eyes, and he clenched his teeth, resolved to confront this man. It seemed that anyone who faced him would need to exercise utmost caution. If allowed to continue his ruthless approach to the competition, many might abandon martial arts altogether. The large man, regarding Wuqing with a nonchalant expression, said, "Do you wish to engage? Then let me witness your capabilities." With a fierce shout, Wuqing charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. He could no longer contain his frustration. The arrogance of his opponent was insufferable. Impressive speed. The towering man's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that the boy he once toyed with had developed such prowess. It appeared he had finally found a worthy opponent, and he could not afford to underestimate him this time. Both men unleashed their fists in unison, their blows colliding with a force that left the less capable competitors at a loss. Chung Long, observing the formidable adversary that matched Wuqing's skill, could not help but marvel at the potential of the younger generation. Such strength should not be allowed to veer into darkness. He hoped to encounter this man in the competition and sway him with his own abilities. Retracting his hand almost simultaneously, Wuqing regarded his opponent and remarked, "Well done. You have successfully blocked my strike. Now, let me see just how swift your reflexes truly are." As the words fell, the merciless hand struck swiftly, their speed so astonishing that one could hardly discern their precise location. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though several hands were simultaneously assaulting the towering man. Had it been anyone else, they would have found themselves utterly flummoxed, unsure of how to respond. However, the towering figure displayed remarkable reflexes and an impressive swiftness, his fists flying in a ceaseless barrage as he engaged in a contest of speed with the relentless assailant. Their fists collided repeatedly, each party exerting a measure of strength. Yet both remained in the exploratory phase, testing each other's capabilities rather than seeking a decisive victory. Indeed, the merciless one remains as formidable as ever, Wukong remarked with a smile, observing the fierce clash. And that fellow is equally impressive, not yielding an inch. Among the multitude present, it seemed that only Wukong could leisurely enjoy the spectacle of their battle. The expressions of Lepin, Krillin, and Jackie Chan were marked by astonishment. The strength of the merciless one had taken them by surprise, but they were equally shocked to see someone from the Turtle School able to hold his ground without faltering. Truly remarkable. The short figure from the turtle school maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding scene. In stark contrast, the remaining competitors wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Had they known that such extraordinary individuals would participate, they would have gladly forfeited their place rather than face such discouragement. As time ticked by, the two had unknowingly battled for over 3 minutes. The referee yearned to interrupt their contest to proceed with the next match. However, it was evident that their prowess surpassed that of a mere referee, and it seemed that no one present could genuinely halt their clash until they chose to cease. The mutual testing of strength had reached its limit. Neither had engaged in true combat. The merciless one merely sought to vent his pinned-up frustrations and anger, while the towering man was keen to gauge the extent of his opponent's abilities, conducting his own trials. By now, both had gained a fair understanding of each other's strengths and could estimate their chances should they engage in earnest. In unison, they halted their strikes. The merciless one tucked his hands into his pockets, appearing to have quelled his emotions, while the towering man had developed a modicum of interest in him. Nevertheless, both were acutely aware that this was not the moment for genuine combat. A decisive outcome was unattainable. Should they unleash their full potential, the venue would likely descend into chaos. After glancing at the towering man, Wu Qing spoke with a hint of indifference. Very well. Regardless of whether I triumph or falter here, the outcome holds no sway over our subsequent matches. Thus, let us reserve our final confrontation for the quarterfinals. Of course, should fortune favor me at that time, you shall witness the true extent of my prowess. Having said this, Wu Qing turned and leaned against the wall of the venue. Choosing to disregard those around him, he presented an air of detachment, as if the unfolding events were of no consequence to him. Yet, deep down, he acknowledged his recent defeat in that round. While it appeared that neither side had prevailed, his initial strike had been delivered with utmost intensity, executed with such speed that it seemed impossible for anyone to react in time. Yet, that individual had discerned his attack trajectory at a glance and countered it with his own fist. This alone marked Wu Qing's defeat. It was evident that over the years, this man had not squandered his abilities. The strength of that lad was formidable. Now, his hand felt tinged with a slight numbness, a testament to the overwhelming power he had just encountered, leaving Wu Qing in disbelief. Similarly, as he sensed the sensations in his right hand, the tall man gritted his teeth, thinking it was for the best. In the first round of the quarterfinals, he would demonstrate the might of the Crane Immortal School's martial arts. This time, he vowed not to hold back as he had in the past. Although this brief interlude left many in shock, it ultimately came to an end, and the preliminary rounds continued. However, the recent fierce battle rendered those of lesser skill somewhat distracted, preventing them from fully realizing their potential. When faced with the two formidable opponents, many opted to forfeit as soon as the referee announced the start of the match. After all, there was little point in engaging in a contest where victory seemed unattainable. The competitions proceeded relentlessly, with Wu Qing, Ryukong, Clin, Lepin, Jackie Chan, and the two disciples of the Crane School advancing triumphantly, encountering no worthy rivals. Among the remaining competitors, one scruffy man emerged to claim the last spot. His strength was commendable, yet his gaze towards Jackie Chan was laced with an unsettling malice. Thus, the quarterfinals were set, and the next step involved drawing lots to determine the matchups for the quarterfinals and subsequent rounds. Fortunately, there was a respite in the schedule, not merely for the contestants to recuperate, but also to allow their friends and family waiting outside the venue to celebrate the good news of their advancement. I cannot help but wonder if I will indeed encounter that individual in the quarterfinals. If fate allows, I shall ensure that I teach him a lesson before all. As I made my way to the agreed-upon location with Bulma and others, Wu Qing resolved silently in his heart. This endeavor was not solely for himself, but also for those who had suffered injuries at the hands of this man. Victory was imperative. Chapter 44, Manipulation Behind the Scenes. To my liking, among Wu Qing, Ryukong, Clin, and Lepin, 3 were disciples of Master Roshi. Although Wu Qing had not undergone formal initiation or received training from Master Roshi, he nonetheless regarded both Master Roshi and Master Cat as his mentors, as they had provided him with invaluable guidance. The disdain shown by the Crane School towards the Turtle School felt like a personal affront. Failing to triumph against them would be utterly unacceptable. Despite these sentiments, the drawing of lots is inherently a matter of chance. Even attempts at manipulation are fraught with difficulty. When fortune favors you, desires manifest effortlessly. Conversely, when luck eludes you, misfortune prevails. Thus, while I hope to confront the tall man from the Crane School in the opening round, whether such luck will be bestowed upon me remains uncertain. Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Puar awaited the arrival of Woolingking at the appointed spot. As usual, Master Roshi was the last to arrive. Offering the same old excuse, his advancing age necessitated additional time for bathroom breaks. Bulma, naturally, was quite displeased with this delay, although she refrained from voicing her frustrations too openly. Meanwhile, Lepin was steadfast in his belief that his judgment could not possibly be flawed. Without a doubt, Master Roshi was indeed the turtle hermit. However, without evidence, such assertions remained mere speculation, and the present moment was hardly appropriate for debate. The group proceeded toward a small stall, intending to purchase some easily digestible food to replenish their energy. Along the way, Lepin expressed his dissatisfaction with the lack of restraint exhibited by the Crane School fighters, vowing that should he encounter those two individuals, he would teach them a proper lesson. Yet, given Lepin's current capabilities, he was ill-equipped to contend with either of them. As Lepin's current girlfriend, Bulma was wholeheartedly supportive of him and shared his disdain for the Crane Hermit. Puar, ever the loyal companion, offered no objections. Woolingking, aware that Lepin was certainly no match for the two adversaries, hesitated to voice his thoughts, lest he dampen Lepin's spirits. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Master Roshi, inquiring, "Master Wu-Ten, I believe you may have gleaned some insight into the strength of that tall man from the Crane School. In your estimation, should we face off, what are my chances of victory?" Upon hearing this, Master Roshi paused. Indeed, Woolingking's strength had significantly increased, far surpassing that of 5 years prior. Nonetheless, the Crane School fighter was no ordinary opponent. Roshi had observed him closely during the preliminaries. His strikes were swift, fierce, and precise, yet he had not revealed his full potential. If he were to exert himself fully, Woolingking's chances of success, given the current circumstances, might exist, albeit slim. At most, he could expect a 40% probability, certainly not exceeding 50%. Master Roshi wished to avoid discouraging Woolingking, yet he understood that Woolingking was not Na'vi. Speaking too indirectly would not be appropriate, so he inclined his words slightly in Woolingking's favor. Shaking his head, Woolingking allowed a faint smile to cross his lips, albeit a bitter one, and replied, "Master Wu-Tien, I concede that I do possess some chance of victory, but it is likely less than 30%. That man did not exert even a fraction of his strength during the preliminaries, including in the match against Nanwo. Thus, if I were to face him, my chances would be at best merely 30%. Nevertheless, I genuinely wish to engage him in the first round." Woolingking's declaration brought the group to a halt. Goku, who was well aware of the opponent's strength from their previous encounters, maintained a neutral expression. He remarked, "Woolingking is right. That individual is indeed formidable. Wukong is not one to utter falsehoods, at least not since the inception of our acquaintance." At this moment, Leping's countenance has noticeably deteriorated. Just moments ago, he confidently proclaimed his intent to teach these two a lesson during the competition. Yet, it now appears that such aspirations are utterly fanciful. He struggles to defeat the formidable Wuching from 5 years prior, let alone the current incarnation of Wuching, faced with an opponent whom Wuching cannot even contend with. How could he possibly entertain any hope of victory? Though Lu Ping's expression is less than favorable, he is seasoned enough to maintain his composure. Whereas Clint exhibits signs of panic, being merely a minor child despite his formidable prowess. A child, after all, remains a child. And while he may possess a modicum of cunning, he too will falter when confronted with overwhelming strength. Despite the vast chasm in power, one must not entirely dismiss the possibility of victory. In this world, nothing is guaranteed, and no battle is insurmountable, as long as one exerts their utmost during the clash. Even a defeat need not evoke regret, for we have already striven as hard as we could. The unsatisfactory outcome is simply an inevitability. Master Roshi's words steadied the spirits of all present. Such sentiments are widely known and often spoken, yet the impact varies greatly depending on the speaker. When a humble individual expresses them, many may merely chuckle, but when uttered by the god of martial arts, they ignite an indomitable fighting spirit within the listeners. As Master Wu-Tien aptly stated, as long as we have endeavored with all our might, the outcome becomes inconsequential, for we have already triumphed. Wuching subsequently echoed this sentiment, articulating simple yet profound truths, which, although familiar to all, are not easily embraced amidst the myriad of challenges one faces. These straightforward words rekindled the resolve of the crowd. Shortly thereafter, they shared a modest meal, only to be approached by the Crane School disciples, leaving one to ponder whether their arrival was mere coincidence or a deliberate act. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, I see that the championship and runner-up positions are firmly within your grasp. This season lacks any worthy adversaries to match your caliber. As they approached, the Crane Master proclaimed loudly, evidently addressing Wuching and his companions. This declaration also revealed the names of the Crane Master's two disciples, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, both of which are names derived from culinary delights. In different circumstances, Lepin might have impulsively approached, but after listening to the words of Master Rashi, he had already resolved not to act rashly over such a trivial dispute. Wuching remained indifferent, merely allowing a flicker of disdain to cross his face, which to Master Crane seemed akin to mockery of his recent remarks, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Ignoring the intentions of Crane and his companions, Wuching and the others simply brushed past them. After they had moved a considerable distance away, Master Crane continued, Tianjin, do you perceive any remarkable individuals among those of the Turtle School? That spiky-haired lad I easily defeated 3 years ago. He appears somewhat stronger now, yet still nothing extraordinary. There was a hint of disdain in Tianjin's tone, and as for the other two, they were similarly unremarkable. However, I sense that this year's runner-up, a certain Qinglong, seems quite formidable. Master Crane, have you heard of this Qinglong? Qinglong. I must confess I am unfamiliar with that name. Master Crane responded, momentarily taken aback. He was aware of most renowned martial artists of the age, yet this Qinglong was entirely unknown to him. Subsequently, Master Crane inquired further, how old is this individual? What does he look like? Please describe him in detail. Perhaps he is someone I know under a different name. Upon hearing this, Tianjin meticulously detailed Qinglong's appearance and his movements during combat. As Master Crane listened, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity with this person. But no matter how hard he pondered, he could not deduce who it might be. Resignedly, he remarked, well, I cannot ascertain who this individual is at present, but I believe I shall discern his identity when the tournament commences. Ultimately, winning the championship is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is to tarnish the reputation of the Turtle School. Although they were brothers in arms, molded by the same master, the rivalry between Master Rashi and Master Crane was indeed fierce. Whether such a fraternal bond could ever be mended remained uncertain. At this moment, the broadcast announced the 8 contestants who had successfully advanced to the preliminary rounds to draw lots. Upon hearing this notification, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi bid farewell to Master Crane and made their way to the venue. Similarly, Wuching and the other 3 departed promptly after receiving the announcement. As for Master Turtle, he concocted an excuse to slip away, claiming he needed to visit the restroom, and vanished without a trace after the others had left. Within mere minutes, the 8 successful contestants arrived at the venue, yet the atmosphere among them was far from harmonious. The interactions between the Turtle School and the Crane School could be deemed relatively courteous, though neither party exhibited any particular interest in the other, thus avoiding any overtly inappropriate behavior. In stark contrast, a beastly figure known as the werewolf fixated his intense gaze upon Qinglong, his eyes brimming with a menacing aura, as if Qinglong had committed some grievous offense against him. At this juncture, the host, adorned in the same attire as before, appeared before the group, accompanied by an assistant holding a drawing box. Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan spoke, as I mentioned during my previous visit, ensure that you and I are placed in the same group. Understood? Although Tianjin Fan appeared to be merely inspecting his fellow disciple for dust, unbeknownst to the others, they were communicating through a silent form of telepathy, conveying their thoughts without uttering a single word. Jiaozi nodded in response. Subsequently, as the host called out Wuching's name, Jiaozi discreetly pointed his right index finger. Instantly, a slip of paper soared from the drawing box into Wuching's hand. Oblivious to any unusual occurrences, Wuching opened his hand to reveal a prominently displayed number 1, indicating he would be the first to compete. To Wuching's astonishment, his fortune appeared remarkably favorable. He had contemplated battling Tianjin Fan in the opening round, and it seemed fate had indeed smiled upon him. The finalized matchups were soon revealed. In the first round, Wuching would face Tianjin Fan. In the second, Clin would take on Jiaozi. The third would see Wukong challenge Lepin, and in the fourth, Qinglong would contend with the werewolf. The sequence of battles seems remarkably coincidental, as if there were unseen forces orchestrating the events. A flicker of surprise crossed the emotionless face. It was evident that one could battle whomever they desired. The werewolf evidently harbored deep resentment towards Master Wutian, as they were paired together from the very start. Likewise, Leping regarded Wukong as a formidable rival, eager to best him. As for myself, I too yearned to confront Tianjin Fan in the initial stages of the competition. Who could have anticipated such a fortuitous alignment? Was it truly fate that governed these occurrences? Or was there someone manipulating the matchups behind the scenes, unnoticed by all? A significant question lingered in my mind. Yet the answer remained elusive. At that moment, Tianjin Fan abruptly swatted away the hand extended by Jiaozi, and I observed several slips of paper from the drawer gently descending to the ground. Just moments ago, those very slips had been on the ground. Could it be that this seemingly diminutive figure possessed the ability to manipulate the movement of objects? Observing Tianjin Fan's somewhat apprehensive demeanor, I surmised that my suspicions were indeed correct. I hadn't anticipated that this individual also wished to engage me in combat, resorting to such underhanded tactics. However, this worked to my advantage. Both Tianjin Fan and I were merely warming up in the preliminaries, not even that. Really, we were both maintaining our peak conditions. And this was precisely the kind of matchup I desired. A fierce clash was imminent, though I wondered if my current confidence would wane as the competition unfolded. Chapter 45. Confronting Tianjin Fan. Two tigers clash step by step. My target was clear. My opponent, Tianjin Fan. A hint of surprise flickered across Cheng Long's face. Did he think I intended to provoke Tianjin Fan at this critical juncture? Such actions would benefit neither of us. Especially with the match about to commence, there was no need for such provocation. Before Cheng Long could intervene, I had already spoken. It seems you are willing to go to great lengths for a chance to battle me. I cannot comprehend your words. Tianjin Fan replied coldly, his expression unchanged. If you are afraid, now is the time to surrender and flee. Fleeing? If anyone were to escape, it would be you. I retorted with a smile before returning to my original position, choosing to say no more. My initial intention had merely been to provoke Tianjin Fan and gauge whether he would engage me, but it appeared that such an approach was unnecessary. Though he lacked finesse in his strikes, he was certainly not someone easily incited to wrath by trivial provocations. In stark contrast to the palpable tension within, the audience gathered beside the arena outside was brimming with anticipation for this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The previous edition's quarterfinals had showcased matches of such extraordinary caliber that they eclipsed all prior competitions, thereby significantly boosting this year's turnout. At this moment, the MC, with his golden locks, stepped forward, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust the memories of the last Grand Martial Arts Tournament linger vividly in your minds. However, I assure you that this year's event will undoubtedly match, if not surpass, the brilliance of its predecessor. This time, we are not merely graced by the participation of the revered Master Wu Tian's disciple, the esteemed Crane Immortal, a fellow disciple of Master Wu Tian, has also brought along two of his own students, both of whom triumphed effortlessly in the preliminaries. In this quarterfinal round, 5 of the coveted spots are claimed by the disciples of these two illustrious masters, while the remaining contenders include the champions from the last tournament, the formidable Wu Qing and the illustrious Jackie Chan, alongside the enigmatic werewolf. As the name of the werewolf was uttered, a flicker of anger crossed his visage. Yet he swiftly redirected his focus solely upon Jackie Chan, his eyes radiating a clear intent to eliminate him. Such overt displays of hostility betrayed a lack of true prowess. A genuine master would refrain from revealing all their power at such a moment. Jackie Chan, unfazed by the werewolf's glare, approached Wu Qing and remarked, "Wu Qing, the first match is about to commence. Do exercise caution." After ensuring that Lu Ping was oblivious to their exchange, Wu Qing confidently replied, "Rest assured, Master Wu Tian. I am fully prepared. I shall avenge the disgrace of years past and secure victory." Observing the unwavering confidence etched on Wu Qing's face, Jackie Chan chose to say no more. Excessive words might disrupt Wu Qing's focus during battle, and he simply nodded before stepping aside. The lineup for the first round has undoubtedly been revealed to all. At this moment, the commencement of the first match is merely moments away, and the MC endeavored to ignite the audience's fervor before the competition commenced. Exclaiming, "The contestant Tianjin Fan is a disciple of the Crane Immortal, possessing unfathomable strength, while his opponent, Wu Qing, the reigning champion, is equally formidable. I assure you, the first match will be a feast for the eyes. Now, let us welcome our two contenders to the stage." As the host's voice faded, the audience erupted with shouts for Wu Qing. The previous champion had garnered an abundance of fans, and at this moment, both Wu Qing and Tianjin Fan were acutely aware that it was their time to take the stage. They walked forward side by side, each harboring discontent toward the other. Yet their faces remained a mask of tranquility. The host promptly announced the commencement of the match, and soon after, Wu Qing and Tianjin Fan prepared for battle. However, in the initial moments, Wuching had no intention of making the first move. They locked eyes, maintaining the most fundamental stances, neither making any sudden movements. It appeared that they were engaged in a silent test of patience, each waiting to see who would falter first. Many often proclaim that the early bird catches the worm. And while there is some truth to this adage, in the realm of skilled combatants, striking first does not necessarily guarantee an advantage. If one initiates an attack and fails to land a hit, they risk becoming a target for counterattack. Thus, in such high-stakes encounters, one must possess absolute confidence before making the first move. Otherwise, it is wiser to remain still. This principle is well understood by both Jackie Chan and Wukong. Yet the audience was less than pleased. Having paid to witness the competition, they naturally hoped for a fierce battle between evenly matched opponents, rather than two individuals standing motionless like wooden puppets. As seconds ticked away, the spectators began to voice their discomfort with some rather unpalatable remarks. Nevertheless, neither Tianjin Fan nor Wuching exhibited any intention of engaging in combat. The golden-haired host, aware of the situation yet constrained by the need to preserve his livelihood, wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief before inquiring, "Gentlemen, you have maintained a standoff for nearly half an hour. Might we commence the battle?" With a knowing smile, Wuching retracted his stance and addressed Tianjin Fan. "It appears we are evenly matched. But I find no interest in indulging in such a tedious game any longer. Let us proceed directly to the fight." This declaration ignited the audience's enthusiasm, signaling that the two were about to engage in earnest combat. The previously lethargic crowd suddenly perked up, their attention fully captured. Tianjin Fan remained silent. Suddenly, his figure vanished without a trace, and before anyone could react, he reappeared before Wuching, delivering a powerful punch to Wuching's abdomen. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Wuching's face as he instinctively bent over. Seizing the moment, Tianjin Fan followed up with a swift kick, propelling Wuching into the air. Suspended mid-air, Wuching failed to adjust his position, clearly affected by the preceding blow. As Tianjin Fan calculated Wuching's descent, he clasped his hands together in a manner reminiscent of a volleyball player preparing to set the ball. As Wuching fell, Tianjin Fan propelled him upward once more with remarkable strength, repeating this maneuver several times. After several iterations, Tianjin Fan leaped into the air, positioning himself above Wuching, and then brought his hands crashing down with tremendous force upon Wuching's neck. The immense impact sent Wuching crashing to the ground, rendering him motionless. As Tianjin Fan descended, he surveyed the seemingly unconscious Wuching and noticed the referee preparing to count. Coldly, he remarked, "This fellow is hardly affected. There is no need for a count." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wuching stood upright. Though his clothing lay in tatters from the previous exchange, he appeared to have suffered no significant harm. Wiping his face, he replied, "Your eyesight is commendable. It seems I am unscathed. However, your earlier techniques were rather amusing, though alas, aside from the final strike, they were little more than child's play. Indeed, apart from the final decisive strike, the preceding defensive maneuvers were utterly superfluous. However, it is plausible that Tianjin Fan intended to test his opponent, thereby deliberately incorporating such actions. My only concern is that if he strikes too forcefully, it may prove fatal." Tianjin Fan retorted coldly. Then, in a sudden burst of speed that left onlookers astounded, he lunged forward. Before anyone could react, his elbow collided mercilessly with Ruthless' throat, the tremendous force propelling Ruthless backward, causing him to stagger perilously close to the edge of the ring. Unexpectedly, Tianjin Fan reached out, seizing Ruthless to prevent his exit. Yet, this grasp was not merely to keep him in the contest. Tianjin Fan was unwilling to see the match conclude so abruptly, for such an outcome would leave him devoid of joy. With his right hand gripping Ruthless' foot, Tianjin Fan executed a vigorous toss, sending Ruthless crashing to the ground like a pancake. Following this, he launched a powerful kick, propelling Ruthless against the wall where spectators watched the contest, shattering the entire wall into fragments. "What on earth is that lad planning to do?" Tianjin Fan mused, observing a hand protruding from the rubble. It was evident that Ruthless harbored no intention of fighting. He had not retaliated even once. Why? What could be his true objective? Could it be that he held himself in such high regard, believing my attacks incapable of inflicting harm, thus allowing me free rein? Not only Tianjin Fan, but Jackie Chan also felt a sense of surprise. He could discern that Ruthless had not exhibited his true abilities. It was implausible to attribute this to mere testing. There seemed to be no alternative explanation at this juncture. Before either could fathom the crux of the matter, Ruthless had already extricated himself from the debris. rising to face Tianjin Fan. In a calm demeanor, he remarked, "From the beginning until now, I have refrained from retaliating primarily to gauge your capabilities. However, I must admit, your strikes are rather lackluster. I wonder if you share the same sentiments as I do, or if you have truly exerted your utmost effort. Enough with the trivialities. Display your true prowess. I am not intimidated by your meager skills," Tianjin Fan coldly remarked, though he was somewhat surprised by the relentless resilience displayed. He did not allow it to weigh on his mind. A slight smirk flickered across his lips as Ruthless swiftly advanced. Suddenly, his figure split into 7, transforming into 7 manifestations of Ruthless, all charging towards Tianjin Fan, encircling him. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and it appeared that Tianjin Fan was destined to suffer greatly. However, to put it plainly, Ruthless merely employed the Mirage Fist. The Phantoms held no offensive capability, and the true assaults were delivered solely by Ruthless' actual form. With each punch and kick raining down, any other individual would have succumbed to the ground by now. Yet Tianjin Fan maintained a simple defensive stance, striving to minimize the damage inflicted upon himself. Beyond that, his gaze remained fixed on Ruthless' movements. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan unleashed a powerful punch, causing Ruthless to stagger backward, and all the Phantoms vanished in an instant. "Unbelievable!" exclaimed Jackie Chan, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Just moments before, he had failed to discern Ruthless' true position, yet Tianjin Fan had so swiftly identified and struck it, showcasing exceptional skill. It seemed apparent that Tianjin Fan had surpassed Master Rashi, but why, one might wonder, did such prowess not correspond with an equally noble martial spirit? Blood trickled from the corner of Ruthless' mouth, each drop falling to the ground, his expression one of surprise. He had exerted himself to the utmost, and he believed that even Master Wu Tian would struggle to unveil his true position in such a brief span. Yet Tianjin Fan had accomplished this feat, and he had been unaware of the attack. Remarkable, indeed. It seemed that I still fall slightly short of his capabilities. Your movements are undeniably swift. Had it been anyone else, they would have been rendered helpless. However, regrettably, before my third eye, all your efforts are in vain, Tianjin Fan declared, pointing to his distinctive third eye with a hint of derision. Relying on such tactics to defeat me is utterly impossible. Do you have any other techniques? Present them for my scrutiny. Are you familiar with the King of Beasts? Ruthless suddenly inquired, catching Tianjin Fan off guard. Ruthless continued. Some proclaim the tiger to be the King of Beasts, while others assert it is the lion. I am uncertain who truly holds that title, but in my view, compared to these two creatures, dinosaurs are far more formidable. Now, allow me to demonstrate how a dinosaur renders its prey utterly defenseless. Is that akin to a tiger's so-called dragon claw technique? A flicker of disdain crossed Tianjin Fan's mind. While mimicking the hunting actions of animals could be deemed a skill, such trivial tactics would prove utterly ineffectual against him. Chapter 46, The King of Beasts. Escalating intensely, it is undeniable that the so-called dragon claw technique holds little utility against a fighter of Tian Shinan's caliber. Although the ferocity of a dinosaur during a hunt may evoke an overwhelming presence, it is merely effective against helpless creatures. When confronted with formidable martial artists, one cannot expect to achieve victory relying solely on such tactics. Thus, Tian Shinan paid no heed to Ruthless' harsh words. However, at that moment, Ruthless' face contorted into a fleeting expression of savagery, not born of pain, but seemingly in preparation for unleashing a formidable technique. Veins bulged on Ruthless' forehead, and sharp fangs were revealed. The sight of those teeth, longer and sharper than those of vampires depicted in American cinema, left Tian Shinhan momentarily dumbfounded. How could this individual possess such fearsome dentition? This transformation could be deemed a product of Ruthless' experiences over the years in the deep mountains where dinosaurs abounded. He could not fathom why the tiger population was so abundant in this area, which did not appear to be a nature reserve. Nor did it seem to harbor any protected species. If one possessed the strength, slaying a dinosaur for profit was certainly an option. Ruthless had already discovered that as his hands pierced through the bodies of his foes, they naturally absorbed the life energy of their victims. While openly committing murder was unseemly, he felt little concern for authorities, as his current power rendered him above such worries. Nonetheless, he refrained from harming ordinary individuals unless provoked. In the depths of the mountains, subsisting on the hunt was necessary, and dinosaurs, with their massive forms, were ideal targets. However, as Ruthless killed more dinosaurs, he began to notice changes within himself, suggesting that the truth was more complex than what Dr. Corey had indicated. Dr. Corey had once claimed that Ruthless' hands could absorb the life energy of any living being. though the upper limits of this ability remained unclear. It was believed to be connected to ruthless own strength. Additionally, he observed that the more life energy he absorbed from a specific creature, the more his body underwent subtle transformations, not overt but reminiscent of that animal. His once human teeth had morphed into razor-sharp instruments, resembling those of a small dinosaur. The low growl emanating from his throat evoked the roars of dinosaurs. And coupled with the aura he exuded, one could easily envision him as a tyrannosaurus, gazing dominantly over the world, as if it lay beneath his feet. A low growl emanated from his throat as he advanced relentlessly, each step causing fine cracks to form on the arena floor, exuding an air of formidable presence. Tianjin Fan was momentarily taken aback, executing several backflips to create some distance from his opponent. Caution flickered in his eyes as he regarded the relentless figure before him. It became evident that the techniques this individual spoke of were far from simplistic. This maneuver, it seemed, could just as easily cost him his life. Presence is a vital element. When one fully unleashes their inner force, even if they are not as formidable as their adversary, such reckless abandon can instill a sense of fear in the opponent. The example of Shi Chu's Hegemon is quite illustrative. By the banks of the Wu River, he faced countless troops without a hint of trepidation, single-handedly wielding a short blade to vanquish cavalry, an unprecedented feat. Despite Liu Bang's proclamations promising titles of nobility to those who could claim the hegemon's head, who would dare take a step forward in the face of such a titan? This was the essence of the hegemon's might, and now the same audacious, fearless aura radiated from the relentless one, making Tianjin Fan acutely aware of the challenge he faced. With his head slightly lowered, he charged swiftly toward Tianjin Fan, who continuously adjusted his position to maintain a safe distance. It was not that the relentless one was inherently terrifying. Rather, it was the overwhelming energy he exuded. Engaging him head-on in such a state would yield no advantage. Tianjin Fan patiently awaited the moment when his opponent's stamina would wane from the relentless assaults, a prime opportunity for counterattack. The relentless one's approach seemed futile, like a headless fly. And Klin couldn't help but voice his concern. Indeed, Klin's words held merit. Such reckless behavior, while impressive, was hardly a prudent strategy. What was the relentless one truly aiming to accomplish? Jackie Chan mused, utterly perplexed by the relentless one's intentions. As seconds slipped by, it became apparent that the relentless one's endurance was depleting. His speed had notably diminished, and a glimmer of determination sparked in Tianjin Fan's eyes. This was the moment he had awaited. He surged forward with astonishing speed, yet none noticed the fleeting smile that played at the corners of the relentless one's mouth. In an instant, Tianjin Fan's fist struck heavily against the relentless one's abdomen, momentarily casting a look of pain across his face. However, without hesitation, the relentless one opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Tianjin Fan's shoulder, sharp fangs piercing flesh and inflicting considerable injury. Damn it, this guy's teeth are sharper than I imagined. Tianjin Fan silently contemplated, and then with his other hand, he seized Wu Qing and deftly threw him aside. As a consequence, a large chunk of flesh was bitten from Tianjin Fan's shoulder, blood trickling down in droplets, creating a beautiful rose hue upon the ground. The expression on Tianjin Fan's face could barely conceal his agony. Are you curious why, after being struck by you, I still possess the capability to retaliate? Wu Qing remarked with a faint tone, observing Tianjin Fan. In these nearly 4 years, my training has been comprised of the most fundamental exercises. The recent sprint of several minutes is trivial for me. My feigned exhaustion was merely a ruse to deceive you. However, that punch truly stung, yet in comparison to you, I still emerged victorious. Pain radiated from his abdomen, yet Wu Qing's recovery abilities surpassed those of an ordinary human, allowing him to heal at a pace far exceeding that of Tianjin Fan. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, with his shoulder bleeding profusely, was evidently in a precarious state. Should the battle continue in this manner, he risked losing consciousness from blood loss. Nevertheless, Tianjin Fan appeared resolute, showing no signs of conceding the match. Biting is merely a child's trick. With his furrowed brow gradually relaxing, Tianjin Fan disdainfully declared, although you have caused me considerable trouble, I shall now transform you into a living target. After speaking, Tianjin Fan approached the edge of the arena and communicated something to the host. The host then handed him a handkerchief-like cloth, which Tianjin Fan tied around his shoulder, performing a rudimentary treatment before addressing Wu Qing. Youngster, prepare to witness the might of our unique martial art, the dance of the sky from the Crane School. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tianjin Fan began to ascend slowly into the air, not leaping, but rather floating as if guided by invisible wings, gradually elevating him above the ground. My shoulder is already injured, and that boy struck with considerable force. The bleeding shows no sign of stopping. If this drags on too long, it will be detrimental for me. Thus, I shall employ the dodging wave to send him down. If I can maintain a continuous assault in quick succession, even if his movements are swift, evading will be exceedingly challenging for him. With a swift downward kick, I can eliminate him from the match. Resolute in his decision, Tianjin Fan extended his right index finger, aiming it toward Wuqing. A golden energy wave erupted from the tip of his finger, hurtling straight toward Wuqing. Recognizing this familiar energy wave, Wuqing recalled his battle with Tao Baibai, who had employed a similar technique. It was astonishing to discover that this infamous assassin had a connection to Tianjin Fan. By this logic, could there also be a link to the Crane Immortal? Recalling past events has caused Wuqing to become somewhat distracted in this moment. His movements, hindered by this distraction, have slowed down slightly. It was only at the last moment that he managed to evade the Dodon wave, although his vital areas were unharmed. A wound had appeared on his arm. Fortunately, it was not deep and, thanks to his remarkable recovery ability, he would be able to mend it within less than a minute. Who taught you the Dodon wave? Wuqing exclaimed, rising to his feet and addressing Tianjin. The Peach White who I killed could also perform this technique. Could it be he instructed you? Wuqing was aware that Peach White was the world's foremost assassin. Yet he presumed that individuals of such a profession would not be known to the common folk. Thus, he spoke quite loudly, not anticipating that the audience below, as well as the other competitors in the venue, would begin to murmur amongst themselves. Some believed Wuqing's words to be true, especially since Peach White had indeed vanished from public view in recent years, while others thought Wuqing was merely spouting nonsense. What did you say? You killed Lord Peach White. Tianjin's voice was laced with disbelief. This perplexity struck Wuqing as odd. Given Tianjin's strength, eliminating Peach White should not have posed a significant challenge. Why then? Was he so astonished? Did the formidable reputation of Peach White leave such a profound impression that it cast a shadow over his perception? Among the astonished crowd, Master Rashi also wore a face of disbelief. Although he found it hard to believe that this individual could have slain his brother. It had been years since he had heard from him, and he had long been out of touch. Could it be that Peach White had actually been killed by this young man through some nefarious means? Tianjin, I command you to avenge Peach White by defeating this boy. He must not forfeit or lose the match. I demand his life. Do you understand? In a manner akin to telepathy, Master Rashi began issuing orders to his disciple. Once Tianjin processed the command, he nodded. But in his gaze towards Wuqing, there was little animosity. Instead, he appeared to harbor a sense of confusion. Did he doubt Wuqing's capabilities? The fellow seems to regard me with a peculiar gaze. Observing Tianjin Fan's expression directed towards him, Wuqing silently mused. Yet he did not dwell on it. The power of the Dongdong wave had already surpassed that of Tao Baibai during their previous confrontation. However, regardless of its magnitude, if one cannot land a hit on the opponent, such strength becomes utterly futile, merely draining one's stamina unnecessarily. Indeed, should events continue along this trajectory, Wuqing could very well emerge victorious in the end. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable that Tianjin Fan possessed only the Dongdong wave. He must have other techniques at his disposal. As for why he was currently relying solely on the Dongdong wave against Wuqing, Wuqing remained uncertain. Was Tianjin Fan reserving his ultimate techniques for the decisive moment? Or did he believe that he need not employ any other methods to contend with Wuqing? With his fingertips aimed at Wuqing, golden waves of energy surged forth. One after another, Wuqing deftly evaded Tianjin Fan's relentless assaults, relying on his agility to maneuver across the arena. Although the Dongdong wave wielded immense power, striking Wuqing proved to be no simple feat. Meanwhile, a sly smirk flickered across the face of Master Crane, leaving onlookers perplexed by his intentions. While other mentors might express concern upon witnessing their disciples' inability to overcome an opponent, especially as time dragged on without advantage, this individual exhibited no such worry, instead revealing a cunning smile. Could it be that Tianjin Fan had yet to unveil any of his ultimate skills and was merely toying with Wuqing? Or had Master Crane devised an alternative strategy altogether? Chapter 47, Devious Schemes, Wuqing's Fury. Dumpling, come here. At this moment, Dumpling, who was watching Tianjin Fan's match, received his master's command. Nodding in acknowledgement, he made his way across the venue to stand beside Master Crane. The arena had descended into complete darkness, with the rocky floor beginning to show signs of cracking. Under the relentless onslaught of Tianjin Fan, it seemed the platform would not endure much longer. However, such energy-based techniques typically demanded considerable stamina. The damage inflicted by the Dong wave had nearly been recuperated by Wuqing, while Tianjin Fan's energy reserves had significantly dwindled. Kid, are you merely going to evade? Tianjin Fan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. You just hide like a worthless coward, unable to take a hit at all. His provocative remarks unsettled Wuqing. He understood Tianjin Fan's intention was to incite anger, to discomfort him, and to prompt him to abandon his adept evasion in favor of a head-on clash. Yet, despite his awareness of this ploy, Wuqing retorted, only evasion? Are you jesting? This time, I shall not choose to dodge. Your Dong wave is indeed formidable, but I shall not be defeated by you. Upon finishing his words, Wuqing mercilessly clasped his hands together in the shape of a flower bud, subsequently placing them at his waist. He called out in succession, Turtle School Kamehameha, Dodon Ray. Tianjin Fan began to gather a substantial amount of energy within his body, channeling it into the tip of his right index finger, as a golden aura expanded continuously. Simultaneously, a pale blue energy sphere manifested between Wuqing's hands. This exchange appeared to be a pivotal moment that could significantly influence the outcome of the match. Both Tianjin Fan and Wuqing were determined to unleash their full power in this round. Suddenly, a look of anguish flickered across Wuqing's face, and the pale blue energy sphere dissipated. At that moment, Tianjin Fan's Dodon ray surged forth from his fingertip, aiming directly at Wuqing. The pain was evident on Wuqing's face as he trembled, clutching his abdomen, seemingly suffering from unbearable cramps. It was too late to evade the Dodon ray, and in an instant, Wuqing was sent flying. How could this happen? Jackie Chan exclaimed, perplexed. Just moments ago, Wuqing's Kamehameha had been fully formed and ready to launch. Why had he faltered at such a critical juncture? Confounded, he glanced at Master Rashi, who bore an expression of righteousness, as though the unfolding events bore no consequence for him. After regaining his footing, Wuqing was enveloped by a wave of confusion. He had distinctly felt intense abdominal pain moments prior, yet after being struck, that sensation had vanished. What on earth was happening? Your Kamehameha couldn't even take shape? No wonder you've only been evading until now. Tianjin Fan pondered, though he too was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps Wuqing was simply unable to release the energy sphere he had infused with a considerable amount of ki. Yet, the earlier gesture of clutching his abdomen did not seem feigned. With a flash of annoyance in his heart, Wuqing was baffled as to why his usually reliable body had betrayed him. However, he deemed it futile to dwell on such matters. After wiping the corner of his mouth, he leaped into the air, soaring to a height that far surpassed Tianjin Fan's floating form. In midair, he clasped his hands together once more, appearing to prepare for the Kamehameha. Fool, I can use the flight technique to move freely in the air. Such a tactic could never reach me. Within Tianjin Fan's heart, he remained unfazed by the merciless onslaught. The emotionless one, too, grasped this simple truth. However, the intention behind employing the Kamehameha was not to strike Tianjin Fan, but rather to unravel a mystery. Moments ago, while attempting to unleash the Kamehameha, he was seized by excruciating abdominal pain. Was this merely a coincidence? Or did someone employ a nefarious tactic to incapacitate him at such a critical juncture? A few seconds later, a pale blue energy sphere reformed. Yet just as the emotionless one was about to launch it, the sphere dissipated once more. Pain etched across his face. He clutched his abdomen and plummeted from midair to the arena floor. Tianjin Fan seized this opportunity, delivering a swift kick as the emotionless one fell past him, propelling him skyward. Ascending rapidly, Tianjin Fan directed his fingers toward the emotionless one's back, unleashing a golden energy wave that sent him crashing back onto the arena, inflicting considerable damage. This should not be happening. While the emotionless one's power may not rival that of Tianjin Fan, it was unfathomable that he could not master the Kamehameha. Why was this occurring? In his heart, he mused that the sudden dissolution of the Kamehameha, just as it was about to be unleashed twice in succession, must have been the result of some interference by Master Rashi. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he could fail consecutively. What method could have been employed to achieve this? Twice. He pondered, twice the same outcome. Could it be that there was indeed something amiss with his body? Rising once more, he scrutinized his hands, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. This should not be. He had successfully executed the Kamehameha numerous times during training without any issue. How had it become his greatest obstacle at this critical moment? Never mind. Even without the Kamehameha, it mattered not. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, he dismissed the thought and addressed Tianjin Fan, who had landed on the ground. Are you not going to remain suspended in midair? Surely. The repeated Kamehameha attacks have significantly drained your stamina. If that is the case, you might as well forfeit and leave. How absurd. You are hardly my match. Employing the flight technique would merely deplete my energy unnecessarily. I need not resort to such tactics to deal with you, Tianjin Fan retorted with a snort. Before lunging forward to engage the emotionless one in close combat, the hands of both parties intertwined continuously, colliding several times within a fleeting second. While the relentless force undoubtedly surpassed that of Tin Shinhan, in terms of agility and technique, they were evenly matched. Although the ruthless contender leveraged his strength to gain a slight upper hand, it was evident that merely relying on such raw power would not suffice to overpower Tin Shinhan. A strategic opportunity to deliver a decisive blow was imperative for victory. The strength of this young man is indeed remarkable. My hands are gradually losing sensation. After a series of relentless collisions, they have become somewhat numb. Continuing in this manner is extremely detrimental to me, Tianjin Fan mused. Just at that moment, Wuqing's movements unexpectedly slowed down. Seizing this opportune moment, Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of punches to Wuqing's abdomen, toppling him once more to the ground. Damn it! How can this be? Why is my body reacting this way? Wuqing exclaimed incredulously as he stood up, bewildered by the peculiar condition of his own body. It seemed that every time he gained a slight upper hand, he would be struck by excruciating abdominal pain. Could it be that this individual employed some treacherous tactic? It seemed implausible. Although his strikes were unrestrained, it was unlikely that he would resort to such despicable means. Observing Wuqing's self-dialogue, Tianjin Fan was taken aback. He had not paid much attention earlier, but Wuqing had exhibited this peculiar pattern multiple times. Whenever he was on the verge of forming his Kamehameha, it dissipated. And during their close combat, he would gain a slight advantage only to slow down. This individual could not merely be a worthless opponent. Such circumstances should not arise. Feeling a flicker of realization, Tianjin Fan glanced towards his mentor, Master Rashi. However, there was no indication of a cunning plot on Master Rashi's face. Rather, he signaled for Tianjin Fan to continue his assault. It seemed that Master Rashi had not employed any tricks. If that were the case, then perhaps there was indeed something inherently wrong with Wuqing's body. With that thought, Tianjin Fan dismissed the matter from his mind and resumed his battle with Wuqing. The ensuing conflict bore an eerie quality. Wuqing's strength was not inferior to Tianjin Fan's. Yet each time he gained even a slight advantage or attempted to unleash his full power, his movements would slow, causing his attacks to vanish without a trace. This presented Tianjin Fan with numerous opportunities to strike, repeatedly sending Wuqing crashing to the ground. Each time, Wuqing rose stubbornly. But it was not long before he was once again felled. Given the relative strengths of both fighters, the situation should have been evenly matched. Rather than Tianjin Fan enjoying an overwhelming advantage, Lepin had begun to consider intervening to assist Wuqing against Tianjin Fan. It was impossible for him to overlook the pattern of Wuqing's movements. Each time he seemed to gain a slight advantage, he would suddenly slow down and be toppled again. If this had occurred only once, it could have been understood, but the recurrence of such a phenomenon was exceedingly strange. Unless Wuqing was deliberately feigning injury, there remained only one possibility. Tianjin Fan had resorted to some underhanded tactic. Calm down, you have no evidence. Charging in would merely reinforce the perception that the students of the Turtle School are brutish and unreasonable. Jackie extended his hand to stop Lepin, and with a solemn expression, he said, I see what you see, but neither of us possesses any evidence. Acting impulsively in the absence of proof will bring us no benefit. Do you understand? His earnest words made Lepin grit his teeth in frustration as he stepped aside. Watching a match that felt like a backroom deal was utterly intolerable for him. There it was again, the relentless battle with Tian Shinhan. Observing the seemingly invincible Wuqing repeatedly knocked down, yet rising to fight again, each attempt met with swift defeat, brought a smug satisfaction to the face of Master Rashi. To him, it mattered not whether Wuqing had slain Tao Baibai through his own strength. The mere fact that he had taken the life of his disciple's killer warranted his obliteration by any means necessary. How intriguing, Tian Shinhan. Wuqing, battered yet resilient, had endured significant injuries. Though his body healed rapidly, it could not keep pace with the relentless damage inflicted by Tian Shinhan. However, Wuqing seemed to have gleaned some insight. Upon rising once more, he declared, resorting to such despicable tactics against me, how commendable of you. Do you truly consider yourself a martial artist? What are you talking about? I can hardly comprehend your words. Tian Shinhan retorted coldly. What? Unable to defeat me, you resort to the childish tactics of a 3-year-old. With a dismissive snort, Wuqing replied, You may say what you wish. I am certain someone is conspiring against me. Whether it be you, your brothers, or your master, it matters not. The intent remains the same. Yet, do you truly believe such tactics can lead to my defeat? I concede that your previous assault was formidable, but let me assure you, should you continue employing such petty tricks, I will demonstrate my true prowess. A flicker of surprise crossed Tian Xinan's face at Wu Qing's words. It was evident that Wu Qing was seething with anger. There had to be a reason behind it. Moreover, he was aware of the dumpling's supernatural ability to inflict excruciating pain. Could it be that Master Rashi was indeed employing such tactics to avenge Tao Baibai? If so, what should he do? At that moment, Tian Xinhan felt a profound sense of confusion. Was everything he had done right or wrong? If what that young man said held any truth, then his perceived advantage was gained through vile means. In that case, what did that make him? Continuing to fight in such a manner, regardless of the outcome, might render everything meaningless for him. At this moment, the emotionless one was undeniably dissatisfied. If it were merely a matter of lacking skill, then losing would be an acceptable outcome, as it would simply reflect one's own inadequacy. However, if the disadvantage stemmed from the underhanded tactics employed by the opponent, then regardless of the final result, satisfaction would remain elusive. Even if victory were to be claimed, how could one willingly accept defeat in such a manner? In Chapter 48, where the truth is revealed and the battle persists, the specifics of the opponent's methods eluded the emotionless one. Yet, he harbored his own suspicions. If it were not through poisoning the food, then it could only be through the use of supernatural abilities. This world is indeed a wondrous place. And with techniques akin to the fictional Kamehameha wave existing, it is not inconceivable that individuals wielding extraordinary powers might also be present. All would eventually be unveiled by the passage of time. During their confrontation, the opponent remained entirely focused, indicating that signaling to others was implausible. Thus, it became evident that the cunning Master Rashi was responsible for the machinations at play. The emotionless one surreptitiously glanced at Master Rashi and noticed, beside him, a diminutive figure. Was that not the dumpling fellow? Could this little one possess supernatural capabilities? The distraction during battle was irksome. Just as Tian shouted this, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at the emotionless one. Reacting swiftly, the emotionless one executed 2 backflips to evade the blow, creating some distance between them. He began to contemplate how to expose Master Rashi's schemes while engaging in combat with Tian. As seconds trickled by, their battle raged on. Neither the emotionless one nor Tian employed any energy-based techniques. Instead, they engaged in a contest of martial prowess, neither yielding an inch. Although the emotionless one was repeatedly knocked to the ground, he would quickly rise again, feigning indifference, which only served to vex Tian further. Yet, despite Tian's relentless assaults, the emotionless one continued to regain his footing. This could not persist. The emotionless one mused inwardly, feeling the pain coursing through his body. Though he wore a facade of indifference, he was grievously injured, and recovery would demand a considerable amount of time. In contrast, Tian's shoulder wound, exacerbated by the constant exertion, bled profusely, yet he remained unconcerned. This fellow, despite reaching such a dire state, still stood upright. It seemed that without revealing some genuine skills, victory would be unattainable. Tian Xinfan murmured to himself, feeling the increasing weight of pain on his shoulders. If he did not promptly resolve the relentless threat before him, he risked collapsing due to excessive blood loss. However, he thought that dealing with this adversary could wait until the conclusion of the match. Having formulated a plan, Tian Xinfan ascended into the air, extending his arms beside his eyes, and shouted, "Solar Fist." In an instant, a brilliance emanated from him, capable of blinding anyone who gazed upon it. At that moment, Tian Xinfan resembled a miniature sun. The spectators at a distance were rendered unable to open their eyes due to the intensity of the light, let alone focus their attention on the relentless foe. The adversary, now in visible distress, shielded his eyes and staggered backward. "Die!" Tian Xinfan bellowed, swiftly descending behind his opponent, delivering a powerful chop that sent him crashing to the ground. A strike to the nape can easily induce unconsciousness, and Tian Xinfan had exerted his full strength in that blow. It could be said that an ordinary person would have perished from such an attack. Even a martial artist of his opponent's caliber would likely struggle to rise immediately. Moreover, considering the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Tian Xinfan's eyes, it was possible that this assault would leave a lasting impact on his opponent's vitality. At that moment, the onlookers were oblivious to what had transpired, only hearing Tian Xinfan's commanding shout and witnessing the fall of his adversary. Although they yearned to open their eyes and observe the unfolding battle, they found themselves unable to do so. Only the host, adorned with sunglasses, remained relatively unscathed. Holding a microphone and proclaiming, "Tianjin Fan's recent attack was truly magnificent, causing both us spectators and, most importantly, the relentless fighter to momentarily lose our sight." It appears that the relentless contender has now been felled by Tianjin Fan's subsequent strike and seems to have succumbed to unconsciousness. Unless there is an unforeseen turn of events. It seems the victory in this battle belongs to Tianjin Fan. As the host began to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After 7 counts, the relentless fighter seemed to stir, his fingers trembling slightly before he clenched his fists tightly and gradually rose to his feet. He spoke, impressive, truly impressive. That technique, capable of robbing me of my sight, is remarkable. While all my attention was focused on you, I was suddenly overwhelmed by such a blinding radiance that I could not even open my eyes. And that chop, what a splendid series of attacks. Had I not possessed exceptional physical resilience, I fear I would never have risen again. Once the vertebrae encounter an issue, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to be left unable to stand for the rest of one's life. Fortunately, with an exceptional physical constitution and a distinct identity, the prospect of spending the latter half of life confined to a wheelchair seems averted. To my astonishment, this individual was able to rise mere seconds after enduring such an assault. Who exactly is this person? Tianjin Fan was taken aback, unable to fathom how someone could possess such remarkable physical resilience. In his view, even if the individual were not doomed to a life of misfortune, it was inconceivable that he could regain his footing in such a brief span of time. However, the unfolding situation compelled Tianjin Fan to realize that if he wished to secure victory, he must devise new strategies. Your ultimate move is in tears. At that moment, Jackie Chan suddenly addressed Tianjin Fan, stating, "Your prowess has long surpassed that of Master Crane, and you have conjured such extraordinary techniques. By all accounts, you ought to be a martial artist of both virtue and skill. Yet, why must it be this way? Just moments ago, your strikes found their mark. Could it be that you truly failed to perceive this, or do you already possess the knowledge?" Tianjin Fan was momentarily stunned by the words. The notion that the original nature of humanity is benevolent is widely acknowledged. No individual is born inherently wicked, intent on annihilating the world, save for those mechanized beings of war. In the case of ordinary humans, it is utterly implausible for one to emerge from birth as a villain. A significant portion of the reasons that lead individuals to commit heinous acts stems from their subsequent life experiences, and Tianjin Fan serves as a prime example. Master Crane, do you truly remain indifferent to your disciples' despicable means of achieving victory? Jackie Chan then shouted at Master Crane, as if he had uncovered some hidden truth. What nonsense are you babbling about, you old codger? I am entirely unaware. Master Crane retorted with a feigned look of ignorance, shrugging nonchalantly, as if the matter bore no relevance to him whatsoever. At that moment, the audience was also left in a state of bewilderment, evidently unaware of why the previous tournament's runner-up would utter such words. The host could not help but inquire, "Mr. Jackie Chan, what do you mean by employing such despicable means? Furthermore, Master Crane has consistently remained below and has not engaged in any underhanded actions. What is the meaning of your statement?" Indeed, Master Crane had remained on the ground, yet his abstention from action did not imply that his disciple had done the same. Jackie Chan firmly asserted, every time the movements of the cold-hearted one slowed down, that individual known as Dumpling positions his hands flat against his chest, aiming towards the cold-hearted one. If this occurred once or twice, it might be mere coincidence, but with such consistency, it can only signify one thing. This person possesses supernatural abilities, hence his behavior. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan turned to ask Master Crane, "Could it be that you indeed employed such underhanded tactics to assist Dumpling in securing victory in battle?" "Humph. That scoundrel must have resorted to some despicable means to slay Tao Bai. I merely returned the favor in kind." Master Crane replied coldly, seemingly indifferent to the revelation of this matter. The audience, upon hearing Master Crane's words, grew increasingly agitated. They had paid to witness a thrilling competition, not to be spectators of personal grievances that marred what was meant to be an exhilarating contest. One by one, they began to voice their discontent towards Master Crane. Yet none dared to raise their voices too loudly, for his prowess overshadowed them all. From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss, but lacking evidence, I refrained from acting. Yet, it appears my suspicions were correct. It was indeed you who orchestrated this. A flicker of anger crossed Wu Qing's usually impassive face, and he swiftly brought his hands together, forming a blossom shape before placing them at his waist. He then shouted, "Receive my attack, Kamehameha wave." A pale blue energy sphere rapidly took shape, catching everyone by surprise. No one anticipated Wu Qing would launch an assault at that moment. Dumpling, caught off guard, felt a tremendous wave of energy surge past him, while Master Crane was struck by the Kamehameha wave and sent flying, seemingly unable to return for the foreseeable future. Thus, the match could now be said to have truly recommenced. Well, the obstruction has been dealt with. I shall consider the previous events as though they had never occurred. Wu Qing then turned to Tianjin Fan and remarked, "It is evident that you have undergone rigorous training to attain your current strength. I refuse to believe that one who trains so diligently is merely a puppet. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor some dissatisfaction towards Master Crane, yet have been unable to express it." Undeniably, Wu Qing spoke the truth. Tianjin Fan's heart was indeed tumultuous. The martial philosophy of the Crane School, in a certain light, was one that employed ruthless methods. However, listening to both Chung Long and Wu Qing left Tianjin Fan in a state of contradiction. He recognized the flaws in his long-held beliefs, yet to denounce his master seemed akin to betraying one's lineage. Enough. Regardless of what thoughts occupy your mind now, I care not who you will become in the future. I only know that our battle remains unresolved. Let us continue. Emotionlessly, Wu Qing addressed the dazed Tianjin Fan, subsequently adopting a fighting stance and patiently awaiting Tianjin Fan's reaction. After several minutes, Tianjin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and offered a smile, not the derisive grin from earlier, but one imbued with a hint of camaraderie. It appeared that both Wu Qing and Jackie Chan had somewhat influenced Tianjin Fan. Soon, a low growl emanated from Tianjin Fan, suggesting he was preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Having experienced the solar fist, Wu Qing was cautious not to fixate on Tianjin Fan, instead observing him from the corner of his eye. At that moment, two muscular bulges began to appear on Tianjin Fan's back, and to Wu Qing's astonishment, two additional arms sprouted forth. Could it be that this individual, like himself, was a bio-warrior or a synthetic human? Beads of cold sweat formed on Wu Qing's forehead, as the sight of a four-armed creature evoked a monstrous aura. In the realm of science fiction, such imagery might not elicit surprise. However, in reality, a person with four arms would invariably draw attention. Tianjin Fan, gazing at Wu Qing, remarked, "I know what you're thinking. This is merely a technique, not an indication that I genuinely possess four arms." At these words, everyone exhaled in relief. Yet Wu Qing began to sharpen his focus. Despite Tianjin Fan's reassurances, if the additional arms lacked offensive capability, there would be no need for him to expend energy on such a maneuver. It was reasonable to assume that those arms possessed attack potential, likely due to an inferiority in strength compared to Wu Qing. Thus, it was imperative for Wu Qing to adopt guerrilla tactics. Chapter 49, The Clash of Dragons and Tigers. The final move, four arms, indeed instilled a sense of unease. However, Wu Qing's expression revealed little surprise. He remarked coolly, "For arms, you say? Quite impressive, though I wonder about their strength. Shall we find out?" Tianjin Fan replied with a fleeting smile, then swiftly charged toward Wu Qing. The rear arms remained still, while the front pair lunged forward, seemingly eager to test their strength against Wu Qing's. Having accepted Tianjin Fan's challenge, Wu Qing advanced without hesitation, extending his hands to grasp Tianjin Fan's. In terms of strength, Wu Qing held the advantage. He let out deep growls while steadily pressing forward, forcing Tianjin Fan to retreat step by step, revealing that the additional arms did not confer any remarkable advantage after all. As the edge of the arena drew ever closer, merely a step away, the previously dominant Wu Qing suddenly halted his advance. He then proclaimed, "Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? The reason your two hands behind you have remained idle is precisely for this moment. When I force you to the brink of the arena, you will swiftly grasp my hand with those hidden hands and toss me out. Such a petty trick cannot deceive me. Who led you to believe this was your only strategy?" Tianjin Fan, disdainful, responded, and at the same time, his hands moved to the sides of his eyes, seemingly preparing to execute the solar fist. Wu Qing's heart raced with trepidation. He could not allow himself to be struck by this technique, or it would spell his doom. Swiftly, he shut his eyes and performed a series of backflips to distance himself from Tianjin Fan. The latter did not disappoint, indeed unleashing the solar fist. However, as Wu Qing had already closed his eyes in advance, the blinding light of the technique failed to affect him. Calculating the passage of time, Wu Qing instinctively opened his eyes, only to be taken aback to find Tianjin Fan standing directly before him. Upon noticing Wu Qing's gaze, Tianjin Fan unleashed a relentless barrage of punches with all four of his hands, assaulting Wu Qing as though he were contending with two opponents simultaneously. The damage inflicted was doubled, and Wu Qing was sent crashing to the ground by Tianjin Fan's unyielding onslaught. Tianjin Fan truly proved formidable after executing the solar fist. He had silently maneuvered to Wu Qing's front. The intense brilliance of the technique had just faded, affecting Wu Qing despite his closed eyes, which allowed Tianjin Fan to capitalize on the moment. It appeared that in this round, Tianjin Fan held a significant advantage for victory. The host, visibly exhilarated, noted that the duration of this battle had been considerable, with several hours having elapsed since its commencement. If a victor could not be determined soon, both competitors and spectators alike might miss their dinner. I recall in the last tournament, the 8-hand fist of Chaiba Wang was effortlessly countered by Wu Qing. How could this be different? Krillin mused, tugging at Jackie Chan's sleeve. Jackie Chan, recognizing the moment, began to elucidate. Indeed, Chaiba Wang's 8-hand fist was impressive. Yet at its core, it merely involved 2 hands, the rapidity of which created a visual illusion. In truth, during the assault, it was akin to any ordinary fighter, albeit faster. In contrast, Tianjin Fan possesses 4 genuine hands, and his speed has long surpassed that of the 8-hand fist. Wu Qing's defeat was thus inevitable. The wounds accumulated on his body were sufficient to render him unconscious, but if not for his remarkable recovery abilities surpassing that of an ordinary human, he would likely be in a hospital bed by now. Nevertheless, he was not in a much better state. The continuous assaults from Tianjin Fan had left his chest aching persistently, and several of his ribs had likely been fractured. Though it was difficult to ascertain the exact number, certainly no fewer than 3. His current predicament was decidedly unfavorable. With 4 hands at his disposal, one would expect some vulnerabilities in his lower body. However, the recent relentless barrage had revealed no such openings. How could he possibly counter this technique? He mused, realizing he lacked the ability to conjure a pair of hands out of thin air. Wait, conjuring hands out of nothing? Yes, that technique used by the Chaiba King. The 8-handed fist could be just the solution. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile emerged on his face, leaving many puzzled. It is one thing to smile when one has the upper hand, but in such a dire situation, this grin only served to raise eyebrows. If you possess 4 hands, then I shall wield twice that number against you. He extended his own 2 hands, pointing at Tianjin Fan, and proceeded to assume the stance of the 8-handed fist. His hands sliced through the air repeatedly, gradually increasing in speed, creating the illusion that he possessed 8 fists striking simultaneously. Maintaining this momentum, he advanced decisively towards Tianjin Fan, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle. His striking speed surpassed that of Tianjin Fan, and he held a considerable advantage in power as well. Although Tianjin Fan had 4 hands, the drawbacks of this arrangement soon became apparent. The proximity of his hands limited his ability to focus exclusively on attack, requiring him to divide his attention. Seizing upon a moment of weakness, he unleashed 3 rapid punches to Tianjin Fan's abdomen. However, Tianjin Fan retaliated immediately, enduring the pain in his midsection to launch a simultaneous assault with all 4 hands, landing blows squarely on his opponent's face. Both combatants collapsed to the ground. But Tianjin Fan maintained a significant advantage in this round, making victory for his opponent appear increasingly difficult. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The announcer began the countdown. Despite having reached 9, neither Tianjin Fan nor his rival showed any inclination to rise, since this was not the finals. If time expired without either standing, the match would likely conclude in a draw. Just then, Jackie Chan interjected, halting the announcer's count. They both still appeared conscious and had not succumbed to unconsciousness, thus, it would be prudent to grant them a bit more time. Jackie Chan's voice may not exude any authority, yet it resonates with the sentiments of all spectators. The intensity of this match surpassed their expectations. Should a mere lapse of 10 seconds lead to a declaration of a draw, resulting in the disqualification of both competitors, it is certain that no one would find satisfaction in such an outcome. Observing the audience, the host quickly grasped the situation and declared, if that is the case, let us extend the time slightly. If neither can rise within a minute, then I shall be powerless to act, although merely an additional 50 seconds. This interval proved sufficient for both Wu Qing and Tianjin Fan. For 30 seconds, both competitors gradually pushed themselves up with their hands. Despite having sustained relatively minor injuries, Tianjin Fan bore a grievous wound on his shoulder. Any delay would only diminish his chances of victory. Conversely, for Wu Qing, the longer the delay, the more advantageous it became. Yet such a victory was of little value to him. Before the minute had elapsed, both competitors regained their footing. Wu Qing observed Tianjin Fan, aware that both desired to settle the outcome swiftly. However, he realized that his Kamehameha might not affect this opponent, as that peculiar technique could deflect his attack. Without the Kamehameha, he found himself incapable of inflicting substantial harm. Contemplating his options, he suddenly recognized that while Tianjin Fan possessed remarkable perception, he too had his own strategies at his disposal. A subtle smile crossed his lips as he surged forward, and just as he approached Tianjin Fan, his figure split into 7, charging towards him. Yet, the afterimages would prove ineffective against Tianjin Fan. This technique is futile against me. It cannot elude my third eye, Tianjin Fan confidently proclaimed, scanning his surroundings. To his surprise, Wuqing's true form was absent from his vicinity, leading him to a singular conclusion. Suddenly, he looked up, and, as anticipated, Wuqing descended upon him, positioning himself atop Tianjin Fan, fist poised to unleash a barrage upon his head. "You wretched brat, get off me." With all 4 of his arms, Tianjin Fan grasped Wuqing's body, exerting his utmost strength in an attempt to pull him down. However, Wuqing's legs were firmly clamped around Tianjin Fan's head, and if he were to succeed in pulling Wuqing down, it would likely result in his own fall. Granting Wuqing a prime opportunity for a counterattack, Tianjin Fan would not make such a blunder. With determination, he managed to pry Wuqing's legs apart, seizing his limbs with all 4 of his hands. At that moment, if Tianjin Fan's strength was sufficient, he could swiftly rend Wuqing asunder. However, taking a life is strictly prohibited, and Tianjin Fan has abandoned such intentions. In an instant, Tianjin Fan brought down his head mercilessly, resulting in a brutal collision between his back and the top of his head, eliciting a piercing scream from Wuqing. While Tianjin Fan appeared unscathed, Wuqing's body was on the verge of collapse. Wuqing began to struggle, attempting to free himself from Tianjin Fan's grip, but Tianjin Fan repeated his previous maneuver, inflicting such intense pain that Wuqing could not muster the strength to resist. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wuqing's eyes as he shouted and summoned all his might. Despite Tianjin Fan employing the same technique, this time, although pain rendered Wuqing nearly blind, his hands retained their strength. With a sudden burst of energy, he broke free from Tianjin Fan's grasp and, seizing the moment, launched 2 powerful punches into Tianjin Fan's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Opportunity. A spark of brilliance ignited in Wuqing's eyes as he leapt, delivering a kick that struck Tianjin Fan squarely in the head, knocking him to the ground. Though Tianjin Fan quickly regained his footing, he was visibly injured. Both fighters had exhausted considerable energy, and it was evident that the battle would soon reach its conclusion. Wuqing's most formidable technique was the Kamehameha wave, but it had been countered by Tianjin Fan in the past. Although the circumstances differed now, Wuqing feared that Tianjin Fan could still repel his attack, should that occur. Defeat was assured. As Wuqing contemplated his strategy, Tianjin Fan's expression shifted ominously. Gradually, his hands retracted behind him, indicating that his technique seemed to have a time constraint. It appeared that this move required specific conditions. Wuqing mused, recognizing that both combatants had significantly depleted their stamina. It was time to determine the ultimate victor. And Tianjin Fan once again levitated into the air. "I had no intention of employing this technique, but it now seems to be my only path to victory. I offer you a piece of advice. Forfeit swiftly, or I cannot guarantee what will transpire." Tianjin Fan shouted from midair. Under different circumstances, Wuqing would have dismissed such words. But Tianjin Fan had transformed. He was now a true martial artist, and his expression bore no hint of jest. In other words, should Wuqing choose to remain stationary, the consequences could be dire. Feel free to unleash any techniques you desire. The words forfeit shall never escape my lips. Tianjin Fan, come forth. The expressionless face bore no trace of fear as it shouted at Tianjin Fan. Chapter 50. Deciding the outcome, remaining matches. Forming his hands into a tower, Tianjin Fan gazed through the gap between his palms at the arena, silently reflecting. Regardless of whether I exert my full strength, I could obliterate this stage in an instant. However, if I were to do so, I would be left with no energy to continue the fight. And even the energy needed to maintain the flight technique would be insufficient. I must conserve a portion of my energy, otherwise my chances of victory would be severely diminished. Without emotion, you must forfeit immediately. If you wish to avoid any unfortunate events, do it quickly. At this moment, Jackie Chan shouted at Wuqing. He was well aware of the destructive power of the key cannon and understood that its devastation far surpassed that of the Kamehameha. It was evident that Wuqing had no comprehension of the technique's might. Remaining stationary could very well lead to a dire fate. Rest assured, I will be fine. After confidently declaring this, Wu Qing resolved within himself. He could see the concern etched on Jackie Chan's face was for his sake. He could also distinctly sense that Tianjin Fan had gathered the majority of his energy within his body. The power of this technique far surpassed that of his Kamehameha. Choosing to stubbornly withstand would yield no benefits. He must evade, but the timing of his escape would depend entirely on him. Huh! Tianjin Fan let out a loud shout. And with that, the key cannon was unleashed. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave compelled all present to instinctively close their eyes. In the face of this overwhelming force, hats and wigs worn by the audience were swept to the ground, and several individuals struggled to maintain their footing. When they finally opened their eyes, the scene before them was nothing short of unbelievable. The arena, which had previously shown signs of cracks, still retained its form, but now it had vanished entirely. Not only that, but the ground had also sunk completely, resembling a site bombarded by explosives. One could not help but marvel at the sheer power of Tianjin Fan's ultimate technique. The arena was utterly obliterated. Krillin, Goku, Leping, and Jackie Chan, among the competitors, were all taken aback. Jackie Chan understood the technique's potency, but had not anticipated that Tianjin Fan's execution would be even more formidable. The power of this technique far exceeded that of his Kamehameha. The two were not even comparable. However, what remained a pressing concern was the whereabouts of Wu Qing. Incredible. Truly remarkable. No wonder you reserved this move until the very end. At this moment, Wu Qing had leapt into the air above Tianjin Fan. And with a sense of profound reflection, he remarked, "Had I chosen to remain stationary just moments ago, I might have found myself in a place devoid of burial. The power of this technique surpasses my wildest imagination. Yet, I wonder how much strength you possess after employing such a formidable move." Indeed, the Kamehameha wave wields immense power, but it also demands a tremendous expenditure of energy. If not managed carefully, it could easily drain one's life force. Thus, utilizing this technique entails considerable risk, along with the necessity for precise calculation and control. Otherwise, even if one has the capability to wield such a potent skill, it could ultimately prove more detrimental than beneficial. My energy is indeed running low, Wu Qing continued, but it is sufficient to allow me to soar freely through the skies. However, you, on the other hand, have merely relied on your leaping ability to ascend. You cannot maintain this for long and will soon plummet. The arena has vanished from sight. In other words, should you touch the ground, it would signify your defeat. Tianjin Fan confidently declared, "In the end, this match will be mine." Is that so? A faint smile flickered at the corner of Wu Qing's lips as he replied. He then brought his hands together, forming a blossom-like shape, and positioned them at his waist, exclaiming, "Kamehameha." Both combatants hovered in midair, and apart from Goku and a few others, the spectators could not discern their positions. However, the announcer, equipped with advanced technology, scrutinized Wu Qing's movements through a telescope and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that competitor Wu Qing intends to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Yet, since Tianjin Fan can fly, it seems this technique may not be effective. Indeed, targeting Tianjin Fan with the Kamehameha wave would pose a significant challenge, even in his current weakened state. It would be difficult to land a hit." Jackie Chan pondered, completely at a loss regarding Wu Qing's intentions. What could he possibly be planning? "Tianjin Fan, your right arm can hardly lift, and your body likely cannot facilitate swift movement anymore," Wu Qing confidently declared before directing the Kamehameha wave towards Tianjin Fan's position and launching it. Under different circumstances, evading would have been a simple task for Tianjin Fan. However, now, the pain in his right arm, coupled with the substantial depletion of his stamina, rendered movement arduous. Faced with the rapidly approaching Kamehameha wave, Tianjin Fan could only manage a feeble attempt to dodge. His body was still grazed by the attack, though it merely skimmed him. The damage was sufficient to prevent Tianjin Fan from maintaining his flight technique, causing him to descend. At this moment, both individuals were undeniably at their limits, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Due to Tianjin Fan's considerable height and robust build, he naturally weighed more than Wu Qing, resulting in his descent reaching the earth before Wu Qing. Just a few seconds later, Wu Qing followed suit, and although the time difference was minimal, it sufficed to determine the outcome of the match. "The victor is determined," the host proclaimed. Both competitors found themselves outside the bounds of the arena, yet because Tianjin Fan landed first, Wu Qing was reluctantly awarded victory in the quarterfinals. With the host's declaration, the match that had persisted for several hours officially came to an end. The arena lay in ruins. rendering the following day's contests impossible to proceed as scheduled. Consequently, the remaining 3 matches were postponed for 3 days, allowing ample time for restoration to its former glory. Such swift progress could certainly be considered remarkable. Both Wuqing and Tianjin Fan sustained significant injuries and were subsequently admitted to the hospital. Fortunately, after thorough examinations, it was determined that neither faced serious issues, and with a few days of rest, both could expect a full recovery. Tianjin Fan, what are your plans moving forward? Master Rashi appeared at Tianjin Fan's bedside, addressing him directly. In your battle with Wuqing, I believe you have come to understand many of the things you previously abandoned. Master Crane has indeed been an exceptional mentor. Without him, your current prowess would not have been possible. However, it is also true that his teachings have left you lacking in certain aspects. So what will your next course of action be? I suspect that my relationship with Master Crane can no longer continue. Tianjin Fan replied candidly, revealing no intent to conceal his thoughts. We have developed significant differences, and I fear he may no longer recognize me and Jiaozi as his disciples. Therefore, in the future, I intend to train alongside Jiaozi, but this time solely as a martial artist and nothing more. Upon hearing this, a flicker of a smile crossed Master Rashi's face. Hearing you speak this way puts my mind at ease. Ultimately, this world belongs to the youth. I, an old man, should have stepped back years ago. Yet, I wish to witness the last moments of my journey. Now, it appears that with the emergence of young talents like you, I can retire with peace and enjoy my twilight years. A significant motivation for participating in the world's greatest martial arts tournament this time is Master Rashi's desire to discover whether there are other remarkable young talents besides Wuqing. After all, having only Wuqing as a representative made Master Rashi somewhat anxious. However, with the addition of Tian Xinhan, a talent of equal caliber, Master Rashi feels considerably reassured. The emergence of these 2 exceptional young individuals in the world grants him a sense of security, knowing that, should any unforeseen challenges arise, he can rely on their prowess. Although it was suggested that they should rest for a few days, neither Wuqing nor Tianjin Fan opted to remain in the hospital for long. That very evening, they emerged from the hospital to dine with their companions. In the ensuing days, free from the constraints of competition, the group engaged in discussions about martial arts. Wuqing expressed a keen curiosity regarding Tianjin Fan's techniques, the Bukong skill, and the Qigong cannon. Tianjin Fan, without reservation, elucidated the principles behind these 2 techniques and highlighted certain precautions associated with their use. However, he cautioned Wuqing against employing the Qigong cannon unless absolutely necessary, as its application requires specific conditions. Wuqing readily acquiesced, having recognized the formidable power of the Qigong cannon. It was evident that this technique was not suited for just anyone. In contrast, the Bukong skill proved to be considerably simpler. Once one possesses a sufficient understanding and control of Qi, mastering the Bukong skill is not an arduous task. Within a mere 3 days, Wuqing was able to soar freely through the skies. In addition to Wuqing, Krillin and others also dedicated themselves to learning the Bukong skill during this time. Given his capabilities, Goku had nearly mastered the technique in 3 days. However, for Krillin and Yamcha, achieving complete mastery within that time frame posed a challenge. Nevertheless, they had no trouble with levitation, leaving only the necessity for diligent practice. 3 days later, the remaining 3 matches commenced, starting with Krillin's bout against Dumpling. Although Dumpling's strength surpassed Krillin's cleverness proved invaluable, as he outsmarted Dumpling with arithmetic problems that Dumpling was wholly unprepared for, ultimately knocking him off the stage. The battle between Yamcha and Goku transpired swiftly. The disparity in their respective strengths was significant. Even with Goku holding back, Yamcha could not gain the upper hand and was defeated within approximately half an hour. Amusingly, Goku, upon concluding the match, began to lament his hunger and desire for food. The final match featured a perplexed werewolf who harbored deep resentment towards Jackie Chan. During the contest, Jackie playfully taunted the werewolf, provoking him as one might a dog. Remarkably, the werewolf behaved in kind, retrieving the objects Jackie tossed aside. This behavior ultimately led him to leave the stage, conceding defeat. Moreover, the werewolf became the subject of ridicule among the spectators, which deeply dissatisfied him. In a fit of rage, the werewolf brandished a dagger, intent on eliminating Jackie. Jackie, recalling a tournament from years past where he had concealed his identity while battling Goku, realized that the match had taken place on a full moon night. Consequently, Goku had transformed into a great ape. To resolve this matter once and for all, Jackie unleashed his full power in a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the moon, or, as some say, altering its trajectory. This act rendered the werewolf unable to revert to his human form, thus hindering his chances of finding a romantic partner, fueling his animosity towards Jackie Chan. After comprehending the entirety of the situation, Jackie Chan employed a hypnotic technique, causing the werewolf to perceive Clint's bald head as the moon on a full moon night. This allowed the werewolf to successfully transform back into a human. However, the imposing presence of the werewolf was undeniably more formidable in its wolf form. Once returned to the desired human appearance, the werewolf's animosity towards Jackie Chan vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he departed from the stage of the world's foremost martial arts competition. Yet, this human guise rendered him less likely to attract a romantic partner. After all, while the wolf form was somewhat more hirsute, it exuded a certain charisma. In contrast, his human appearance was rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, this was his heartfelt desire, and no one is entitled to criticize another's aspirations. Of course, should the werewolf regret his choice in the future, there would be no recourse, for the path he chose was his own. Chapter 51. The final four matches. The list of the final four contenders was thus established, and the matchups were promptly revealed. Tomorrow morning, the semifinal bout between Wu Qing and Clint would take place, followed by the afternoon clash between Wukong and Jiaozi. Once the two finalists were determined, the ultimate showdown would occur the following day, after which spectators would have to wait 3 years to witness another martial arts tournament of this caliber. That evening, in celebration of Wukong and Clint reaching the semifinals, Master Rashi prepared an elaborate feast. However, after the meal, he lamented that in the future, he must refrain from inviting Wukong to such gatherings. The night passed uneventfully, and Wu Qing enjoyed a restful slumber, free from anxiety. After all, his opponent was Clint. Although Clint had made significant progress over the past 5 years, he still lagged considerably behind Wu Qing. Despite carrying some injuries from his battle with Tianjin Fan that had yet to fully heal, Wu Qing felt confident in his ability to defeat Clint. Naturally, as they were comrades, he would not unleash his full might. The following morning, Wu Qing and the other 3 finalists arrived at the competition venue, while Tianjin Fan and others squeezed into the audience to watch the matches. After the host introduced the 2 competitors, Wu Qing and Clint stepped onto the stage. "Clint, come forth. It matters not from where you strike," Wu Qing remarked with a smile, contemplating that if he were to exert his full strength, the outcome would be determined in mere minutes. Such a swift resolution would deprive the audience of excitement and could potentially hinder Clint's future growth and strength. Therefore, Wu Qing approached the match with the intention of imparting guidance to Clint. However, he acknowledged that regardless of the point of attack, the outcome remained inevitable. Clint silently acknowledged the disparity between himself and Wu Qing, yet he harbored no intention of conceding. After a fervent shout to bolster his own morale, he charged forward, aiming a powerful punch at Wu Qing. Alas, his fist merely passed through Wu Qing's form, for at some point, Wu Qing had employed the technique of phantoms. While Clint's strength was commendable, his speed proved insufficient. Observing Clint, Wu Qing began to point out the deficiencies in Clint's previous round, remarking that aside from speed, such an attack was utterly futile against his illusions. "This time, you were fortunate to halt just at the edge of the arena, but do not expect such luck next time." Reflect upon the words spoken by Cheng Long during the last World Martial Arts Championship. Taken aback by these words, Clint began to reflect deeply. Although 5 years had elapsed, he had not forgotten Cheng Long's advice to Wu Qing. Back then, Clint was acutely aware of the vast gulf in their abilities, and he realized that even if he fought with utmost caution and restraint, victory was beyond his grasp. Thus, he had dismissed those words. However, in light of Wu Qing's current statements, they seemed to carry a kernel of truth. After a moment's contemplation, Clint launched another attack, this time exerting slightly less force. The advantage of this adjustment was a notable increase in speed. Sometimes, the velocity of an attack can dictate the outcome of a match. Unfortunately, Wu Qing's reflexes surpassed Clint's efforts, and no matter how hard he tried, Clint's fists could only graze Wu Qing's garments, despite the continuous failure to land a hit. Clint remained undeterred, deciding to rely on his intellect to salvage his dignity in defeat. After some thought, he spoke. "Wu Qing, I recognize that I am not your match. However, your constant evasion is quite discomforting. When the moment calls for it, one ought to strike. Merely dodging is rather unsatisfactory." Wu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at Clint's unexpected defiance. He had not anticipated Clint would urge him to engage. Yet, he welcomed the challenge, eager to gauge Klin's true capabilities, which allowed him to voice such sentiments. With renewed focus, Wuching advanced swiftly, unleashing a barrage of attacks with remarkable speed, reminiscent of his battle against the four-armed Tianjin fan. Faced with the onslaught, Klin's reflexes were quick, yet he found his body unable to mount effective defenses, and he was repeatedly struck by Wuching's fists, causing him to retreat continuously. Indeed. Just like that, Wuching, continue your assault. As he continued to retreat, the indomitable Klin felt a sense of foreboding deep within. A cryptic smile gracing his lips that went unnoticed by those around him. In the blink of an eye, Klin found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. And without hesitation, Wuching launched a fierce attack, intent on knocking Klin out in this round. However, to Wuching's surprise, Klin's figure suddenly vanished. His strike missed. And due to inertia, Wuching leaned forward, barely managing to maintain his balance and avoid toppling over the edge. Apologies, Wuching, but this round is mine, Klin declared triumphantly. Having inexplicably positioned himself behind Wuching, a fleeting look of joy crossed Klin's face before he unleashed a powerful kick. Had Klin's foot connected while at the edge of the arena, Wuching would undoubtedly have been sent flying out. Fortunately, Wuching had already employed his levitation technique to evade Klin's assault. Damn it. I completely forgot that Wuching has mastered the levitation technique, Klin mused, a flicker of frustration crossing his features. To bait Wuching, Klin had previously endured a barrage of attacks, feigning no intention to counter, hoping to catch Wuching off guard. Little did he anticipate that his strategy would falter, to be consistently on the defensive, only to be cornered at the arena's edge, and then suddenly launch a surprise attack from behind using levitation was indeed a clever tactic. However, it was unfortunate for Klin that when it came to the levitation technique, Wuching possessed a far superior mastery. Once back on solid ground, Wuching chuckled. Relying solely on such cunning won't suffice to defeat me. Klin was acutely aware of this reality. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks held no value. This statement rang true, and Klin found himself in precisely such a predicament. After a moment's contemplation, Klin executed an astonishing maneuver, bringing his hands together in the shape of a flower bud, resting them at his waist. This unmistakably resembled the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Could it be that Klin had also learned to wield this technique? Chang Long pondered, recalling that in yesterday's semifinals, Lepin had unleashed the Kamehameha as his ultimate move. Chang Long had been genuinely surprised by Lepin's growth. Now, it appeared that Klin had reached a similar level. Had he guided Klin in mastering the Kamehameha, Klin's prowess would likely exceed expectations. So, Klin has indeed learned the Kamehameha. In the depths of his heart, Ruthless contemplated, since Krillin intends to unleash his most formidable move, I too shall engage him with the same technique to claim victory. With identical gestures, both warriors initiated the Kamehameha wave, as a pale blue energy sphere rapidly formed between their hands. From a distance, the two energy waves appeared quite similar. However, a discerning eye would immediately discern that the energy contained within Ruthless Kamehameha far exceeded that of Krillin-S. Furthermore, in terms of maturity, Krillin-S Kamehameha paled in comparison to Ruthless. Almost simultaneously, both combatants aimed their Kamehameha waves at each other. The two pale blue energy spheres, trailing comet-like tails, swiftly collided. Ruthless Kamehameha wave, asserting its overwhelming dominance, shattered Krillin's attack with ease, sending him hurtling off the stage and into the audience, thereby conceding defeat. The outcome was anticipated by many, yet few expected it to conclude in such a manner. Among those surprised by Krillin's growth was Jackie Chan, who, during the lunch hour, took the time to console the defeated Krillin. However, Krillin wore no trace of despair on his face. Instead, he smiled and expressed his determination to train harder, eagerly awaiting the day he could surpass Ruthless. Given Krillin's unwavering spirit, any consolation or guidance seemed superfluous. Nevertheless, Master Roshi took the opportunity to refine Krillin's Kamehameha technique. Although it was indeed a Kamehameha, the self-taught version lacked the finesse and power that Roshi's teachings could provide. With Master Roshi's mentorship, Krillin's strength ascended to new heights. In the afternoon, another semifinal match captured the audience's attention. The participants were no mere unknowns. Goku, bearing the title of Master Roshi's direct disciple, had already garnered considerable popularity. His endearing appearance further endeared him to many female admirers. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan, having been the runner-up in the previous tournament, required no further elaboration on his prowess. Many young men aspired to possess such strength, and a significant number of supporters rallied behind Jackie Chan. This semifinal did not disappoint. The battle between Wukong and Jackie Chan was indeed a clash of formidable opponents. From the onset of the match, they engaged in a fierce contest, each proving to be a worthy adversary. Their combat strategies were strikingly similar, frequently employing the afterimage technique. Lacking a third eye like Tianjin Fan, both found it challenging to decipher each other's afterimages. However, Wukong possessed a unique advantage, the skill of flight, which allowed him to momentarily dominate Jackie Chan during the match. Wukong's youth was a significant asset, yet when it came to combat experience, he fell short compared to Jackie Chan. Although Jackie's prowess had waned over time, he still boasted a wealth of experience. Yet, in the face of Wukong's current strength, Jackie found himself at a disadvantage. As time progressed, the physical stamina of the older Jackie also began to decline, and the match seemed to tilt increasingly in Wukong's favor. Despite this, Jackie did not concede defeat. He first challenged Wukong with the Kamehameha wave, narrowly losing that exchange before promptly resorting to the universal shockwave. Once a formidable technique that rendered even the merciless powerless, it now appeared to be reaching its twilight. Wukong, relying on his extraordinary strength, managed to break free from the electric constraints. Faced with such a situation, Jackie graciously accepted his defeat. Having come to this competition with a clear purpose, Jackie had gleaned the true extent of Wukong's abilities. There was no need to prolong the contest. Following this battle, Jackie felt a profound sense of reassurance. Wukong's strength was now on par with the formidable merciless. With Tianjin Fan and Wukong to safeguard this world, it seemed there was little left for him, the elder, to worry about. Although both Wukong and Wuqing, as well as Tianjin Fan, possess certain shortcomings, the trio is still quite youthful, with ample time ahead of them to refine their present inadequacies. Moreover, while Master Roshi may no longer be able to mentor Wuqing and the others in terms of combat prowess, he continues to offer invaluable guidance in matters of conduct and other aspects of life. However, it is evident that in the future, numerous warriors will emerge to protect the Earth, and by that time, Master Roshi may find himself unable to contribute as he once did. The battles ahead will transcend his capacity to participate. With the conclusion of this match, Wuqing's opponent in the finals has been determined. Confronting Wukong, Wuqing cannot claim to feel no pressure. Whether that pressure will transform into motivation remains uncertain. Chapter 52, The Final Showdown. A clash of equals. The last encounter with Wukong can be traced back to the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, where Wuqing's strength far surpassed that of Wukong. He fought then with a sense of exploration. However, now, Wukong has undergone significant transformation. Their strengths now appear nearly equal. Wuqing's body has nearly recovered, and he anticipates unleashing his full potential in tomorrow's battle. Wukong, having sustained minimal injuries in this match, should also be fully restored after a good night's rest, ready for the finals in the afternoon. Yet, Wuqing wonders if he will be able to dominate as he did in the past to clinch the championship once more. That evening, Wukong appeared notably cheerful, having triumphed over the once formidable Jackie Chan, in my opinion. Had Master Wu-Tian not unleashed a full-force Kamehameha wave against the moon at the martial arts tournament, Wukong would have faced a rather humiliating defeat, as Master Wu-Tian likely did not fight with his full strength, given his mindset of battling alongside his disciples. This is merely my personal opinion, no offense intended. Furthermore, he consumed a prodigious amount of food, enough to satisfy several individuals. Had Wuqing not advised him to moderate his intake for the final match, Wukong would likely have continued feasting, leaving one to marvel at the nature of his insatiable appetite. 5 years have elapsed since the last World Martial Arts Tournament, and it has been over 3 years since you departed from my side. Lying on the soft bed at night, I closed my eyes, and the silhouette of that person emerged in my mind. Alone and without money, I pondered how you had fared over the past 4 years. Do you, in the solitude of the night, during those sleepless hours, think of me as I think of you? It is peculiar that I should be preparing for the final battle with Wukong, yet my thoughts are consumed by the image of Yulin, an apparition I cannot shake off. In desperation, I dressed and stepped outside, hoping the cool night air would awaken my senses. Though it was late, the streets were still bustling with life. As many anticipated the impending final contest, vendors recognized this as their last opportunity for commerce, and numerous shops remained brightly lit. Some even offered a final free meal promotion, resulting in throngs of people queuing for a taste of those fleeting privileges. I, however, felt no inclination to partake in such indulgences. Instead, I wandered away from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament and found myself at a nearby dock. Gazing at the rippling waters, I found my mind adrift, unsure of what to contemplate. Initially, I sought to escape the haunting image in my thoughts, yet I was unexpectedly reminded of her. In that moment, she seemed utterly powerless, captured without resistance. Her intention was likely to observe my reactions in such circumstances. I am truly sorry at that time. I was oblivious to your feelings and never anticipated you would employ such childlike tactics to test me. You must have felt deeply disappointed. Hence the letter you left behind upon your departure. Reflecting on our final intersection, I began to comprehend many things that had previously eluded me. A smile crept upon my lips as I spoke softly to myself. If fate allows us to meet again, I shall not squander your sentiments. I apologize for my ignorance when we were together. I truly regret it. However, I now understand. If destiny brings us together again, I shall surely grasp your hand. After speaking, Wuching let out a long sigh, and before he knew it, he had become remarkably alert, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. For him, a sleepless night was hardly significant. His body had nearly recovered, and spending an entire night in the cool breeze while gazing at the flowing river posed no issue whatsoever. It was not until 4 o'clock the following morning that Wuching returned to the venue, heading back to his resting quarters for a brief respite. On the next day, everyone appeared invigorated, and Wuching showed no signs of having lost a night's sleep. Throughout the morning and into the afternoon, the group remained together until the final match was imminent. It was only then that Wuching and Wukong hastily departed from the others, making their way to the arena. The turtle hermit, having no pressing matters, did not seek an excuse to leave, which left others feeling somewhat disconcerted. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all been eagerly anticipating today's final since last night. Indeed, I too am filled with excitement. The host, holding a microphone, addressed the audience with palpable enthusiasm, due to the sunglasses adorning his face. It was impossible to discern whether he had suffered from a sleepless night or bore dark circles under his eyes. Both Wukong and Wuching were participants from the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, with Wuching having triumphed over formidable opponents to claim the championship title, while Wukong, unfortunately, fell short in the semifinals. However, this time, Wukong's prowess had significantly improved since then, and he had bested the previous tournament's runner-up, Mr. Jackie Chan, to reach the finals. One could be assured that the intensity of this final would undoubtedly rival that of the last. The host's words stirred the audience's fervor, and soon after, Wuching and Wukong stepped onto the competition stage. Although Wuching was slightly older than Wukong, their appearances belied any significant age difference. And the disparity in their abilities was not confined by age. Indeed, many accomplished individuals were young, and both Wuching and Wukong were merely representatives of that truth. Experiencing the match from this vantage point truly lacked a certain thrill. Master Rashi, squeezed into the audience, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. In previous occasions, he either personally participated or watched the matches from a much closer vantage point. This time, however, he found himself relegated to the distant spectator seats, an arrangement that he could hardly endure. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the area designated for competitors, directing his full attention towards Goku and Wuching. The host promptly announced the commencement of the match, and Wuching was the first to speak. Goku, I am well aware of your prowess. You will not fall short against me. Our duel is indeed evenly matched, and there is no need for preliminary testing. Unleash your abilities directly. Wasting time on probing could mean missing dinner when the match concludes. The earlier remarks were largely inconsequential to Goku, but the final statement ignited a fierce determination within him. For Goku, mealtime held immense significance. Observing the fighting spirit gleaming in Goku's eyes, Wuching concentrated entirely on the task at hand. Clenching his fists, he advanced swiftly towards Goku. But just as he was about to reach him, his form vanished. Behind you. A flicker of confidence crossed Goku's eyes as he swiftly pivoted, raising his hands to shield his chest. True to form, Wuching's fist connected with Goku's hands in a brief encounter, but in an instant, Wuching's figure disappeared once more. It seemed he had resolved to go all out from the very beginning, showcasing his remarkable speed to gauge Goku's ability to consistently locate him. Left, right, above. Every time. Goku reacted immediately, executing defensive maneuvers that thwarted Wuching's relentless assaults. As time passed, Wuching, after several fruitless attempts, finally halted in the arena, glancing at Goku's hands with a flicker of surprise. Remarkably, despite his continuous barrage, Goku's hands showed no signs of injury. Initially, Wuching's strategy was straightforward: to assess Goku's reaction time and his hand's resilience against impact. Wuching's strength was formidable, and when exerted to its fullest, it was undeniable. His intent was clear. He aimed to numb Goku's hands before launching a full-scale attack. If Goku's hands were rendered numb, Utilizing the Kamehameha technique would require additional time. Though not much, it could prove crucial. What Wuching failed to anticipate was Goku's astonishing threshold for impact. Despite his concentrated assaults on a single point, Goku's hands showed no signs of swelling or bruising. It appeared that relying solely on cunning to secure victory in this match was futile. Moreover, Goku seemed poised to initiate an offensive of his own. Unlike the merciless approach, Wukong's attacks are direct and unambiguous, characterized by a relentless barrage of swift strikes. He charges forward with remarkable speed, compelling Wuching to evade with considerable difficulty. Resorting to blocking with his own hands when evasion proves futile. Though Wukong inflicts no substantial harm, Wuching appears thoroughly subdued, retreating continuously and on the verge of falling off the arena. Yet, neither Wuching nor Wukong displays any change in expression. Both have mastered the art of flight, soaring through the air without concern for the threat of a fall. Seizing an opportunity, Wuching ascends into the air. Following a missed punch, Wukong leaps from the ground, seemingly relying solely on his extraordinary leaping ability rather than the art of flight, surpassing Wuching in altitude. As he descends, Wukong brings his hands together, aiming a powerful strike at Wuching's head. However, Wuching ponders, has Wukong forgotten the art of flight? No, this attack holds no significance for me. Why is he resorting to such tactics? Confusion flickers across his furrowed brow as he swiftly vacates his position, only to find Wukong suddenly above him. With a mighty force, Wukong's hands crash down upon Wuching's head, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater in the arena. Utilizing his astonishing leaping ability, Wuching swiftly employs the Phantom Fist after leaping up, but he fails to perceive the danger, opting to evade instead, thus falling victim to Wukong's strike. Unexpectedly, Wukong, having only recently mastered the art of flight, adeptly integrates it into combat. This is a feat Wuching feels he cannot match. It seems that, in the future, Wukong's accomplishments may indeed surpass his own. Upon Wukong's landing, Master Roshi comprehends the situation, reflecting on it internally. Coughing echoes from the crater, and shortly thereafter, Wuching struggles to emerge, repositioning himself on the arena. Dusting off the remnants from his mouth, he remarks, "That was the Phantom Fist, wasn't he it?" "Indeed," Wuching, surprised that you noticed, laughs heartily. With a smile, Wukong appeared completely unfazed, exuding an air of innocence that made it difficult to fathom how such a person could navigate the harsh realities of this world. However, at this moment, it was clear that he was preoccupied with trivial matters. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Wuching began to contemplate a strategy. Engaging in a contest of Kamehameha waves held little significance, as it would merely deplete his own energy. Considering Wukong's mastery of the sky dance technique, striking him with a Kamehameha would not prove an easy task. Therefore, victory would have to be attained through martial prowess. Reflecting on Wukong's previous tactics, which had appeared quite effective, Wuching resolved to emulate that approach. Once he had made up his mind, a fleeting smile graced Wuching's lips, unnoticed by others. He then advanced swiftly, launching a powerful punch that seemed intended to send Wukong flying. Instinctively, Wukong reached out to intercept Wuching's hand, hoping to counter and throw him off balance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Wuching was merely a phantom. The real Wuching had already positioned himself above Wukong, poised to strike. Utilizing the same strategy, Wuching succeeded in delivering a crushing blow that sent Wukong sprawling to the ground. Wukong quickly regained his footing, cradling his head in pain, prompting Wuching to shake his head in mild exasperation. Chapter 53. A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. Intense battle. It could be said that Wukong was now 17 years of age, yet his demeanor during meals and other moments remained childlike. Strictly speaking, a 17-year-old should exhibit a degree of maturity compared to Wukong's disposition, which was indeed rare. Few possess such remarkable strength while maintaining such innocence. Wuching found himself deeply curious about how Wukong managed to thrive in this world, where a naive child could navigate life unscathed. It was a perplexing reality, especially in a world that had grown increasingly dark. Although friendships and loyalty still persisted, true appreciation for such values was exceedingly scarce. As for Wukong's behavior, Wuching could only shake his head, unable to express anything further. Nevertheless, the seeds of curiosity had been sown in his mind, leaving him to ponder when he might uncover answers. Now, Wuching charged forward, undeterred by Wukong's apparent suffering. In truth, it was not as dire as it seemed. With this in mind, Wuching continued his assault. This time, the relentless onslaught commenced, with fists clenched and striking continuously. Goku, displaying remarkable agility, deftly evaded the merciless attacks. What added to the discomfort of his opponent, Wuching, was Goku's tail, an exceedingly troublesome appendage. During one of the assaults, Wuching's right hand became ensnared by this tail. Rendering him unable to continue his offensive, he was swiftly met with a rapid counterattack from Goku, causing him to retreat several steps. Drops of blood fell from the corner of his mouth, leaving faint marks upon the ground. Though minimal, they were nonetheless significant. Wuching chuckled and remarked, "Goku, your tail is quite the asset." Indeed. Goku, upon hearing this, glanced back at his own tail. Aside from himself, Wuching had never encountered another human with such a feature. Even the bioengineered soldiers lacked this particular trait. That tail could pose significant challenges in close combat. Wuching mused silently, recalling his recent experience with it. He had no desire to fall victim to it a second time. However, Goku's tail exhibited remarkable agility, making it far from easy to grasp or attack. It seemed that in order to secure victory in this match, Wuching would have to devise a strategy to deal with this troublesome tail. Resolute in his decision, Wuching resumed his rapid assault, this time opting not to employ his Phantom Fist technique. He relied solely on his swift strikes to launch a continuous barrage. Shifting his focus now towards Goku's tail, his hands shot out in an attempt to capture it, but Goku's inherent dexterity exceeded Wuching's expectations, complicating his efforts to seize the tail. Conversely, Wuching became so fixated on Goku's tail that he momentarily overlooked Goku's offensive, resulting in a powerful elbow strike to his abdomen, which made him stagger backward. As he retreated, a pained expression crossed Wuching's face. Goku, seizing this opportune moment, advanced swiftly and delivered a fierce kick, only to find that he had kicked at nothing. Wuching had not evaded. Instead, Goku had passed directly through Wuching's form. Despite suffering a substantial blow to his abdomen, Wuching was still capable of utilizing his Phantom Fist technique to deceive Goku, while his true form remained elusive. Goku's eyes darted back and forth, seemingly seeking to ascertain Wuching's whereabouts. However, Wuching's speed of movement was astonishingly rapid, rendering it difficult to predict where he would next appear. Standing still, Goku chose to remain rooted in place, adopting a strategy of patience in the face of uncertainty. Regardless of how Wuching maneuvered, his ultimate goal remained to strike Goku. Thus, Goku's decision to await Wuching's attack was a sound one. The contest had now evolved beyond mere displays of strength. It was a test of endurance and patience. The first to lose their composure might very well tip the scales of victory in favor of the opponent. The relentless figure moved swiftly, observing Goku, who remained motionless, gritting his teeth in frustration. As time passed, it became evident that the exertion was taking a toll on him. Even though his stamina replenished rapidly, it would not grant him any significant advantage. Should he attempt an attack and fail, Goku would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, employing the afterimage technique to strike Goku would likely prove to be a daunting task. As time dragged on, the audience began to exhibit signs of discontent. Goku, standing still, had not made any move. Though his eyes darted back and forth, to the spectators, it appeared as if he was merely aimlessly surveying his surroundings. They yearned for the fluid exchanges of offense they had witnessed earlier, rather than observing one combatant seemingly lost while the other remained stationary. However, in contrast to their attitudes during the earlier quarterfinals, the audience this time was considerably more patient. They anticipated an impending clash of titans. And though some frustration simmered beneath the surface, no one vocalized their discontent, choosing instead to focus on the duel unfolding before them. Unfeeling and Goku, absorbed in their confrontation, remained oblivious to the audience's subtle complaints, dedicating their energy solely to the battle at hand. 1 minute passed, then 2, 10, and 20, before long. Half an hour had elapsed. The audience's patience was wearing thin, and murmurs of disapproval began to surface. Humanity is such that silence breeds tolerance. However, once one voice breaks the stillness, the collective patience wanes. This was the predicament facing Unfeeling and Goku. Hearing the audience's dissatisfied murmurs, Unfeeling resolved to change the status quo. Prolonging the fight without resolution would lead them nowhere. With that, he materialized before Goku, launching a kick aimed at his head. Goku swiftly extended his hands, catching Unfeeling's foot, and with a mighty shout, flung him away. Utilizing the sky dance technique, Unfeeling floated into the air, observing Goku below. He brought his hands together in a flower-like formation and placed them at his waist, declaring Kamehameha Wave. The Kamehameha Wave, originating from this position, indeed bestowed Unfeeling with a tactical advantage. Glancing upward, Master Roshi noted that while he, wearing sunglasses, faced no issues, Goku, without such protection, struggled against the blinding sunlight. hindering his ability to fully open his eyes. Consequently, the potency of the Kamehameha wave would be diminished, albeit slightly, yet enough to sway the outcome of the match. As Wukong glanced upward, he instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. It was then that he began to comprehend the true intentions of Ruthless. However, there was no hint of panic on Wukong's face. Rather, he remarked, "Ruthless, your approach bears a striking resemblance to Tian's solar flare. Yet, I devised a countermeasure during your battle with Tian." Hiki. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong's figure vanished, and a pair of sunglasses appeared on his face, followed by his execution of the Kamehameha wave. Unaffected by the blinding sunlight, Wukong unleashed the full force of his Kamehameha. The two combatants, evenly matched in strength, both committed themselves fully to the clash. As the two pale blue orbs of energy collided, neither yielded, and both Wukong and Ruthless intensified their respective Kamehameha waves. The violent collision of energy sparked considerable chaos in the arena, with countless hats swept away by the gusts and many skirts of young women flying high. Much to the delight of someone like Oolong, although the subsequent consequence was a resounding slap. "Remarkable. I never imagined Wukong would be so evenly matched with Ruthless," Krillin remarked. Watching the two fighters, he recalled his own journey as a disciple of Master Roshi alongside Wukong, yet the disparity between them had only grown over time. Each encounter seemed to widen the gap, never to diminish. Presently, it appeared that Ruthless held the upper hand. "Indeed, it seems Ruthless has the advantage," Lu Ping interjected, albeit his focus remained on the two fighters, while he protectively held Bulma close. As Lu Ping noted, Ruthless had indeed expended considerable energy from the outset. However, one could not overlook his astonishing recovery rate. At this juncture, Ruthless' stamina surpassed that of Wukong, allowing his Kamehameha wave to gradually suppress Wukong's. Yet, to completely dismantle Wukong's Kamehameha wave was still a formidable challenge. Ruthless continuously augmented his energy output, striving to dominate his opponent's Kamehameha wave. Unfortunately, despite having a slight advantage in stamina, the two were fundamentally evenly matched. The prospect of overcoming Wukong's Kamehameha wave proved no simple task, and now both combatants were nearing their limits. Should this stalemate persist, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. At this moment, Master Roshi's face flickered with a hint of concern. The prowess of both combatants had surpassed his own capabilities, and the violent clash of their energies was beyond his ability to influence. Any attempt to intervene would prove exceedingly difficult. However, neglecting the situation could lead to catastrophic consequences should these energies spiral out of control. Infuriatingly, despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to suppress Goku's Kamehameha. What, he pondered, was the best course of action? Suddenly, he noticed that the arena beneath Goku was cracking under the immense pressure. If this continued, the entire arena would be reduced to rubble, and a moment's inattention could endanger the spectators within the venue. This was intolerable. Resolving himself, he gradually relaxed and, with a sudden withdrawal of his energy, gracefully descended to the ground using his instant transmission technique. Without the support of his energy, his Kamehameha lost its previous advantage and was swiftly dispersed by Goku's own attack. After this round of combat, both Goku and Master Roshi had significantly depleted their stamina. Beginning to gasp for breath, Goku's face displayed a trace of confusion, clearly unaware of Master Roshi's abrupt withdrawal. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from questioning it. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground, and within mere seconds, the sweat from both their brows had sufficiently dampened the arena's stone floor, perhaps enough to sustain a small fish. It was imperative to determine a victor. Prolonging the battle favored him, yet such a hollow victory held no significance. Master Roshi contemplated the formidable Kamehameha technique of Master Mateto. If he could master that move, subduing the current Goku would be a trivial task. Regrettably, he had refrained from inquiring about it, considering its potential drawbacks, and now he lamented that decision. Goku appeared equally worn, gasping for air and nearing exhaustion. Yet, it was still too early to draw conclusions. The outcome hinged on who could deliver a series of relentless strikes first. Even a mere 2 consecutive punches could secure victory. However, should one fail to land a hit, they risked being cast from the arena in the blink of an eye. Chapter 54, The Final Outcome, Unexpected Twist. Wukong, you are well aware of our current predicament. Should we strike first and miss our opponent, we risk losing this match. I believe neither of us desires to concede defeat in this battle. Therefore, rather than squander our energy and time, it would be more prudent for us to launch a joint attack. Wichan gazed at Wukong and spoke. When it comes to the speed of our strikes, we are quite evenly matched. Any difference is negligible. I can land a blow on you in an instant, just as you can on me. In essence, the victor of this grand martial arts tournament will be determined by the damage we inflict upon each other in that fleeting moment. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Wukong did not object, but nodded in agreement. In the next moment, both warriors charged towards one another. They leaped into the air, and in that instant, the onlookers were left in suspense, unaware of what transpired. However, when they finally regained their composure, both Wukong and Wuqing lay on the ground, though neither appeared unconscious. Their strength was insufficient to rise within the span of 10 seconds. The host promptly began the countdown. As anticipated, after 10 seconds elapsed, neither Wuqing nor Wukong could stand. Still struggling on the ground, their hands, usually capable of immense strength, now lacked even the power to support their weight. The host declared that the first one to stand and stabilize would be crowned the champion of this grand martial arts tournament, and no one objected to this ruling. I need strength, even if just a modicum. Wuqing's heart cried out. Yet, his hands felt utterly powerless. He feared that even a moderately strong opponent could easily render him unconscious. Wukong's situation mirrored his own. Their struggling movements were nearly identical, and simultaneously they managed to rise to their feet. Because they stood at the same moment, the match remained undecided. At this juncture, Wukong could not evade my attack, nor could I evade his. However, if my Kamehameha were to miss, I would undoubtedly lose. Yet, I also disdained the thought of wasting time without a strike. So be it. Even if my own attack leads to my defeat, I harbor no resentment. Resolute in his decision, Wuqing, under the incredulous gazes of the spectators, began to prepare for the Kamehameha. In truth, neither Lepin nor Krillin, nor Tian Shinhan or Master Roshi could have anticipated such a reckless move from Wuqing at this moment. Indeed, even with its diminished power, Wukong would find it impossible to evade the Kamehameha now. But should this attack consume too much energy, Wuqing would surely succumb first. Such a daring maneuver, few would dare to undertake it aside from the relentless. Goku was taken aback to witness that Wuqing intended to utilize the Kamehameha technique. Yet, to his astonishment, Goku himself made the gesture to employ the same technique. Could it be that this fellow Goku also intended to wager everything in this final gamble? In this round, the one who could inflict damage upon the other would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of this tournament. Kamehameha! Both competitors exclaimed in unison. Though their movements had noticeably slowed, the faint blue energy spheres formed between their hands, yet dissipated into nothingness as soon as they left their grasp. The sheer exhaustion had rendered the use of Kamehameha impossible. Ultimately, their energy was depleted in this gamble, causing their bodies to sway. Goku managed to steady himself after a brief wobble, while Wuqing succumbed to the ground. It must be noted that Wuqing's Kamehameha exhibited slightly greater power than Goku's. But in such critical moments, such a marginal difference was insignificant. Ironically, it was this slight depletion of energy that led to Wuqing's defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned the champion of this tournament. Indeed, it is our very own Goku. As a disciple of Master Wuten, he has triumphantly defeated the reigning champion Wuqing. Securing his title, the host declared with palpable excitement. After hours of intense battle, the victor had been determined, and though Wuqing had lost, he bore no significant disappointment. To think that my singular focus on victory led to my downfall, Wuqing mused inwardly as he regained some strength and descended from the arena, a hint of a wry smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Goku, brimming with joy, accepted the accolades from the crowd. Observing this, Wuqing approached Goku and remarked, "Goku, you were truly impressive. The title of champion belongs to you, and I have no words to contest it. However, in the next tournament, I shall not succumb to you again. In 3 years, I will bridge the gap between us, just as in our first encounter at the tournament. Prepare yourself. Wuqing, I shall not squander these 3 years either. I will grow stronger." Goku replied with confidence. Although both appeared to be in good condition, it was prudent that they enjoyed a hearty meal and rested for the night to recover their strength. Should any unforeseen events arise at this moment, neither Wuqing nor Goku would be capable of intervening effectively. Thus, this tournament has officially concluded. To all viewers, let us reconvene 3 years hence. The host spoke loudly, declaring that with the conclusion of this grand martial arts tournament, he could finally take a well-deserved rest. However, one couldn't help but wonder what this host would do during the 3 years when the tournament would not be held. Surely, he must have other engagements to occupy his time, to commemorate Goku's victory, and to celebrate Wuqing's commendable second place. "Let us all dine together at the restaurant we visited last time," suggested Master Roshi after gathering everyone together post-tournament. Naturally, no one objected, especially since Goku generously offered to cover the expenses for the meal. As they walked toward the restaurant, Wuching noticed something amiss about Goku. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Goku had forgotten to bring his trusty Rui Bang with him. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, she recalled that Goku had lent his staff to assist her in reaching the Celestial Temple, and it must still be there. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, "Oh no. I forgot to bring Grandpa's 4-star ball. It's still at the tournament venue." A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. "The 4-star ball, is it? I'll go retrieve it." Krillin eagerly volunteered, promptly dashing back to the tournament site. It appeared he was concerned that Goku, having just emerged from an intense battle, might not be able to move swiftly, hence his proactive approach. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept into Wuching's heart, as if Krillin might encounter some danger on his way. I don't know if I'm just being overly sensitive, but I have an uneasy premonition about Krillin going back there." Wuching suddenly voiced her concerns as they neared the restaurant. She had been experiencing this anxiety throughout their journey, but had refrained from expressing it, attributing it to her own heightened nerves after the battle. However, the persistent unease made her wonder if there was more to it than mere oversensitivity. "Wuching, you might just be feeling anxious because of the recent fight," Bulma suggested after considering the situation. This reasoning seemed plausible, and Wuching decided not to dwell on it. Nevertheless, after several minutes of waiting in the restaurant without Krillin's return, unease began to settle among the group. Consequently, Goku swiftly ran outside. Could it be that danger truly loomed ahead, and it was not merely her imagination? Emotionless, he silently contemplated, and soon rushed out, followed closely by Master Roshi and the others. The group hastened back to the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, where an unexpected scene unfolded. Blood was continuously oozing from Krillin's mouth, and he lay motionless on the ground. As Emotionless approached and checked Krillin's neck, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Turning to Master Roshi and the others, he proclaimed, "There is no pulse. Krillin has been slain." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Goku's face, and he sprinted out, shouting, "Kintown! Goku, wait! I command you to stop!" Master Roshi called out desperately, but at that moment, Goku was beyond listening, leaping onto the Kintown and departing. Watching Goku's retreating figure, a look of concern flickered across Master Roshi's face, followed by a hint of resignation as he muttered, "That fool, having just engaged in battle, is now off to confront Krillin's killer. It is utterly futile. At this moment, he can barely muster a third of his strength. He stands no chance against someone capable of killing Krillin." The creature had effortlessly dispatched Krillin and stolen a spherical object from him. Moreover, it had taken the participant list of past tournaments. One could only wonder what its intentions were. At that moment, the host, having risen from the ground, spoke with an expression of lingering dread. Remarkably, a common person could still articulate coherent thoughts after witnessing such a scene. To kill Krillin with such ease, this individual possesses formidable strength. Goku is no match for him, Emotionless remarked, yet Goku had no communication devices on him, rendering any attempt to reach out futile. Suddenly, Bulma seemed to notice something, bending down to pick up a piece of paper from the ground. Puzzled as she said, "There's a character for magic written inside a circle. Does this signify something?" Her seemingly innocuous statement elicited a flicker of surprise on Master Roshi's face. "What? That paper? Quickly, bring it to me." Noticing Master Roshi's urgency, Bulma promptly handed over the paper. Upon examining it, Master Roshi's hands began to tremble. As a martial arts master who had lived for over 3 centuries, he had weathered countless storms, and nothing in this world should have astonished him so. No, astonishment was an inadequate term for the fear that now gripped him. "Master Wu Tian, what does this paper represent?" A flicker of surprise crossed the unfeeling face, followed by a glance at the paper, which appeared to be of a special kind. Not hastily scribbled. Yet, beyond that, nothing seemed amiss. Wait, it seems that Master Wu Tian had ascended to Corinth 3 centuries ago. Thus, it is not surprising that there are matters unknown to us. Who would have imagined, after all these years, he would resurface? The turtle hermit was already sweating profusely. Merely a piece of paper had caused him such distress. If he were to encounter the individual he spoke of, the turtle hermit would surely be at a loss for what to do. However, the fact that this situation could elicit such a reaction from him speaks volumes about its severity. "Master Wu Tian, what exactly is going on? Would it be possible for you to elaborate?" Unfeeling inquired, while the others bore expressions of concern. Although the turtle hermit may not appear serious at times, he is undoubtedly resolute during critical moments. Given his current state, It seems that an impending catastrophe awaits them, an ordeal from which they may not emerge unscathed. Chapter 55. The evil demon king returns to Corinta. It is only natural that you are unaware of this matter, for it transpired long ago, back when I was merely a young man in my 20s. Yet, the events that unfolded remain etched in my memory. After a moment of contemplation, the turtle hermit spoke. At that time, there was an individual who called himself King Piccolo, who, with his so-called demon minions, unleashed chaos upon the world. It can be said that no one could contend with him. Even my master, Tedu, was powerless against him. To him, all techniques were mere child's play, utterly ineffective. By such reasoning, does that not render that fellow invincible? Unfeeling interjected, a look of astonishment crossing his face, as he never imagined such a monster could exist in this world. Indeed, that individual was invincible. The turtle hermit nodded, continuing, after my master, Leo, suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of King Piccolo, he began to devise a method to vanquish him. Finally, after some time, he developed a technique capable of sealing King Piccolo, known as the demon seal wave. It felt akin to a strange wind sweeping through. And by the time I regained my senses, King Piccolo had been sealed within an electric pot. I then covered the pot and submerged it in the ocean. Logically, it should not have been found and released. How could this happen? Could it be the doing of Master Crane? The dumpling voiced its perspective, pondering whether, in accordance with the character of Master Crane, this matter might not be entirely implausible. Impossible, asserted Master Rashi with conviction. Master Crane is well aware of the terror that is King Piccolo. Such an individual could never engage in such actions. Despite his reservations about many of Master Crane's methods, Master Rashi staunchly defended his fellow master in this instance, for he had witnessed the dread of King Piccolo alongside Master Crane in their youth. How could such a being possibly resort to such measures? At that moment, Unfeeling began to contemplate. As a product of the Red Ribbon Army's research, it stood to reason that the organization had not yet come into existence several centuries ago, implying that he bore none of the Demon King's cells. However, if remnants of the Red Ribbon Army sought revenge, it was conceivable that they might attempt to unleash King Piccolo from the depths of the ocean to confront him. This thought led Unfeeling to voice. Could it be that the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army have deliberately sought out that electric pod in the ocean to release King Piccolo against me? Unlikely. Master Rashi interjected, promptly dismissing Unfeeling's speculation. Very few are privy to this information, and among those who were aware back then, only I and Master Crane remain alive. He continued, should King Piccolo re-emerge in this world, it would usher in an unparalleled catastrophe. We must, by all means, prevent this calamity from occurring. The Mafuba, Unfeeling interjected. Isn't the Mafuba the technique that sealed King Piccolo? Master Rashi, if we can master this technique, we should be able to contain him. The furrowed brows of Yamcha and the others relaxed at this notion. Indeed, if the Mafuba had succeeded in sealing King Piccolo once, it could surely do so again. Furthermore, Master Rashi had witnessed the Mafuba firsthand, making it plausible that he understood its secret and usage. All present were gifted individuals, and mastering the Mafuba should not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, Master Rashi cautioned, the cost of the Mafuba is one's own life. My master, Master Mateto, perished after employing this technique. His words doused the group's enthusiasm with a cold reality. Moreover, the Mafuba is not as simple as you might imagine. There are fundamental distinctions between the Kamehameha, the Spirit Bomb, and the Mafuba. Learning the Mafuba is far from an easy endeavor. Master Rashi, Tien Shinhan inquired. Do you know how to cultivate the Mafuba? If it can indeed save the world, I would be willing to sacrifice my life. Wait, someone interjected, the Dragon Balls. If we gather all 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish, we could call forth Shinran to eliminate King Piccolo. At this moment, Lu Ping seemed to have a sudden realization and exclaimed, however, one of the Dragon Balls has already been stolen. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi considered the suggestion and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to Bulma and inquired, Bulma, if I recall correctly, you had already given the Dragon Radar to Goku back then. How long would it take to create a new one? Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, a week should suffice. Given the intricacies involved in crafting such an accurate Dragon Radar, a week may seem prolonged, yet it is indeed the extent of Bulma's capabilities. A week? She mused. If King Piccolo truly possesses that level of terror, I fear that Tien, Goku, and I combined may not stand a chance against him. Wait, the Heavenly Temple. If I can ascend to the Heavenly Temple and seek out the god, I am certain that his power would be more than adequate to confront King Piccolo. As Wuching contemplated, he quickly devised his own plan. Regardless of whether the dragon, as mentioned by Lo Ping, could indeed vanquish King Piccolo, he must prepare for all contingencies. Then you shall embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls, Lo Ping, Wuching declared, preparing to turn away. However, just as he began to do so, Master Roshi grasped him by the arm with a grave expression and said, Wuching, what do you intend to do? Are you really planning to confront King Piccolo alone? Like Goku? Do not be naive. King Piccolo is simply beyond your current capabilities. I understand, Master Mateto. Wuching nodded and began to explain, Master. You two have scaled the heights of Korin Tower, and you are aware that atop it lies the heavenly temple where the god of earth resides. I ascended there once 5 years ago, but at that time, my skills were insufficient to earn the goddess guidance. This time, I must return. If humanity cannot resolve this crisis, the god will surely have a solution. With that, Wuching utilized the instant transmission technique to depart. Observing Wuching's retreating figure, Master Roshi remained furrowed in thought. He was aware of the heavenly temple's existence. Yet if the god were truly inclined to assist in vanquishing King Piccolo, he would have done so long ago. Wuching's current endeavor might prove futile and entirely without merit. Nonetheless, attempting it bore no cost. Perhaps the god truly possessed a solution. The turtle sage contemplated silently, then addressed everyone with a serious expression. In any case, Wuching has a point. However, we must be prepared for multiple contingencies. Bulma, you should create the dragon radar. Once it is complete, Tien and I will embark on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls. Upon finding the remaining Dragon Balls, we will inevitably confront King Piccolo. At that juncture, we shall devise a method to summon Shenron to save the world. Of course, it is also possible that before we gather all the Dragon Balls, Wuching may have already learned from the Supreme Kai how to defeat King Piccolo. His final remark was largely intended to bolster morale, and upon hearing this, the others, including Lepin, refrained from any objections. After carrying Krillin's body, they decided to return to the Turtle Hermit's abode. At this moment, although Wuching had yet to recover from the energy expended during his battle with Goku, he had no difficulty reaching Korin Tower. Upon arriving, he encountered Bra and her father. After exchanging hurried words with them, he swiftly utilized the instant transmission technique to ascend to Korin Tower. Though he had much he wished to convey to Uncle Bra, time was evidently of the essence. Upon reaching the summit of Korin Tower, Master Roshi began to complain to Wuching. You little rascal, you disregarded the rules this time. Do you not know you should climb up properly from the base of Korin Tower? Wasting time is not an option, Master Roshi. Please, hand me a Senzu bean, quickly. Wuching's face was etched with urgency as he implored the cat sage. Observing Wuching's demeanor, Master Roshi sensed something troubling and promptly retrieved a Senzu bean for him. After swallowing the bean and regaining his energy, Wuching looked at Master Roshi, eager to elucidate the situation. Master Roshi, I do not know if you have heard of this individual, but according to Master Mateto, King Piccolo has returned to the mortal realm. I must seek the Supreme Kai. I believe his powers can surely vanquish King Piccolo. King Piccolo, you say? Master Roshi pondered silently, then warned Wuching, who was preparing to head to the Supreme Kai's palace. If it truly is King Piccolo's return, I advise against seeking the Supreme Kai. Wuching paused in surprise and asked, why should I not seek the Supreme Kai? Does it mean that even the Supreme Kai cannot defeat King Piccolo? It is not that he cannot, but rather that the Supreme Kai is unable to intervene in such matters. I cannot fully explain this to you now, but in due time, you will understand. Master Roshi replied, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He was well aware of the deep-seated connection between the Supreme Kai and King Piccolo. Yet he struggled with how to convey this to Wuching at that moment. Upon hearing the words of the cat sage, Wuching found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was evident that the cat sage had no desire to elaborate further, and persisting with inquiries seemed futile. Nevertheless, Wuching mustered the courage to ask, if the celestial deity is unable to assist, might you possess a method to swiftly enhance my strength? I would not mind even sacrificing my life for it. I implore you. The cat sage's warning about the terrifying nature of King Piccolo was unmistakable. Wuching understood that the gravity of the situation was such that the cat sage would not speak in such a manner unless it were truly dire. It was clear that reliance on the dragon's power to save the world felt increasingly unreliable. The legend of the Dragon Balls had been passed down for ages. Yet he pondered why, in those earlier times, no one had sought the dragon to vanquish King Piccolo. Although communication was less advanced then, it seemed plausible that if the legend were credible, someone would have attempted it. The fact that King Piccolo had ultimately only been sealed away suggested that the dragon's power might be insufficient to eliminate him entirely. with the dragon deemed unreliable. Wu Qing realized that he could only depend on himself. If he could rid the world of King Piccolo, what would sacrificing his own life matter? There were numerous ways to enhance one's strength, but the prospect of a rapid ascension was rare, requiring not just the willingness to gamble with life, but the acceptance of death itself. The cat sage solemnly declared, "Somewhere on the Korin Tower lies the ultra-divine water. Consuming it can, to a certain extent, awaken one's latent potential. However, should your potential already be fully realized, drinking it would only lead to your demise. Moreover, the efficacy of the ultra-divine water is heavily contingent upon your inherent potential. Should you consume a significant quantity without the corresponding potential to be awakened, the consequence will be death, nothing else. Do you comprehend this?" In essence, it was a gamble with his own life as the wager. Should he triumph, immense power would be his in an instant. Even if he could not surpass King Piccolo, he would surely come close. Yet, the risk was dire. Failure would mean the loss of his life. Regardless of who one was, life was a precious gift. Faced with such a precarious situation, Wu Qing began to hesitate, realizing he needed to deliberate carefully before making a decision. Chapter 56, Making a Choice. Seeking the super-divine water, Unfeeling was uncertain about the identity of the ruthless demon King Piccolo. Yet the words of the cat sage resonated within him. Seeking the celestial gods would bear no fruit. It became evident that the true resolution lay solely within his own hands. Master Roshi articulated it clearly. He, along with Tien Shinhan and Goku, could not contend with the formidable power of Piccolo. This implied that their strength was vastly inferior, and to confront him alone would be tantamount to courting death. Given this realization, it seemed far more prudent to pursue the super-divine water instead. After all, he believed he harbored considerable untapped potential, and he had long been ensnared in a bottleneck with no breakthroughs. Perhaps this opportunity would facilitate a much-needed advancement. With determination solidified, Unfeeling addressed the cat sage with utmost seriousness. "Cat sage, I am uncertain of the extent of my latent potential. Yet I am acutely aware that Master Roshi does not exaggerate. In other words, if we do not eliminate Demon King Piccolo, we shall all perish. Therefore, allow me to attempt this endeavor. Regardless of the outcome, I shall have given my utmost effort, and I shall have no regrets." Upon hearing this, the cat sage pondered briefly before responding. "Very well, since you have made your decision, follow me. The super-divine water is not within my possession. Your quest relies solely on your own capabilities." With that, the cat sage led Unfeeling to a corner of the room. Here, besides 3 jars containing records of the past, present, and future, there was another jar. According to the cat sage, entering this vessel would lead to the super-divine water. However, whether one could truly find it and successfully drink from it without perishing remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Unfeeling hesitated not for a moment and leapt in, embarking on this journey. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, Master Roshi and the others were engaged in earnest discussions about what to do if matters escalated to a dire situation. The Eternal Dragon could grant but one wish at a time. Though they longed to resurrect Krillin, the most pressing concern remained the eradication of Demon King Piccolo. After some contemplation, Yamcha remarked that if they waited a year to revive Krillin, his body would likely have decayed to mere bones, rendering any resurrection meaningless. Upon hearing this, Oolong envisioned the scenario of a skeletal Krillin coming back to life and shook his head, recognizing the futility of such an outcome. "Not to worry. We can create a freezing device to preserve Krillin," Bulma suggested with a smile, although her expression bore a hint of bitterness. The bond she shared with Krillin was not particularly profound, yet they were all friends, and to have him slain by the minions of Demon King Piccolo was undeniably heartbreaking. Yet now was not the time for sorrow. With this plan in place, we should encounter no issues, she concluded. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi nodded thoughtfully. Yet the furrow in his brow remained unrelaxed. Goku was currently untraceable, and given his previous capabilities, it was unlikely he could easily contend with the monstrous threat posed by King Piccolo. The notion of seeking divine assistance seemed dubious as well. Ultimately, the outcome rested upon their shoulders. However, a question arose. Why had King Piccolo stolen the list of participants for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma voiced her curiosity, acknowledging that even Master Roshi found King Piccolo's strength terrifying. He had explicitly stated that even the combined efforts of Wu Qing and the others would pale in comparison to King Piccolo's might. If that were the case, then there seemed to be no rationale behind King Piccolo's theft of the tournament roster. Master Roshi, fully aware of the situation, replied directly, "It is because he is terrified. If there still exists someone in this world who possesses the sealing technique known as the mafuba, he risks being sealed once more. Thus, his motive is singular, to eradicate any potential threats. If all martial artists vanish from this world, then naturally, no one will wield the mafuba, and no one will be able to defeat him. Master Wu Tian, do you truly not know the secret of the mafuba? Tian Xinhan interjected, yearning for a definitive answer. What are you saying? If we fail, what will become of this world? Are we to rely on Wuqing and Goku? Master Rashi retorted, unable to contain himself. His words resonated with Tian and the others, indicating that Master Rashi was indeed aware of the mafuba's secret and knew how to employ it. In other words, he was the most likely candidate to seal King Piccolo once more. Tian and Kaiatsu exchanged glances, recognizing a shared understanding. If Master Rashi had mastered this technique, then they too must learn it. In any case, do not dwell on the mafuba for now. Bulma, I entrust you with the Dragon Radar. Once it is completed, we shall immediately commence our search for the Dragon Balls. Master Rashi declared resolutely. Although Master Mateto was no longer with them, as long as he, an old man, remained alive, he would not allow King Piccolo to wreak havoc. He would take it upon himself to seal him once again. At this moment, the relentless seeker of the super divine water finds himself in a pitch-black void. Although enveloped in darkness, there are no stones or obstacles to impede his progress. After a considerable time traversing this obscure realm, he spots a small house ahead, seemingly situated at the heart of a tiny island. Upon entering and pushing open the door, he is struck motionless. Inside, Master Rashi, Launch, and Tian Xinhan are all seated, their expressions relaxed, as if they bear no burdens whatsoever. Master Rashi, how did you all end up here? He inquires, bewildered. What is the meaning of this? I was clearly in search of the super divine water. Why have I arrived in this place? Logically, this location should not be associated with Master Rashi and the others. They should not be here. Or could it be that descending from that place somehow connects to this one? His mind fills with questions, and a sense of surprise washes over him. Clearly, they should not be gathered here so leisurely, as if celebrating a festivity. Yet, Master Rashi and the others seem oblivious to the confusion etched on his face. After pulling him inside, they cheerfully exclaim, "Ah, you've arrived, Wuqing. Perfect. Now we can all reside here together." Reside here? He questions, perplexed. What purpose does staying here serve? Master Rashi, did you not say that King Piccolo is a monster we cannot defeat, even when united, myself, Tien, and Goku? If that is the case, we should not be here at all. My purpose for coming was to seek the super divine water to rapidly enhance my strength. What do the affairs of the world have to do with us? No matter how this world transforms, it shall bear no effect here. Launch remarks, appearing genuinely enamored with this place. Surprisingly, neither Master Rashi nor Tien raises any objections, as if they genuinely wish to remain here for eternity, disregarding all else. This is not right. Master Rashi cannot possibly be this way. He cannot be the person I know. Tien, though I do not know him well, cannot be of such nature either. Launch's words resonate the same. In other words, these individuals are not who they appear to be. If my intuition serves me correctly, this place is merely a trial set before me. Wuqing muses inwardly, his expression turning grave. He then addresses Master Rashi, saying, Master Rashi, no, I do not know who you truly are, nor am I interested in your identity. I simply wish to convey that my purpose for coming here is straightforward, the super divine water. It is impossible to deceive me. Upon hearing this, the carefree expression on Master Rashi's face vanished, replaced by an unsettling grimace. He charged towards Wuqing with fervor. In terms of strength, he was undeniably inferior to Wuqing. However, the mere visage of Master Rashi compelled Wuqing to instinctively regard him as the revered master. Faced with the relentless barrage of attacks, Wuqing found himself evading deftly, only to discover, to his dismay, that retreating a mere few steps had led him to the precipice, where he nearly plummeted into the abyss. Grasping desperately at the edge of the cliff, Wuqing gritted his teeth. He recalled that upon entering this place, he had stood several dozen paces from the edge, yet now, after merely stepping back a few strides, he found himself in such a precarious position. This place was undeniably bizarre, and the individuals before him, who had so perfectly mimicked the appearance of Master Wu Tian and others, left him bewildered. What on earth was transpiring? At that moment, Master Rashi pressed down forcefully upon Wuqing's hands, which were clinging to the cliff's edge. Wuqing clenched his jaw, suppressing any sound, yet his hands were utterly immobilized, rendering him incapable of leveraging himself upwards. Meanwhile, Lepin and Tianjin Fan continued their relentless assault, turning Wuqing into little more than a living target, making evasion an impossible endeavor. In the blink of an eye, he had already been battered into a state of disarray. How about this? Relinquish your quest for the super divine water, and I shall allow you to ascend. All that has transpired prior can be dismissed as though it never occurred, Master Rashi declared, his tone heavy with sincerity. This individual is not Master Wu Tian, not Master Wu Tian, not at all. A relentless voice within urged him to remind himself of this, and he resolutely declared, I am unaware of your intentions, nor do I possess any inclination to discover them. I merely wish to convey one thing. If I cannot obtain the super divine water, I shall absolutely not depart from this place, even if it costs me my life. This is the resolution I have made. In the past, he had never cared for the lives of others beyond his own. Yet, at some point, he found himself unexpectedly concerned for the lives of those unrelated to him. Strangely, he began to worry about individuals with whom he had no connection. When did he become so sentimental? Initially, his thoughts were occupied by Uncle Boda and his son, followed by the likes of Master Rashi and others. Perhaps it was the time spent with these individuals that had cultivated this newfound empathy within him. Nonetheless, this was a positive change. At the very least, he was no longer a cold-blooded combat machine. After a prolonged standoff, he found himself standing beside a table, upon which rested a teapot and a teacup. A voice then addressed him, saying, It is rare to encounter someone with such unwavering resolve as yours. However, whether you will survive after consuming the super divine water remains uncertain. Ultimately, it all depends on you. At these words, he paused, momentarily taken aback. His purpose for coming here was indeed the super divine water, yet now that it lay before him, he hesitated. The super divine water could, to a certain extent, unlock a person's potential, but if his inherent potential was insufficient, it could lead to his demise. In other words, the quantity of super divine water he was about to consume was intricately linked to his very life. How much should he drink? Lost in thought, he contemplated the situation. If he drank too little, he might still fall short of matching the power of the Demon King Piccolo. According to Master Rashi, he would need to amplify his strength severfold to contend with Piccolo. However, to achieve such a significant enhancement in one gulp, he would need to consume a considerable amount of super divine water. Yet, he had no inkling of how much potential resided within him. If his potential proved inadequate, he would perish without any value. Still, if he succeeded, he was confident he could defeat the Demon King Piccolo. He needed to summon the courage necessary for this moment. Chapter 57, A Surge in Power. Grim tidings received after reaching a resolute decision, Wuqing cast the cup violently to the ground. He then seized the teapot and tilted it back, consuming every last drop of its contents. Instantly, an excruciating wave of agony crashed over him, causing Wuqing to collapse in torment. To be honest, he could not pinpoint the exact source of this pain. He only knew that his body was enveloped in suffering. Surely, this must be the effect of the super divine water. As he writhed on the ground, his garments had long since become soaked with cold sweat, his hair damp and disheveled, his brow furrowed tightly as he rolled about, his mind a blank slate. He could only wish for this intense pain to dissipate. Yet, no matter how much he struggled or how fervently he ran, the heart-wrenching agony showed no signs of abating. It remained unwaveringly excruciating. Cursed be this torment. I must endure. Wuqing silently vowed, aware that he had to persevere. If his will faltered, then all his efforts in this endeavor would be rendered futile. However, even the most steadfast of wills would find it challenging to withstand such torment, for this pain was beyond human endurance. At that moment, the cat sage wore a troubled expression, deeply concerned for Wuqing's plight. He was uncertain of Wuqing's current condition, yet he understood the considerable risks associated with consuming the super divine water. Wuqing was indeed a prodigy, but elevating his power to rival or even surpass that of the Demon King Piccolo was no small feat. It would take at least 2 cups of that water. Yet, drinking 2 cups could unleash decades' worth of potential within a person. If that were the case, unless Wuqing was truly a monster, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. But if even Wuqing could not succeed, then it seemed there was no one else capable of vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo. Goku was nowhere to be found. Had he been present, there might have been a glimmer of hope. The unfortunate reality was that Goku's whereabouts were unknown, and Master Rashi's sealing technique was uncertain in its effectiveness against Piccolo. A misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Wuqing, the world's hope now largely rests upon your shoulders. You must survive, no matter what. In the heart of the cat immortal, a flicker of worry emerged on his face. Since the sealing of the Demon King Piccolo several centuries ago, he had not experienced such concern. However, with the resurgence of Piccolo in this world, it was inevitable that a tempest of bloodshed and chaos would soon engulf it. Time flew by. For ordinary mortals, the passage of time seemed largely inconsequential. Yet for the unfeeling, particularly in his current state, time crawled agonizingly slowly. Each second felt as protracted as a year. Countless times, he contemplated surrendering, acknowledging that he was not the savior of this world. Even with newfound power, he doubted his ability to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. Abandoning this struggle seemed acceptable. Nonetheless, the obstinate unfeeling swiftly quelled such thoughts, persisting resolutely. Gradually, the silence he once maintained was broken by groans of anguish. Soon, he erupted into cries of despair, though these shouts offered no alleviation to his suffering. They provided a semblance of relief. If that was the case, why not let out a few screams? His garments were already caked in dust, and his expression was one of sheer torment. No one would have imagined a visage of such agony upon him. Had he not consumed an excessive amount of divine water earlier, he would not be enduring such torment now. The pain he faced was directly proportional to the quantity of divine water ingested. The fact that he had endured for so long without losing consciousness was nothing short of miraculous. If only it were possible, he wished to succumb to unconsciousness. In that state, regardless of the outcome, he could escape the heart-wrenching agony. Yet, his mind remained painfully alert, the torment incessantly stimulating his brain, leaving no signs of impending unconsciousness. Amidst the turmoil, his clothes became tattered. It was not due to any sharp objects on the ground, but rather his own unawareness of his actions in the face of such suffering. Even somewhat of his resilience was at a loss. His hands flailed unconsciously, and in the process, he unwittingly tore his clothing to shreds. The cold sweat that streamed down his body had thoroughly soaked the ground beneath him. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Gradually, the intense pain subsided. As he regained his composure, he gasped for breath, acutely aware of the energy coursing through his body, an unimaginable strength he had never dared to dream of before. Now, the power he harbored was sufficient to utterly defeat his former self. He was certain that he could conquer the Demon King Piccolo. Unexpectedly, the extraordinary divine water possesses such formidable powers. However, the agony it inflicts is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. After rising and brushing off the dust from his body, Wuching murmured to himself, if that excruciating pain had persisted for even a mere second longer, he might have surrendered. Such torment is far more unbearable than death itself. It is likely that many who consumed the divine water ultimately perished, not due to a lack of latent potential within, but rather because their willpower had crumbled under the sheer intensity of the pain, leading them to choose self-destruction as a means to escape this unbearable suffering. Retracing his steps, Wuching returned to Corinta in just a matter of minutes. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, the cat sage smiled and remarked, "Wuching, I'm relieved to see you are well." "Cat sage, you seem somewhat sorrowful. Is something amiss?" Wuching inquired, sensing a hint of foreboding. Could it be that Master Rashi and the others had encountered some misfortune? "Wuching, do you have any idea how much time has passed while you sought the divine water?" The cat sage did not answer immediately, instead posing a counter-question. Wuching was taken aback. Had he truly spent an extensive amount of time in search of the divine water? If that were the case, it meant that King Piccolo might have already conquered the world. In such a scenario, Master Rashi and the others would likely have faced dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Wuching asked, his voice trembling, "Is it true, cat sage? Has a considerable amount of time passed during my search for the divine water?" In a strict sense, it had only been half a month. While such a duration might not seem significant in other contexts, much had transpired during this time, including many unforeseen events. The cat sage spoke gravely. "Wuching, I must emphasize that no matter what I reveal next, you must remain composed. Do you understand?" Wuching was momentarily stunned. The cat sage's serious tone indicated that something troubling had indeed occurred concerning those he cared for, and it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. "I understand. Cat sage, please, enlighten me about what has transpired with Master Wutian and the others," Wuching implored, gritting his teeth, hoping against hope that it was nothing too grave. Master Rashi, in a valiant attempt to seal the formidable Demon King Piccolo, employed the life-threatening technique known as the mafuba. Regrettably, due to the overwhelming magnitude of the technique and the solitary nature of Rashi's confrontation with Piccolo, the mafuba ultimately misfired at a critical moment. Consequently, Piccolo evaded capture, while Master Rashi paid the ultimate price with his life. Furthermore, Tien's disciple, Kaiatsu, endeavored to wish for the annihilation of Demon King Piccolo when the latter summoned the Eternal Dragon. Alas, Piccolo's power proved insurmountable. Kaiotsu was slain before he could articulate his desire. The Cat Master gravely remarked that Piccolo's strength had surpassed even Rashi's previous recollections, as he had harnessed the dragon's wish to restore himself to his youthful prime. After fulfilling his wish, he ruthlessly eliminated the dragon, signifying that those who have perished cannot be resurrected. Wuching trembled with emotion, already knowing the answer yet feeling compelled to inquire once more. The Cat Master nodded solemnly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. Master Rashi, despite his lecherous nature, was indeed a martial arts deity, an unparalleled icon in the realm of combat. His courageous decision to confront Demon King Piccolo alone, risking his life with the Mafuba in hopes of sealing him, was a valor not typical of an ordinary martial artist. Young man, the name Wuching carries a heavy weight, the Cat Master continued. This world belongs to your generation. With your presence, I, this old man, can finally enjoy my twilight years without further concern. Wuching reminisced about the wisdom and guidance imparted by Master Rashi since their first encounter, every lesson echoing vividly in his mind. Yet now, the noble figure who had shown him such kindness was gone forever, rendered irretrievable by the dragon's demise. Enraged, Wuching vowed to avenge Rashi. Demon King Piccolo, I have never encountered you nor do I know your true nature, but you have caused the death of my esteemed teacher. Therefore, I shall ensure that you descend into the depths of hell to answer for your actions, even if it costs me my life. A surge of immense power emanated from Wuching, his fury teetering on the brink of eruption. Should Demon King Piccolo appear before him, Wuching was resolute in unleashing every ounce of his strength in battle, fully committed to vanquishing Piccolo, regardless of his formidable reputation. Cat Master, given your knowledge of these events, you must surely know the current whereabouts of Demon King Piccolo. Suppressing the impending fury within, Wuching inquired of the Cat Sage. I understand your intent. You undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Turtle Sage. However, if even you cannot triumph over Demon King Piccolo, it seems no one in this world stands a chance against him. After a moment of contemplation, the Cat Sage replied, Demon King Piccolo currently resides in West City, aspiring to become the ruler of this realm. Each year, he intends to annihilate a city, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The city he has chosen this time is West City. West City, you say? Wuching nodded, preparing to set forth. Yet, at that moment, the Cat Sage halted him, stating, utilizing the flight technique in such a manner will deplete your stamina significantly. By the time you arrive, you may find yourself ill-equipped to confront Demon King Piccolo. Therefore, allow me to provide you with a means of transportation. This contraption's speed is assuredly remarkable, enabling you to reach West City in the shortest possible time. Before he could finish speaking, the Cat Sage waved his staff, causing a vast expanse of golden clouds to materialize. Wuching's eyes widened in surprise. Could this be the tool the Cat Sage mentioned? Go ahead and give it a try. The Cat Sage urged, and Wuching leaped onto the cloud, only to find himself passing right through it. Had it not been for his swift application of the flight technique, he might have already plummeted from Korin Tower. The Cat Sage shook his head in disbelief. Wuching had failed to earn the recognition of the Nimbus Cloud, complicating matters significantly. Not to worry. Even if I must proceed this way, it matters not, Wuching confidently declared, swiftly utilizing the flight technique to soar forth. Demon King Piccolo, await your reckoning. I shall confront you in place of Master Rashi. Chapter 58. Encountering Piccolo. Unbelievable. Watching Wuching's retreating figure, the Cat Sage could only shake his head in resignation. Wuching's strength should be on par with Demon King Piccolo, yet this rapid journey would undoubtedly exhaust his energy. Upon facing Piccolo, Wuching would likely be taken aback. One could only hope he would not falter in unleashing his full potential due to Piccolo's formidable presence. At that moment, a figure resembling the god of heaven, albeit significantly younger, bore an air of malevolence as he addressed an ostrich-like being. West City is in utter chaos, is it not? Indeed, Lord Demon King. The majority of West City's inhabitants are fleeing, and many engage in fierce altercations along their escape routes. The entire world has succumbed to panic. With the destruction of West City, all shall languish in fear as they slowly approach the twilight of their lives, the ostrich-like creature chuckled. This time, there is no doubt that Lord Demon King will conquer the world. One must not be careless. Even those who resemble that decrepit old man may still exist. Although he failed at time, it is not yet a moment for complacency. Reflecting on the disarray I displayed when confronting the turtle hermit-ass ceiling wave, King Piccolo clenched his teeth. Fortunately, that wretched old man perished due to his failed attempt. Had he survived, my fate would have been dire. While it remains uncertain whether such beings still exist in this world, I must remain vigilant until every last human is annihilated. Should another individual capable of wielding the sealing wave emerge, I could find myself sealed away for centuries. This time, someone has liberated me. But who knows what the next encounter may hold? Upon hearing this, the cowardly ostrich-like figure felt a twinge of fear. Had King Piccolo been sealed, he, who possessed no combat prowess whatsoever, would have certainly perished as well. Well then, let us ascertain the extent of the panic among the people of West City. King Piccolo rose, relishing the fearful expressions upon the faces of humanity. As he spoke, King Piccolo and his subordinates prepared to venture towards West City. However, at that moment, an individual descended from the skies, shouting, "King Piccolo, come out." A flicker of doubt crossed Piccolo's mind as he turned to glance at the source of the voice. To his surprise, it was merely a child of no more than a few years. Surely, he could not possibly command the sealing wave. With disdain, Piccolo remarked, "You little brat. Do you wish for an early demise? How dare you speak to me, King Piccolo, in such a manner? Are you looking down upon me?" Upon hearing this, the child stared at King Piccolo, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this be? Was he this creature a deity? Why then, was it King Piccolo? This individual is indeed devoid of compassion. However, it quickly became apparent that the coldness was noted. The expression on the face of King Piccolo starkly contrasts with that of the deity. The latter exudes a sense of warmth, reminiscent of a benevolent elder, while the former distinctly radiates a sinister aura, unmistakably indicating that he is not a figure of righteousness. It is no wonder that the cat sage once remarked that even if he were to locate the deity, there might be little recourse available. Finally, the truth dawned upon me. There must be a connection between King Piccolo and the deity. If they are not father and son, they are surely akin to brothers. There exists no other possibility. Many have entertained such notions. Yet it is only upon the revelation of the true connection between the celestial deity and the formidable Piccolo that one comprehends the profound wisdom behind the words of the cat sage. Observing the astonishment etched upon Wu Qing's visage, Piccolo remarked, "What is this? Previously, you brazenly summoned me, the great Piccolo, to emerge. Yet now you find yourself rendered speechless in my presence. You are but a mere child, scarcely in your teens. I surmise you have never encountered me before. Your knowledge of my name has surely been gleaned from the tales of others, has it not, young one? Indeed, I have never laid eyes upon you until this very moment, yet I assure you, this shall be our final encounter, for I shall bring about your demise." Wu Qing declared with unwavering confidence, his hands poised for battle. "Master Wu Tian, witness as I avenge you by vanquishing Piccolo today. I shall ensure he descends into the depths of hell to offer you his apologies. Prepare to behold." "Ha ha ha ha. You intend to slay me, Piccolo? Ha 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 ha." The great Piccolo erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. After a prolonged bout of mirth, he finally ceased, regarding Wu Qing with disdain. "Child, there exists no being in this world capable of ending my life. If you desire to engage in combat with me, you must first possess the requisite strength." This statement took Wu Qing by surprise. It seemed that King Piccolo was eager to gauge whether Wu Qing possessed the strength to contend with him. After surveying his surroundings, Wu Qing noticed that aside from the individual next to King Piccolo, there was no one else present. Could it be that the creature resembling a bird was the one meant to test his abilities? If so, King Piccolo might be holding himself in too high a regard, underestimating Wu Qing's potential. Suddenly, King Piccolo bent over, opening his mouth wide, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. From his mouth, an egg was slowly expelled. In the next moment, the egg cracked open, and a robust man, entirely clad in green, emerged from within. Although the egg appeared unremarkable, the figure that emerged stood over 2 meters tall, imposing and formidable. A flicker of disbelief crossed Wu Qing's eyes. It was astounding that King Piccolo could produce warriors himself. And this giant seemed to possess immense strength. "If you can defeat my warrior, I, King Piccolo, will consider engaging in battle with you, provided you truly have the capability to do so," King Piccolo stated with an air of nonchalance, exuding confidence in his warrior. "Is this fellow a test from King Piccolo?" The merciless one pondered silently, having resolved to eliminate this adversary swiftly, intending to give King Piccolo a taste of his prowess. Suddenly, the figure vanished from sight, leaving both the Green Giant and King Piccolo momentarily astonished. Shortly thereafter, the Green Giant emitted a pained groan, glancing down to discover a purple liquid seeping from his body. To his shock, he realized that his chest had been impaled by a hand. Standing behind the Green Giant, the merciless one felt a surge of power coursing through him. Earlier, the rapid execution of the void dance had drained some of his stamina. However, with the influx of energy he now experienced, not only had his vitality been restored, but his strength had also increased slightly. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to address King Piccolo. King Piccolo, it appears your warrior is rather unimpressive. Initially, I believed he possessed some skill, but it seems I overestimated your capabilities. The young lad possesses such remarkable abilities at his tender age. It is imperative to eliminate him here and now. Otherwise, in a few years, even I, King Piccolo, may find myself unable to contend with this impish foe. King Piccolo mused within, then proceeded to stretch his body before declaring, Youngster, do not revel in your arrogance. My prowess will instill only dread in you. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, King Piccolo opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of violet liquid. In the very moment he spoke, Wu Qing struck without hesitation, landing a powerful blow to King Piccolo's abdomen, inflicting significant damage. After stumbling backward several paces, King Piccolo recognized the formidable strength of Wu Qing. If he did not unleash his full potential, victory would be impossible. Resolute in his decision, King Piccolo charged forward. Launching a flurry of attacks, Wu Qing deftly evaded King Piccolo's onslaught, his hands slicing with a sharpness that far exceeded Wu Qing's expectations. A mere graze from King Piccolo's hand could leave deep lacerations on his chest. Fortunately, Wu Qing's reflexes were remarkably agile, allowing him to dodge several strikes. As he continued to evade King Piccolo's relentless attacks, Wu Qing felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that the strength of King Piccolo was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Although he refrained from claiming absolute victory, he felt a substantial advantage. Was it that his own power had surged to such heights that King Piccolo appeared less daunting? Or was the latter merely testing the waters, withholding his true strength? Regardless of the truth, Wu Qing seized upon an opening after a series of King Piccolo's attacks. Planting his hands on the ground, he executed a dual kick, one foot striking King Piccolo's chest, the other connecting with his chin, thus toppling King Piccolo to the ground. Without missing a beat, Wu Qing leaped into the air, concentrating his strength in his right foot, delivering a crushing blow that sent King Piccolo crashing into the earth, fracturing the ground extensively. Nearby, an ostrich-like figure bore a look of astonishment at the unexpected strength of this young adversary. Your Majesty, someone is currently battling King Piccolo, and it appears they are gaining the upper hand. At this moment, a guard reported to the true king, who rushed to the window to observe the unfolding conflict. Witnessing Wu Qing bring King Piccolo down, a glimmer of joy crossed his face as he implored, This young man, whoever he may be, I beseech you, you must defeat King Piccolo. As a king, I can only utter such words now, for the formidable might of King Piccolo is truly terrifying. Regardless of the number of troops before him, they appear as mere pawns. The bombardment from tanks and aircraft proves utterly futile against King Piccolo, failing even to inflict a scratch. Thus, the king finds himself in a state of despair. Yet, it is precisely at this moment that the relentless figure emerges, rekindling a glimmer of hope within him. This youth, if he possesses the strength to vanquish King Piccolo and save the world, then the king would willingly abdicate his throne for his sake, for one who had long ceased to harbor any hope. The appearance of this figure is akin to a lifeline. Truth be told, he yearns to dispatch his army to assist in the battle against King Piccolo. However, he laments that his forces would only serve as a burden, likely hindering rather than helping. The thought of causing further trouble for this brave soul weighs heavily upon him. Remarkable, truly remarkable. To think that I, now rejuvenated, could be brought low by King Piccolo. Young man, I must commend you for your prowess. Despite a barrage of attacks, King Piccolo rises unscathed, able to converse with ease. Although injured, his wounds seem trivial. Yet, such minor injuries cannot possibly defeat me. As Master Wu Tian predicted, my ability to speak fluently after a series of assaults demonstrates my resilience. Indeed, I am formidable, just as Master Wu Tian claimed that no trio could stand against my might. In his heart, the youth feels no anxiety. His strength has grown exponentially, and King Piccolo does not seem to be exerting his full power. He is certain of victory. Meanwhile, in the distance, another individual diligently practices the demon sealing wave, hoping to master this technique. At the same time, Goku has reached the summit of Karen Tower, though he appears quite disheveled. Should these two arrive in time, the combined strength of the trio will render King Piccolo's defeat a mere formality. However, The youth remains unaware of this, resolute in his determination that King Piccolo must fall by his hand. Chapter 59. Fierce Battle Against Piccolo, Going All Out Little Brat. Just now, it was you who launched a relentless assault, leaving me with no opportunity to retaliate. But if you believe that my strength is limited to this, you are gravely mistaken. A fleeting grimace crossed Piccolo's face as he uttered a phrase, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. An unexpected glimmer flickered in his merciless eyes, seemingly astonished by the remarkable speed exhibited by the Demon King Piccolo after exerting himself to the fullest. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his jaw, propelling him into the air. Immediately, the Demon King Piccolo soared high above, following up with a powerful kick that sent his opponent crashing into the ground, mirroring the earlier actions of his adversary. The ground fissured increasingly, displaying alarming cracks as the Demon King Piccolo descended back to earth. With a hand, he plunged into the depths, seizing his opponent, who was now writhing in agony with eyes tightly shut, appearing on the brink of collapse. The Demon King remarked, "Impressive, after enduring my assault, you still managed to breathe. If I were not rejuvenated, you might merely be considered somewhat capable. Yet, the fact that you have survived my revival is commendable. However, despite this, you shall meet your demise today. You are no match for me now, little wretch. Prepare to perish." With that, the Demon King Piccolo readied himself to finish off his opponent. However, at that moment, a glint of sharpness flashed in the eyes of his seemingly defeated adversary. The Demon King, in his arrogance, had failed to recognize that the appearance of vulnerability was merely a ruse. The sole purpose of this act was to lower the Demon King's guard, creating an opportunity for a close-range counterattack. At this moment, Wu Qing swiftly clasped his hands together, his gaze intently fixed on the lower body of the great Demon King Piccolo. He shouted, "Kamehameha." Tianjin Fan's proud technique had now become Wu Qing's most formidable move. The great Demon King Piccolo, taken aback, did not anticipate that Wu Qing's display was merely a ruse. Even as Piccolo grasped Wu Qing, it was too late to release him. A tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping Piccolo in a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qing executed several backflips to distance himself from Piccolo, his eyes locked onto the swirling smoke. Though the Kamehameha wielded immense power, Wu Qing understood that it alone could not vanquish the great Demon King Piccolo. His vigilance remained unyielding as the smoke quickly dissipated, revealing a somewhat disheveled Piccolo. His garments were tattered, and purple liquid flowed from numerous wounds, likely the color of his own blood. "You insolent brat, do you realize you have thoroughly incited my wrath?" Piccolo's eyes burned with fury. He had initially perceived Wu Qing as merely an irritating nuisance, yet he had underestimated the situation. The death of his warrior had been effortless, and he had been too complacent. How could such a powerful adversary be felled by mere trivial assaults? "Excuse me, if I have only just provoked your ire, then you have already sufficiently enraged me long before," Wu Qing retorted, his tone equally fierce. "A person of great significance to me has perished due to your wretched existence. I have vowed to ensure that you descend into hell, even at the cost of my own life. Now is the time to prove my resolve." I, the great Demon King Piccolo, am not someone you can hope to defeat." Piccolo scoffed. "I shall show you what true terror feels like. At last, you are giving it your all. Excellent. I too shall unleash my full power to combat you." Wu Qing thought to himself. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. Above, the ground resounded with the clash of their hands, yet the speed of their movements rendered them imperceptible to the naked eye. This rapid confrontation continued for a full half-hour. Panting heavily, Wu Qing's hands were now bloodied, although his body was in a constant state of self-repair during those 30 minutes. Piccolo had seized Wu Qing's hands no less than 100 times. Each wound had scarcely begun to heal before Piccolo's sharp claws struck again, compounding his injuries, leaving Wu Qing's hands drenched in blood. A fleeting smile graced the lips of the merciless warrior as he cast a glance at the formidable Piccolo. Though his own hands bore the brunt of severe injuries, Piccolo was not in a much better state. The latter had focused his assault on the warrior's hands, intent on dispatching him swiftly. After all, for a martial artist, the incapacitation of one's hands represents a grievous blow, with the exception of those who specialize in lower techniques. Yet, the merciless warrior had his sights set on Piccolo's chest. Despite the tremors in his hands, Piccolo now experienced sharp pangs of pain radiating from his torso, undoubtedly suffering from multiple fractures within. The price he paid for this endeavor seemed justified, yet it was evident that such efforts alone would not suffice to vanquish Piccolo. It was imperative to inflict greater harm to secure victory. This young lad, I fear his strength has surpassed that of the elder who once sealed me away. I never anticipated the existence of such a formidable opponent in this world. Even at my peak, I found myself at a disadvantage. And I am uncertain whether this young man is truly exerting his full power. If he is indeed holding back, then I, King Piccolo, would not stand a chance against him. No, I, King Piccolo, must not be defeated by this youth. Who is King Piccolo? He proclaims himself a member of the demon race, one who seeks to instill fear across the entire world. Such a being will never allow someone stronger than himself to exist. Even if I cannot match the ruthless, I possess my own strategies. For me, victory is paramount, and I would not hesitate to employ despicable means to achieve it. My injuries to both hands have nearly healed. A glint of determination flickers in my eyes as I surge forward. King Piccolo mirrors my swift advance. Our intentions are identical, neither can afford the other a moment's respite. I rely on my astonishing regenerative abilities, while King Piccolo has long contemplated his course of action should he find himself at a disadvantage. Simultaneously, we strike each other in the abdomen, both spitting blood almost in unison. On the ground, the verdant and purplish blood mingle, a vivid testament to our struggle. King Piccolo retreats, clutching his stomach, while I endure the pain and launch a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. I charge forward, my singular strategy being relentless assault. My strikes land on his chest, shoulders, head, and neck, critical points for any being. King Piccolo yearns to counterattack, but the speed of my strikes remains undiminished. It is at this moment that he notices my hands have nearly healed. A flicker of astonishment crosses his gaze. I did not expect this youth to possess such capabilities. No wonder his speed remains unhampered. King Piccolo muses darkly, a spark of murderous intent igniting within him. Such a person must not be allowed to live. After a flurry of attacks, I managed to push him back several steps, panting heavily. Surely, my relentless onslaught has inflicted considerable harm upon him. You little brat. No wonder your speed hasn't waned. It appears you possess astonishing regenerative capabilities. King Piccolo scoffs, observing my hands. Yet, in the face of unyielding attacks, even with your exceptional recovery, do you truly believe you can recuperate so swiftly? Moreover, I have yet to unleash my full potential, little one. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing these words, indifference displayed no surprise. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips. He then remarked, regardless of whether you exert your utmost effort, it holds no significance for me. Whether you unleash your full power or withhold your strength, the outcome remains unchanged. The only possibility is that you may perish at my hands. Even if you truly have reserves left, I do not believe I will be defeated by you, King Piccolo. This time, I approach this battle with the resolve to embrace death. When you cast caution aside, you summon your greatest strength. In such moments, even when faced with adversaries of far superior power, there exists no trace of fear. Moreover, King Piccolo is not necessarily more formidable than indifference. Thus, before the unwavering resolve of indifference, King Piccolo finds himself bereft of any advantage. Unlike indifference, who faces death with indifference, indeed, he is a being who ought not to exist in this world, merely a product of the Red Ribbon Army's technology. King Piccolo harbors ambitions of world conquest. Until he fulfills this ambition, how could he permit himself to succumb so easily to death? Ascending into the air, King Piccolo positioned his hands before his chest, and two waves of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling towards indifference. Indifference stood his ground, allowing the attack to strike him, enveloping his form in a thick cloud of smoke. A flicker of delight crossed King Piccolo's face. You arrogant child, this time you are finished. As the smoke dissipated, indifference raised his hands to shield himself, blood streaming forth. Yet, it was merely a superficial wound. He lowered his hands, revealing that apart from minor injuries to his arms, he was otherwise unscathed. King Piccolo, taken aback, recognized that although he had not exerted his full strength, such an assault should not have been so easily endured. Indifference. You truly are a monster. Humph, your energy wave is nothing extraordinary. If that is the case, allow me to return the favor. Indifference clasped his hands together, aiming at King Piccolo, and shouted, Kamehameha. The Kamehameha, renowned for its power and range, far surpassed the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. Thus, evading it proved a formidable challenge. King Piccolo understood this well. Like indifference before him, he raised his hands in defense, bracing himself against the oncoming attack. However, his hands trembled significantly, indicating that he had sustained considerable damage. How could you inflict such harm upon me, King Piccolo? This is unprecedented. You insolent child. Do you realize that I have now resolved to torment you relentlessly until your very end? in the eyes of King Piccolo. A fiery rage was evident as he spoke with great ire. Since his re-emergence in this world, he had yet to encounter an adversary capable of rendering him so beleaguered. However, the relentless force before him had managed to reduce him to such a state, inciting his fury. Did it matter if he was enraged? The cold, impassive countenance of the relentless one remained unyielding. Had Master Roshi still been alive, perhaps the relentless warrior would not have felt this way. Yet, Master Roshi, the one who had imparted so much wisdom to him, one of the most significant figures in his life, had perished. It would have been somewhat acceptable if the sacrifice had succeeded in sealing King Piccolo, allowing for a dignified retreat. However, the grim reality was that despite Master Roshi's sacrifice, King Piccolo remained very much alive and well. This predicament left the relentless warrior profoundly unsettled. No matter the cost, he was determined to ensure King Piccolo met his demise here and now. He would not allow him to continue to exist. Chapter 60. Deplorable Tactics. The peril of relentlessness. Observing the relentless warrior's hands, King Piccolo noted that they were rapidly healing. The blood had already begun to congeal, and it would not be long before he was restored to full capacity. The resilience of this little imp cannot possibly be so astonishing. There must be some underlying conditions. I firmly believe that if I inflict substantial damage upon this creature, its recovery will not be instantaneous. Given this, I have no choice but to employ this technique. Although utilizing it will inevitably deplete a portion of my lifespan, it matters not. I have already regained my youth, and using this skill occasionally poses no issue whatsoever. Having made up my mind, the muscles in King Piccolo's arms began to bulge, and the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously, imparting a sense of foreboding. His voice, once brimming with confidence, now quavered slightly, tinged with a sense of pride, as if he had conceived a brilliant plan. Your recovery speed appears remarkably swift, even for mere minor injuries. I wonder if you would heal as quickly from a broken bone, little imp. Allow this demon king to witness your prowess. As his words fell, King Piccolo levitated into the air, placing his hands before his chest. In the next moment, a crimson energy sphere materialized from his palms, affecting the ground within a radius of at least 30 meters. Ruthlessly, Wu Qing instinctively shielded his chest with his arms, astonished that King Piccolo possessed such a formidable technique. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the ground, transforming the palace where the king resided into a mere ruin. Fortunately, the king's subordinates reacted swiftly, and in the nick of time, they managed to escape with the king aboard a private plane, narrowly avoiding disaster. Had they remained, the extent of the devastation would have left the king little better than a mere pulp beneath the rubble. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Wu Qing found himself sprawled on the ground, the earth stained with his emerald blood. King Piccolo descended to the ground, and as he prepared to seize Wu Qing, he recalled their previous encounter and hesitated briefly. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Wu Qing sprawling across the ground like a lifeless dog. Damn it, damn it! He internally screamed, struggling to open his eyes. He fought to rise, but his arms hung limply by his sides. Just moments earlier, he had managed to block King Piccolo's attack with his own hands, yet now, his bones were likely shattered. Such injuries are not insurmountable. But recovery in a short span is utterly impossible. Your hands must be devoid of sensation now, little imp. In the eyes of the great demon King Piccolo, a flicker of surprise passed by. However, upon witnessing the relentless hands, he felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Such astonishing regenerative abilities. One wonders if they too can revert to their former state within mere minutes after sustaining such damage. If that were the case, the great demon King Piccolo would have nothing more to say. Yet, it seems to me that this is not the case." Upon hearing this, Ruthless did not respond, merely gritting his teeth. The restoration of his hands was not an instantaneous process. He needed to buy as much time as possible before they could heal. Yet, the great demon King Piccolo would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly advanced, delivering a flurry of kicks to Ruthless' hands. The already compromised appendages, under such relentless assault, were racked with pain. At this juncture, they were little more than ornaments, barely able to move, rendering any attempt at retaliation nearly impossible. Thus, Ruthless found himself being pushed back repeatedly by the great demon King Piccolo's relentless onslaught. Had the points of attack varied, it might not have been so dire. However, Piccolo consistently targeted Ruthless' hands, which were utterly incapacitated, making evasion a formidable challenge. Even when Ruthless managed to spot a fleeting opportunity to counterattack, he found himself inflicting damage on Piccolo only to have a significant chunk of flesh torn from his right hand in retaliation. Since his defection from the Red Ribbon Army, Ruthless had endured several brutal battles, some of which ended in defeat. Yet, he had never before found himself in a situation where both hands were rendered useless. This moment could be deemed the gravest predicament he had encountered thus far. It was, in truth, a lapse in judgment on his part. He had underestimated the ferocity of Piccolo's techniques, which far surpassed his expectations. This miscalculation was precisely why his hands had suffered such severe injury. Otherwise, he would not be in this passive position now. One could only wonder if, in the face of such adversity, there remained a glimmer of hope for Ruthless to reverse his fortunes. Damn it, he thought bitterly. By the time my hands recover, I shall have perished. To delay without hands is an impossible endeavor. As he silently endured the onslaught from Piccolo, he also ruminated quickly, knowing that if he did not devise a viable plan soon, his fate would be sealed. Cursed be this situation. Cursed. Young man, please, the king silently implored, witnessing Ruthless' plight as he endured the brutal beating. You are my last hope. Once upon a time, the king was the supreme leader of the realm. And in times of peril, it was always the king who dispatched armies to safeguard the nation and protect the world. However, now, confronted by the monstrous threat of the great demon Bic, the king finds himself compelled to place all hope and burdens upon the shoulders of a previously unknown individual. A desperate act indeed. As relentless blows rained down upon him, the countenance of the unyielding warrior reflected profound anguish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Bic's attention was solely fixated on his own hands. If that were the case, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with his feet might not be an impossible endeavor. If he could buy enough time, his hands could regain their former strength, and then he would hold the advantage, resolute in his decision. Even as he endured a barrage of strikes, the unyielding warrior's eyes keenly discerned where Bic would next place his foot, and he preemptively struck down. Instantly, a flicker of pain crossed Bic's visage, prompting him to retreat, clutching his foot. Seizing this opportune moment, the warrior leaped, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bic staggering backwards several paces. With the initial strike successful, the unyielding warrior pressed the advantage, advancing swiftly and unleashing a flurry of high kicks that repeatedly struck Bic's head, forcing him to retreat further. Although his hands were rendered ineffective at that moment, the sheer force of his legs had sufficiently subdued the great demon to a certain degree, provided that this advantage could be maintained. The agility of this little imp's legs was unexpectedly remarkable. In the mind of King Piccolo, it is generally true that martial artists who focus on their hands tend to neglect their feet. Consequently, if one were to incapacitate this individual's hands, their strength would be significantly diminished. However, what King Piccolo did not anticipate was the formidable power of those merciless legs. Each kick he unleashed forced him to defend with great difficulty, proving to be quite a formidable opponent. After glancing up, a sinister smile crept across King Piccolo's lips as he swiftly ascended into the air, seemingly preparing to flee rather than engage in an aerial assault. Though he did not genuinely believe King Piccolo would choose to escape, it was inconceivable to merely watch him retreat. Thus, Wuching promptly activated his aerial technique, pursuing King Piccolo with fervor. One fled, while the other chased. Wuching's aerial skill paled in comparison to King Piccolo's flight technique, which appeared to be a more advanced form of aerial maneuvering. Nevertheless, Wuching's sole focus was on King Piccolo, completely oblivious to the fact that the latter's true intention was not to escape, but to lure Wuching into a trap. At long last, Wuching found himself directly behind King Piccolo and mustered all his strength for a decisive strike, only to be astonished as he passed right through King Piccolo's form. Regaining his senses, Wuching beheld a private jet in the distance erupting in flames, while the king, bearing a feline visage, was already captured by King Piccolo. It became clear that this was the very aim of King Piccolo, and Wuching had been thoroughly deceived. Quickly descending back to the ground, Wuching confronted King Piccolo, who chuckled and remarked, "Little imp, you may not realize who this individual is that I hold. Allow me to enlighten you. He is the king here, the highest authority. Should he perish, chaos is likely to ensue. Surely, you would not desire such a calamity. What do the lives of those people matter to me?" Wuching replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in the fate of this world. My singular objective is to eliminate you. Many of my dear friends and elders have perished due to your villainy. I have already told you before, I will not allow you to continue existing in this world. Piccolo, do you understand?" In response, King Piccolo exhibited no surprise, instead coolly stating, "Very well, if that is your stance, then I shall send this fellow to hell to pave the way for me." As he spoke, The ruthless demon King Piccolo contemplated the act of slaying the king. A fleeting moment of internal struggle flickered across his cold visage, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. This slight hesitation did not escape the keen perception of the demon king, who deliberately slowed his movements, his sharp claws inching closer to the king's neck. Yet, the king's countenance displayed no trace of fear as he boldly shouted at the heartless being, "Young man, while I may not agree with your earlier words, I implore you not to let my fate bind you to the whims of Demon King Piccolo. If he is not vanquished, this world shall forever languish in the shadows of his terror. If my demise could usher in peace for this realm, I would gladly welcome the embrace of death." One cannot deny that this king truly embodied the essence of royalty. In stark contrast to certain individuals who would abandon their own flesh and blood for the sake of survival, he was a paragon of nobility. The two were simply incomparable. Yet, it was precisely the king's declaration that compelled the heartless one to reconsider. Were the king to plead tearfully for his life, the heartless one would likely dismiss such a wretched soul's fate. However, a king like this was a rarity in the world. The divine dragon had already been slain, and those who perished at the hands of Demon King Piccolo could not be resurrected. He could not allow this king to perish, based solely on his recent words. He felt compelled to preserve his life. Often, the heartless one remained indifferent to the lives of those with whom he had no connection. Yet at times, a single utterance could profoundly alter his perception of a person. Especially in moments of life and death, the king's words struck him with awe. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Demon King Piccolo, "Piccolo, you scoundrel, you have triumphed. I truly do not wish for this king to meet his end. Speak, what do you intend to do?" "I knew you would obediently comply, little brat." Demon King Piccolo sneered. "Listen closely, you must not, under any circumstances, move from your position. Otherwise, the king's life will be forfeit." With that, Piccolo picked up a stone from the ground and, with a forceful breath, propelled it towards the heartless one's knee at an alarming speed. Instantly, pain etched itself across the heartless one's face as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to fathom that the Demon King possessed such a tactic, a mere stone could fracture his bones, leaving him devoid of any opportunity to escape. Chapter 61. The arrival of reinforcements. With great effort, he stood up, his unyielding eyes nearly sealed shut by a mixture of sweat and blood. The blurred vision that greeted him was a testament to his dire state. He was at the end of his tether. Had he not been so careless earlier, neglecting to unleash the ultimate technique against King Piccolo, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position. Meanwhile, the night had quietly descended. In the distance, Tien Shinhan had successfully mastered the Mafuba technique through sheer determination. Without pausing to rest, he leapt onto a plane destined for King Piccolo's location. Tien's objective was straightforward: to perform the Mafuba and seal King Piccolo once more. Unaware that the battle between Wu Qing and the Demon King had already raged on for quite some time. In addition to Tien, Goku had also regained his strength. After consuming the ultra-divine water, his power surged, and he was confident that he could defeat King Piccolo with his own prowess. Similarly to when Wu Qing had prepared to leave, Master Roshi intended to gift Goku the flying Nimbus. Unlike Wu Qing, Goku was a pure-hearted youth, effortlessly capable of riding the Nimbus. Thus, he would arrive at King Piccolo's lair with minimal energy expended. "Wu Qing, Goku has already set off. Even though you find yourself in a disadvantageous position, I believe it will not be insurmountably dire. Together, you and Goku can surely vanquish King Piccolo." "Piccolo, the night has fallen," Wu Qing gasped, gazing at the Demon King before him. "I wonder who among us will still behold the sunrise come dawn." King Piccolo's lips curled into a sardonic smile, followed by a hearty laugh. After a considerable moment, he ceased his mirth and retorted, "You foolish child. You are at your wit's end. Your arms are rendered useless by me, and you can barely stand on one leg. In such a state, is there any doubt as to who will witness tomorrow's sun? The future is uncertain for anyone. Perhaps your demise is imminent." Without any hint of compassion, he coldly uttered a single sentence. His intentions were painfully simple: to buy time. The more he could prolong the inevitable, the more his body could recuperate. The greater his recovery, the higher his chances of triumph in the ultimate confrontation with the formidable King Piccolo. Thus, he incessantly provoked Piccolo, disregarding the taunts as mere noise. Piccolo picked up a stone from the ground and, reminiscent of their previous encounter, shattered the kneecap of the other leg with a brutal strike. In that moment, he found himself unable to sustain even the most basic of stances, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength and appearing devoid of any combat capability. Piccolo, soon after, carelessly tossed the king aside. Though he professed indifference towards the king's fate, he ultimately reveled in the power he wielded over him. With a disdainful gait, Piccolo approached his fallen adversary, placing a foot upon his chest. "You wretched brat," he sneered. "You are no different from a lifeless dog now, merely breathing. Weren't you once so bold as to declare that you would leave me without a grave? Well, now it is I who shall ensure you meet your end without a resting place." As he spat these arrogant words, Piccolo continued to press down with relentless force, causing blood to spill from his victim's mouth. Several ribs had shattered, and the path to recovery would require days, if not weeks, to restore him to his former glory. Yet, at this moment, even a few fleeting seconds of respite seemed a luxury Piccolo would deny him. "Please, recover swiftly," he silently implored, his hands devoid of sensation. Longing to lift them, but finding it utterly impossible. Despite his desperate thoughts, they bore no fruit. "You possess no capacity to threaten me now," Piccolo taunted. "And I have discerned that your recovery is directly proportional to the extent of your injuries. The more grievous the wound, the slower your healing. Were it anyone else, the injuries you've sustained would have led to their demise 100 times over. If not for your regenerative abilities, you would have long ceased to breathe. Yet, existing like a dead dog must feel like a fate worse than death." Piccolo chuckled coldly at him, but he remained silent. Speaking now would serve no purpose. It was merely a fleeting indulgence. It would be far wiser to conserve his energy and contemplate his next move. The technique known as sky dance harnesses the power of energy. Even if one's limbs were shattered, as long as their energy remained intact, they could still utilize it. However, this alone was insufficient. Ultimately, sky dance was merely a supportive technique, not an offensive one. Relying on it to defeat King Piccolo was a ludicrous notion. Moreover, the previous pursuit between Ruthless and the Demon King Piccolo has vividly illustrated this point. The level of Piccolo's flying technique surpasses that of Ruthless' sky dance by a significant margin. Even if Ruthless were to ascend using sky dance, he would inevitably be caught by Piccolo, rendering his efforts futile, merely exhausting his energy and further diminishing his already slim chances of victory. Given your recovery abilities, it is impossible for you to regain your strength in less than a week. I am fully aware of the severity of my actions at present. You can barely manage to turn over, resembling a mere puddle of mud, far removed from the once formidable youth you were. Existing in this world in such a state must feel akin to living a fate worse than death, and this, too, is a sight I relish, ha ha ha." The Demon King Piccolo laughed heartily, declaring that all who oppose him must perish, regardless of their prowess. "Boy, I concede that your strength indeed surpasses mine, but so what? I shall emerge as the ultimate victor." "Pathetic fool, relying solely on despicable tactics," he scoffed. After a brief pause, a flicker of anger ignited in Ruthless' eyes as he retorted, "To be honest, if we were to engage in a fair fight, I am confident I could achieve victory. Of course, it is also possible that I would find myself in a similar wretched state upon winning, but I would never, ever be as utterly humiliated as I am now. You can only boast with your mouth now, kid. That is all you have left," Piccolo declared, turning to leave. "I shall not allow you to die so easily. I intend to torment you thoroughly. Each day, your wounds will heal somewhat. Yet a single day is insufficient for any significant recovery. Every day, I will exacerbate your injuries, allowing you to experience hellish agony. You will regret not killing me, Piccolo." Ruthless shouted at the retreating figure of the Demon King. Though he understood that, as Piccolo had asserted, a day's recovery would leave him no stronger than an ordinary person, and many aspects of his former self would remain unrepaired. At that moment, he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet now, apart from empty words, he possessed no real power. "Your Excellency, how many hours remain until the destruction of West City? Should we set off now?" inquired the Birdman beside Piccolo. "Dealing with those insignificant insects is merely a matter of moments. It requires little time. My greater interest lies in thoroughly tormenting this boy. Keep a close watch over him. Do not allow him to perish. I intend to make him suffer so profoundly that he wishes for death." The great Demon King, with a chilling smile, uttered a remark before employing his flight technique to depart, seemingly intending to return at dawn. "My apologies, young one. I am truly sorry. If it were not for my actions, you would not find yourself in such dire straits," the king contemplated as he gazed at the motionless figure sprawled upon the ground. At this juncture, even if he wished to check on the fallen one, it was an impossible endeavor. Although the Birdman possessed limited strength, he was still considerably more formidable than the king himself. Now, all the king could do was hope for the emergence of someone capable of battling the great Demon King. As the night slipped away in an instant, the following day dawned with a faint glow, and the great demon king returned to the scene. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick that sent the motionless figure flying, then advanced with rapid strides, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon him. After a night's rest, some recovery had taken place within the fallen one, yet with the relentless assault from the great demon king, his condition quickly deteriorated further than the previous day. The great demon king, having previously declared his intent to thoroughly torment the fallen one without hastily ending his life, now sensed an unsettling shift in the situation. A plane gracefully descended upon the ground, and from its interior emerged an individual who confidently addressed the great demon king, stating, "Bu. Today I shall take it upon myself to settle the score for Master Rashi. How many reckless ants are there? You are merely the second insignificant child." The great demon king scoffed, gesturing dismissively towards the fallen figure. Following the direction of the great demon king's finger, Tian Xinhan noticed a familiar face lying there. Rushing closer, he realized with astonishment that it was the very individual who had once sought divine assistance at the Temple of the Gods. Momentarily taken aback, he exclaimed, Wuching, what has happened to you? Tian, you are no match for him. You must flee at once." Wuching managed to utter, blood streaming from his mouth. "If it weren't for this villain's despicable tactics, I wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Rest assured, I shall deal with this scoundrel on your behalf," Tian declared confidently, then turned to the great demon king. "Bu, while I may not be your equal in a straightforward battle, I possess a method that can undoubtedly vanquish you, akin to the technique once demonstrated by Master Rashi. Prepare yourself." With that, Tian hurled a capsule to the ground, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a rice cooker materialized, adorned with a label that read Demon King Seal. As the formidable Piccolo laid eyes upon the electric rice cooker, an expression of sheer terror washed over him. With a voice trembling in disbelief, he exclaimed, "An electric cooker? You wretched creature. Could it truly be? Prepare yourself, Piccolo." Tianjin Han's visage was marred by fury. His dear friend, Chaozi, had met his demise at the hands of the malevolent Piccolo. "Chaozi, bear witness. I shall seal away Piccolo this very moment. Master Mateto, the task you could not complete, I shall now fulfill." He bellowed, invoking the incantation, Demon Seal Wave. A torrent of green energy swirled rapidly, surging forth with an alarming swiftness toward Piccolo. At that critical juncture, the infernal Birdman inexplicably positioned himself before Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Tianjin Han resolved to first eliminate this nuisance before attempting the Demon Seal Wave once more. However, Piccolo had regained his composure, retreating a step before unleashing an energy wave from his fingertip, shattering the rice cooker into fragments. "Cursed fate," Tianjin Han lamented, witnessing his painstakingly cultivated Demon Seal Wave fail. The exertion had drained him significantly, leaving him utterly fatigued. "You wretched child, I never anticipated you could command a Demon Seal Wave. Your existence must be eradicated," Piccolo spat, advancing and delivering a swift kick that sent Tianjin Han sprawling. Before Piccolo could deal with Tianjin Han, a boy with a spiky hairstyle emerged, delivering a powerful punch that forced Piccolo back several paces. "Goku, take Tianjin Han and flee this place at once," Wuching commanded as he soared into the air using his flight technique. "My battle with Piccolo is far from over, until one of us breathes our last. I cannot allow you or Tianjin Han to interfere. I must personally vanquish this fiend." Hearing Wuching's declaration, both Goku and Tianjin Han were taken aback. It was indeed feasible for them to join forces against Piccolo. Goku opened his mouth to voice a protest, but Wuching preempted him, stating, "Goku, consider this my stubbornness. No matter what, I must slay Piccolo with my own hands, for I have sworn an oath to see it through." Upon hearing this, Wukong found himself at a loss for a retort, while Tian Xinhan, after a moment's contemplation, also refrained from opposing. They reasoned quite simply that ruthlessness could not endure for long. When the time came that ruthlessness could no longer hold on, they could intervene without contravening his intent. Furthermore, both Wukong and Tian were curious to ascertain whether ruthlessness, having uttered such words, possessed some hidden techniques yet to be unveiled. Piccolo, of course, listened intently to their discourse. He regarded ruthlessness's words with a disdainful air. Should they unite in their assault, Piccolo was well aware that he would not stand a chance against them. Yet, ruthlessness's audacity in articulating such unexpected sentiments took him aback, though this surprise swiftly morphed into contempt. "You little brat, though I cannot fathom what thoughts linger in your mind. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you," Piccolo mused inwardly. He then ascended into the air, fixing his gaze upon ruthlessness. Though those two boys exhibit a commendable level of vigilance, they remain wholly focused on the task at hand. This time, I shall ensure that all three of you meet your end here, to prevent any unforeseen complications. With that declaration, Piccolo seemed poised to unleash the very technique that had previously ravaged Ruthlessness' hands. The power of this move was undeniable. Ruthlessness was acutely aware of its magnitude. And even more astonishing was the vast range it commanded, far surpassing that of the spirit bomb. However, the toll it exacted was steep, for it consumed a portion of the user's life force. This technique could not be employed recklessly. There was but one opportunity. Failure was not an option, lest the three of them face annihilation. Ruthlessness pondered silently, recognizing that although Tien had merely executed a magic sealing wave, the toll it had taken on him was considerable. Should it succeed in sealing Piccolo, Tien's lifespan would undoubtedly diminish as well. Presently, Tien was at his wit's end, and Wukong had to take Tien's condition into account. The likelihood of evading this impending attack seemed slim, yet Ruthlessness found himself devoid of sensation in his limbs. In such a dire predicament, he contemplated how he might prevail against this formidable foe before him. Qi is an enigmatic essence that cannot be fully elucidated through mere language. It resides within each individual. Often, one remains unaware of its presence. However, when one truly comprehends the nature of Qi, the achievements that follow can surpass even the wildest imaginings of the past. In this moment, Wuqing found himself recalling the teachings of Master Rashi, which, though basic, vividly resurfaced in his mind. Whether it be the Kamehameha or other techniques, they represent manifestations of Qi, not limited to the hands alone. With sufficient ability, one's mouth and eyes can also channel Qi-related techniques. This was a lesson imparted by Master Rashi, which Wuqing had previously dismissed as mere folly. After all, he could grasp the concept of emitting energy waves from his hands, but the idea of projecting them from his mouth seemed incredulous to him. Now, in a state where his limbs felt utterly numb, Wuqing found that this was his only recourse. He gathered all the remaining Qi within his body. Piccolo, I cannot predict who among us will survive this encounter. But this is my final and most formidable technique. Prepare to meet your end. Wuqing shouted, unleashing a stream of golden energy from his mouth. Simultaneously, the Demon King Piccolo released an energy wave of his own, and the two forces collided with a ferocious intensity. Amidst the swirling smoke, Piccolo's vision was somewhat impaired. While Wuqing's sight surpassed that of the Demon King, he discerned Piccolo's position and noted that, shrouded in smoke, Piccolo was not overly cautious, believing that in such dense fog, it would be difficult for anyone to see him, let alone for him to be seen. Master Mateto, grant me your blessing, Wuqing silently implored, then swiftly employed the instant transmission technique, moving with such velocity that there was scarcely time for a reaction. By the time Piccolo realized what was happening, Wuqing had already penetrated his body. As Wuqing passed through Piccolo, the Demon King felt a sharp pain, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. The imp he had once toyed with now pierced his chest. Given the severity of the injury, survival seemed impossible. Blood stained Piccolo's hands as his eyes widened in shock. Yet, shortly thereafter, a smile emerged on his face, as if he had a final utterance to share, even as death loomed near. Master Wu Tian, have you seen? I have vanquished the tyrant Piccolo, avenging you at last. In this moment, Wuqing's body is devoid of strength, helplessly descending to the ground. His already battered form suffers further injury, yet his eyes gleam with joy, for he has fulfilled his vow. He promised to slay Piccolo. Astonishingly, a mere child has bested you. Young one, I must concede your prowess. Even I, Piccolo, cannot help but admire your strength. Gazing down at the fallen Wuqing, Piccolo muses, do not presume this is the end. The darkness in this world shall not dissipate so easily. My progeny will one day seek vengeance for me. Just you wait. With that, Piccolo expelled an egg from his mouth, directing it far away, unlike previous occasions. This occurrence went unnoticed by anyone. A smug smile crept across Piccolo's face as he thought, even if you have slain me, what of it? In a few years, my child shall grow to be a formidable adversary capable of eliminating you. In the next moment, Piccolo's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Indeed, he was one of the mightiest beings in this realm, and it was unexpected that his demise would leave no remnants. Goku! Goku! Wuqing called out feebly, and Goku rushed to his side, inquiring, Wuqing, it's all right. I will take you to Master Rashi for treatment. Please. Wuqing uttered before closing his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. Though his sole purpose in the battle against Piccolo was to avenge Master Rashi, The weight of saving the world had entirely rested upon his shoulders, an undeniable truth regardless of his willingness to acknowledge it. In this moment, Wu Qing had become the savior of this world. Where do you intend to go, young one? As Goku prepared to ascend on the flying nimbus with Wu Qing on his back, the king hurried over, imploring, "You are gravely injured. Remain here, and I will summon the finest physicians in the world to tend to you." In response, Wu Qing remained silent, perhaps lacking the strength to utter a word. At this moment, he could only breathe, devoid of even the energy to speak, rendering him, in some respects, akin to the deceased. Goku understood that Wu Qing's condition could not afford any further delay. So he took it upon himself to escort Wu Qing away from this place. Although Tianjin Fan had expended considerable stamina, he was still capable of employing the flying technique to depart. With this, the events had finally reached a conclusion. However, the egg that Demon King Piccolo had expelled at the last moment, if neglected, would undoubtedly exact a significant toll. "Wu Qing, hold on. We shall reach Corinne Tower soon," Goku called out, to which Wu Qing could only weakly nod, utterly drained of the energy to speak. They hastened towards Corinne Tower at the utmost speed, significantly reducing the time compared to their initial journey to Demon King Piccolo's lair. Upon reaching Corinne Tower, Master Roshi promptly presented a Senzu bean to Wu Qing. After a laborious swallow, Wu Qing swiftly regained his strength and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Goku, I am fortunate to have you bring me here. Otherwise, I would have met my end." "Wu Qing, it is indeed impressive that you managed to slay Demon King Piccolo," Goku remarked, his tone lacking any semblance of admiration, perhaps believing that he, too, possessed the power to vanquish Piccolo. "Wu Qing, you truly acted recklessly," Master Roshi admonished, addressing Wu Qing. "When Goku decided to confront Demon King Piccolo, I specifically urged him to join forces with you to defeat him. Yet, I did not anticipate your stubbornness. It was evident that you could have triumphed together without resorting to such perilous measures. Do you understand the consequences had you failed? Whatever the consequences may be, they are of no concern to me." Wu Qing's expression bore no trace of regret, as he calmly stated, "I have declared my intention to personally eliminate Demon King Piccolo. I was determined to kill him, even at the cost of my own life. Although the path was fraught with challenges, the outcome remains unchanged. I succeeded in vanquishing Demon King Piccolo, did I not?" After speaking, Wu Qing's demeanor darkened. Without the Dragon Balls, the deceased could not be resurrected, which meant that Master Roshi and the others could not return. Observing Wu Qing's expression, both Master Roshi and Goku understood his thoughts. Goku clenched his teeth. To him, Master Roshi was akin to a grandfather, and the thought of him perishing was unbearable. "I know what you both are thinking, but succumbing to despair is not an option. You still have a glimmer of hope." The cat sage spoke. "Perhaps you are unaware that the divine dragon was also crafted by someone. If we can locate the creator of the dragon, and if he wishes for the dragon to reappear in this world, then those who perished due to the evil of King Piccolo may be resurrected." Upon hearing this, both individuals were taken aback. Goku then inquired, "Cat Sage, who is the creator of the Dragon Balls, and where is he now? I must go find him immediately." The answer came, "This person resides atop the Corinne Tower. He is the god of Earth, whom you have encountered before." The cat sage did not conceal anything, and this revelation prompted Wu Qing to realize that King Piccolo and the god of Earth bore an uncanny resemblance. It was inconceivable that they had no connection. Consequently, Wu Qing resolved to ascend and directly inquire of the god regarding King Piccolo's true nature. Having made up his mind, Wu Qing declared, "Goku, this time I shall accompany you. I too have matters to discuss with the god." Goku did not refuse, as he had never visited the god's temple before. With Wu Qing, who had prior experience accompanying him, it would be advantageous. At least he would not have to ask where the god was upon arrival. Chapter 63, Ascending the Divine Temple, Yet Unfinished Wait. As the two prepared to ascend, the cat sage called out to them, producing a bell from his possession and handing it to Goku. "If you wish to meet the god, take this with you." Cat sage, could this be the so-called proof of Corinne? Wu Qing questioned, puzzled. The cat sage nodded. This bell appeared unremarkable, identical to any ordinary bell, leaving Wu Qing to wonder how those in the god's temple could discern its significance. Might there be some hidden mystery within this small bell? With the proof of Corinne in hand, it implied that there would be no obstacles in meeting the god. Subsequently, Goku and Wu Qing made their way to the summit of Corinne Tower, heading towards the god's temple. Like years prior when Wu Qing and Yulin ventured to the temple, they too faced the trials of thunder and lightning. After enduring the tempest, Wu Qing's mind was flooded with memories of that time. "Yulin, I wonder where you are now. How have you lived alone all these years?" I am truly, deeply sorry. Before you departed from me, I genuinely did not comprehend the depth of your feelings for me. By the time I finally understood, you had vanished into the vast sea of people. I wonder, when will we meet again? As Wukong observed the seemingly lost in thought Wuching, he inquired with a hint of confusion, Wuching, what troubles you? You've been motionless since a moment ago. Is something the matter? Upon regaining his composure, Wuching responded, Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled some events from the past. It's of no consequence. I apologize. In response, Wukong refrained from further questioning and simply smiled. Subsequently, both Wuching and Wukong hastened their actions, and after several minutes, they arrived at the temple of the celestial god. This marked Wuching's second visit. Although years had elapsed since his initial arrival, he retained a vivid memory of the celestial god's appearance, as well as that of Mr. Bobo. Wuching, is that person the celestial god? Wukong asked, pointing at Mr. Bobo, who was tending to flowers, his voice tinged with curiosity. This was reminiscent of Wuching's initial reaction during his first visit. No, that individual is merely a subordinate of the celestial god, not the celestial god himself. Wuching clarified. Then approached Mr. Bobo, greeting him warmly. Mr. Bobo, it has been quite some time. Upon hearing his name, Mr. Bobo turned to look, responding, Ah, it's you. What brings you here this time? This time, I am not alone. I have come with my friend. We wish to meet the celestial god, Wuching stated candidly, opting not to delve into pleasantries, as their previous encounter had been brief, and his impression of Mr. Bobo was solely based on his formidable strength. However, Mr. Bobo did not immediately escort them, instead posing a question. Have you brought the token from Karen with you? Of course, Wuching replied, calling over Wukong, who then presented the bell to Mr. Bobo, asking, Does this mean you can take us to see the celestial god? Mr. Bobo shook his head, replying, Have you forgotten? I previously informed you that the token from Karen signifies only your recognition by Karen, but it does not grant you my approval. Without my endorsement, you cannot meet the celestial god. To gain an audience with him, you must first defeat me, Bobo. Of course, if you choose to withdraw, you may leave at any time. Upon hearing this, Wuching also recalled that when he first arrived, it was quite similar. However, back then, it was the deity who had taken the initiative to meet him, rather than his own triumph over Bobo. Moreover, he remains perplexed about that peculiar technique which allowed one to consume the Kamehameha wave. After all, the act of effortlessly absorbing a skill contrasts starkly with Tian's ability to reflect it back using his own strength. Wuching, what troubles you? Noticing Wuching's silence, Goku turned to Mr. Bobo and inquired, If we defeat you, then we shall have the opportunity to meet the deity, correct?